Chapter 226 Cruel and Cruel. So of course Shen Yi knew the fatal weakness of this approach. So he asked the chatty boy to take out a grenade, and quickly explode it in the direction of the safe zone where they were running. Give them some time. They will definitely poke their heads out to observe, and then expose their position. At this time, their opportunity will come. The chatty boy received Shen Yi's order. So he took out a grenade, and threw it towards the direction provided by Han Xiaomu. With an explosion, no one was knocked down. Obviously it didn't hit. But what Shen Yi wanted was not to hit the target. Instead, they exposed themselves. As expected, Zhang Yao's team had two teammates who couldn't hold their temper. The probe came out to observe the target. At this moment, Han Xiaomu listened to Shen Yi's order and kept aiming at that place with a high-power scope without daring to move at all. The moment he raised his head, Han Xiaomu's eightfold scope took aim and shot him directly in the head. He knocked that person to the ground directly, because they were all very well armed and equipped. And they must be level 3 heads and level 3 armor. So they were not completely killed. But his level 3 heads were blown apart. But now his teammates will definitely find ways to help him. Shen Yi then ran over as fast as he could, and immediately jumped to the ground quickly. The moment his teammates helped him up, Shen Yi took the M2 sniper rifle in one hand and moved around. He bypassed the cover of the big tree and rushed towards the target. Jiang Wu was covering Shen Yi from behind, because only 2 of Zhang Yao's team members were found here. But Zhang Yao and Chen Qi were not seen. This made Shen Yi a little confused. Shen Yi realized something was wrong as soon as he ran over. Zhang Yao and Chen Qi couldn't be tricked so easily. So he immediately shouted to Jiang Wu, who was running, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! And return to the safe area!" But they thought it was too late. Zhang Yao and Chen Qi suddenly jumped out of the haystack behind them, wearing auspicious suits. That's why Shen Yi and the others didn't notice them when they came over. They were obviously using their teammates to deliberately lure Shen Yi and the others over. Zhang Yao and the others were so cruel that they even used their own people as bait. Zhang Yao and Chen Qi had no intention of helping their teammates up. They just kept shooting at Shen Yi. Shen Yi turned on the walking mode and returned to the original road at the fastest speed. Shen Yi relied on his clever and agile movements. After bypassing tree bunkers one after another, he was about to reach a safe bunker. But when he turned around again, he saw Jiang Wu, who had been knocked down. How could Jiang Wu alone withstand the fierce attack of 2 people? So Shen Yi didn't hesitate at all, regardless of the loss of his own blood, and ran back, preparing to rescue Jiang Wu. Game commentator. Shen Yi and the others fell into the trap. I didn't expect Zhang Yao and the others to have such a backup plan. Can Shen Yi and the others escape? Shen Yi, be careful. Han Xiaomu shouted excitedly. Game commentator. Our audience is also very excited to see this. This is not the first time Shen Yi and Zhang Yao have played against each other. Who wins and who loses this time? Moreover, the overall game strategy of Zhang Yao's team this time is different from the past. This time, they are much calmer than before. Have they realized the shortcomings of previous games and improved? It's over. Zhang Yao and his team members also cooperated very well this time. It seems that they came prepared. Not only that, Zhang Yao was even more ruthless than before. They even used 2 other team members as bait to attract Shen Yi and the others. Enter the encirclement. It seems that a lot of thought has been put into this game. So can Shen Yi and the others resist and successfully escape to the safe zone? Han Xiaomu is covering us, and the chatty boy is aiming at the target and throwing smoke bombs. Shen Yi shouted as he ran. It is impossible for Shen Yi to abandon any of his teammates. Even though this is just a game, Shen Yi's blood volume is now running low. Zhang Yao and Chen Qi were chasing him fiercely in the front, and they were hurt by a poisonous circle in the back. Seeing that Shen Yi's blood volume was getting less and less, Shen Yi still managed to hold on for a breath and came to Jiang Wu's side. Jiang Wu also tried hard to climb into the small circle. Although he was knocked down to the ground, he did not suffer any damage. Give up. Shen Yi turned on the microphone and asked Jiang Wu to crawl in front of the stone bunker where Shen Yi was running. Jiang Wu heard Shen Yi's instructions, and with the cover of Chatterbox Boy and Han Xiaomu, Jiang Wu successfully reached the designated location. However, Jiang Wu's blood volume was slowly depleted, and he was about to turn into a box. Shen Yi was still rushing towards this side with all his strength. With his quick speed and reaction ability, he avoided Zhang Yao and Chen Qi. Layers of attack. Game commentator. What is Shen Yi going to do? He is going to rescue the team members, but he has already reached the safe zone safely and turns back again. What a deep brotherhood. It is vividly reflected in the game. It is really disappointing. People are moved. After arriving at Jiang Wu's location, Shen Yi immediately squatted down. After confirming that the location was temporarily safe, he asked Chatterbox Boy and Han Xiaomu to continue to increase their firepower to cover them. Chatterbox Boy and the others were 1-on-2. They will soon be unable to hold on any longer. But at this time Shen Yi is rescuing Jiang Wu, and they must not relax for a moment. Otherwise Shen Yi and Jiang Wu will definitely be besieged by them. The chatty boy could hardly stand it any longer. The poison circle was too powerful. So Zhang Yao and the others also took turns using tonic to block Shen Yi and the others' attack. The chatty boy saw that the situation was not good, and two people moved toward Shen Yi and Jiang Wu. So the chatty boy dropped the gun that was almost out of bullets. He took out the grenade and said to Han Xiaomu, "Cover me. I'm going to blow up that person to death. You try to hold off the other two people. Okay. Be careful." Han Xiaomu increased his intensity and firing speed, carefully using night vision goggles to aim at the target. But Chen Qi and Zhang Yao were too cunning. Every time they fired a shot, they immediately hid behind a tree or stone cover, and then continued to change directions and fired again. In this way, it would be difficult for Han Xiaomu to find their specific location, and there would be no feasible way to snipe. "Captain Shen, be careful. Two people are approaching you. The direction is 125 degrees. I am rushing towards you. Please take Jiang Wu away as soon as possible." The chatty boy headed towards Shen Yi through the road Han Xiaomu showed him. "No. We are outside the poisonous circle now. The picture of this last circle is too powerful. Even though I helped him up, he will fall down again in less than 2 seconds. So I must seize the time now, and use the medical supplies epinephrine for him for a short period of time. And then use the all-purpose medical kit to restore all his blood volume. Only then can I leave." Chapter 227 Even more powerful than a tiger. While dodging bullets, Shen Yi turned on the mic and spoke anxiously to the tuberculosis boy. "Okay. Then I'll cover you. I still have some all-purpose medical kits here. Captain Shen, you don't have much health anymore. Please replenish it quickly." The chatty boy saw that Shen Yi's health volume was also plummeting, so he ran while explained. With Han Xiaomu's cover, the chatty boy successfully reunited with Shen Yi and the others. Game commentator. It worked. Shen Yi and the others succeeded. Not only did they rescue their teammates, they also took advantage of the chaos to disrupt their plans. Those two people are almost reaching Shen Yi and the others. "Chatterbox Boy, you have to speed up." Han Xiaomu blocked the attack while not forgetting to remind the Chatterbox Boy. "I'll deal with those two people. Be careful with Zhang Yao and the others." "Okay. Be careful. Try to delay their time. Don't force it." Shen Yi knew that the abilities of their players were definitely not simple. All the professional players in Zhang Yao's team were high-quality, high-intensity competition players who came back from abroad. Therefore, the abilities of Chatterbox Boy and Chatterbox Boy should be comparable. If it were 1 versus 2, Chatterbox Boy would not be able to gain any advantage. "No problem." Shen Yi gave the chatty boy some bullets and a repeating rifle. The chatty boy rushed towards the two people with a rifle. But the chatty boy also knew that he could not fight them head-on. So he ran away, while using the bunker to protect himself. When he saw these two people, he immediately squatted down and observed. At this time, he must not be impulsive. But the two people were in a hurry to run over to find Shen Yi, so they didn't notice that the chatty boy was right behind them. The chatty boy waited for them to get closer before preparing to fight back. The distance between the two people was getting closer and closer. The chatty boy put away his gun and took out the grenade. He counted down the explosion time in his heart. 3, 2, 1. The chatty boy threw the grenade with all his strength. It happened to hit the feet of the two of them. There was only a bang, and the grenade exploded on the spot between the two of them. One of them was directly knocked to the ground. The other one was not knocked down by the grenade due to position issues, but he also lost most of his health. The chatty boy suddenly stood up when they were at a loss, picked up the gun, and attacked them violently. But after all, those two people were professional. They were not stunned by the grenade and immediately stood up to fight back. Not to be outdone, the chatty boy raised his gun and fought them one-on-one, because one of them was also knocked down by him. It seems that there is also the threat of the poisonous circle. He couldn't live for long. And now there was only one person left. The chatty boy had the upper hand. After all, that person didn't have much health. So the chatty boy directly took the gun and aimed and shot while running. Not to mention that the training during this period was very effective. The chatty boy's shooting accuracy and close combat sniping have also improved a lot. Now the chatty boy can hit directly with one shot. The chatty boy raised his gun high, turned on his night vision goggles and laser sight, and took advantage of the laser's long range. The chatty boy was even more powerful, hiding himself perfectly in the dark night mode. When the man changed the magazine, the chatty boy suddenly raised the gun, took good aim, and shot the headshot. The chatty boy managed to save the situation with 1 against 2. Game commentator. Oh my god! The ID member sniper named Chatterbox Boy actually eliminated 2 people by himself. The snipers and the others successfully turned the tide of the battle. They are now fighting 4 against 2, having completely seized control. Will they regain the glory of the Dark Horse like before? That's great. I knew you could do it. Shen Yi. Han Xiaomu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be too happy too early. You must know that Zhang Yao and Shen Yi are equally capable. Since Shen Yi can achieve the glory of 1 against 4, it's not impossible for Zhang Yao. And I feel that the person next to Zhang Yao is definitely not a good person. Looking at the movements and techniques, the whole game is not like Zhang Yao is directing, but the team member next to her has been manipulating her. So the abilities of the 2 of them are definitely not much worse than the 4 of Shen Yi. Lin Feng and his father said thoughtfully. You mean that person? What do you mean? This is a classic battle. We are all old friends. It's interesting. Lin Feng's father obviously meant something in his words. Han Xiaomu was so confused that he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Zhang Yao and the others became a little anxious when they received the news that the system members had been eliminated. So the attack became more intense. Shen Yi and the others found the right moment, immediately helped Jiang Wu up and covered him with medicine. Then the chatty boy also came over at this time, and together with Shen Yi and others, they blocked Zhang Yao. But their medicine packs were almost used up. This poisonous circle was so powerful that no matter how much medicine they had, they could not withstand the time. Not only Shen Yi's side, but Zhang Yao's side is also far away from the safe zone. So the toxicity is even more powerful, and they will definitely not be able to hold on. Now it depends on who has more medicine. Fortunately, the chatty boy found a lot of all-purpose medical kits and adrenaline in the backpacks of the 2 people he knocked down. He could still resist for a while. But suddenly, Chen Qi increased his firepower. Shen Yi noticed something was wrong. So he opened the microphone and said, Everyone concentrated their firepower and turned on all the night vision devices. He is covering Zhang Yao's entry into the circle. Han Xiaomu is guarding the entrance to the safe zone. They must not be allowed to enter the safe zone. Yes, don't worry. So Han Xiaomu continued to aim from a high place to prevent Zhang Yao and the others from breaking through the safe zone. Shen Yi, Jiang Wu, and the chatty boy continued to block Chen Qi from the front. Shen Yi and the others retreated while fighting. At this time, it was safest for them to retreat to the safe zone. Chen Qi and the others could no longer hold on any longer, and Shen Yi was preparing to launch the most powerful attack to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Let's wait and deliberately leave an opening for Zhang Yao to break through and lure her over. Then you continue to block Chen Qi and don't let him rescue. Zhang Yao will be left to me. Otherwise, it will be difficult for this game to end. Shen Yi suddenly came up with a plan and said to his teammates, I understand. This move is high enough. Captain Shen. The chatty boy instantly knew Shen Yi's plan. So they waited until Zhang Yao opened fire to attack again, and deliberately suppressed the firepower, as if to give them the illusion that they were replenishing ammunition and could not fire. Shen Yi slowly moved backwards. The chatty boy deliberately let Zhang Yao enter the outer center of the safe zone, and Shen Yi followed closely. It was impossible for Zhang Yao to completely enter the safe zone because Han Xiaomu was watching. Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu blocked Zhang Yao outside the safe zone just as Zhang Yao was about to enter the safe zone. Chapter 228, Above Board. Han Xiaomu, who was on the high watchtower, struck directly at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao reacted very quickly and immediately found the nearest bunker and hid in it. Immediately, Shen Yi arrived. Zhang Yao opened the whole microphone and said, Okay, Shen Yi, why is it so easy to break through this time? It turns out this is your strategy. It seems that we still underestimated you. But I didn't expect that Captain Shen also played 2-on-1. I think it would be disgraceful even if you won. The sniper on the tower must be targeting me now. As long as he will definitely die suddenly as soon as he comes out. I'm right. Zhang Yao has seen through all this. So there is nothing to hide. That's right. But you're overthinking it. Shen Yi, never do that kind of thing. Only you can do that kind of thing. If Shen Yi, want to win, I must win with fairness. Han Xiaomu, wait a minute. You can't shoot her. I'll take care of her. You go help the chatty boy and the others. Qin is hard to deal with. Shen Yi didn't want to leave any impression on his words. So he asked Han Xiaomu to remove the muzzle. Shen Yi stood there. And as soon as he finished talking to Han Xiaomu, Zhang Yao took the opportunity to rush out and hit Shen Yi with a series of blows. With 3 consecutive jumps, he jumped to the stone bunker where Zhang Yao was. Zhang Yao raised his gun high and fired again. It seems you are not so above board. You are not worthy of me. Even so, you still can't beat me. Zhang Yao cursed while hitting. Then let's try it out. Shen Yi jumped down, filled the gun with bullets while running, and changed to the airdrop gun AWM. Because this gun has a lot of magazines. It can be fired continuously, and its power and lethality are huge. Almost all the first and third level armors can be destroyed with one shot. Zhang Yao and Shen Yi were playing roundabout battles. Shen Yi had already figured out his tactics, so he went against his thinking. Shen Yi went around and around, knocking Zhang Yao unconscious. Not only did he run and jump, but he also fired blank shots from time to confuse her. Zhang Yao was so shocked that she immediately fired her gun and ran toward Shen Yi with the gun. Shen Yi dodged on the spot, taking aim while hiding, turning on the night vision goggles, and turning on the red dot sight. There was a bang, a direct headshot, and Zhang Yao fell to the ground. Although he was not eliminated directly, Qin was blocked by the chatty boy and the others. So Zhang Yao would definitely die. Shen Yi walked over without saying anything, and Zhang Yao didn't move any further. Shen Yi walked over slowly and gave her another shot. Humph! How about it? If I say Shen Yi can do it, he can definitely do it. He is definitely no worse than Zhang Yao. You made a mistake. Han Xiaomu turned around and said to him. It seems that Shen Yi has really grown up a lot. That's right. No one knows how hard he works better than me. He also accompanies others in their daily training. When others take a break, he is still studying tactics and strategies. He hardly sleeps for long every day. During this period of preparation for the game, time is even more important. Almost non-stop. Just to win the game and make the Sniper Club famous around the world. Han Xiaomu didn't know what was wrong. But the more he spoke, the more excited he became, and tears slowly flowed down his eyes. Although hard work may not necessarily lead to success, you will definitely counterattack. But if you don't work hard, you will definitely fail. Shen Yi is an example. I have lived for so many years, but I have not realized as much as a young person. I am really ashamed. Lin Feng's father was filled with emotion after watching Shen Yi's game. Yes, there are really not many people who work hard like Shen Yi, but still remain true to their original aspirations, and are not deceived by fame and fortune. Shen Yi has also experienced too much to become what he is now. Nothing at his heart is more important than his and his brother's dreams. This is the indomitable Shen Yi. In this way, Zhang Yao was directly eliminated. Qi instantly gave up after hearing the system report that Zhang Yao was eliminated. So he fired wildly at the chatty boy and the others, and almost threw all the grenades at them. Shen Yi opened the microphone and said, How is it? Can you still resist Qi? My side is going well. I will go over to support you right away. Captain Shen. This guy is crazy. He almost doesn't follow common sense. He just threw away the gun and kept bombing us with grenades. We couldn't get out at all. The chatty boy and the others were hiding in a ravine on the hillside and said, I'll be there right away. Shen Yi moved faster and saw a white mist in front of him. Qi had set off all the smoke bombs. Shen Yi thought something was wrong, so he immediately turned on the mic to remind the chatty boy and the others. Be careful of the footsteps on the map. He may sneak attack at any time. Stay still where you are and watch your footsteps. Qi laid down and took advantage of the cover of the smoke to slowly crawl towards the chatty boy. But because he was crawling forward, there was no sound of footsteps on the map. So Qi successfully arrived near the chatty boy and the others, and waited until the smoke had almost cleared. Qi immediately picked up the machine gun and attacked, catching chatty boy and the others off guard, and directly knocked down Chatterbox Boy and Han Xiaomu, who came to support them. Shen Yi saw something was wrong, so he rushed there quickly. Shen Yi put away his gun and arrived at a very fast speed in 3 steps and 2 steps, and saw this scene. Shen Yi picked up the gun, aimed it from a distance, turned on all the microphones, and said to Qi, It's all over. After several bangs, Qi's head was blown open, and the game was over. Game host. Victory. Our championship has been born. Let us congratulate the sniper team led by Shen Yi. They are well-deserved champions. Let us give them warm applause again. Of course, I also want to give it to the exciting art team led by Zhang Yao for us to watch. Their showdown today was also an eye-opener for us. That's great. Shen Yi. If you win, I'll say you're fine. Han Xiaomu stood up and shouted excitedly. Shen Yi and the others were also very excited. As soon as the game ended, the chatty boy and the others hugged each other excitedly and cheered. Everyone is very excited. This game is not just an ordinary game for them, but also a game to save their dignity and defend the rights of the team and club. Shen Yi and the others lived up to expectations and won a great victory. Thunderous applause erupted from the scene, and everyone cheered excitedly for them. Audience. This game is so exciting. It's not in vain. Shen Yi and the others are really surprised. Audience. Yeah. I never thought that Team R would be completely wiped out. Team Sniper is indeed the strongest dark horse. I have become a fan from today on. Shen Yi stood on the stage, looked at the audience below, bowed deeply, and then turned to look at Zhang Yao's side of the competition area. Zhang Yao and the others had already left the stage. When Shen Yi looked again, not even the figure was gone. Chapter 229 for all to see. The chatty boy was so excited that he couldn't even speak. We won! We won! Captain Shen, look at us, and we didn't embarrass you. Shen Yi smiled and said, thanks to the chatty boy this time. When you go back, you can choose the reward. It's a deal. Game host. Okay. Everyone. Please be quiet. Please go back and take your seats. Our activities are still going on, although our duel is over. But we still have a most valuable player award that has not been awarded. Now everyone has a selector in their hands to choose the player who you think performed best among all the contestants in the entire preliminary round and finals. Or the player who is the most attractive and shocking to you. After 5 minutes, we will count the number of people backstage for us. The player with the highest vote rate in the end will be our MVP of this game. Our ordinary judges have 1 vote to choose, and each of the judging judges has 2 votes to choose. Please vote carefully. The countdown starts in 1 minute. When the voting began, Han Xiaomu pressed the voting machine in his hand. As expected, Han Xiaomu must have voted for Shen Yi. After voting, Han Xiaomu turned around to look at him and asked curiously, who did you vote for? Shen Yi. He said the word Shen Yi calmly. Han Xiaomu was not too surprised. After all, Shen Yi's record was obvious to all. Why don't you ask me why? The man was so curious that Han Xiaomu didn't chase after him and ask him why. With such strength, why do you still need to ask? Han Xiaomu raised his head and said proudly, it seems you trust him. That's not only that. From the very beginning, the first time I met him, I felt that he was different. He was never discouraged or proud during the competition. This is what he deserves. Anyone else would not deserve it. Han Xiaomu said, she is even more proud. As Shen Yi's cousin, she is extremely proud. He just smiled and said nothing. Audience. Hey, who did you vote for? This is too confusing. Audience. What's so confusing about this? It must be Shen Yi. Audience. But I think Zhang Yao is also very powerful. And she has won the MVP title for 3 consecutive years abroad. I am a loyal fan of hers. Audience. To be honest, her strategy in today's game was not bad. But it was too extreme. She could think of all kinds of tricks. And she even used her teammates as bait. I have turned from a fan to a fan of her. Han Xiaomu heard the audience arguing in the back. And Zhang Yao's reputation was getting worse and worse. Han Xiaomu muttered in a low voice. You deserve it. You deserve it. Shen Yi and the others temporarily left the field in accordance with the rules of the game and waited for the final result with other teams. Shen Yi saw Zhang Yao and the others again on the side. They didn't seem to be affected by this game because of this game. Their faces were still arrogant. But Chen Qi was missing. Game host. Okay. 5 minutes. The counting time is up. Welcome everyone back to our game live broadcast. Now I will announce the MVP winner of the most valuable player in this game. Based on the votes of the live audience judges, the on-site referee's replay statistics showed that there were 580 people in the audience. The current number of votes was 560, and 20 people abandoned their votes. The final highest number of votes was 452. This is definitely a crushing victory. Big score. So who is this player who got 452 votes? Han Xiaomu clenched his fists nervously below. Shen Yi and the others were also extremely nervous below. And the atmosphere at the scene was filled with a strong sense of tension. Game host. Let us count down together to announce the results. 3, 2, 1. He is Shen Yi from the Sniper Club. Let us congratulate him with warm applause. Yeah. I knew you could do it. Shen-Yi, you're great. Han Xiaomu jumped up happily and shouted at the judge's table. The chatty boy. They shouted excitedly, and the audience cheered for him. Shen-Yi was still sitting steadily, as if he hadn't heard anything, or couldn't believe it. Captain Shen, you won. You are the MVP. You are so awesome. Captain Shen, come back and treat us to a treat. It's a double surprise. The chatty boy failed to show his form at the critical moment. Shen-Yi stood up in a daze and said, Is it really me? Captain Shen, are you scared out of your wits? Come on stage to receive the award. Jiangwu said happily. Shen-Yi then walked onto the stage tremblingly. As soon as he stepped up the steps, he immediately stopped, looking back at the chatty boy. He said to Jiangwu, You guys come together too. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am now. How could I have left you behind? So they went on stage together, and the organizer of the game came to present the award to Shen-Yi. After the award was over, the game host came on stage and handed them several microphones and asked, How does Shen-Yi feel about winning the double award this time? Shen-Yi picked up the microphone, looked at the full audience below and said, Actually, our team won this game together. Without any one person, it would be impossible to win this game. So I feel that in this most valuable player MVP award, every one of my teammates is a winner. Without them, I, Shen-Yi, would not be as successful as I am now. Game host, then let the members of our sniper club come and talk to us about your opinions and feelings about this competition. Then let the chatty boy who performed unexpectedly in this competition talk about it. He was surprised when he suddenly mentioned the chatty boy. So Shen-Yi handed the microphone to the chatty boy, patted him on the shoulder, and encouraged him. Come on. The chatty boy took the microphone and said nervously, Actually, this game was mainly because of our captain. If it weren't for his suggestions and strategic adjustments, we wouldn't have been able to win so completely. We also want to thank each of our teammates. If it weren't for their full cooperation, we wouldn't have such a tacit understanding. Regarding training, we actually had pain and gave up, but we persisted in the end. That's because we have two words in our hearts. Dream. Perhaps everyone thinks that the word dream is a bit exaggerated, or they think that we are just talking about it as a cover. In fact, it is not the case. Each of us comes to the sniper club, or steps into the ranks of the game, steps into the exciting battlefield of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. We all have a gaming dream because we have loved playing games since we were young. However, we were always misunderstood by our parents until we participated in this kind of competition. I said that I was not doing my job all day long, so I might as well go out and find a solid job. It was also because of these reasons that one of our former teammates found a job, quit playing games, and returned to his hometown. Chapter 230, The Strongest Dark Horse. So now we are working hard to enter the game competition, win the championship, stand on a bigger stage, and win glory for the country. On the one hand, we also want to prove ourselves to them. It's not that we don't do our jobs properly. We also have our own dreams, and we can also rely on games to sort out our lives. So standing on this stage, I don't know if my parents will watch the live broadcast of this game, but I still want to say to other parents, don't waste any child's gaming dream. You never know when it will shine. Of course, we would also like to thank you for the attention. Without the support of the audience, we would not have been able to reach this point. From the very beginning of forming a team to now entering various game competitions, many viewers affectionately call us the strongest dark horse. In fact, we are not. There are so many dark horses. It is because of our hard work day and night that we have achieved our current success. A game ends perfectly, and now it's time to prepare for the next game. A month later, for the Huya Tianming Cup, Shinjia recruited another player from outside, Lin Xiaoxiao. Shinjia arranged their first training session for this game. An hour later, the chatty boy called Shinjia out and said that he was in love and fell in love with a girl. Shinji patted the chatty boy on the shoulder and said with a smile, In a while, our chatty boy is also going to fall in love. Tell me quickly, when did it happen? Whose girl is so lucky that you fell in love with her? When the chatty boy heard what Shinji said, he immediately blushed and said, Boss, I told you. You can't laugh at me. Shinji shook his head and said, How could I laugh at you? It's too late for me to be happy for you when you fall in love. Why are you laughing at me? Hearing Shinji say this, the chatty boy felt much better. In fact, in the entire club, the only one he truly trusted was Shinji. So he told Shinji and discussed everything with Shinji immediately. Then he took a deep breath and said to Shinji, I'm in love. Just now, I felt that I had fallen in love with a girl named Lin Xiaoxiao. Shen-Yi, who was still happy for the chatty boy, almost burst into tears when he heard this. He blurted out, "What? Lin Xiaoxiao, you have fallen in love with her less than an hour after you met her? Are you kidding me?" At this time, the chatty boy rarely put away his usual cheerful face, and then said to Shen-Yi very seriously, "Brother, I really didn't lie to you. Since the moment she saved me in the game, I felt like she was in my world. She was like an angel. When she threw the first aid kit to me, I had already made up my mind that I would take care of her for the rest of my life and not let her suffer any injustice." Shen-Yi was speechless when he heard the chatty boy say this. He had seen a lot of weird things, but this was the first time that he had made a decision for life just because of a game. What's even more bizarre is that the two of them were quarreling just a second ago. Fate is such a wonderful thing. But he felt relieved when he thought about it. Although the chatty boy kept shouting about flirting with girls every day. In fact, because he started working professionally a long time ago, he basically spent most of his time with computers and computers. He spent his time playing games. So there was no time for him to fall in love. Now he fell in love with someone because of games. It was probably due to this reason. But Shen-Yi still couldn't help his curiosity and asked the chatty boy, "Why do you like her?" The chatty boy thought for a while, shook his head again, smiled innocently, and then said, "I don't know. Maybe it was the feeling when she saved me. To be honest, I didn't know anything about that game. Only remember one thing. That is, I like her and am willing to do anything for her." Hearing what he said, Shen-Yi smiled and couldn't help but tease. "Then I have been playing games with you for so long, and I have saved you countless times. I even died trying to save you a few times. And I never saw you. You fall in love with me." The chatty boy smiled when he heard this and said, "Boss, do you want to be gay? Your taste is too strong. I can't stand it anymore. Go. 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 Go away. You are gay." Shen-Yi said in a dumbfounded voice, "Boss, tell me about Lin Xiaoxiao. I really want to hear it now." The chatty boy looked at Shen-Yi expectantly and said, "Listen to him." Shen-Yi immediately thought of what happened in that alley with Lin Xiaoxiao before, and that he had somehow taken away Lin Xiaoxiao's first kiss. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi felt a little inexplicable, but he was relieved immediately. It was just a beautiful misunderstanding between him and Lin Xiaoxiao, and nothing happened. Now that his younger brother likes Lin Xiaoxiao, he should support him. Then Shen-Yi patiently told the chatty boy everything that happened when he met Lin Xiaoxiao. Of course, he would never tell what happened in the alley. When the chatty boy heard that Lin Xiaoxiao had lost 20 games in a row, he smiled like a child and murmured that it was a pity that he was training at the time. Otherwise, he would have come over to help Lin Xiaoxiao. When he heard Shen-Yi say that Lin Xiaoxiao was there when her friend praised Shen-Yi for how powerful he was, he looked sad for a while. Shen-Yi felt that he and she were thinking of a duel. Seeing the chatty boy's reaction, Shen-Yi also secretly sighed. Love is really a wonderful thing. One second, he felt that the other person had everything wrong with him. But the next second, he felt that those shortcomings were all the shining points of her body, which made him like her. Incredible. It's terrible. Shen-Yi couldn't even imagine how the chatty boy would react if he told him that he had taken away Lin Xiaoxiao's first kiss. So this strengthened his determination to keep this secret. After listening to Shen-Yi's words, the chatty boy said excitedly, "Boss, I think she must be the person I want to find. I have decided that I will never marry anyone except her in this life. Boss, you must help me. My happiness for the rest of my life depends entirely on you. How do you want me to help you? Do you want me to write a love letter for you?" Shen-Yi looked at the talkative boy and said sarcastically to him with a smile. The chatty boy heard what Shen-Yi said and knew that Shen-Yi was joking. So he said, "Boss, who has such a cliched thing as a love letter now? You also know that I have never been in love. And even now I don't even have a girl's hand. I've never held him. But you're different. Boss, you can even win Han Xiaomu. And you also had the most female fans during the competition. So please help me and let me chase Lin Xiaoxiao." Chapter 231 Caught Off Guard. Hearing the chatty boy saying that he had captured Han Xiaomu, Shen-Yi felt ashamed. He didn't have the ability to capture the girl. Last time, she asked herself to play games with those rich women, especially when she left at the end. Those words made Shen-Yi feel that if he messed with her again, she would be sold directly to the ravine. However, Shen-Yi was still very willing to help the chatty boy, so he started to plan. After a while, he said to the chatty boy, "Of course I will help you. But this kind of thing depends more on you. No matter how much help is given, it is just an external force and cannot play a decisive role. In this way, I will try to let you spend more time training with her in the future, and then find a way to let her spend more time alone with you. But you have a bad impression on her now, and you have to make up for it in time. The chatty boy nodded vigorously and said, Well, okay, boss. Thank you. Then Shinny gave Lin Shishia's mobile phone number first. After the chatty boy saved it, he specially changed it to a note of tear, and then the two returned to the club. He felt that what he said when he first saw Lin Xiaoxiao was very wrong. So he felt very regretful, and told me that he wanted to apologize to Xiaoxiao. But he didn't know how to speak, and asked me to come up with an idea. What Shinny said was half true and half false. Because if the chatty boy wants to pursue Lin Xiaoxiao, the first thing he must do is to improve the relationship between the two. So his previous attitude was very bad, which everyone has seen. So he, of course, I have to apologize to Lin Xiaoxiao first. But who knew that after Lin Xiaoxiao heard what Shinny said, she glanced at the chatty boy. The chatty boy lowered his head shyly. But Lin Xiaoxiao thought that the chatty boy's action was a guilty conscience, and then snorted and said to Shinny, he said, Look at the guilty look on his face. Who would believe that he would apologize to me? I think he is thinking of some bad tricks to trip me up. Captain Shin, stay away from him from now on. Don't let him lead you astray. I don't believe it either. If you just tell me those things, it won't take that long. It's been almost half an hour now before you came in. Jiangwu shook his head and said. Shinny looked at Jiangwu's look of needing a beating and felt a headache. What are you asking to do to cause trouble by running out at this time? Having no other choice, Shinny turned around and said to the tubercular boy, What are you doing standing still? Apologize to me quickly. Do you still want me to teach you? After the chatty boy saw Shinny's eyes, he immediately looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. His face flushed, and he couldn't hold back a word for a long time. Then he finally mustered up the courage, bowed to Lin Xiaoxiao, and said at the same time, Lin Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao never thought that the chatty boy would apologize to her. So when Shinny said it just now, she thought that Shinny was just joking. So she watched the chatty boy perform to see what he could do. It was a moth. But the chatty boy caught her off guard. And she was also startled. But when she looked at the chatty boy's appearance, she felt that the chatty boy was not trying to punish her, but wanted to sincerely apologize to her, which made Lin Xiaoxiao a little embarrassed, because she was not the kind of person who cares about others. Although the chatty boy was so unfriendly to her when she first came here, she didn't take it to heart. She just thought about using her strength to shut him up next time. Good. Now that she suddenly received an apology, she didn't expect it. She quickly waved her hand and said, Don't be like this. Don't be like this. I have forgiven you. The chatty boy also laughed very happily when he heard that Lin Xiaoxiao had forgiven him. Several other people who didn't know the truth looked at the chatty boy and thought he had hit an evil spirit today. Why is there such a big contrast between before and after? But no one cares. Then Shinny called everyone together and said to everyone, Although you got the chicken just now, you still have many problems with your operation and awareness. Everyone has a lot to improve. So now we will do it first without playing games. I will tell you individually about the problems you had in the previous game so that you can correct them. Then, Shinny thought for a while, looked at the chatty boy again and said, I just told the chatty boy about his problem outside. Now there are only 3 of you left. Let's do this. Lun Feng, Jiang Wu, you two come here. I'll tell you too. Xiaoxiao, go and ask the chatty boy to tell you. When Lin Xiaoxiao heard this, she immediately quit and said to Shin Yi with a sad face, Captain Shin, can you tell me? You know that I just joined and my progress in all aspects is relatively slow. So you should personally guide me. If I let him guide me, I won't be able to improve. If you think about it, he would have to ask me to save him in the last round. The chatty boy was very happy when he heard what Shin Yi said. He knew that Shin Yi was giving him a chance. But when he heard what Lin Xiaoxiao said, he was immediately discouraged. It was a fact that he was saved by Lin Xiaoxiao. So Lin Xiaoxiao, he had no chance to refute this. Shin Yi looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, Don't underestimate the chatty boy. He has been playing games with me a long time ago. If there were no accidents, we would have been the champions of the Asian International Championships at that time. So he is more than enough to teach you. And he is an assaulter. So he naturally has to stand in front to explore the way for his teammates. So he is also the most dangerous in the team. As for Lun Feng and Jiang Wu, because they have joined the team for a long time, I still have to talk to them individually about some tactical coordination issues. After hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao could only say, Oh, gloomily. Then he followed the chatty boy to another house. Lunfeng and Jiangwu came to Shen Yi, smiled evilly at Shen Yi and said, "Boss, I think something is going on. I smell something different." Shen Yi kicked the two of them and scolded them with a smile. "You are the only one who has a lot of things to do. Come here quickly, and I will tell you about your problems." The chatty boy on the other side saw that Lin Xiaoxiao had been unhappy. So he said to her, "How about I tell the boss and replace you? I see that you are quite unhappy." Lin Xiaoxiao shook his head and said, "Forget it. I don't want to cause him any trouble. But you can't avenge yourself. If you want to teach me well. Don't worry. This is for sure." The chatty boy patted his chest and assured Lin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 232 Training Measures. Then the chatty boy started to talk to Lin Xiaoxiao about some of the problems he had discovered in Lin Xiaoxiao before, although he didn't pay enough attention to Lin Xiaoxiao at the beginning. After that, his eyes were basically on Lin Xiaoxiao, plus the chatty boy himself as a professional player. We can still see many technical problems in Lin Xiaoxiao's operation. While the two were talking, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly interrupted the chatty boy and said, "You have been playing games with Captain Shen before, right?" "Yes. We were in the same team before. In fact, a large part of the reason why I came to the sniper club was because the boss came here. So I decided to join here," the chatty boy said without thinking. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she quickly asked, "So, you are very familiar with Shen Yi?" "Yes. We are indeed very familiar. We have been playing games together a long time ago. Of course we are very familiar with each other." The chatty boy smiled and said, "Then tell me a story about Captain Shen. Please." "Okay." Lin Xiaoxiao listened to the chatty boy telling some things about Shen Yi, and her eyes shone with a strange light. But she didn't notice the lonely look on the side of the chatty boy. This made Shen Yi feel a bit like a monk, and he couldn't figure it out, because his original plan was to let the talkative boy have a good contact with Lin Xiaoxiao inside, so that even if the two people did not have any big development, they would definitely be able to understand each other better. In Shen Yi's opinion, Lin Xiaoxiao and the talkative boy had a good relationship with each other. Due to the boy's character, the two of them should get along very well. But it seems that is not the case now. It seems that he still needs to help them. The reason why the chatty boy is like this is because he found out that Lin Xiaoxiao actually had a crush on Shen Yi. This made him very hurt. But he didn't know what to do. One was his best brother, and the other was the person he loved. He didn't know what to do. How to choose. That's why I am so melancholy. After Shen Yi saw that everyone was there, he revealed everyone's training plan that he had just discussed with Han Xiaomu and Lung Feng. First there is Lingfen. Since he is the commander of the team and the brains of the entire team, Shen Yi's training method for him is also very simple and crude. That is, no firearms, including bows and arrows, can be used in the game, and only pans can be used. A kind of cold weapon. And then you must stick to the top 10. Such results must be achieved 10 times a day. Otherwise they will not be allowed to eat at night. Lingfen agreed without thinking because he wanted to train and improve himself in this way. And he didn't want to make a decision that the team would regret. Then, there is Jiang Wu. Shen Yi trained him so that he can use firearms in the game. But each person can only use one bullet. Similarly, you must be in the top 10. And you can't have dinner if you don't have 10 handfuls every day. This made Jiang Wu complain endlessly. Because if he only fired one shot, he would only have a few options to grab. Otherwise, having a gun would be the same as not having one. Not only would he not be able to kill anyone, but his position would also be exposed. But he had no reason to resist, because he knew that Shen Yi was doing this to improve his strength. Next is the chatty boy. In fact, Shen Yi didn't think of any good training measures for him, because the chatty boy's strength is actually very high. Therefore, Shen Yi's training for the chatty boy is that he must kill more than 13 people in each round. It is also 10 rounds. If he does not reach the goal, he will not be able to eat dinner. Seeing his boss being so cruel, the chatty boy seems to have returned to the team from more than a year ago. What it looks like during training. Finally, it was Lin Xiaoxiao who had to seize the time to improve her strength. She still had a lot to improve. So Shen Yi directly asked Lin Xiaoxiao to team up with the chatty boy, and then help the chatty boy here, and at the same time act as a sniper, conductor and as an assaulter. She was allowed to do anything and knew everything, which put Lin Xiaoxiao in a difficult position. I thought to myself that I seemed to be unable to eat dinner these days. After dividing the training tasks in this way, Shen Yi asked everyone to start training by themselves. And then he stood aside and corrected them in time when he saw someone making operational mistakes. However, it is also obvious that except for the chatty boy who has experienced such training before, and is therefore familiar with the road, the rest of the people are more or less not accustomed to this method. Han Xiaomu said to Shen Yi, "Isn't this a bit too fast? They have just been established not long ago." Shen Yi shook his head and said, "There is no time to take it slow. Now we can only adopt this method to let them make breakthroughs in the positions they are responsible for first, so that it will be easier for them to cooperate in the future." Thinking of this, Han Xiaomu nodded and said nothing more. After all, it was only more than a month before the Huya Destiny Cup, and there was really not much time left for them. However, Shen Yi soon discovered a problem. That is, Jiang Wu seemed to be out of shape. In fact, he discovered this when he just played the game. But he thought it was because Lin Shixiao's first joining made him uncomfortable. But now it seems that this is not the problem, because Jiang Wu is obviously still absent-minded when training alone. Moreover, Shen Yi also found that Jiang Wu would often be in a daze for no reason, wondering whether he was aware of being discovered. He always felt that Jiang Wu was hiding something from him. But he didn't ask Jiang Wu openly, because he knew that if Jiang Wu wanted to say it, he would have said it long ago. Now it is obvious that he doesn't want everyone to know. So after everyone finished training in the afternoon, Jiang Wu left early. Shen Yi thought for a while, and left the club on the pretext that he had something to do. Then he kept secretly following Jiang Wu from behind. Jiang Wu didn't notice that Shen Yi was following him, and just kept his head down and walked his own way. Then I saw him walking directly into a bar near the school. This made Shen Yi very strange. As far as he knew, Jiang Wu had never entered these places before. Shen Yi quickly followed in. After Jiang Wu entered, everyone seemed to be familiar with him, and several people even greeted him. Then Jiang Wu sat directly on a sofa in the bar. There was this group of people around him, and these people Shen Yi had heard from others before that they were members of a local black society. Shen Yi was shocked and speechless. He didn't know why Jiang Wu and these black people are mixed together. I saw Jiang Wu sitting with these people at the moment, discussing something with them. It can be seen that although Jiang Wu is talking to them, he is also very afraid of them. Chapter 233 Fall. Thinking of this, as the captain of the team, Shen Yi felt that he needed to have a good talk with Jiang Wu tomorrow. He couldn't just watch him fall. Then Shen Yi planned to leave the bar. After all, he didn't like to stay in a place like this any longer. But just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly saw a very familiar figure. That person was none other than Fan Fan, who had arrested him by mistake before. Fan Fan was still wearing law enforcement uniform, and was surrounded by several law enforcement officers. But she didn't find Shen Yi. Instead, he went directly to where the Haizui and Jiang Wu were. Then they all were captured directly. This caught Shen Yi off guard. But he also felt that things were definitely not that simple. So he quickly got up and followed them to the law enforcement office. Thinking of this, Shen Yi did not hesitate anymore and directly told the people in the law enforcement office that he was looking for Fan Fan. When others asked him who Fan Fan was, Shen Yi immediately made up a lie and said that he was her cousin and was looking for her. A bit of a family thing. When the people in the law enforcement office heard that he was a member of Fan Fan's family and that there was something going on at home, they didn't waste any time and immediately took him to see Fan Fan. Fan Fan was interrogating Jiang Wu in a room at this time. Seeing Shen Yi who suddenly came in, he was also confused for a while. Then Fan Fan was stunned for a few seconds and then said to Shen Yi, "Why are you here? I remember I didn't arrest you." Hearing her say this, Shen Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he immediately turned around and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "You didn't arrest me. I came here on my own." After finishing speaking, Shen Yi pointed to Jiang Wu beside him and said, "This is a member of my team. I want to know something about him. What did he commit? And he was caught." At this time, Jiang Wu also saw Shen Yi. But for some reason, Jiang Wu didn't speak after seeing Shen Yi. Instead, he lowered his head, not even daring to raise his head to look into Shen Yi's eyes. Shen Yi originally held Fan Fan before he came again. This time, he might have arrested those gangsters like he did that time. But he accidentally arrested Jiang Wu as well. But when he saw Jiang Wu's reaction, he already knew that Jiang Wu must have committed a crime. Otherwise, I would have asked him for help. When Fan Fan heard this, he also understood the purpose of Shen Yi's coming. However, she did not answer Shen Yi's words immediately. Instead, she asked, "Don't talk about it yet. How did you get in? Did they just let you in casually?" Hearing this, Shen Yi smiled awkwardly, and then said, "I was really anxious. So I told them that I was your cousin. So they let me in." "Cousin? You are really good at making things up. If you don't believe it, I will arrest you directly for obstructing official business. After Fan Fan heard what Shen-Yi said, he became very angry and said viciously. In fact, Shen-Yi himself knew that this was wrong, but he was too anxious just now, so there was nothing he could do. This is the only last resort. Now after hearing Fan Fan say this, he immediately apologized to Fan Fan and said, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to be like this, but I was really anxious just now, and I only know you in the entire law enforcement office. So this is the only way to do it. Although Fan Fan was very angry at this time, she could understand Shen-Yi's mood. In addition, because she had accidentally arrested the wrong Shen-Yi before, although she had embarrassed Shen-Yi by cheating that time, she also knew about it. I did something wrong. This also made her always feel that she owed him something when she saw Shen-Yi again. Therefore, Fan Fan did not kick Shen-Yi out. She told Shen-Yi that Jiang Wu had indeed committed a crime this time. He was directly reported by several college students. Then, their law enforcement office went through a spot to conduct verification, and then decided to arrest the person and close the net today. They now have complete evidence. All they have to do is get Jiang Wu and those black men to admit it on their own initiative. Shen-Yi only knew the cause and effect of this matter through her words and the information in front of him. It turns out that the main reason for this incident is that Jiang Wu colluded with some gangsters outside the school, and then reported some small chicken-eating competitions outside some schools. Those who signed up could participate as long as they paid a certain registration fee. And because the competition has bonuses, so it also attracts many college students to participate. It was just like this that they found Jiang Wu. Because Jiang Wu played the game very well, they discussed with Jiang Wu that as long as Jiang Wu participated every time, and then his performance was not so good at the beginning, they could wait until the last moment, and then defeat everyone so they can make money. They will also give Jiang Wu a portion of the money they get. Jiang Wu also agreed. By the time they caught these people, they had visited many universities and deceived many college students. Some college students discovered that something was wrong and began to investigate them. After discovering that they had done this, everyone was very angry. So several college students who knew the truth went to them to reason. As a result, Jiang Wu and those Highs not only ignored them, but also injured people and then ran away. Because esports is originally a very fair thing. But if Jiang Wu and those shady people do it, the real meaning of esports will be lost. In addition, they dared to hurt people, which made many people uncomfortable. Some reported their behavior directly to law enforcement. After receiving the report from the masses, the law enforcement office immediately investigated the matter. After a period of investigation and verification, they also confirmed the authenticity of the matter. There is no doubt that Jiang Wu and the others committed fraud and intentional injury. This is roughly what happened. And Fan Fan also told Shen-Yi that the amount involved in Jiang Wu's case was very large. More than 10 schools were defrauded by them in this way. It is estimated that nearly 500,000 yuan was involved. It entered their pockets, which meant that they were likely to be sentenced for it. Jiang Wu had been listening to Fan Fan tell Shen-Yi about the case. The more he heard about it, the more his body trembled. Originally, he was still holding on to a bit of luck, thinking that law enforcement might not know about this matter, or that law enforcement was not that clear about this matter. But now after hearing Fan Fan say it, he knew that he no longer had any resistance. Jiang Wu couldn't control his mood and started to cry. While crying, he told Fan Fan the whole incident from beginning to end. Seeing that he had confessed, Fan Fan said to Shen-Yi, "Let's go out first." Shen-Yi took a deep look at Jiang Wu, said, "Wait for me," and then followed Fan Fan out. Chapter 234 Sweep Away. After going out, Fan Fan told Shen-Yi that Jiang Wu was only an accessory in this matter, and was coerced. He did not participate in the beating. So as long as the money is compensated to those college students, and those college students don't hold them accountable, the matter can be over. Shen-Yi said, "Thank you," and quickly left the law enforcement station. If he is doing it for money, then he can tell himself that although he has no money, if he asks, he can borrow it from others, such as Han Xiaomu, Li Yuner, or even live broadcast to make money. This is better than Jiang Wu is doing now is much better. The more Shen-Yi thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He wanted to go to a bar and get drunk so that he wouldn't have to worry about this matter. He wanted to go home and cover his head and sleep without thinking about it. But he couldn't do it. Arrive. Now he was just walking aimlessly on the street, not knowing where he was going or what he was going to do. While Shen-Yi was wandering on the street, Fan Fan suddenly called him and told him that Jiang Wu had confessed a lot of things after he left. She had recorded those words. And there were things he didn't want Shen Yi to know. But Fan Fan still felt the need to let Shen Yi know that she didn't want Shen Yi to be disappointed with his team member. Fan Fan then played a recording of his conversation with Jiang Wu on the phone. Why are you doing this? We have investigated you. And you don't look like someone who wants nothing for money, Fan Fan said. After Jiang Wu heard what Fan Fan said, he started to cry loudly and said while crying, I can't help it. I need money. I need a lot of money. If there is no money, my brother will die. He has leukemia. And the daily treatment cost is 1 to 2,000. I really have no other way to make money. I only play games well. So when those black guys come to me, I immediately agree. Because I know that if I don't do this, my brother may be kicked out of the hospital tomorrow. If he is kicked out of the hospital, what should I do if I get sick? Hearing this, Fan Fan was obviously touched. But she still asked, Then you can't do these illegal things. Can't you borrow money from others? Why not? Because we borrowed money. Our relatives and friends now see us going to their place. And they won't even open the door for us. Who else can I ask to borrow money? The boss himself came to the club because he had no money. And his sister, my tuition and living expenses are now a problem. Who else can I ask to borrow money from? After saying this, Jiang Wu cried until he had no energy left. Then he continued, But those people who killed 1,000 cuts. I have already been like this. We agreed to get half of the money each of us. But the money they gave me was not even enough to cover half of my brother's medical expenses. I also want to I have to do it. But I have no choice. They said that I have already done it. If I don't continue to do it, they will make me never see my brother. I have no choice but to do it this way. The sound stopped abruptly here. Whether it was Fan Fan or Shen Yi, both of them remained silent. After a while, Shen Yi said slowly, You go and tell Jiang Wu that neither he nor his brother will be fine. Let him rest assured that I, the captain, will be there for everything. I will take care of it myself in a few days. Take him home. Okay. Fan Fan thought for a long time, but only said one word. Then Shen Yi hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he squatted there and cried loudly. Regardless of the fact that he was on the street, the previous complaints and dissatisfaction with Jiang Wu have long been wiped out. Now he is just cruel and hates that as the captain of the team. Such a big thing happened to his family, and he didn't know anything. He could feel how desperate Jiang Wu was to make such a choice. Shen Yi is also thinking now. If it was not Han Xiaomu who found him, but those black people, and they offered the same conditions, as long as Shen Yi helped them play games, they would pay for Li Shi's tuition. Then, there is no doubt that Shen Yi will definitely agree. After a while, Shen Yi called Han Xiaomu and wanted to discuss it with her. At that time, for some reason, the call always failed to get through. Only then did Shen Yi feel that he was so powerless in the face of this matter. Suddenly at this time, Shen Yi heard someone calling him. When he looked up, he saw a luxury car parked on the side of the road. Shen Yi was also very familiar with this car. It was Li Yun'er's car. I saw Li Yun'er walking out of the car, then looking at Shen Yi and saying, I thought I admitted my mistake, but I didn't expect it was really you. What? I won't play games today. I will play Ming Jiangnu here instead. After hearing what she said, Shen Yi ignored her and was about to leave. He wanted to go to the club to see if Han Xiaomu was there. When Li Yun'er saw Shen Yi was about to leave, she grabbed him and said, You think I parked my car and came here just to see you cry? Get in the car. Shen Yi thought for a while, then did not refuse, but sat in the passenger seat. Li Yun'er also got in the car, threw him a pack of tissues, and said, Wipe it off first. Fortunately, you boys don't wear makeup. Otherwise you would definitely be a tabby cat now. Shen Yi looked very embarrassed when he heard this, and quickly wiped the tears from his face. After watching Shen Yi wipe away his tears, Han Xiaomu started driving. Then while driving, he said to Shen Yi, Tell me, what makes you so sentimental? Maybe I can help you if you tell me. In fact, this was a big part of the reason why Shen Yi just got in the car. He hoped that Li Yun'er could help him, because he knew that Li Yun'er was a very influential person, as Han Xiaomu once said, and her ability might be greater than that of the subsequent bosses of Huya Club. Otherwise, Shen Yi would not be specially asked to accompany her. They are playing games. If she wants to help herself in this matter, then there will definitely be no problem in this matter. So Shen Yi told Li Yun'er everything about Jiang Wu. After finishing speaking, he looked at Li Yun'er and said very seriously, I know you can help me with this matter, but I am not qualified to ask you to help me. But if you help me, I will definitely be grateful. Endless. Li Yuner looked at Shen Yi for a while, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, she smiled, and then said to Shen Yi, "We haven't eaten yet at night, so why don't you go and have dinner with me first?" Shen Yi nodded, and Li Yuner drove towards the hotel. Chapter 235 Angry. When Shen Yi heard this, he was also very angry. He felt that Li Yuner was playing tricks on him. Looking at Li Yuner, she said coldly, "Eat? Do you think I am still in the mood to eat now? There is someone waiting for me at the law enforcement station. You should know why I got in the car and came with you. I didn't do it for eat or have fun, because I know you can help me, and I hope you can help me. But what about you? You didn't mention this matter at all from beginning to end. Now you make me feel like you are playing tricks on me. If this is the case, then I can only leave and find a solution on my own." Li Yuner looked at Shen Yi's serious look, burst out laughing, and then said, "Did I say I won't help you? Besides, if I'm not busy with you, will I let you get in the car? Do I still want to come here with you? Can't we have dinner together? Then I can just find any handsome guy. Why are you looking for me? I'll lose my appetite." After Shen Yi heard that Li Yuner planned to help him, he immediately stopped, then looked at Li Yuner expectantly, and said to Li Yuner, "Are you really willing to help me? If you are willing to help me, then that would be great." Li Yuner also laughed when she saw this, and said to Shen Yi, "Aren't you angry? Didn't you just say that I was playing tricks on you? In fact, this matter is not complicated at all. You think of it too complicated. This matter is very simple. Just comfort the parents of the students who were beaten and deceived. Jiangwu's role here is not as complicated as you think. He just plays games, and other things have nothing to do with him. And he gets very little money, so it's easy to save him." Hearing what Li Yuner said, Shen Yi showed a wry smile and said to Li Yuner, "Money. Money again. If there is money, will Jiangwu do that? If there is money, I will. Are you worried here? Haha. You don't have it like I do. You forgot. I also have a company of my own, and I can help you with the money issue." Li Yuner looked at Shen Yi and said, "However, I will definitely not waste this money lent to you." Shen Yi was very happy when he heard that Li Yuner agreed to lend him money. As for Li Yuner's condition, he expected it, because to be honest, the only interaction he had with Li Yuner was playing games with him at night and then having a few meals cooked by her at his house. So if Li Yuner told him directly, he would not ask for anything in return. If he helped Shen Yi, then Shen Yi will not believe it no matter what. Now that she proposed it with conditions, Shen Yi saw a glimmer of hope. Then Shen Yi said to Li Yuner, "You tell me, whatever the conditions are. If I can do it, I will definitely agree to it." Hearing what Shen Yi said, Li Yuner also put away her smile, and then said to Shen Yi, "You know, I am a businessman, so I will not do anything to lose money. So what I do to you now is a long-term investment. My request is actually very simple. The first one is that if you achieve something in esports in the future and want to start a company, then I will be your first partner, and you must first consider cooperating with me." Then Li Yuner paused and continued, "The second point is that if I ask you to play games in the future, you must be on call unless there is something special. Of course, I will not deliberately make things difficult for you. For example, I would definitely not do something like waking you up in the middle of the night and asking you to play games with me." Shen Yi was a little stunned when he heard the first condition proposed by Li Yuner. He didn't expect that Li Yuner was so optimistic about him. Are you really a potential stock? But when the time comes, if there is such an opportunity, and Li Yuner has helped him so much, even if she doesn't tell him, he will definitely consider him first. As for the second point, Shen Yi didn't even have to think about it. Originally, he still owed Li Yuner the top 100 in the Asian server, but he still hadn't finished it. Playing games with him now is no longer a problem. And originally, playing games was as normal to me as eating. So this is not difficult for me. Therefore, Shen Yi thought for a moment and immediately agreed to Li Yuner's conditions. Li Yuner was very happy to see Shen Yi agreeing to his conditions so readily, and immediately said to Shen Yi, "Okay, since you have agreed to my conditions, then don't take it to heart. Since if I promise you, I will definitely do it for you. I guarantee you that when you go to the club tomorrow morning, you will definitely see Jiangwu standing there intact waiting for you. So don't worry." Shen Yi was also very happy after hearing it. He planned to go home immediately, because he had been outside for too long now. He originally planned to spend time with Shen Shi at home today, but he has not returned home yet, and he could already think of returning home. When she gets home, Shen Shi will definitely ask herself why she went back so late. But just when Shinigong was about to set off, He seemed to think of something, stopped, and looked at Li Yuner very hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something, but I don't know how to speak. Seeing him like this, Li Yuner roughly guessed what he was troubled about. So she waved her hand and said to him, "Don't worry. I am a good man who will do his best to the end. Sending Buddha to the west. That's what you said. Jiang Wu. Leave his brother's illness to me, and I will be responsible for curing him. So you don't have to worry about this." Hearing what Li Yuner said, Shen Yi immediately felt relieved. This was what he wanted to say to Li Yuner, because even if Jiang Wu was rescued, he would still be at a loss because of his brother's matter. And now that he has no ability to help him, he can only rely on Li Yuner. He was very grateful that Li Yuner had thought of this matter and was willing to help him, because this matter was not included in their agreement just now. Shen Yi bowed deeply to Li Yuner, and then said to her, "Thank you." Then he walked out of the house. At this time, Li Yuner was the only one left in the room. After thinking for a moment, she called her secretary and left all these matters to her, and told her secretary that she must take care of this matter. Done. After doing this, she continued to eat. When Shen Yi returned home, Shen Shi was still awake and was waiting for Shen Yi. Shen Yi knew that he couldn't help her, so he told her everything. After Shen Yi finished speaking, Shen Shi said, "I know this person Jiang Wu, but he doesn't have a good reputation. They all say that this person often plays games with people in school, but has money transactions, and is a liar. That's you. They asked me to participate in the competition they mentioned, but I wasn't interested, so I didn't go. However, it is said that many people have discovered that he is cheating money. Many people in our class signed up for that competition. Now some people are even threatening to beat him." Chapter 236. No doubt. Shen Yi was very surprised to hear that Jiang Wu had even been to Shen Shi's school. However, the things Shen Shi said were similar to what he knew, so he wasn't too surprised. But when he thought about those black societies, Shen Yi was a little scared. He was not sure whether those black societies would be punished as they should in this matter. If not, then there is no doubt that after they come out, they want to take revenge on a group of people, and the students in those schools are undoubtedly their targets. Thinking of this, Shen Yi looked at Shen Shi worriedly and said to her, "Sister, don't get involved in this matter, and don't discuss it. You should be more cautious when encountering this kind of thing in the future. If you can, don't get involved. Just don't get involved. I'm afraid those black people will take revenge later." Shen Shi nodded and said, "I understand. Brother, don't worry. You are also very tired today, so go and rest." Then Shen Shi and Shen Yi went back to their rooms to rest. After Shen Yi returned to the room, Han Xiaomu's phone call came belatedly. She asked Shen Yi, "What do you want to see me for? I had something to do before, and I didn't have my phone with me. I originally wanted to call you tomorrow, but seeing that you called me a lot, I still want to call you now. It's okay. Even if there is something, it has been solved," Shen Yi said. Han Xiaomu clearly heard something was wrong in Shen Yi's tone, and he obviously had a hint of complaint against her. But she didn't have an attack, because something happened suddenly today. Her mother suddenly called to tell her that her father had been in a car accident. She even forgot to bring her mobile phone and rushed to the hospital. She waited until her father had undergone surgery not long ago. After it was done, my life was out of danger. She felt relieved at this time, then returned home and took her mobile phone back. Now she is still in the hospital. After seeing Shen Yi calling her a lot, she immediately called Shen Yi back. "Did something happen? Can you tell me?" Han Xiaomu said softly. It could be heard that she was also very tired. Shen Yi thought for a while and told Han Xiaomu everything that happened tonight. In fact, he didn't mean to complain about Han Xiaomu at all. He was unhappy, but it was reasonable for Han Xiaomu not to answer his call, because no one expected that something would happen suddenly. Shen Yi also told Han Xiaomu that Li Yuner had promised him that he would help him handle the matter. Han Xiaomu was also very shocked when she heard this. She did not expect that such a thing happened to Shen Yi, and Shen Yi has been busy recently. In fact, she has always been in charge of the team, but she didn't find the problem. This is a bit inappropriate. But later, when she heard that Li Yuner had agreed to handle the matter, she breathed a sigh of relief, because she knew Li Yuner's ability, since Li Yuner said that he would handle this matter. Then tomorrow, this matter will definitely be done. So this is quite gratifying. At this time, Han Xiaomu was also very tired, and so was Shen Yi. Both of them felt very tired both mentally and physically, so they didn't even exchange greetings. After Han Xiaomu understood the situation, the two hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Shen-Yi fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he received a call from Li Yuner. Li Yuner told Shen-Yi that Jiang Wu's matter had been settled. If nothing else happened, Jiang Wu would be released this afternoon. This also made Shen-Yi very happy. Then Han Xiaomu told Shen-Yi to come to the club and wait for him there to take him to a place. Shen-Yi didn't hesitate, got up, tidied up, and walked to the club. When he arrived at the club, Li Yuner was waiting for him there. When he saw Shen-Yi coming, he asked him to get in the car and then took Shen-Yi away. "Where are you taking me?" Shen-Yi asked doubtfully. "Didn't you miss Jiang Wu's brother yesterday? I'll take you to see him." Li Yuner looked at Shen-Yi and said. Hearing this, Shen-Yi didn't speak. The two of them went directly to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Li Yuner asked the nurse, and then took Shen-Yi to a ward. When they arrived in front of the ward, they could see the scene inside from across the ward. Jiang Wu's younger brother was still sleeping. There were two old people guarding him next to him. They knew they were his parents at a glance. Looking at the old man's very old face, Shen-Yi felt a little afraid to go in. Li Yuner pushed him and said, "Go in." After the two entered the ward, the two old men looked at them in surprise. It was obvious that they did not know the identities of Shen-Yi and others. Before Shen-Yi could speak, Li Yuner next to him smiled and said to the two old people, "Hello, uncle and aunt. We are friends of Jiang Wu. The one next to me is the captain of Jiang Wu. He heard about Jiang Wu. She came here specifically to help Jiang Wu because of the difficulties." After saying that, she took out 100,000 yuan from her bag and gave it to the two old people. The old man kept saying, "If you can't do it, you can't do it," Li Yuner said quickly. "Uncle and aunt, you don't know, right? Jiang Wu has joined a particularly awesome team. This money is the salary paid to him by the team in advance. So you don't have to refuse. Just take it." Then Li Yuner took out her phone and made a call. After a while, the director of the hospital came to the ward. After Li Yuner discussed with him, the director said to the two elderly people, "Old man, don't worry. Our hospital will do its best to treat your son's illness. The main issue now is the matching. But you don't have to worry. I will notify you as soon as a suitable matching is available." Then, the director left the room. Shen-Yi was stunned when he saw this, and quietly asked Li Yuner what was going on. Li Yuner said lightly, "Oh, it's nothing. The director of this hospital is a relative of mine." Hearing what she said, Shen-Yi was speechless for a while. Why did she have relatives everywhere? But why didn't he have such relatives? But he was still very happy to be able to help Jiang Wu's family. The two old men were already crying. After hearing what the director said, they knelt down directly in front of Jiang Wu and Li Yuner. He also shouted over and over again, "My savior! I must make my son follow the boss, and work hard to repay the boss's kindness." Shen-Yi and Li Yuner quickly helped them up, and then said that this was what they should do. Shen-Yi finally knew why Li Yuner brought him to the hospital. Li Yuner wanted him to accept this love. Then the two of them left the ward and planned to leave the hospital. But around the corner, Shen-Yi saw Han Xiaomu. Chapter 237 disappeared. No wonder she called her back so late yesterday. By this time, Shen-Yi's remaining dissatisfaction with Han Xiaomu had disappeared. However, Shen-Yi was relieved to hear that Han Xiaomu's father was now improving. While Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu were talking, Li Yuner's phone suddenly rang. It turned out that the company had some matters that he needed to deal with. So Li Yuner greeted the two people and left the hospital for the company. After Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu learned about Father Han's situation, Han Xiaomu asked Shen-Yi softly, "Did you and Li Yuner come to the hospital for something?" Shen-Yi glanced at the ward where he came and said, "Jiang Wu's younger brother is hospitalized here. Let's come and take a look." When Han Xiaomu heard that Jiang Wu's younger brother was hospitalized here, he quickly asked, "How is he doing? Does he need any help?" "Alas, I should go and have a look too." Shen-Yi comforted him and said, "Don't worry. Li Yuner promised to help. So he prepared everything for him. If nothing else happens, his brother will recover soon." Hearing this, Han Xiaomu also breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Shen-Yi with a wicked smile and said, "You can do it, kid. Do you know that Li Yuner is known as a devil in the business world? Her strength is terrifying, but at the same time, she is also very powerful. Cold-blooded, to use people's words. She is a profit-seeking person, but you can actually persuade her to help you. It's not easy. Maybe she is interested in you." When Shen-Yi heard what Han Xiaomu said, he immediately couldn't laugh or cry. He quickly explained, "We have an agreement. So she helped me. She didn't help me for no reason. Not what you think. She took a fancy to it. my potential for future development. Han Xiaomu smiled and said, she wants to cooperate. So there are many people looking for her. Why do she have to look for you? A stupid young man who doesn't know what to do in the future. She is trying to help you in a different way. If you want to otherwise, why would you say that? How much benefit can you bring to her? I still think she likes you. Hearing Han Xiaomu say this, Shen Yi felt unsure, as if the truth was indeed what Han Xiaomu said. The more he thought about it, the more his face felt hot. He quickly changed the topic and said to Han Xiaomu, this paragraph time. Just stay here and take care of your uncle. I'm here at the club, so you don't have to worry. If there are any problems that I can't solve, I will call you. Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi gratefully, then nodded and said, thank you. As for the hospital, I will also help take care of Jiangwu's brother, so you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Shen Yi also nodded. After the two talked for a while, Han Xiaomu went back to take care of Han's father, and Shen Yi also left the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Shen Yi went to a nearby small restaurant to eat a bowl of noodles, and then planned to go to the club to see how everyone was training today. But just when he came out of the hotel, Li Yuner suddenly called. Shen Yi quickly picked up the phone and heard Li Yuner on the other end of the phone say, I'm done here. I want to play games now. Hearing what she said, Shen Yi naturally had no reason to refuse. So he asked, okay, tell me, where should I go to fight? I have another meeting in the afternoon. Come to my company and call at my company. I have prepared the equipment here. I will send you an address later. When Shen Yi heard that Li Yuner wanted him to play games with her in the company, she couldn't laugh or cry. She really wanted to play anywhere. But he didn't delay. After receiving Li Yuner's text message, he immediately walked towards Li Yuner's company. After Shen Yi arrived at the address given to him by Li Yuner, he saw a corn-shaped building in front of him. Looking at the building, he couldn't help but think, it would be great if he had such a building someday. But for him now, this is really just a thought. Then Shen Yi walked in and saw that the decoration inside was very exquisite and magnificent. Shen Yi felt that he was not in a company, but in a 5-star hotel. What he saw in front of him made him feel dazed. It feels so unreal. He unconsciously walked inside. But before he took a few steps, he was stopped by a security guard. Stop. What do you do? The security guard asked rudely. Shen Yi also realized that he had lost his composure and said quickly, I'm sorry. I made an appointment with someone else to be here. Can you let me in? With whom? The security guard asked doubtfully. With your boss, Li Yuner. Shen Yi said lightly. As soon as Shen Yi said his boss's name, the security guard was shocked. However, when he saw Shen Yi's outfit that cost less than 200 yuan, and the look on Shen Yi's face that he had never seen in the world, he said that he the boss would meet him and even beat him to death, and he wouldn't believe it. When the security guard thought of this, he suddenly thought that maybe this person wanted to ask his boss for something. So he came here to try his luck and see if his boss could see him. All kinds of people often come here to ask their boss to do things for them. He has long been used to it. But when others come over, they will treat themselves like a kid from a rich family. Not like this person. Just like a brick mover. Thinking of this, the security guard waved his hand impatiently and said, hurry up and don't cause trouble here. If our boss sees everyone, then she will be very busy. There are too many people meeting her. You just wait and go. When Shen Yi heard this, he was also stunned. It seemed that he was underestimated by others. But think about it. Usually the people who look for Li Yuner are either big bosses or ladies. This is probably the first time for him to be like this. Slowly, some people gathered here. After seeing it, everyone asked what happened. The security guard told them the whole story. After hearing this, they all felt that Shen Yi must have caused trouble. So they asked the security guard to drive Shen Yi out directly. When Shen Yi saw that there was nothing he could do, he directly called Li Yuner. Li Yuner also quickly answered the phone. Why aren't you here yet? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Yuner complained on the other end of the phone. Shen Yi smiled bitterly and said, I've been here a long time ago, but something happened. I can't get in now. Can you come down and pick me up? Li Yuner didn't even think about it. She said, wait for me, and hung up the phone. After a while, Li Yuner walked out of the elevator. After seeing Shen Yi in the crowd, she stepped forward and grabbed him. Then she said to the security guard and other people in the company, he will be my personal consultant from now on. No one else in the company is allowed to take care of it. So let's go! Chapter 238, Not Eating the Fireworks of the World. After finishing speaking, He pulled Shen Yi towards the house. Everyone was left standing there stunned. Does our company have the position of personal consultant? An employee asked in confusion. Are you stupid? Don't you understand what Mr. Li means? That man is her boyfriend. She just said so. Suddenly, the news spread that Li Yuner was in love and had brought her boyfriend to the company. When I walked to Li Yuner's office, it was filled with gaming equipment, computers, mice, and even chairs were all very professional. Even professional players might not be able to do this. In the center of the room were 4 chairs, formed into a square, and a computer on each table. You can tell from the appearance of the computers that these computers are game consoles specially customized for playing games. When Shen Yi saw this, he could only sigh with emotion. Rich people know how to play. He even suspected that what he had eaten before was fake chicken. Seeing that Shen Yi was dazed, Li Yuner dangled in front of his eyes, and then said, Don't be dazed. I have to go to a meeting in the afternoon, so you can play with me for now. Hearing Li Yuner speak, Shen Yi came back to his senses, then nodded, turned on the computer, and quickly logged in to his account. Li Yuner over there also successfully logged in to his account, and the two of them started their game journey. Li Yuner and Shen Yi were having a great time playing games in the office. But things exploded inside the office. You know, as the boss, Li Yuner's image in the company has always been that of a very rational and aloof person. Not to mention bringing her boyfriend to the company. She has not even been in love until now. It is for this reason that in the eyes of many people, Li Yuner is the same as a fairy who lives in Guanghan Palace and is cold all over. But what Li Yuner did today was very incredible. Not only did she take the initiative to invite a man to the company, but she also let the man enter her office. More importantly, the two of them held hands all the way in, which was really surprising. Especially what Li Yuner said to everyone at the end. You must know that the position of personal consultant has never appeared in the company. To put it bluntly, this position is more intimate than secretary. After thinking about it, only her boyfriend Li Yuner can, that's why he was given such an important position. So many people firmly believe that Shen Yi must be Li Yuner's boyfriend. After this incident spread throughout the company, some people would wish their boss a happy life in the future. But more people, especially those otakus who came out of the factory, and those who like Li Yuner, would shout God is unfair, allowing a flower to be stuck on cow dung. Seeing how poor that person is, he may not even have money himself. Of course, there are others who will react differently. The design director is such a person, not because of anything else, but because his identity is both the director of the company and a spy bribed by the rich second generation who was chasing Li Yuner before. He is specially used to provide this rich second generation with information. Li Yuner's information. So when he heard the news, he immediately called the rich second generation. Boss, Mr. Li is said to have a boyfriend, the director said quietly. What? Yuner has a boyfriend? How is that possible? You're not mistaken. Right. The rich second generation was eating with a few girls over there. As soon as he heard his eyeliner say this, he immediately lost his mood and asked quickly. Boss, there should be nothing wrong. The company has spread the news. I have also asked others. Many people saw her leading a man to her office. It has been almost an hour now, and the two people have not come out yet. I don't know what they are doing inside. And now no one dares to go in, the director said affirmatively on the phone. As soon as the rich second generation heard about his Yuner, he actually pulled someone into her office. You know, he hadn't even touched Li Yuner's hand. What made him feel even more uneasy was that the two of them hadn't come out after so long. It had been so long now. Who knew what they were doing inside? When he thought of this, the rich second generation wished he could go there quickly to protect his Yuner. Thinking of this, he drove directly to Li Yuner's company without even paying attention to the women he was dining with. After arriving at the company, he immediately walked towards Li Yuner's office. Everyone in the company knew that this second generation rich man had been pursuing Li Yuner. But he always failed and Mr. Li never even looked at him. But he always considered himself Mr. Li's boyfriend. Coming here with such momentum, it is obvious that there will be a good show today. So many people followed him secretly, wanting to see how things would develop. In the office, after Li Yuner and Shen Yi started playing the game, the two had already played a game before and successfully got to the end of the game late. Now is the critical moment for the second round. I saw that the safe zone had shrunk very small, and there were only 8 people left at this time, which meant that except Li Yuner and Shen Yi, there were only 6 people left. When the two of them were almost equipped, Shen Yi drove Li Yuner directly to the center of the safe zone. Facts have proved that he chose the place very well this time. Since Shen Yi and Li Yuner stayed here, they haven't moved a step. and they have always been in the safe zone. This also makes this game very easy for them, because they only need to stay here, watch others run out of poison, and then kill them. But when there were 6 people left, 2 people couldn't find anyone. Just when Shen-Yi and Li Yuner were looking for someone, a bullet suddenly flew over and wounded Shen-Yi in the head. Shen-Yi knew the location of the other party, but he was also injured. "Seal the cigarette! Seal the cigarette quickly!" Shen-Yi shouted to Li Yuner quickly. After Li Yuner heard Shen-Yi's voice, he decisively threw out both of his smoke bombs, blocking the opponent's vision, and then began to rescue Shen-Yi. After Shen-Yi was rescued, he did not give him any help first. To increase his health, he fired a shot into the distance, directly hitting the head of a person there. This surprised Li Yuner. Shen-Yi's aiming time was too short. Almost instantaneously. At this time, there were 5 people left, but no one could be found anywhere. Seeing the poisonous circle shrinking smaller and smaller, Shen-Yi looked at the terrain and environment in the safe zone and pondered for a moment, then said to Li Yuner, "Over there! That one in the house! Let's throw all the grenades into that one." Chapter 239 Perseverance. The 2 men and 3 fragmentation grenades threw them all in. There was only a loud noise. And then the words, 3 kills, flashed on the screen. It seemed that Shen-Yi had guessed well. And indeed someone was hiding there. But then Shen-Yi couldn't find anyone. Just when he and Li Yuner were wondering, they suddenly saw a jeep driving in the distance. Unfortunately, the jeep stopped before it reached the safe zone. Then, there was a reminder that the 2 people were dead. And Shen-Yi and Li Yuner successfully had a chicken dinner. Seeing this, both of them were very happy, because they had already eaten 2 plates of chicken in a row. And most importantly, the cooperation between the 2 of them just now was perfect, which made them both very excited. Then Shen-Yi and Li Yuner high-fived each other to encourage each other. But as soon as their palms touched each other, the door outside was opened rudely. And then the second-generation rich man looked at Shen-Yi and Li Yuner with a pale face. "What are you doing in our Yuner's office? Also, what is your relationship with Yuner?" Shen-Yi was confused by a series of questions from the rich second generation. He found that every time he met this rich second generation, he would misunderstand him. Originally, he and Li Yuner had nothing to do. But here, this rich second generation did. The more he smeared it, the darker it became. The most embarrassing thing for him was that the rich second generation never gave him a chance to explain. Even if he did, the rich second generation didn't believe it either, and instead decided that he was his love rival. Did he look so much like his love rival? So Shen-Yi planned to open his mouth to explain. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Li Yuner moved 1 step ahead of him. Li Yuner suddenly broke away from the rich second generation, and then said to the rich second generation, "What does our relationship have to do with you? Are you a little too sentimental?" As soon as he heard Li Yuner say this, the eyes of the rich second generation dimmed, and he said softly, "Yuner, I'm worried about you. What if he is a bad person, and you are deceived by him?" Li Yuner snorted coldly, and then said, "It doesn't matter who he is. Please get out now. You don't need to worry about my affairs." Shen-Yi saw that the relationship between the 2 of them was now very awkward, and it was very uncomfortable for him to be between them. He felt that it would be better to explain the matter clearly early. So he looked at the rich second generation, and then explained, "It's not what you think. I only came to the company because Li Yuner asked me to come and play games with her. The relationship between the 2 of us is not what you think. So you don't have to have so much hatred for me. I have no need or reason to lie to you." Hearing this, the rich second generation snorted and said, "What a good game. What a good relationship. It's not what I thought. What did I think? Ah, don't you want to play games? I let you play. I let you hit." The rich second generation became more and more excited as he talked. He didn't know why. When he saw Shen-Yi's face and heard what he said, he didn't believe what Shen-Yi said. It had been like this since the first time he met Shen-Yi. Therefore, after listening to Shen-Yi's explanation, instead of calming down because he believed in Shen-Yi, he felt more and more angry. Finally, when he got excited, he directly told Shen-Yi and Li all Yuner's computers were shut down. When Shen-Yi saw this, he could only shrug helplessly. He had already explained it to the other party, but if the other party didn't believe it, then there was nothing he could do. Let it be. Anyway, this is a matter between him and Li Yuner. Let the 2 of them resolve it themselves. But Li Yuner quit. She was playing the game well. This guy suddenly ran in inexplicably and interrupted her game. Now she was so crazy that she used the computer they used to play the game. She turned it off directly. Since Li Yuner was a child, No one would dare to do this to her. When she got angry, she slapped the rich second-generation man in the face. Then he said fiercely to the rich second generation, "I'm warning you. This is my company, and you will not be allowed to run wild here. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have? Also, who do I want to play games with? What I want to do has nothing to do with you. Please don't be so sentimental. Now, get out." The rich second generation was completely confused at this time. He was already shocked by Leoner. Not only what Leoner said just now, but what he didn't expect was that Leoner actually acted in front of others. Hit him in the face. You know, he pursued Leoner not just for a day or two, but for several years. During these years, almost all of his focus and attention was on Leoner. It can be said that he just wanted to after chasing Leoner. In his opinion, he was so persistent that even a stone would be heated by him. But today it seems that there is no such thing. It is all his own fault. But at this time, he attributed all the reasons to Shen-Yi. Because although Leoner ignored him before, she never hit him, let alone got so angry with him. But since Shen-Yi appeared, everything has changed. He feels that he still had some status in Leoner's heart before, but now he has nothing. Of course, this is just his wishful thinking. In fact, Leoner's attitude towards him has always been like this. But there is no harm without comparison. The sharp contrast between Leoner's attitude towards Shen-Yi and his attitude made him feel got such an illusion. But just when he was about to say something, Leoner called the security guard directly, and the rich second generation couldn't stay any longer and had to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to glare at Shen-Yi fiercely. Shen-Yi didn't care at all. "You can stare if you want. Anyway, I have said everything I should say. But you are so unreasonable. So what else can you say? Woolen cloth?" However, this incident also allowed Shen-Yi to see Leoner's strong side. Leoner's previous image in front of him had always been very gentle and considerate. But this time, he was really caught off guard. It seems that a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. You never know how scary it can be for a woman to get angry. As soon as the second-generation rich man walked outside the door, he saw a group of company employees standing there, secretly watching what was going on inside. Seeing the rich second generation coming out, the crowd dispersed. This made the second-generation rich man feel his face burning, especially the place where Leoner had just beaten him. This meant that what he had just been beaten by Leoner and how he was kicked out by the security guards had all been wiped out. If these people in the company know about it, it will make it difficult for him to come to this company in the future. What's more serious is that if this incident spreads, he will become the laughing stock of everyone. When he thinks of this, his hatred for Shen-Yi becomes even more intense. Chapter 240 Ungrateful. He decided, didn't Shen-Yi always think that his game was good? So the way to make Shen-Yi lose face in front of everyone is to torture him severely in the game in front of everyone and let him know what pain is. But he can't beat him in his own game. It seems that he needs to think carefully. Think about it and see if there is any way. Thinking of this, the rich second generation quickly left Guangli Entertainment Company. But Leoner then said, "By the way, since you are a personal consultant, I will ask my secretary to go to the Human Resources Department to apply for your induction later. After you join, you will be considered a member of the company. But you don't have to come every day. Just come to the company and work for 2 symbolic days a week." Hearing this, Shen-Yi was a little dumbfounded. He originally thought that Leoner gave him some kind of personal consultant just to talk to outsiders. But now he actually had to go through the onboarding process himself. Why should he make it so formal? Shen-Yi had no plans to do anything else yet. So he quickly said, "Excuse me, if I want to refuse, is it okay?" Hearing what he said, Leoner's face turned cold. And then she said slowly, "What do you think? I have already told everyone in front of everyone that you are my personal consultant. But if you refuse to join the job, they will what do you think? Besides, why do you refuse to do it? I think you can still find 2 days a week." Hearing what Leoner said, Shen-Yi lost his temper. He had just asked Leoner to help her. And if he refused on this matter now, wouldn't he seem a bit ungrateful? Moreover, what Leoner said was also yes. He could still squeeze in 2 days a week. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi no longer hesitated and agreed to Leoner directly. Seeing that Shen-Yi agreed, Leoner smiled and said, "That's right." Then Leoner called her secretary and asked her to take Shen-Yi to go through the entry procedures. At the same time, Leoner also made special arrangements for the secretary. After a sigh, she asked her to prepare a set of formal company clothes for Shen-Yi, and an attendance card that only required signing in twice a week. Shen-Yi smiled when he heard this. "What? Is she afraid that she won't come? But Shani didn't say much. Instead, he and his secretary went through the necessary procedures, left Guanli Entertainment Company, and rushed towards the club. Because Han Xiaomu is not in the club now. And something happened to Jiangwu. He must go over to stabilize the morale of the army. But when Shani rushed to the club, what he saw made him very happy. Jiangwu hadn't come back yet. But Shani knew that since Han Xiaomu had promised him, he didn't have to worry. In the club, Lin Xiaoxiao, Chatterbox Boy, and Su Lingfeng are taking the time to train. It can be seen from the looks on their faces that they have been training for a long time. Shani walked over, brought each of them a bottle of water, and then said, "Don't work so hard. You still have to rest when it's time to rest." The chatty boy and others were very happy when they saw Shani coming. The chatty boy said with a smile, "It's all Xiao Xiao. Ever since we came here today, Xiao Xiao has been pestering us to train, and to train as soon as possible. Increase your strength." Shani looked at Lin Xiaoxiao in surprise. He originally thought that Lin Xiaoxiao would be the laziest among them. But now, he discovered that Lin Xiaoxiao trained so hard. Lin Xiaoxiao was embarrassed by Shani and said with a smile, "Because I know, compared with everyone else, my skills are really far behind. So I have to work harder so that I don't hold everyone back. There is no question of whether to hold us back or not. We are all on the same team and a family. We just need to make progress together," Shani said with a smile. Then at this time, Lingfeng asked Shani doubtfully, "Boss, Jiangwu and Han Xiaomu haven't come yet today. Xiaomu used to come over to watch our training no matter how late it was. And what's even more strange is that Jiangwu, he has never been late. But today he can't be seen. Even the phone can't be reached. And his phone keeps shutting down." Hearing this, Shani comforted everyone. Xiaomu had something happen at home. Her father had a car accident yesterday. Now she is with her father in the hospital. But you can rest assured that the operation went well, and there is nothing serious. Jiangwu also rushed over to deal with some personal matters at home. He may not come to train today. Shani thought for a while, but still didn't tell everyone about Jiangwu. When everyone heard this, they quickly asked Shani about the specific situation of the two of them. Shani just smiled and said nothing more. Seeing this situation, a few people stopped asking any more questions. Then everyone started to train again. Because of the training method specially established by Shani for everyone. Everyone felt that their strength had been greatly improved after a day of training. So everyone felt very happy. After the training, everyone went back. But Shani did not go back, but waited quietly in the club. He was waiting for Jiangwu. Since Li Yuner said Jiangwu would come out today, Jiangwu would definitely stand in front of him today. And Shani also believed that Jiangwu would definitely come to the club and come to the club to find him. So he kept waiting. Thinking of this, Shani shuddered because he suddenly discovered that he had trusted Li Yuner so much without knowing it. And he didn't even know about this change. Just as he was thinking about this, a familiar figure appeared outside the club. It was Jiangwu. After Jiangwu saw Shani, he did not come over immediately. Instead, he stood outside the club, and his crying could be faintly heard. Shani sighed. The words of blame he wanted to say before were unable to speak for a while. So he could only whisper, "Come in! Don't stand outside! It's already dark!" Jiangwu couldn't control himself. After entering the club, he knelt in front of Shani and cried loudly, "Boss, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was wrong." Hearing his voice, Shani felt very uncomfortable and quickly wanted to help him up. But Jiangwu refused to get up and said to Shani, "Boss, I did such a thing. And you not only didn't give up on me, but also if you still help me like this, I, Jiangwu, swear that I will repay your kindness even if I am a cow or a horse from now on." Shani pulled him up hard and said, "I don't want to be a cow or a horse. I just want to help our team get first place in the future. There is gold under the man's knees. Don't kneel down. But if you have anything to do in the future, you must tell everyone. Discuss it, and we will definitely try our best to help you." Jiangwu also stopped crying at this time and said, "I know, boss." Chapter 241. The sin is heavy. Seeing that he was no longer so excited, Shani took him to the sofa and sat down. Then he handed him some tissues to wipe his tears and asked, "When did you come out today?" "I came out of the law enforcement center at noon today. And then I went to the hospital. My parents said that you gave them 100,000 yuan and arranged for the best doctor for my brother. My brother's illness can be cured. Yes, my dad said let me follow you and do it well. And let my brother follow you in the future. If we don't do it well, we will have our legs broken." Speaking of this, Shen Yi and Jiang Wu both laughed unconsciously. Then Shen Yi pulled Jiang Wu over and said, "As long as it's okay. It'll be okay." The two talked for a while. And then Shen Yi took Jiang Wu to the restaurant. He thought that Jiang Wu had not had a good meal since yesterday. Then Ling Feng and Chatterbox Boy also came to the club. I don't know why. Shen Yi always felt that Chatterbox Boy had been in a bad mood recently. And he had always been a little hostile to himself. Which made Shen Yi very confused. Because in order to make things happen between Chatterbox Boy and Lin Xiaoxiao, he even deliberately arranged Lin Xiaoxiao and Chatterbox Boy to train together, and let them do everything together. But it seems that although Lin Xiaoxiao is no longer as annoying with the conversation boy as he was at the beginning, the two of them have not shown any signs of getting closer. But Shen Yi thinks about it. It has only been so long, and it is normal that they have not taken a step closer. But thinking of the way the chatty boy looked at him, Shen Yi suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the chatty boy already knew what happened between him and Lin Xiaoxiao in the alley that day? When he thought of this, Shen Yi felt a little guilty when he looked at the chatty boy. Well, if the chatty boy already knew about this, then it would be understandable for him to hate himself. After all, the first kiss of the girl he liked the most was taken away by him. But thinking of this, Shen Yi began to wonder again. He had never told the chatty boy, but the only ones who knew about it were himself and Lin Xiaoxiao. Could it be that Lin Xiaoxiao told him? Lin Xiaoxiao is such a big talker. I have to find time to ask her properly later. Then Shen Yi began to wait patiently. In fact, the main person she was waiting for today was Jiang Wu. He forgot to tell Jiang Wu yesterday that he had not told everyone about him. So he waited early today, hoping to wait for Jiang Wu. Tell him when you get here. But Shen Yi waited and waited, but never saw Jiang Wu. He thought that Jiang Wu did not dare to face everyone, so he did not plan to come to the club today. This made Shen Yi somewhat disappointed, because although he did not tell Jiang Wu about Jiang Wu, let me tell you, but in his opinion, why did Jiang Wu not even have the courage to face this matter? The matter is over now, so he should no longer escape. Thinking of this, Shen Yi planned to have a good chat with Jiang Wu today. Then he told everyone that Jiang Wu and Han Xiaomu would not be coming today, so the three of them were asked to practice by themselves first. Then Shen Yi thought about it and emphasized it, asking Lin Xiaoxiao to learn the skills from the chatty boy. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded happily, but the talkative boy looked like he was worried. Shen Yi wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he let them communicate by themselves, so he didn't care about them anymore. Then Shen Yi sat outside the club to bask in the sun, because everyone was already training, and Shen Yi himself didn't really want to play games today, and he couldn't compete, so he couldn't practice cooperation with him, so he might as well go out and do some activities on his own. But at this moment, Shen Yi's phone suddenly rang. When he saw that it was Fan Fan, he quickly picked up the call. An accident happened again in Jianwu. Come to the People's Hospital quickly, Fan Fan said anxiously on the other end of the phone. Hearing what Fan Fan said, Shen Yi panicked. Hadn't everything been taken care of? Why did something happen to Jiang Wu again? And why is he directly in the hospital now? After Shen Yi explained to the people in the club, he immediately set off for the People's Hospital. When he arrived at the People's Hospital, Fan Fan was waiting for him outside the hospital. After seeing Shen Yi, he walked over and explained the situation to Shen Yi. It turned out that the college students who had been cheated before were very angry. They heard that Jiang Wu had been released and the money had been refunded to them. But they still could not forgive Jiang Wu. So they discussed together to make Jiang Wu suffer. Every day he guarded the intersection where Jiang Wu must have passed, and then beat him after intercepting him this morning. Fortunately, people passing by stopped them in time and reported it to law enforcement. So the college students stopped. Otherwise, they don't know how long they will continue to fight. But even so, Jiang Wu's injuries were relatively serious, the most serious of which was a fracture of his left hand. Now Jianwu people are undergoing surgery in the hospital. Hearing this, Shen Yi suddenly remembered what she had said to him before. She once said that there were many people in the school who wanted to attack Jianwu. At that time, he only thought of not letting Shi participate in this matter, fearing that Shi would be harmed, hurt, but forgot that Jiang Wu should be told about this matter, reminding him to be more careful recently. Otherwise, nothing like this would happen. This made Shen Yi blame himself very much. At the same time, he also thought of a very important issue. That is, Jiang Wu's arm is broken now, so it will definitely not heal for a while. But there is still more than a month until the Huya Destiny Cup competition. So if you don't have enough people in your team, how can you participate in the competition? Isn't it a joke to still think about defeating Jiang Zhe's team? When thinking of this, Shen Yi felt very unwilling. But at the same time, he also felt a little comfort in his heart. Because fortunately, Jiang Wu had nothing serious to do. If something happened to Jiang Wu because of this incident, he would be guilty. After a while, Jiang Wu came out of the operating room. He looked at Shen Yi, who was waiting outside the operating room, couldn't help but reveal a wry smile, and said to Shen Yi, "Boss, I'm so sorry. I'm going to cause you trouble again. It's okay. I'm your boss. If you don't cause trouble for me, you'll cause trouble for someone else. I should remind you to be careful. Otherwise you won't get hurt." Shen Yi comforted. Jiang Wu smiled bitterly when he heard this and shook his head and said, "I deserve this. I can't hide it. When I first started doing this, I should have been able to think of today's ending. But boss, can you not give it to me? If your parents tell you, just tell them that I am in closed special training, and they are already worried about my brother, and I don't want them to worry about me anymore." Shen Yi thought for a moment and said, "Okay, have a good rest, and leave the rest to me. Don't worry." Chapter 242 Emergency Treatment. After Shen Yi settled down in Jiangwu, he came out of Jiangwu's ward. He took out his mobile phone, and after hesitating for a while, he dialed Li Yun'er's number. The secretary answered the call and asked Shen Yi to go to the company to find her if something happened. Even some people he didn't know in the company respected him very much. This made Shen Yi very confused. Is the status of a private consultant so high? Could it be that Li Yun'er gave herself a very high position? In fact, this is not the case. Everyone has never heard of the position of private consultant in the company. How many people care about how high this position is? The reason why they respect Shen Yi is because the entire Guangli Entertainment Company, almost everyone has identified it by now. Shen Yi is Li Yun'er's boyfriend. And Li Yun'er's previous incident of slapping the rich second generation angrily for Shen Yi has long been a legend. No one said that Shen Yi wants to eat swan meat, because in their eyes, this swan meat is what everyone wants to eat. And Shen Yi can eat it only because of their ability. And they can't eat it even if they want to. It is also for this reason that Shen Yi's photos have been widely circulated in the company's WeChat group. Everyone wants to see the true face of this mysterious man who chased his boss. At the same time, many people are already thinking about how to have a good relationship with Shen Yi. After all, many people know how scary Pillow Wind can be. Of course, Shen Yi didn't know any of these things. And he doesn't have time to think about these things now, because he is only thinking about Jiang Wu. At this time, Li Yun'er had not finished the meeting. So the secretary asked Shen Yi to wait for her in Li Yun'er's office. Shen Yi had no problem staying in the office. So he logged in to Li Yun'er's account to help her increase her points. Not to mention, Li Yun'er's equipment feels really good to play with. Not long after, Li Yun'er came back from the meeting. When she came to the office, she saw Shen Yi helping her play games. Li Yun'er smiled and said, "My personal consultant is so dedicated. Now let's get to work." When Shen Yi saw Li Yun'er coming in, he said to her, "Let me finish this game for you first. It's almost over." Then Li Yun'er was behind Shen Yi and quietly watched him play games. While watching, he praised Shen Yi a few words. However, Shen Yi was really good. Among the people Li Yun'er knew, Shen Yi undoubtedly played games the best. There is often an operation that makes Li Yun'er's eyes light up. And then she asked Shen Yi to teach her. After this game, she has already said more than a dozen operations that she wants to learn, which makes Shen Yi listen for a while. Big head. In the end, Shen Yi won the game without any surprise. After all, Li Yun'er was not even in the top 100 of the Asian server, so it was still very easy to fight. After playing the game, Shen Yi looked at Li Yun'er and said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, I'm looking for you today because I have something I need your help with." Li Yun'er looked at Shen Yi for a while, then smiled and said, "Looking at your expression, it seems that you didn't come to me because you had something to ask me for help. I'm sorry to know now. Isn't it too late?" Although he knew that Li Yun'er was joking, Shen Yi still felt flushed because he was always troubling her. But he still had to bite the bullet and said, "Jiang Wu was beaten because of what happened before. And now he is seriously injured. Especially if his arm is directly broken. You know, he is a member of our team. And the Huya Destiny Cup will be held in more than a month." Then Shen Yi paused and continued, "Aren't you and the hospital director related? I was wondering if you know a better orthopedic surgeon who can help his arm heal faster." Li Yun'er listened patiently to Shen Yi's words, and then said with a smile, "You said that China is so big. How can I know so many people? And I know whoever you need." When Shen Yi heard what she said, he immediately felt that what he said was reasonable. He was really ill, and had to seek medical treatment. How could he think that Li Yuner knew everyone? Then he planned to say goodbye and leave. But just as he was about to leave, Li Yuner smiled and said to him again, "But this time, what should I say? Your idea is good. I do have a relative who is an orthopedic surgeon abroad, and he has the most advanced technology for treating fractures, called laser therapy. It is said that it can be cured in less than half a month. I think you can ask Jiang Wu to try it." As soon as Shani heard this, he looked at Li Yuner excitedly and asked her, "Really? This is great." Because if Jiang Wu is really cured in less than half a month, although some training time may be delayed, for the Huya Destiny Cup, the time to compete is completely enough, which is undoubtedly a very good thing for Shani information. At the same time, Shani also looked at Li Yuner with great confusion. He was wondering what kind of family Li Yuner was. Not to mention that she had an industry as big as Guangli Entertainment Company. Just look at the relatives that have appeared. Which of them are countless figures? The president of the university, the director of the hospital, and now there is an orthopedic expert who is at the forefront of the world. It is really a large number of talents. But he didn't ask any more questions, as long as he can help Jiang Wu cure his illness. But when he thought about medical treatment, he was troubled again. Going abroad costs money, and medical treatment costs money. And according to Li Yuner, laser therapy would definitely not be cheap. But what I lack most right now is money. Moreover, he had just borrowed a sum of money from Li Yuner not long ago because of Jiang Wu's affairs. Now, he couldn't borrow money from her. Li Yuner looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking at the moment. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about money. I will help. Just let Jiang Wu treat his illness with peace of mind." Shani was still about to say something, but Li Yuner interrupted him and said, "Don't be pretentious. I didn't give you this money for free. I lent it to you. Just deduct it from your salary. Don't forget now that you are our company's personal consultant. Part of your salary will be deducted to pay off debts." When Shani heard what Li Yuner said, he couldn't say anything else. He knew that Li Yuner was doing this purely to take care of his face. So he said this. Where did his personal consultant get his salary? So in the end, he just said thank you to Li Yuner and walked out of Guangli Entertainment Company. Because he didn't know what to say. After leaving the company, Shen Yi immediately came to the hospital and started to deal with Jiang Wu's treatment abroad. He told Jiang Wu that he was here and asked Jiang Wu not to worry and to rest in peace. Jiang Wu nodded and agreed. Naturally, he hoped to get better soon. Then with the help of Li Yuner, Jiang Wu went abroad for treatment the next day. Chapter 243 Busy Before and After. Then Shen Yi told Jiang Wu's parents about Jiang Wu. He told them that because there was a competition coming soon, Jiang Wu would be very busy recently and might not come to see them. But they didn't have to worry. If you miss Jiang Wu, you can call him. Hearing this, Jiang Wu's father quickly waved his hands and said, Yazzie is following you. We can all rest assured. There is no need to make phone calls. It would be bad if the phone calls would affect his training. You should hit him and scold him when you should. Swear. If he doesn't listen to you, then you will slap him. If he dares to fight back, just tell me and I will deal with him. Shen Yi also smiled. He liked the simple feeling exuded by Jiang Wu's parents more and more. After chatting with them for a while, Shen Yi came to Han Xiaomu's father's ward and took a look at Han Xiaomu's father. Han Xiaomu's father recovered better and was no longer seriously ill, which made Shen Yi feel relieved. Then Shen Yi told Han Xiaomu about the recent events in the club. After hearing this, Han Xiaomu nodded and said thank you for your hard work to Shen Yi, because Shen Yi has been busy these days. But she also told Shen Yi that her father's condition is now relatively stable, and she will be able to return to the club in a few days. Shen Yi nodded when he heard this, because he felt that some things really needed to be discussed with Han Xiaomu. If he was alone, he would always be a little powerless. After leaving the hospital, Shen Yi went straight to the club. When he arrived at the club, everyone heard about Jiang Wu being beaten. The chatty boy kept saying that he would go out to fight for Jiang Wu and beat up the college students. After a while, Lung Feng and Lin Xiaoxiao persuaded him to stop. After Shen Yi heard this, he also scolded the chatty boy with a sullen face. Now that it's like this, you still don't think it's chaotic enough. Right. We don't know if Jiang Wu can compete now. You want to go out and cause chaos again. Yui said that if you are also injured, then we are still participating in a shitty match, and the team can be disbanded on the spot. Hearing what Shen Yi said, the chatty boy knew that he had indeed been impulsive just now, so he quietly stopped talking. Then Shen Yi looked at everyone and said, Don't worry. Jiang Wu's injury is not very serious. and I have sent him abroad for treatment. So don't worry. If nothing goes wrong, his injury will be fine before the game. It will get better, and then you can come and compete. So everyone should train well now, and don't think about those messy things." After hearing what Shen said, everyone said nothing more. They all started training. After playing a few games, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something and said to Shen, "Captain Shen, when I went to the internet cafe yesterday, those gangsters were looking for you. They said they found someone who is very good at playing games, and asked you when you will take them to the next level." It wasn't until Lin Xiaoxiao said this that Shen remembered another thing. He just said it casually to those gangsters at the time, without really having any hope for them. He didn't expect that they would take his matter so seriously. "It seems that I can't go back on my promise to play games with them 1 day a week. Otherwise, it will appear that he is not as righteous as a gangster," which is what Shen does not want to see at all. And what interests Shen the most is that those gangsters found someone with better gaming skills. If this is the case, then he should go over. Now the team is short of people, and other teams are substitutes. There were several of them. But Shen couldn't help but smile bitterly when he looked at his team. His team wasn't even full yet. The gap was really not even a tiny bit. Then Shen thought about it and said to everyone, "In that case, let's all go to the internet cafe to train tomorrow. One is to play a few games with those gangsters, and the other is to see if we can recruit a new one. Team members." Lin Xiaoxiao was naturally very excited when she heard that she was going to an internet cafe, because she was a frequent visitor to that internet cafe. And that internet cafe was owned by her uncle. So it was just like going back to her own home. But when Chatterbox Boy and Lingfeng heard that they were going to the internet cafe, they both shook their heads helplessly because the last time they went there, they were so annoyed by the noise from the gangsters that they had no intention of training at all. And what's even more outrageous is that although Shen left later, he left those little gangsters to them and asked them to play games with those little gangsters. Then when he got into a game-playing state, those little gangsters would exclaim in surprise, and then snatch the computer away and ask them to teach them how to operate it just now. This made Chatterbox Boy and Ling Feng really speechless and felt that they could not play the game at all. Now that they know they have to play games with those gangsters again, they are 120 unwilling. But they also know that the club is indeed short of people now. So they have no objection to Shen Yi's decision. As soon as he said this, Shen Yi remembered that he hadn't asked those gangsters their names yet. After all, they were working for me, and they still called me Captain Shen. But I always called myself a gangster, which seemed a bit unreasonable. I should ask them their names when I go tomorrow. Then Shen Yi stopped thinking about it, and began to patiently guide everyone's training. In fact, now everyone has gradually formed their own way and habits of playing games, and they have been able to find their own shortcomings during training. So for Shen Yi, he is actually very relaxed now. He only occasionally reminds someone when he sees someone making a mistake, or acts as a sniper for Jiangwu when everyone needs to team up. Other times, he is more in a daze, or thinking about the arrangements and plans for the next training step. After everyone finished training, Shen Yi took everyone to a nearby small restaurant for a small dinner. Because of Jiangwu's incident, he felt that he would spend more time with everyone and communicate with each other in the future, so as not to everyone doesn't know what's going on. While a few people were training, a few young people suddenly came in from outside. They were wearing the same yellow clothes with the word, Fire Sun, written on them. Shen Yi took a look and knew that they were also on the same team. Shen Yi and others didn't pay attention to those people, but several people from the team rushed toward Shen Yi and others. They looked at Shen Yi and others and said, "You guys should change the place to fight. Our team needs to train in this position." When Shen Yi heard this, he was immediately stunned. Are these people so domineering? Then he smiled, shook his head and said, "Sorry, we came here first, so we can't give it to you. You can find a place later." Chapter 244, Taking Advantage of Cats and Tigers. One of those people, Xiao Pingtu, who seemed to be the captain, saw that Shen Yi refused to give up his seat. He looked at him a little unhappy and said, "Do you know us? We are from the Liang team. If you give up your seat, we can let you take a look at our training, and maybe we can teach you some operations by then." Hearing this, Shen Yi laughed. Someone actually said that they wanted to teach him techniques. It had been a long time since he heard this. Then he smiled and said, "No, thank you. I have never heard of Team Flame, and I am not interested in your technology." When several people heard this, Shen Yi disagreed, and immediately cursed, "Bumpkin, you will regret it. Let's go!" Then those people cursed and left the place, and then sat down in another place. They also started training. But in stark contrast to Shen Yi and the others, they obviously didn't know how to train scientifically. They just played black and white together with a few people. And the sound was very loud. Compared with those little gangsters, they could be said to have experienced nothing less. The chatty boy couldn't bear it anymore and said to Shen Yi, "Boss, I want to beat them up. Why are they so noisy? And just now, they even called us country bumpkins. I really don't know where they get their confidence." Shen Yi smiled and said to him, "Not only are you angry, I am also angry. But why beat them? I feel like I can use them to test the waters today and let you play a few games with professional players to see what your level is." Fortunately for the chatty boy, Lung Feng and Lin Xixiao's eyes lit up after hearing this. After all, they had not played against a professional team yet, so they were both a little excited. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Yi and asked excitedly, "Boss, do you mean that we deliberately provoke them and then let them compete with us?" Shen Yi said with a smile. No. Why are you provoking them? As young and frivolous as they are, it won't be long before they know that we are also a team, and they will take the initiative to challenge them. We just wait." Lin Xiaoxiao was immediately confused and asked Shen Yi, "What if they don't challenge us?" When the chatty boy heard this, he also laughed evilly and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "They will definitely do it. They're just like when we first formed the team. The enthusiasm hasn't passed yet. Let us know today." Several people came to let them know what it means. There are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. Then the few people didn't care about that and started training quietly. After a while, the gangsters also came to the internet cafe. After seeing Shen Yi, they were very excited and hurriedly came over and said, "Captain Shen, long time no see." Shen Yi smiled and said, "Long time no see. By the way, what are your names? I still don't know what your names are." Hearing this, several gangsters scratched their heads and said, "Weren't we scared by your skills at that time? I forgot to mention this. I am Lu Hong. This is Zhang Xiong and Lu Kai. You can also call us, my nickname is Lu Zi. One of them is called Go Xiong, and the other is Kai Zi." Shen Yi nodded and said, "Okay, calling him by a nickname is a little more friendly. By the way, I heard from Lin Xiaoxiao that you found someone with better skills. Where is he now?" Hearing this, Lu Zi quickly said, "Yes, we found one. We have seen him fight several times, and his skills are indeed good. He has been here every day these days, and he should be here soon." When Shen Yi heard this, he knew that he would have to wait for others. But they were not in a hurry because they planned to spend the whole day in the internet cafe. Then he asked Chatterbox Boy and Lingfeng to take Liuzi and the others to play games, because Lin Xixiu's skills still need to be improved. Shen Yi did not let Lin Xiaoxiao lead them, but asked her to continue the training he assigned. Lin Xiaoxiao could only curl her lips, but did not dare to say anything more. Until noon, Shen Yi saw a person come in. After he came in, he was obviously familiar with everyone, and many people took the initiative to come over and say hello to him. Liuzi came over and said to Shen Yi, "Team Shen, that's him. Their name is Ma Feng. They are quite famous in this internet cafe. Everyone thinks he plays very well. Do you want me to call him over?" Shen Yi shook his head and said, "No. Let me see how his level is first." Then Shen Yi walked over. He saw that after Ma Feng sat down and opened the game, some people came around to watch him play the game. But there were obviously not as many people as the last time to watch Lin Xiaoxiao. Shen Yi didn't know whether it was because Lin Xiaoxiao was beautiful or because Lin Xixia's skills are better than this Ma Feng. Because there were only 5 or 6 people watching him play games, including Shen Yi. It was easy for Shen Yi to stand in the front row so that he could see more clearly. But after watching Ma Feng's operation, he was a little disappointed. Ma Feng's skills were only slightly better than those of normal people. His consciousness was not even as good as Lin Xixiu's. Some of the skills were clearly shown on the live broadcast, so he was very unfamiliar with them. And it is just copying a cat and imitating a tiger, without getting the real key points of the skills at all. Especially when he was laying an ambush in a room. He actually used a handful of 98k with skin as bait. This made Shen Yi feel a bit stupid. Wasn't this clearly telling others that there was someone inside? Fortunately, no one came. If someone came, one thunder would kill him. It was a disappointment. But the team was really short of players right now. So Shen Yi thought about it, and thought that if he agreed, he should be used as a substitute, and he could practice after his skills were no longer up to par. After Shen Yi returned to his team, he told them his thoughts. After listening to them, several people also supported Shen Yi's decision. Then after Ma Feng finished a game, Shen Yi and others went over and explained their intentions to him. After hearing this, Ma Feng was a little moved at first. But when he heard that he was asked to be a substitute, Ma Feng was a little unhappy because he felt that with his own strength, being a regular player or even a captain was not enough. It was more than enough. But now he could only be a substitute, which naturally made him feel very unbalanced. Shen Yi didn't force him. He just asked him to think carefully. And when he thought about it, he could come to the sniper club to find him. Then Shen Yi and others planned to return to their positions. But at this moment, a strange voice came from the other side. "Hey, I told you why you were so arrogant before. It turns out that you are also a team. Look at them. They don't even have uniforms. They don't look like a serious team at first glance." One of the team members said immediately, "Yeah, I think you should join our team. Although you are also a substitute. It is definitely much better than theirs." Another team member looked at Ma Feng and said. Chapter 245 Caught Off Guard. Looking at their costumes, Ma Feng also began to feel that Team Lion looked more reliable. When Shen Yi heard this, he started to laugh and cry. Didn't he and others not unify the team's uniforms? Why is it so straightforward? Also, why should they interfere when you recruit someone? This is really... Then Ma Feng nodded towards Team Liang and expressed his willingness to join them. When the captain of Team Liang saw Ma Feng agreed, he said to him, "We didn't see your game just now, so there is nothing we can do. Determine your strength, and then give you a suitable position. So you go and defeat any of them, so that you can join the Sun team." Although Ma Feng felt that the other party was using him as a weapon, he didn't care because he believed in his own strength, and it should be no problem to deal with such a second-rate team. Then he directly challenged Shen Yi. Shen Yi and others felt dumbfounded when they saw this result. They were poached by others when they recruited people. And the most important thing was that this person was so confident that he wanted to challenge himself all of a sudden. However, Shen Yi would definitely not fight him. Not to mention that his skills were not good. And such a good training opportunity should also be given to his team members. So Shen Yi directly handed Ma Feng to Lin Xiaoxiao while he stood aside played with mobile phone. Lin Xiaoxiao was very nervous when she first heard it, thinking about what she would do if she couldn't beat him. But when Shen Yi secretly told him that this person was not as strong as before he joined the team, Lin Xiaoxiao felt relieved. You must know that his level in the club has improved very obviously in recent times. So in this game, Lin Xiaoxiao also changed. You have to have some knowledge in your mind. The two agreed from the beginning to choose the landing location at a military base. After landing, Lin Xiaoxiao began to collect equipment at the C mark, while Ma Feng immediately rushed to the elevated road. Lin Xiaoxiao's luck is good. There are not many people in Building C, so Lin Xiaoxiao can be said to be rich. Along the way, she already has a 98K and an M416. At the same time, both guns are equipped with 4. He has a double lens, and he also wears level 2 armor and a level 2 helmet. But on the other hand, Ma Feng's side was more miserable, because he just followed what was said on the internet to go to the elevated position to occupy a more advantageous position. But he forgot that many people thought so. Moreover, he was still relatively far away from the elevated area. So by the time he arrived, many people had already found guns, and he only had a P1911 pistol. So naturally, he could only hide around and escape from the elevated area with great difficulty. Escape back there. But after escaping back, his situation is not optimistic, because he has wasted too much time. So he is very passive now. Many people like Lin Xiaoxiao. Their equipment has been formed. And now for him. It is still there was Lin Xiaoxiao who didn't know when he would appear from where. So he was also panicked and didn't know what to do. I had to develop on the edge and pick up some boxes that others had already picked up to slowly expand my equipment. During this period, I almost got shot in the head several times. Lin Xiaoxiao had been looking for Ma Feng, but she couldn't find it either. Instead, she found many other people. So Lin Xiaoxiao turned on the killing mode. In less than 10 minutes, she had eliminated 7 people. This made everyone around him look dumbfounded. Ma Feng is in a very difficult situation, because he made the wrong choice at the beginning. He can basically remain immortal now. He finally picked up an AKM assault rifle. But what makes him depressed is that this gun is not available. There were bullets left. So this made Ma Feng very embarrassed. I could only lament that I was so unlucky in this round that I didn't even know what to say. While he was depressed here, Lin Xiaoxiao had already discovered Ma Feng. Ma Fengkai also discovered Lin Xiaoxiao. He quickly ran into the house and prepared to escape through the back door. But before he could move, He saw something rolling in from outside the door. And then, he was killed by a fragmentation grenade. Ma Feng was in a state of confusion. And he was caught off guard. He originally wanted to go over and communicate with Lin Xiaoxiao to see how he died just now. But he heard Lin Xiaoxiao whisper to Shen Yi. Boss, he is really stupid. He didn't even close the door after entering. I just threw a grenade through the door. Throw it out, and he dies. I haven't had enough. Shen Yi smiled and said nothing. But after hearing this, Ma Feng suddenly blushed and didn't know where to turn. I originally threatened to go to their side of the ocean to learn about various special situations. The last thing he didn't expect was that he couldn't even beat a girl. And based on what this girl meant, she cared about him very much. This made him somewhat unhappy. But he didn't show it. But at this moment, the people from Team Lion stopped and pushed Ma Feng away and said, Go. Go. You are so embarrassed. Let us teach you what a real competition is. After finishing speaking, the captain of the Lion team looked at Shen Yi and said with a hint of provocation, What? Play a game with us. Do you dare to accept it? Believe it or not, we will beat you to the point where you have no gaming experience. Shen Yi had no reaction on the surface, but he was very happy in his heart. What he had expected was indeed correct. It seemed that someone had come to help train his team. So, Shen Yi and others got ready together with the Lion team and started the game. The chatty boy smiled and said, Don't worry, boss. I will knock them all down by myself. Ha ha. You're bragging again. Don't let me save you then, Lin Xiaoxiao said at the side. As soon as he heard Lin Xiaoxiao say this, the chatty boy immediately lost his temper. After all, he was indeed saved by Lin Xiaoxiao. Then people from both teams entered the game. People from Team Lion looked down on Shen Yi and the others, because not only did they not have uniforms, but there was also a girl among the team members. One of the team members laughed and said, I will be gentler to beauties when the time comes, and I won't let you die too quickly. Do you want to join our team? Lin Xiaoxiao snorted and said nothing. Seeing that she didn't speak, Team Liang felt that it was not interesting and stopped talking. Then the two parties agreed on the parachuting location, which was P City. After Lin Xiaoxiao, Chatterbox Boy, Lung Feng and others have been working together for a period of time. The cooperation between them has become higher and higher. Although Shen Yi joined, he is determined to be a soy sauce existence in this game. Chapter 246, Powerless. After a few people parachuted in, they immediately started searching for supplies. Shen Yi picked up an R1895 pistol and an M16A4 and ignored them. Then he hid them in the attic on the second floor of a house and started playing with his mobile phone. Lin Xiaoxiao and others were also very lucky. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up an M416 and a Victor. The chatty boy picked up an S686 and an AKM assault rifle. Lingfeng still sticks to his own style. A Bao and UMP-9 submachine gun. In fact, the Bao is a weapon that is difficult to aim. So many people will choose this weapon. But it also has its advantages. That is, it can kill with one hit and is truly silent. This is why Lingfeng likes this weapon very much. It's just that when the enemy is far away, he will be a little powerless. In the past, it was okay to have Jiang Wu. As a sniper, he could deter the opponent, and he could quickly eliminate enemies in the distance. But now Jiang Wu is not here, and Shen Yi is the temporary sniper. Lingfeng looked at Shen Yi, who was playing with his mobile phone inside, and then said to Lin Xiaoxiao, In this game, you mainly play the role of a sniper to fill this gap. The boy is responsible for dealing with the nearby enemies. We are small and cannot delay, so we directly take the initiative to attack and catch the opponent by surprise. After hearing this, the two men nodded and started to take action. On the other side, the Lai Sun team was also very lucky. Their equipment was pretty good, but they just happened to meet a group of people and were killed by them. Then the equipment of several people was instantly upgraded to a higher level. Nowadays, basically everyone has level 2 armor and level 2 helmets. One person also has a 98K and 8X scope in his hand. But this equipment is terrifying. You must know that the 98K is a level 3 helmet, and it will be destroyed directly after 2 hits. Not to mention other protection. Therefore, there is no doubt that as long as they find Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, it will be very detrimental to Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. As an assaulter, the chatty boy should always be in front to explore the way for everyone. But from the beginning of the game, he has been surrounding Lin Xiaoxiao and escorting her. This made Lin Xiaoxiao very angry and said to him, Stay away from me. I am a sniper in this round. It is easy for others to expose my position if they are too close to me. And the commander is at the back. Go and protect him. Follow, what am I doing around me? After hearing what Lin Xiaoxiao said, the chatty boy smiled awkwardly, and then moved a little farther away from Lin Xiaoxiao, but still within the range where he could take care of Lin Xiaoxiao, because they are dealing with professional players this time. The opponent's level must be different from what they have played before. However, although Lin Xiaoxiao has improved in the past few days, he is still the worst among them. But the chatty boy doesn't want to let the other party eliminate Lin Xiaoxiao prematurely. So the chatty boy has been protecting her. Lengfeng had already noticed the chatty boy's feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao in the past few days. So he just looked at Xiaoxiao and didn't say much about this situation. Just when a few people emerged from a hillside, a bullet flew over and knocked out half of Lin Xiaoxiao's blood. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly retreated and started looking for someone, but found that the other party had retreated and there was no one in sight. Then, while several people were looking in that direction, the opponent's free agent came over at some unknown time and knocked Lengfeng down with a few rounds of bullets. The chatty boy quickly turned around, knocked the man down, and then rescued Lengfeng. Several people immediately began to retreat. Just halfway, they heard another burst of gunfire, and Lin Xiaoxiao's blood volume bottomed out. Several people found a stone and quickly hid their figures. Start replenishing blood. The other party was really too shady. They deliberately used their free man as bait, and then started a sneak attack while he was not paying attention. Fortunately, Lengfeng ordered the retreat in time, and he didn't even have the free man's bag. Otherwise several people would have been there just now. Lengfeng thought about it, and felt that he and the others could not sit there waiting for death. So he came up with a plan. He walked around from the hillside to behind those people, and then Lin Xiaoxiao went to the left, while the chatty boy took care of the remaining gap alone. And then several people attacked at the same time. This did not occur to the remaining 3 members of the Lai Sun team. Because they lost one free man, there was less person to monitor behind them. So one person was directly hit in the head by the cold wind. When Lin Xiaoxiao and Chatterbox Boy saw that there were 2 people left, he threw a blast bomb and rushed forward. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was killed by the opponent due to positioning issues, everyone in the Lai Sun team was indeed wiped out. This made everyone in the Fear Sun team look gloomy. They didn't expect that they and others would be so miserable. But if they are asked to admit defeat like this, they will definitely not be willing to do so. So after the game, the people from Team Lai Sun started to quarrel. It doesn't matter. We were not ready just now. Let's start over. A team member shouted there. Shen ignored them and turned to ask the 3 of them. How was it? Did you learn anything from the game just now? Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Shen also smiled and said to Team Lai Sun, Okay, then just play another game. Without any equipment, the 3 men killed him with 1 punch each. Then the sniper goes to find the equipment first. After several people discussed it, they started taking action. And what excited them was that the place where Shen landed was very close to them, which made several people very happy. Then he rushed directly towards Shen Yi. Lin Xiaoxiao was very worried when she saw those people going to kill Shen Yi, and quickly went to help. The chatty boy smiled and pulled her back and said, Don't go. What are you going to do? Just watch the boss show them off. It was only at this time that Lin Xiaoxiao remembered Shen Yi's abnormal skills, and suddenly realized that her worries were unnecessary. So she ignored Shen Yi and went directly to the other side to pick up equipment. The owner of the internet cafe has actually been paying attention to their games before. After all, it is rare for 2 teams to come to his internet cafe at the same time, so he can promote it well. At this time, seeing someone actually wanting to hit Shen Yi, he directly projected Shen Yi's computer screen onto the big screen. Shen Yi's last operation was particularly memorable to him. Shen Yi was also confused at this time. He originally planned to continue the same round as the previous round. Just pick up 2 guns, then find a corner to hide, and wait until Lengfeng and the others couldn't hold on any longer before taking action. But what he didn't expect was that because of his performance in the last game, the people of Team Lai Sun regarded him as a soft persimmon. Thinking of this, Shen Yi suddenly felt funny. Since they provoked themselves, why not entertain them well? And seeing them rushing over without even picking up their guns, Shen Yi felt that these people were stupid. Chapter 247 Turbulent Waves. When the captain came over and saw Shen Yi, he punched him. But Shen Yi turned around and dodged him. Then Shen Yi turned around and punched him. Then the remaining 2 people rushed over, tried to surround Shen Yi. How could Shen Yi give them a chance? Shen Yi rushed directly to the captain of the Lai Sun team, and then punched the captain directly to death. Then the remaining 2 people came over with punches. Shen Yi dodged one of them, but was punched by the other. After seeing that he was injured, Shen-Yi was very unhappy and jumped up and punched him, knocking the man down directly. And then seeing another man rescuing the captain, Shen-Yi sighed secretly, went over and punched the captain without him paying attention, and then punched the captain twice, killing him completely. By now, several people had been defeated by him, and the captain was directly beaten to death. Shen-Yi slowly turned them into boxes one by one. Looking at Shen-Yi in front of the big screen at this time, Ma Feng's heart was filled with turmoil. He used to think that even if his skills were not the most powerful, they were definitely the best. But today, he was defeated by a girl. And he was defeated by a girl. What shocked him even more was the operation Shen-Yi just showed. He asked himself that he couldn't do this no matter what. If 3 people killed him, it would be great if he could escape. Why would he still think about killing people? At this time, the sniper who was picking up the equipment was also very shocked when he saw this situation. He quickly came out and planned to kill Shen-Yi first, because Shen-Yi did not have a gun. But he had already picked up the gun. So no matter what, he had an advantage. But he forgot that although Shen-Yi didn't have a gun, Lin Xiaoxiao and the others had already picked up the gun. So as soon as he came out of the house, he was shot in the head by the chatty boy. The game ends here. At this time, the people watching the game in the internet cafe also burst into cheers. Team Lai Sun's faces were all livid. They were really embarrassed. They never thought it would end like this. Especially among the 4 of them. 3 of them were beaten to death by someone from the opposite side with bare hands. This was undoubtedly equivalent to they were slapped so hard on the face that it hurt. One of the team members took off his headphones, pointed at Shen-Yi and said, "You're cheating. You're definitely cheating. You can't defeat a few of us so easily. You're cheating." Shen-Yi frowned when he heard what he said. He originally thought that these people were just not very skilled. But now he found that their character was not that good either. He had fought with them just now, so they would definitely be able to tell whether he was cheating or not. But now, they were still saying that. There was no doubt that they were deliberately throwing dirty water on him. This made Shen-Yi feel very disgusted. It's like eating a dead fly. But he did not open his mouth to defend himself, because he had just known that when he was playing games, the owner of the internet cafe directly projected his screen onto the big screen. So whether he was cheating or not, people in the internet cafe could tell at a glance that he was playing games. Won't say anything. Sure enough, before Shen-Yi could speak, everyone in the internet cafe began to feel unfair for Shen-Yi. The player who accused Team Lai Sun one after another said, "We were watching the game just now from beginning to end. Why didn't we see him cheating? I think it's because you can't afford to lose, so you're making excuses." The captain of Team Lai Sun looked livid. Everything was indeed not going well today. Moreover, what he said just now would make everyone feel that he and others could not afford to lose. It's too late to say anything now. So he snorted coldly and led his team members out of the internet cafe. Ma Feng did not follow them, but walked up to Shen-Yi and said to Shen-Yi, "I hope to join your team as a substitute. It doesn't matter whether I can play or not, but I know that by following you, I will definitely be able to learn real skills." Shen-Yi saw him saying this and did not refuse. He directly told him the address of the club and told him that he could come over for training tomorrow. Ma Feng nodded after hearing this and left the internet cafe. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao came over and said to Shen-Yi, "Boss, although their cooperation is slightly better than ours, why do I feel that they are not that powerful? Their technology is obviously not as good as ours." Shen-Yi heard this and said with a smile, "They knew at a glance that the team has not been established for a long time. And the team members are just a few people who play games together. So their skills are definitely not as strong as you think. But compared with ordinary players, it is already very powerful." Hearing this, Lung Feng nodded and said to Shen-Yi, "Indeed, I learned a lot from this competition with him. I think it will help my strategic thinking." Shen-Yi nodded and let them continue training. Originally, he wanted to take Shen-Yi as his teacher, but looking at Shen-Yi, he felt that he would not accept it. So he could only settle for the next best thing and let Shen-Yi teach him by joining the team. And he also knew that in the team, everyone is more skilled than him, so he can learn a lot. After the arrangements were made, Shen-Yi asked them to start training. Lungfeng and the others gained a lot of experience from yesterday's match against Team Lieri. And after that, Shen-Yi also explained to them one by one the problems that occurred during their competition. So everyone combined their training plans with these experiences today. Through this, everyone found that there was a great improvement. Now it only takes a few days to consolidate and improve what I have learned, and everyone's strength will definitely be greatly improved. As for Ma Feng, Shen-Yi also tailored some training plans for him. However, unlike others, his training plan for Ma Feng focused more on training and strengthening Ma Feng's basic skills. Because Shen Yi found that Ma Feng his basic skills are very poor. Even the usual gun pressing and parachuting skills, he can do very poorly. So Shen Yi will let him practice these first. After settling these things, Shen Yi gave some instructions to everyone on the side, and occasionally stepped forward to fight. After a while, a car suddenly stopped outside the club, which surprised Shen Yi, because Han Xiaomu was taking care of her father in the hospital. It was naturally impossible for her to come to the club. So who was outside the door? Shen Yi walked out, but after going out, he saw someone he didn't really want to see. This person was none other than the rich second generation who had been pursuing Li Yin'er. Chapter 248. Who is this? This made Shen Yi very speechless. He knew without thinking that this rich second generation must be here for him. Seeing the rich second generation getting out of the car with an arrogant look, Shen Yi secretly sighed. It seemed that the last time he competed with him, he was too soft-hearted and did not beat him to scare him. So he let him come over again. Looking for trouble on your own. What a mistake. Shen Yi didn't want to see this rich second generation. So he wanted to close the door of the club and go in directly. But who would have thought that when the rich second generation saw Shen Yi again, he laughed and said to Shen Yi, "It's a bad place like this. But you can't stay here. You really don't have any skills. You can only make some money here." Hearing what he said, Shen Yi stopped, looked at the rich second generation, and said mockingly, "Don't you think a defeated general is slapping himself in the face by saying such things? Or is it because he failed you last time? If there aren't enough in the box, you won't feel happy enough." The rich second generation wanted to say something else, but when he heard Shen Yi say this, he suddenly became furious. But he quickly restrained himself, because he knew that he couldn't beat Shen Yi, and if he fought with him, he would only be humiliating himself. Then he snorted and stopped talking. At this moment, the chatty boy and others heard a sound outside and hurried over. Because after the Jiangwu incident came out last time, they felt very guilty. They now have a strong feeling for their companions. Protectiveness. I don't want to see my companions get hurt. After the chatty boy and Lin Xiaoxiao came out, they saw the rich second generation and Shen Yi standing there. They didn't know this rich second generation, but they could tell from Shen Yi's words that this rich second generation had a grudge against Shen Yi. When the rich second generation saw so many people coming out at this time, not only was he not afraid, but he glanced at them and said, "Birds of a feather flock together, and people flock together. I can tell at a glance that you are just a bunch of people. If you don't have enough people, you can't get enough of them. Let's use girls to make up the numbers." When Lin Xiaoxiao heard this, her face turned red with anger, and she said to the rich second generation, "Come over here. If you can, let's challenge you to a duel. I'll give you one hand and beat you down anyway." At this time, the chatty boy also said angrily, "What's wrong with girls? Don't you know that women are better than men? If you have the ability, come over and challenge us. Let me see where you got the confidence to say these things." Hearing what the two of them said, the second generation rich man raised his eyebrows and looked at them with contempt. In fact, when the two of them said they wanted to challenge each other, he still had some thoughts in his heart. But he was afraid of being beaten by Shen Yi before. He really didn't know the strength of Shen Yi's team members. If they were as good as Shen Yi, even if they were not as good as Shen Yi, he felt that he might not be able to beat them if they lost. This would undoubtedly embarrass him again. This was something he couldn't stand. In fact, he did not come here today to challenge Shen Yi. The reason why he came here to play with such confidence was because he spent a lot of money to hire a very powerful professional player. And then he came specifically to regain his place. It is said that that professional player the player's team once ranked among the top 4 in the Asian competition. And he is a very powerful player. So the rich second generation looked at everyone with confidence and said with a smile, "I don't need to take action myself to deal with you. I'm afraid that you will say I'm a bully when I deal with you. Today I specially found someone to fight on my behalf. I'll see when the time comes. When he arrives, he will naturally let you know what true strength is." Shen Yi felt sick as he watched this second-generation rich man speak these words without changing his face. He did not expect that this second-generation rich man's face was so shameless. Maybe the walls of the Great Wall were not half as thick as his face. But he didn't care. In the worst case, the soldiers would come to block it, and the water would come to cover it up. The rich second generation made a phone call, and after a while, another car came and parked in front of the sniper club. The rich second generation hurried over. Shen Yi and others were also a little curious at this time, wondering who the rich second generation invited this time. But when Shin-Yi and the chatty boy took a closer look and found out who the person he invited was, they both started to laugh and cry. It turns out that this person they actually know is the opponent Z-Skid they met in the previous CF competition. He met Shin-Yi 7 times in total. And 7 times in a row. Shin-Yi made him perfectly explain what it means to die on sight. What made him feel even more frustrated was that he didn't even have a chance to shoot. It's completely a one-sided crushing. After getting off the bus at Z-Skid on the other side, I saw the rich second generation walking over and said very unhappy. I thought it was somewhere. But it turned out to be a small club like this. I didn't expect you can't even deal with the characters in such a small place. And asked me to help. My time is very tight. And I have to rush back to the team to train. If people are there, I tell you, I will leave after playing a set. Hearing what he said, the rich second generation quickly smiled and said, Okay, they are over there. But you can't be careless. They are very powerful. Especially the captain. I fell into his hands last time. Yes, you have to be careful when you compete. Z-Skid glanced at the rich second generation and said, You mean I will lose? Just these characters? After finishing speaking, he pointed to where Shin-Yi and the others were. But after seeing the people there, his hands froze in midair. How could he not recognize that person? That person had been his nightmare for nearly half a year. He would often dream about the scene in that game in the middle of the night. He who always thought he was invincible. This was his first time in such a game. I feel so powerless, and the gap between myself and others is so big. If he had a choice, he would rather not see him for the rest of his life. But at this time, he saw Shin-Yi and the chatty boy waving and smiling at him. And he understood that it turned out that the rich second generation wanted him to deal with Shin-Yi. Thinking of this, Z-Skid immediately planned to get in the car and leave without even thinking about it. Seeing this scene, the rich second generation didn't know what was going on. Why they were fine just now. But suddenly the people they invited were about to leave. He quickly grabbed the rich second generation and asked, What's wrong? Why did you leave without playing the game? Didn't you say you would teach them a lesson for me? Teach him a lesson? Do you know who he is? If I could teach him a lesson, would I still be here? You are clearly trying to trick me, Z-Skid said angrily. When the second generation rich man heard this, he thought Z-Skid was trying to raise the price and ask him to add some money. So he said, Then I'll double the money. If I add 10 times more to you, I won't compete with him. Whoever wants the money can get it. But I won't go anyway, Z-Skid said immediately. Chapter 249 A Moment of Confusion. Shin-Yi and the chatty boy saw the rich second generation holding Z-Skid there. And they roughly guessed what happened. The chatty boy smiled and said, Boss, it seems that you still have some power. You can't even look at him. Dare to compete with you. Shin-Yi smiled and said, Come on. An old friend is here. Let's go over and say hello. After finishing speaking, he led the chatty boy towards the rich second generation. When they approached, the chatty boy smiled and said, Z-Skid, you said you were not allowed to come over to catch up with old friends when we meet old friends. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? When Z-Skid heard what they said, he could neither leave nor stay. He was very embarrassed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and walked to Shin-Yi. He smiled bitterly and said, We meet again. Don't worry. I'm definitely not here to challenge you this time. When Shin-Yi heard what he said, he also smiled and said, It's okay. It doesn't matter if you challenge me or not. Just treat it as an old friend and just having fun after not seeing each other for a long time. Forget it. For you it's just fun. For the rest of us, it's torture and a nightmare. Let's forget it, Z-Skid said quickly. When Shin-Yi saw this, he also smiled and said nothing. The rich second generation was confused when he saw this. He couldn't understand why the professional player he invited was so afraid of Shin-Yi. Could it be that there was something special about the Shin-Yi? However, he could also see that the possibility of Z-Skid taking action today was basically gone. When he thought of this, he felt a pain in his body. He simply felt that Shin-Yi was his natural nemesis. Basically from the beginning to now. As long as it was about Shin-Yi, he had never had a smooth life. Now Shin-Yi once again caused him to lose face in front of everyone. One day, I will definitely make him look good. The rich second generation thought fiercely, and then left the sniper club. When Shin-Yi saw the rich second generation leaving, she didn't care. After all, she had never regarded the rich second generation as her opponent. Then Shin-Yi and Chatterbox Boy pulled Z-Skid into the club. I learned that the M4 team that Z-Skid belongs to has not been disbanded yet, and is currently preparing for the next international competition. Shin-Yi and the chatty boy sighed for a while. If it hadn't been because of this incident, they and the others would be the same now. And maybe they would be better than now. Z-Skid learned from Shin-Yi that Shin-Yi was the captain of the team, and that they might also check in the next international competition. So he felt a little worried. Last time, I and others were defeated by Shin-Yi. Could it be that the tragedy of last time would be repeated this time? But although he thought this in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise it would appear that he was afraid of Shin-Yi. But what he didn't know was that his own expression had already betrayed him. He just kept his spirits up. And then said, "Just wait. Our team will definitely take revenge for the past." Shin-Yi shrugged, saying that he didn't mind, and asked them to come over. Then Shin-Yi revealed the purpose of calling him in. It turned out that he wanted him to help Lin Xiaoxiao, Lingfeng, and the others practice the game. Because the game is about to begin. Shin-Yi plans to let them get in touch with the level of more powerful professional players. And Z-Skid undoubtedly has this strength. In the end, Z-Skid had no choice but to agree to Shin-Yi's request. Then, he started playing games with Lin Xiaoxiao, Lung Feng and Ma Feng. And the final result was also obvious. Everyone failed without any surprise. Ma Feng was beaten to death by Z-Skid as soon as he came down. Lin Xiaoxiao only lasted 5 minutes before being beaten to death. Only the cold wind lasted longer. Relying on his own judgment of the battlefield, he delayed for more than 10 minutes. But in the end, he was shot in the head by Z-Skid. This made several people very frustrated, because they also knew that there was a gap in their levels. But they did not expect that the gap would be so big. Then they began to carefully analyze the reasons why they lost. Shin-Yi was also very pleased after seeing it. Finally, under his coercion, Z-Skid accompanied everyone and beat them 2 more times before Shin-Yi let him leave. When leaving, Shin-Yi also told him to come often. Z-Skid didn't say anything and left here directly. That kind of feeling that you can't surpass even if you work hard all your life. So although you can learn a lot, it will also greatly reduce your confidence. Z-Skid is different. He gives you the feeling that he is indeed very powerful. But as long as you work harder, it is not impossible to surpass him. This gives me more confidence to surpass him when competing with him. To put it simply, it is the difference between gods and mortals. But everyone has indeed improved a lot because of these 2 games. The only thing that made them unhappy was that they only had 2 shots. So the techniques learned are limited. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think, if there was such a person who was obliged to train for him every day, the training effect would definitely be doubled. She quickly went to tell Shin-Yi what she had thought of. Shin-Yi told her that the idea was a good one, but it would be basically impossible to put it into action. Not to mention whether their strength is acceptable or not. The simplest point is, where do so many professional players come from for them to train? When Shin-Yi said this, Lin Xiaoxiao stopped talking. She actually knew that this was impossible, and just wanted to make a joke. Then Shin-Yi accompanied a few people to train. In this way, Shin-Yi has spent a week in everyone's training. In this week, apart from his home and club, he only went to Guangli Entertainment Company to find Li Yuner twice. Li Yuner is still so beautiful. After seeing Shin-Yi, he immediately grabbed him, and asked Shin-Yi to play games with him. Li Yuner said that she had been busy with things before, so she hadn't played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for almost a week. So she asked Shin-Yi to play a few games with her. Naturally, Shin-Yi would not refuse, because a large part of the reason why he came here was to punch in, because he had to swipe his card at the company every week. The next thing is to come to Li Yuner's office and play games with her. It has to be said that as time goes by, the tacit understanding between Li Yuner and Shin-Yi can be said to be getting higher and higher. Shin-Yi himself felt it clearly. Many times now. As long as he makes a move, Li Yuner will understand it immediately and do what he says, which makes Shin-Yi very happy. And because of this, the 2 of them were able to stay in the top 3 when playing games. Although they didn't win every game. And Li Yuner's score also kept rising. Then Han Xiaomu, who was in the hospital, was very worried because she hadn't been to the club for a long time, and she didn't know what was going on there. In addition, her father's injury has healed a lot. Now she only needs her mother to take good care of her. It won't take long for her father to be discharged from the hospital. Chapter 250. Can't help myself. Thinking of this, Han Xiaomu immediately walked towards the sniper club. Because she had nothing to do, she didn't notify Shin-Yi and the others in advance, and then drove to the sniper club by herself. When she entered the sniper club, everyone was taking a rest, and the chatty boy sat in the middle and told everyone about the scene when they met Skid's M4 team. Especially when I heard that Shin-Yi killed Z-Skid 7 times in a row. And every time, the opponent was killed by Shin-Yi before he even had time to take a shot. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Han Xiaomu, too, couldn't help but laugh. Then everyone suddenly heard a voice from behind. They turned around and saw that it was Han Xiaomu, who was taking care of his father in the hospital. Seeing her back in the club, everyone was very happy and concerned. He quickly asked him about Father Han's caution. I heard Han Xiaomu say that Han's father's illness has almost recovered, and it won't be long before Han's father can be discharged from the hospital. Everyone felt very relieved. Shen Yi saw Han Xiaomu coming to the club and walked out of the house. Then he asked others to train first, and then took Han Xiaomu to the back room. After Han Xiaomu entered the room, he first said to Shen Yi, "You have worked hard during this period. I have finished my work over there, and now everything is basically back to normal. I can come over to help. By the way, Jiang Wu's younger brother Jiang Bei has found a suitable match. It is said that the operation will start in a few days. If the operation goes well, then the little guy will be fine." Shen Yi was also very happy when he heard this, because he has always wanted Jiang Bei to grow up healthily and happily. This is undoubtedly the best result. The two chatted for a while, and then began to discuss the training of the team members. After a period of rigorous training, their abilities have now been greatly improved, and everyone is surprised. But now and if this continues, it will be very difficult to make progress. It is also very time-consuming, which is obviously not suitable for a team that is going to compete immediately. Han Xiaomu also nodded when he heard this. She very much agreed with what Shen Yi said. After all, she was also a professional player before, so in many aspects, she and Shen Yi could reach consensus. So Han Xiaomu asked Shen Yi, "So do you have any good ideas?" Shen Yi thought for a while and said, "Last time, I asked them to play games with those who played professional games. I found that through that training, their skills improved a lot. I was wondering if we could use this away. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth." Han Xiaomu also nodded when he heard what Shen Yi said. Then he said to Shen Yi, "You can do this. As for the competition, I will figure it out. I will contact you later to see if there are any small competitions recently that they can participate in. As you said, practice is the test, the only standard of truth." Shen Yi burst out laughing when he heard this, and then said to Han Xiaomu, "I didn't say this. It was said by Grandpa Deng. I can't say such high-quality words." When Shen Yi said this, both of them laughed in unison. Then Han Xiaomu went to contact the competition. After a while, Han Xiaomu called Shen Yi and told him, "Tomorrow, there will be a small chicken-eating competition in the Galaxy Internet Cafe. I have already signed up for you. You can take them to practice by then." When Shen Yi heard this, he nodded. He was also surprised by Han Xiaomu's efficiency. Not long after he said this, Han Xiaomu had already found the game and signed up. A person has to solve the problem completely before he will know what the answer is. But the other person doesn't need it, because he often does such questions. So when he looks at the question, he knows which key quantities are required. So he only looks for those few key quantities to see the answer to the question. So he will solve it much faster than the first person. And the first person is not much stupider than him or anything. There is only one reason, and that is that the first person does not know the routine to solve this problem. Once he learns the routine, he can do the same as the second person. This problem can be solved so quickly. This talkative boy didn't feel very strongly. But for Lung Feng and Lin Xiaoxiao, it was indeed very touching. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Shen Yi, because Shen Yi used to have a dedicated coach to train them in the team. But now that he has become the captain, he has to slowly figure out everything. But he forgot that he and the chatty boy had received professional training before. But Lung Feng and Lin Xiaoxiao are not like this. At most, they are better at playing games. So most of their skills are slowly figured out by themselves. In this case, they will be in many situations. I was obviously wrong, but I didn't know it. Although Shen Yi corrected them when he had time, the effect was still not that obvious. But playing a game with professional players was different. They could observe and learn through the game, and at the same time knew that it was the right thing to do, or that that's not right. It's more intuitive and easier to do it this way. So this time everyone was very happy to go to the game. Because Jiang Wu was not here yet, Shen Yi brought Ma Feng with him, and he asked Ma Feng to temporarily replace the sniper position. After Ma Feng knew that he could go, he was naturally very excited. But when we arrived at the Galaxy Internet Cafe, everyone felt strange, because when they looked around, the people participating in this competition were either college students who often played games together, or some gangsters. Several people watched for a long time, but did not find any professional players. This makes everyone feel a bit disappointed. because the purpose of everyone participating in the competition is to compete with professional players. But obviously there is no such thing here. If you want to compete with these people, you might as well wait for others to train comfortably in the club. Woolen cloth. Shen-Yi was a little disappointed when he saw this. But he immediately comforted everyone and said, "Don't worry, everyone. What if there are very powerful people here? Don't underestimate the enemy. And if there are more powerful people here, maybe we can recruit another person for the team. Wouldn't it be better then?" When everyone heard this, they nodded in disbelief. Then a few people went to the registration office to confirm the information and start the competition. Their first opponent was a group called Dragon Slayer. Chapter 251 Unprepared. As soon as I heard the name, I knew that this team must be a name randomly chosen by a group of young men. Who in the real team would choose such a name? It's so vulgar, the chatty boy complained. Lin Xiaoxiao heard what he said and said with a smile, "And I also know that they also have a CP team. Look over there." Everyone looked in the direction Lin Xiaoxiao pointed and saw that there was a team there called the One Day Team. And when they saw the people there, they found that they were all composed of girls. There is no doubt that this must have been signed up for 2 dormitories of a certain university together. Maybe the people in it are male and female friends, because all of them are men on Tulung's side, and all of them on Etienne's side are women. Everyone found it very interesting when they thought of this. Then the competition started quickly, because it was a very small competition. It was not particularly formal. Everyone is assigned to their corresponding groups in the preliminary round. And then the teams in the same group get together to start the competition. The winner goes back to the registration point to confirm his or her information, and then draws lots again. And this cycle continues until the winning team is finally selected. The people of the Dragon Slayer team are also very carefree. It can be seen that they are not particularly interested in this competition. They are just a few of their good friends coming over to have fun together. Shen-Yi and the others gave friendly smiles to the Dragon Slayers. Originally, they thought that the skills of this dragon slaying team should be quite good. It turned out that their technology was really bad. There is simply no difference between him and a passerby. Several people jumped into the air raid shelter, and the people from the Dragon Slayer team also jumped down. Then both parties started collecting equipment. Lin Xiaoxiao first picked up an M16A4, so she immediately rushed out and planned to eliminate several enemies. At this moment, she saw a person walking towards her. Lin Xiaoxiao was afraid that the other person's marksmanship would be very powerful, so she hid under the stone later. Then she saw a scene that made her feel incredible. The other party didn't notice her, and then walked straight to the stone, planning to go to another house from here. This made Lin Xiaoxiao confused behind the stone. The other party came directly to her and asked her to hit her. If she didn't hit her, it would be too disrespectful. Besides, her footsteps were so obvious just now, so he must have noticed it. But seeing him coming unprepared now, Lin Xiaoxiao felt that she was playing a fake game. Then she killed the man effortlessly. As Lin Xiaoxiao killed the first person, there was a commotion in the dragon slaying team, because they were now missing one person. And the missing person was none other than their captain. Now the captain had been beaten to death. A few people don't know what to do. The trees fell down and the hosen scattered, and they all ran away. There is no strategy to perfection. Lung Feng and Chatterbox Boy had also picked up the guns at this time. Lung Feng didn't even bother to give orders because he saw a person who had just shown his head and was directly killed by Chatterbox Boy. The opponent has lost without a doubt now, and his side is completely crushed. Then while Lung Feng was thinking about this, Lin Xiaoxiao killed another person who was in a panic. Now there was only one person left. Seeing how powerful the opponent was, that person started to circle under the air raid shelter and refused to go up. This made several people on the side laugh and cry. Then, after the chatty boy roughly knew his location, he directly threw 2 thunderbolts and killed the man directly. The game ends like this. Then a few people planned to sign up there. The chatty boy looked at Shen-Yi and said, "Boss, are we bullying them? Why do I feel an inexplicable feeling of guilt?" Because she knew that Shen-Yi was joking with her. There was no need for her to explain too much to Shen-Yi. Lingfeng on the side had been silent before. At this moment, he thought carefully, and then said to Shen-Yi, "Boss, to be honest, bullying people is the second best, because it is an indisputable fact that we are stronger than them. There is no such thing as bullying." Bullying? I believe they would not think so. But what really worries me is that if we are like this, it will be difficult to truly learn anything. Playing this game here is a complete waste of time. There is no need to waste time here. When Shen-Yi heard what he said, he nodded in agreement, because he had already discovered this situation. It was less than a month before the Huya Destiny Cup. He and others had no time to waste. But this was undoubtedly not possible now. Their strength cannot be improved at all in such a small competition. If you have this time, you might as well relax and relax. But Shen-Yi is not willing to give up just yet, because he really wants to see if there is anyone here who is better at playing. But he just walked around, and there is no one who feels that he is playing very well. So he thought about it and said to everyone, "Let's play a few more games. If the situation remains like this, we will leave. Just abandon the game. Otherwise, even if we win the championship here, it will not be a glory to us." As for Ma Feng on the side, he never even said a word, because in the game just now, he had no room for development from beginning to end. What made him feel even more speechless was that he felt that although the consciousness of those few people was poor, a little, but the skill is not bad. But in the eyes of the chatty boy and the others, it turned out to be so unbearable. So Ma Feng decisively chose to shut up. It's better to quietly improve your skills as soon as possible before talking about anything else. Then several people went to the registration location to register and then draw lots. This time they drew a DNF team. Another team that you could tell by looking at its name that it would not last long. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and said to everyone, "This team must not become popular. If this team becomes popular, the underground city will probably have to file a lawsuit with them." Hearing her say this, Shen-Yi and others all laughed. Then Shen-Yi and the others found the team. And what made them laugh was that the team actually had its own uniform. But the clothes were not design clothes, but school uniforms. And they were high school uniforms. Seeing this, everyone suddenly felt that they were bullying someone. And they were bullying middle school students. So Shen-Yi planned to go to the registration place and tell him that he and others could change teams. Let's not talk about the technology for now. But at least it can't be a high school student. Otherwise, how could you have the nerve to do it? But when those high school students saw the signs in their hands, they shouted directly, "Uncle and Aunt, you are our opponents. How about it? Do you want us to give you some time to say your last words?" Chapter 252, Falling into a Trap. Hearing this, everyone who was about to leave suddenly turned to stone. Unexpectedly, they were called uncle and aunt directly by each other. The man was not particularly disgusted here. But when he came to Lin Xiaoxiao, he suddenly exploded, pointing at the middle school students and saying, "Who are you calling aunt? Have you ever seen such a young aunt? You naughty kids. Wait a minute. I will let you know that you will pay for your words. You guys just waited for me. You're pissing me off." After finishing speaking, Lin Xiaoxiao sat directly in front of the computer and turned it on. Then she saw that everyone else was still watching blankly. So she said to everyone, "Turn on the computer. Why don't you turn on the computer and wait for me to turn it on for you?" When those high school students saw Lin Xiaoxiao's huge reaction, they immediately stopped talking, then silently turned on the computer over there. Lin Feng also immediately turned on the computer and prepared to start the game. Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and said to everyone, "You don't have to worry about this round. I'll come alone and you can just watch from the sidelines. I still don't believe that I can't deal with them." Shen-Yi looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was very angry and couldn't laugh or cry. It seems that age is really the most sensitive topic for girls. That woman doesn't want others to say she is old. Isn't this? Lin Xiaoxiao went berserk. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi could only sigh secretly. Fortunately, although he usually likes to joke, he has never told such a joke. Otherwise Lin Xiaoxiao would have torn her apart. There are also Han Xiaomu and Li Yuner. I must pay attention to them when I get along with them in the future. Shen-Yi was thinking here. But over there Lin Xiaoxiao and their competition had already begun. And the place where they parachuted was the military base. However, Shen-Yi didn't pay too much attention to the situation here, because he also observed these high school students when they were playing a game just now. But what disappointed him was that their skills were not good at all. It was just pure luck. Okay. As soon as you land, you'll be in the circle of destiny. So just stay in a house there and kill each one. Only in order to win the top game. In this game, there is no doubt that they are definitely no match for Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. And even Lin Xiaoxiao can take care of them alone. Then the facts prove Shen-Yi's view. As soon as he landed, Lin Xiaoxiao jumped to the C building, and then immediately collected equipment. After finding a Victor submachine gun and an AKM assault rifle, he rushed directly to the landing place of the high school students and started looking for them. Originally, the high school students were still collecting equipment, but after hearing the footsteps, they immediately hid. However, one of them did not pay attention and was knocked down by Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao directly punched that person into a box, then rushed to the side and started chasing another person. Those high school students probably had never seen such a tough person. Not only did they not play according to common sense, but they also thought of killing him wholeheartedly. They killed several of them. So they hid in a room and waited for Lin Xiaoxiao to fall into the trap. Lin Xiaoxiao had already discovered them, and then went around to the other side to bag the man who had just been killed. To her excitement, she just found a machete and a smoke bomb inside. Lin Xiaoxiao ran directly outside the house and threw a smoke bomb in. After throwing the smoke bomb, she directly changed the gun and a machete and rushed in. After rushing in, they didn't dare to shoot it because they were inside the fog. But Lin Xiaoxiao was different. He just took a machete and chopped randomly. When the fog disappeared, all three people were dead. When everyone saw this, they felt that Lin Xiaoxiao was too cruel. Those high school students got up immediately and went home. The chatty boy stood up and said seriously, "You can't offend a woman by offending anyone." Hearing him say this, everyone laughed. Now it was the registration office's turn to be surprised, because this team is really too fast. Other teams may have just started at this time, but theirs is already over. So the registration office asked in confusion, "It's over? So soon?" Shen-Yi smiled bitterly, nodded and said, "Well, it's over. There are records there. You can check them." In fact, Shen-Yi didn't want them to end the game so quickly. He also planned to observe them while they were playing games. Take a look around to see if there are any better seedlings. But there was no way. After Lin Xiaoxiao was angered, he became too cruel. As soon as he landed, he started to switch to killing mode. Before everyone could react, the game was over. The person at the registration office went to check the records and found that they had indeed completed the game and won. He said apologetically to them, "I have also verified that you have indeed won. However, you may have to wait for a while, because so far, only your team has completed the game. So there is no way to arrange the next game for you at the moment. Wait a moment, and once a team has finished the game, you will be notified immediately." Shen-Yi nodded and started wandering around the internet cafe with everyone. Now half of the people in the internet cafe are people participating in competitions. Shen-Yi did the math. Their victory in this game meant they had entered the top 16. And the next game was to reach the top 8. He hoped that they could meet some powerful people by then. At least not like this. The people in his team, one person can completely wipe out the opponent. In that case, this game will really be meaningless. After a while, the staff came over to find Shen-Yi and the others, and then told them that a team had already completed the competition, and asked Shen-Yi if he would like to compete directly with this team without drawing lots. Shen-Yi nodded without thinking. Then they saw this team. Team Phoenix. What surprised Shen-Yi and others was that all the people in this team were girls, and they looked like college students. After seeing Shen-Yi and others, they also showed great enthusiasm and repeatedly expressed that friendship comes first. Competition comes second. And they hope that everyone can still make friends off the field. Shen-Yi and others also expressed great joy at their friendly attitude. So Shen-Yi turned around and whispered to Tuberculosis Boy and the others, "I think this one is a good person. When you play against them later, don't be as violent as you were against the first two teams. Be gentle with them." The chatty boy, Lung Feng and Ma Feng all nodded at Shen-Yi. Only Lin Xiaoxiao looked at them and then sneered and said, "Ha! Man." Chapter 253 Without a Trace. As soon as they heard Lin Xiaoxiao say this, Shen-Yi and others' faces immediately turned red. In fact, a large part of the reason why he said this just now is because the other person is a girl, and he wants to take more care of her. If it is a man, no matter how good the attitude of the person opposite is, he probably will not consider it. Then, they started the game. This time, both parties chose P City as the landing location. The chatty boy and the others went to pick up the equipment after landing. After picking up the equipment, they disappeared without a trace. Those girls were also picking up equipment. But when they got the equipment, they went too far and found that they and others could no longer find the other party's position. One of the girls said calmly, "It's okay. Let's pick up our equipment. They will come out sooner or later. I don't believe they won't pick up the equipment. After our equipment is formed, they will be at a disadvantage. When the time comes, I will kill them with 98k. When the other people heard this, they all nodded in agreement, and then worked harder to collect equipment. But as time passed by, they found that they and others could not find any trace of the other team members, and could not even hear the footsteps. This made them suspect that the chatty boy and the others had left Peace City. But this is impossible, because the outside here is a poisonous circle, and there is only a dead end if you go outside. Suddenly, they began to panic. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't find them, until the poisonous circle became smaller and smaller. Several people became more and more impetuous. Shinny looked at them, and felt that the chatty boys were really wicked. Aren't they treating those girls like monkeys? So I said to them, "Stop playing. You are going too far. The other party is a girl." Hearing what Shinny said, Lung Feng chuckled and then said, "Let them live a little longer." It turned out that all 4 of them were hiding in some bushes in the center of the safe zone, because they had just picked up their equipment and hid there without moving. The girls didn't notice. In addition, those girls only wanted to search in the house and ignored this place. Because Shinny had spoken, the chatty boy and the others could no longer hide it. In addition, the poisonous circle has indeed shrunk very small, and those girls will soon discover them. Then several people stood up, 1 girl each, and turned them all into boxes. The game ends here. After several members of the Phoenix team took off their headphones. They were very angry because they clearly felt that the people on the opposite side were much better than themselves. So they didn't think about winning. They just wanted to practice their skills by the way. But what they didn't expect was that the other party would humiliate them like this. They didn't know where they were hiding until the moment they died. Then those girls also felt very aggrieved. But the other party's skills were indeed higher than theirs. So they snorted and left without saying a word. A few people could only smile awkwardly. But Lin Xiaoxiao looked unconcerned. Then seeing this scene, Shen-Yi told everyone that playing games here was of no use at all, and was a waste of time. It would be better for everyone to have a good rest. Lung Feng, Chatterbox Boy, Lin Xiaoxiao and Ma Feng all agreed with Shen-Yi. It was not that they wanted a holiday, but that they themselves really felt that playing in this kind of competition was really useless. Too much will create a bad illusion. And it will be bad if you play like this next time you play with professional players. So Shen-Yi directly gave everyone a holiday. Then walked to the registration office and said to the staff, "Our team is giving up the competition. The next game is the quarterfinals competition. At that time, 8 teams will compete on the same map at the same time. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to win first place. In other words, you only need to play once and you can win." Hearing what he said, Shen-Yi just shook his head. Then when the staff saw this situation, they stopped insisting and directly erased Shen-Yi's previous record of the game, and then determined that the Phoenix team had won. Then he left to inform Team Phoenix to prepare for the quarterfinals. Shen-Yi and the others didn't care about this matter. After all, they had decided to abandon the game, so whether they were judged to win or lose didn't mean much to them. Why not let those girls participate and let them have a good time? Then everyone left the Galaxy Internet Cafe. After leaving the Internet Cafe, everyone left because it was a holiday today. Ma Feng didn't want to leave, and hesitantly told Shen-Yi that he wanted to train in the club for a while. Shen-Yi shook his head and told him that he must combine work with rest, and don't always think about training, as that would not be effective. Then Ma Feng had no choice but to go home. After watching them all leave, Shen-Yi returned to the club. When he returned to the club, he saw that Han Xiaomu was still in the club. In fact, he came to the club to see Han Xiaomu. After Han Xiaomu saw Shen-Yi, he also came over and asked Shen-Yi, "How was it? How was the effect of this training?" Hearing what she said, Shen-Yi smiled, and then said, "There wasn't much training, but they all played well." Lin Xiaoxiao wiped out the opponent's team all by himself. When Han Xiaomu heard what Shen-Yi said, he became interested and quickly asked Shen-Yi what happened. Shen-Yi told her everything that happened at the Galaxy Internet Cafe. After listening to what Shen-Yi said, Han Xiaomu also laughed and said, "Uh-huh. I laughed to death. This Xiaoxiao is indeed too cruel. He just went to him with a machete." Seeing her like this, Shen-Yi asked with a smirk, "Then if someone said that to you, would you do the same?" When Han Xiaomu heard Shen-Yi say this, he stopped laughing, then looked at Shen-Yi with squinted eyes and said, "What? Do you want to give it a try?" Shen-Yi waved his hands quickly and said, "Forget it. I still want to live a few more years. You know the truth." At this point, both of them laughed. However, the two of them are now worried, because after testing, this method is obviously not suitable for Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, because it has no effect. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi sighed and said, "It would be great if we could find other clubs and make an appointment with them." When Han Xiaomu heard this, he also sighed. "I have thought of this before. Unfortunately, those clubs and teams were not willing to play with us as soon as they heard that our sniper club was a newly established club. Everyone said it was a waste of time. It didn't help their training at all. So they didn't accept our invitation to fight. Chapter 254, Making Progress Together. After saying that, Shen-Yi went up to him and said, "Welcome. Welcome." One of the 5 people, who looked like a coach, stretched out his hand after seeing Shen-Yi and said, "Hello. It was our boss who asked us to come. He said he wanted our 2 teams to compete." When Shen-Yi heard this, he smiled and nodded, and then said to them, "There will be many opportunities to work together in the future. I hope we can make progress together." However, at this moment, a person from the LJ team suddenly said, "Do you know how to play games? We have never heard of your SLK team. And you don't even have uniforms." Hearing this, Shen-Yi suddenly had a dark look on his face. He couldn't remember how many times he had been criticized by others for not having a uniform for his team. It seems that we really need to hurry up and make the team uniforms. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, our team will seem very irregular no matter what. Fortunately, at this time, Li Yuner came out in time and said, "Our SLK team was indeed established recently. So the team uniforms are also being produced and will be distributed to each team member soon. And the coach and captain we hired, Mr. Shen-Yi in front of me, is very skilled. When everyone competes with each other, I believe everyone will gain a lot. Oh, I have always respected my strength. I don't care what our boss and our coach say. If your team is really rubbish, then I will definitely refuse to compete with you, because that will only waste us time. Since you said that the captain is very powerful, then, Captain, how about we have a one-on-one match?" The captain of the LJ team said. His coach wanted to stop him from the side, but he had already spoken out. So the captain could only look at Shen-Yi helplessly. When Shen-Yi saw the scene, he smiled and was not very surprised, because the members of the LJ team would show dissatisfaction because of this matter. He had already foreseen it. After all, if someone uses power to force you to do something you don't like, anyone would resist it. If he didn't resist, Shen-Yi would look down on this team and feel that the level of this team was very inferior, and there was no need for his own team to compete with them. So Shen-Yi did not refuse the LJ team captain's invitation to fight. Instead, he looked at him very solemnly and said, "Okay, since you said such words, it is difficult to follow up on your words. If I defeat you, I hope if you can truly accept our team and make progress together. If I lose, you can leave directly. I promise I will go to your boss and tell you that I will not blame you." The captain of Team LJ also nodded when he heard what Shen-Yi said. Then the 2 people sat in front of the computer and began to prepare for a one-on-one challenge. Later, they and Shen-Yi played together several times. They also competed in the number of kills. But the number of people killed by the 3 of them was not even a fraction of the number killed by Shen-Yi. Now that the captain of the LJ team proposes such game rules, it is simply asking for death. So several people watched quietly, expecting the captain to slowly fall into despair. When landing, the captain of Team LJ saw Shen-Yi jumping to the south of P City, and he operated a parachute and landed directly to the north of P City. This made everyone watching the battle shine, because he did not choose to be tough in the early stage like others, but first avoided his sharp edges, developed slowly, and then slowly confronted Shen-Yi. From this point of view, he was already much smarter than Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. Lin Xiaoxiao and others also put away their mocking eyes and watched the game seriously, because they understood that they could also learn many skills and methods from this game. I saw that Shen-Yi was not idle after landing, but immediately rushed in and started looking for the gun. After a while, I picked up a P92 pistol, an M16A4 rifle, and a UMP9 submachine gun. To be honest, the equipment is not particularly good, but for Shen-Yi, this equipment is enough. On the other side, the captain of Team LJ has also finished searching for guns. He found an M416 assault rifle and an S686 shotgun. This made him very satisfied, because the damage of both guns was very high. There was no doubt that he had a great advantage in terms of firearms. After picking up the gun, neither of them wasted time picking up the equipment. The courier would pick up the equipment for them. Both of them made the same choice, which was to immediately start walking in the direction of the other person, because they don't want each other to kill someone. Then when they reached the middle, both of them realized the other's presence at the same time, and the captain of Team LJ immediately moved slowly towards the sound of footsteps. He wanted to get the upper hand. Shen-Yi did not go over, but immediately hid in the house next to him. When Shen-Yi hid in the house, the captain of the LJ team also came here. He had roughly heard that the footsteps suddenly disappeared here, so he was roughly sure that Shen Yi was in this room. But now he has no thunder. And the competition is based on the number of enemies killed, not who kills the opponent first. So he did not act rashly, but stayed outside the house. He decided to follow Shen Yi and prevent Shen Yi from coming out of the house, so that Shen Yi could not kill anyone. After seeing him like this, Shen Yi just secretly sighed in innocence. Then he hid in the window of the house, got everything ready, and started looking for the enemy. Just a few seconds after the two fell silent, the sound of a car was heard in the distance. As soon as the captain of Team LJ heard the sound, he knew that his opportunity had come, and he immediately rushed over. Shen Yi smiled faintly, and then came to the roof. It's a 3-story building, so he has a really good view. He soon saw the car. There were 2 people sitting in the car. They had just driven the car from somewhere else. They probably thought that P City had not been searched yet, so they wanted to come over and share the spoils. Shen Yi watched quietly as the captain of the LJ team slowly approached and then prepared to shoot. The moment he raised his gun, Shen Yi fired 2 bursts, directly hitting the heads of the 2 men. The captain of the LJ team on the side raised his head and looked at Shen Yi with a gloomy expression. He knew that Shen Yi did this on purpose. However, he attributed the reason to the fact that he was at a disadvantage, because he was in a relatively low-lying area. But what they didn't know was that Shen Yi was farther away than him. But he only had a full-series sight. Within this range, it was basically impossible to achieve the probability of hitting with 1 hit. But Shen Yi did it, and it was still a matter of a moment. If he knew, he would probably admit defeat right now. Chapter 255 Go All Out. Then Shen Yi came down from the roof and disappeared. By the time the captain of Team LJ rushed over, Shen Yi was nowhere to be found. He had no choice but to give up the plan of watching Shen Yi and start looking for enemies seriously. Then, when he turned an alley and came to the bungalow, he saw a man coming out of the house. He immediately aimed and shot. But before his bullet was fired, he saw that the man had been shot. The gun hit his head, which made him very angry. He didn't expect that he had gone all out. But so far, he still hasn't grabbed a single head. On the contrary, Shen Yi has already grabbed 3 heads. He had just seen that Shen Yi was hiding on top of another house, but he had not noticed it just now. This was really a mistake. However, just after killing that person, Shen Yi disappeared again. This time he ignored Shen Yi, but after thinking about it, he left the place with more residents and came to the hillside, where he watched the situation in P City. And the view there is also very good, except for some places blocked by houses. You can basically see all the scenes in P City. Then he began to wait. After a while, he found another person. But just as he was about to shoot, he found that the person's feet were full of smoke. It turned out that Shen Yi put a smoke bomb directly under the person's feet. And then, he lost sight of the person. By the time the smoke cleared completely, that person had been eliminated. It was him who was eliminated by Shen Yi. And he used his fists. This made the captain of the LJ team very frustrated. He originally wanted to prevent the opponent from getting a single head. But the direction of the plot seems a bit wrong now. Why until now? I haven't gotten a single head. After that, Shen Yi repeated what happened before. Especially once again, after snatching the head of the captain of the LJ team. He turned back and waved to the captain, which made the captain very speechless. Not long after, the game ended in a one-sided manner. By the end of the game, Shen Yi had taken 12 heads, but Captain LJ had only taken 1 head. As for that head, Captain LJ also knew that it was deliberately left to him by Shen Yi, not wanting him to lose too ugly. Then the captain of Team LJ stood up from his chair, looked at Shen Yi and said, "Captain Subran of Team LJ, I hope we can cooperate well and make progress together in the future." When Shen Yi heard this, he shook hands with him happily. After shaking hands, the coach of the LJ team asked the team members to start training, and Lin Xiaoxiao and the others also entered the game and joined in. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiaoxiao simply acquiesced. But other people in the team are not okay. And the level of consciousness can be seen instantly. Every time Lingfeng made a plan, the other party would see the flaws as soon as it was implemented, and he would not give up and reformulate it, or simply accidentally fall into the opponent's trap. And then the entire army is annihilated. Especially Ma Feng, as a sniper, in many cases was directly shot in the head by the opponent without firing a shot, which also made him very depressed. On the other hand, Team LJ has also gained a lot from their continuous training in the past few days, because during this period, they were often abused. The ones who tortured them were none other than Shen Yi and the chatty boy. Almost every time, Shen Yi and the chatty boy wiped out their entire team. And the people in the LJ team were also very depressed. But they are not discouraged, because it is very rare for them to have people like Shen Yi to help them train. Under normal circumstances, people with Xiang Xingyi's skills have been poached by well-known clubs early, so it is not easy to get a fight. Therefore, it is also a very precious opportunity for Shen Yi to train with them here. In this way, the two sides each took what they needed, constantly progressed, and gradually became more and more familiar with each other. Sometimes they would meet at the Sniper Club, and sometimes they would go to the Falcon Club where the LJ team was located. Sometimes, the two sides would even agree to play together, go to an internet cafe and play a game. Shen Yi and the coach of the LJ team are becoming more and more familiar with each other. The two often share their experiences as a training team member, which makes Shen Yi gain a lot. When he was in the team, he always played as a player. Now that he has become a coach, he can only arrange training for everyone based on his own impressions. There is no doubt that under such circumstances, there are some aspects that he cannot take into account. And it is precisely for this reason that everyone's training cannot be very scientific and reasonable. But after communicating with the coach of the LJ team for a period of time, he was able to know whether he was doing the right thing in many aspects. At the same time, he can also more clearly develop a training method suitable for his players. This is very important to him. In this way, the training of the team members was on the right track, and their strength gradually became stronger and stronger. Shen Yi was also very pleased. On this day, Shen Yi happened to have nothing to do, so he came to Li Yun'er's company. It is said that ever since he took a job as a personal consultant in Li Yun'er's company, he has really come to the company twice a week to check in, as if he really came to work. Shen Yi himself enjoys this very much. I feel as if my value has been maximized. Now that Shen Yi has come to Li Yun'er's company, it can be said that basically everyone knows him. There were many people who called him brothers before and wanted to have a good relationship with him, thinking that he would say something nice for them in front of Li Yun'er. Your own promotion will be just around the corner. It's a pity that Shen Yi ignored them. In fact, it's not that Shen Yi is indifferent, but that Shen Yi knows how much he weighs. And in front of Li Yun'er, he often asks her for help. How come you still have the energy to meddle in other people's affairs? After those people saw that Shen Yi had no big effect on them, they were not as enthusiastic as they were at the beginning. But they would still greet Shen Yi very enthusiastically when they saw him. After all, it would be fine if they couldn't make good friends. But if they turned against each other, then they themselves are not sure what will happen. They may lose their jobs. So it is better to be cautious. After Shen Yi came to Li Yun'er's office, he found that Li Yun'er was not working, but was in a daze in the office. This surprised Shen Yi very much. In the past, every time he came to see Li Yun'er was either working or in a meeting. It was rare that she stayed quietly in the office. Li Yun'er also saw Shen Yi. Shen Yi had already told her that he would come today when he called her in the morning. She turned her head and smiled at Shen Yi and said, "My personal consultant is here again. Why did he come so early today?" Chapter 256 Private Consultant. She tried to keep her voice calm, but Shen Yi heard something wrong in Li Yun'er's tone. Shen Yi said to Li Yun'er, "Did something happen? I feel like you have something on your mind." Hearing what Shen Yi said, Li Yun'er's face flashed with bitterness. And then she said to Shen Yi, "I really can't hide anything from you. Do you want to tell me and let me listen? Maybe I can help you." Shen Yi looked at Li Yun'er and said, after Li Yun'er heard Shen Yi's words, she looked at Shen Yi quietly for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and said to Shen Yi, "We won't play games today. Come on. Why don't you go out and walk with me?" "Okay. I'll go down and drive." When Shen Yi heard what Li Yun'er said, he didn't ask any questions. He took Li Yun'er's car keys and went to the parking lot to drive the car out. Then Shen Yi drove the car and took Li Yun'er away from the company. "Where do you want to go?" Shen Yi looked at Li Yun'er and said. He was just focusing on driving and forgot to ask Li Yun'er where he wanted to go. She just said she wanted to go shopping, but she didn't say where she wanted to go. Li Yun'er thought for a moment and said, "Where do you usually take your sister when you have time?" "Just go to the mall, the amusement park, and sometimes go to the movies." Hearing this, Li Yun'er said to Shen Yi, "Then you can take me to the mall as well." Hearing what Li Yun'er said, Shen Yi took her directly to the shopping mall. Because Li Yun'er was rich, Shen Yi didn't have to worry about money at all. Besides, even if he wanted to pay for it, the things Li Yun'er liked were, he probably couldn't afford it even if he sold himself. Thinking of this, Shen Yi quietly followed Li Yun'er, acting as a bag carrier and bodyguard. Then Shen Yi also saw Li Yun'er's purchasing power. And once again, he felt that rich women were really scary. Like when he and Shen Shi went shopping before. Shinshi would choose a piece of clothing from several stores to see which one was cheaper and which one looked better. And then, he would compare it for a long time before buying it. But Li Yuner was different. She just threw it on the table and took it away without caring about how expensive the clothes were. In just half an hour, Shinny had already carried more than a dozen bags. Besides, there is a reason why I bought you these clothes. You are now my personal consultant. So of course you can't wear these clothes. What do you look like wearing this and following me around? Think of this as work clothes bought for you. After finishing speaking, Li Yuner also took a look at Shinny's outfit, which cost less than 200 yuan. Shinny thought about it and knew that his clothes were indeed inconsistent with a company like Li Yuner. And since Li Yuner was already after saying this, Shinny stopped refusing and the two of them walked in. After entering, Shinny hadn't spoken yet, but Li Yuner spoke first. Boss, help this gentleman tailor a suit, just like the one I made here last time. The boss was very enthusiastic when he saw Li Yuner, and quickly agreed, and then began to measure Shinyi's figure. Shinyi couldn't help but be full of doubts when he saw this scene. He asked Li Yuner uncertainly, "Isn't the owner of this store also a relative of yours?" Hearing what he said, Li Yuner directly chose to ignore Shinyi's words. Or the boss next to him heard what Shinyi said and said to Shinyi with a smile, This gentleman misunderstood. How could I have a relative like Mr. Li? The reason why I know Mr. Li is because Mr. Li and her father came to my place to make clothes last time. You must be Mr. Li's boyfriend. He is really a talented man and a beautiful woman." When Shinyi heard what he said, he knew that he had misunderstood, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He really felt that this store owner was deliberately trying to make him happy. He must know what he is wearing, so he should also know that he is a part-time worker. But Li Yuner is the boss of a company. How can he be her boyfriend? Even with his talent and beauty, he was not afraid of Li Yuner getting angry and demolishing his shop. But what surprised Shinyi was that Li Yuner didn't show any signs of getting angry, but was quietly playing with her mobile phone. Seeing this, the store owner stopped talking and started making clothes. I have to say that there is a reason why it is so expensive. The clothes are made very quickly. They are ready in less than half an hour, and they fit very well when worn. Shinyi looked at himself in the mirror and almost felt not recognized. He sighed secretly. As expected, a man relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle. Li Yuner looked at Shinyi in the mirror, smiled at him and said, "Isn't this right? Look, when you change your clothes, you feel a lot more energetic." The two paid and left. After leaving the mall, Li Yuner asked Shinyi to drive the car to the bar. She said that she suddenly wanted to drink today. Naturally, Shinyi couldn't let Li Yuner stay alone in the bar. So he called Shinshi in the car and told her that he had something to do outside today and might come back later or not at all, and asked Shinshi not to wait for him and go to bed early. Shinshi told him to take care of his body and hung up the phone. Shinyi went into the bar to find Li Yuner. When he arrived at the bar, he found Li Yuner sitting on the bar. At this time, she had already consumed 2 glasses of tequila. Shinyi hurriedly walked over. It was certain that Li Yuner had something on her mind today. Otherwise she wouldn't be so abnormal. When Li Yuner saw Shinyi coming, she smiled at Shinyi, then raised the wine glass in her hand and said, "You're late. Come on. I'll give you a drink first, and then we'll start drinking." Shinyi frowned, then grabbed her cup, and said, "What happened to you? How could this happen? You can tell me. You have helped me so much, and now I can't want to help you." Li Yuner looked at Shinyi's eyes, and saw the perseverance revealed in his eyes at this time. Somehow, that look made Li Yuner's heart tremble. Then Li Yuner looked at Shinyi and said slowly, "Do you have any impression of the rich second generation who has been chasing me before?" Hearing what Li Yuner said, the figure of the rich second generation immediately appeared in Shinyi's mind. Thinking of this, Shinyi smiled and said to Li Yuner, "Remember? How could you not remember? Ever since he found out that you and I played games all night, he has been full of hostility towards me. Some time ago, he even found a professional player to destroy me. But I didn't let his scheme succeed. On the contrary, he couldn't get off the stage himself." Chapter 257 Stalking. Li Yuner also smiled when she heard this, and then said to Shinyi, "Yes, that's him. Actually, his name is Qi Yan. He is the heir of a big family. I told you before that he has been obsessed with me. Luanda, you want to chase me, but what I didn't tell you is that he and I actually had a baby kiss since we were kids." Hearing what Li Yuner said, Shinyi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The second-generation rich man named Qi Yan had no interest in knowing his name before, so he never asked. But what he didn't expect was that this second-generation rich man actually had such a relationship with Li Yuner. Li Yuner didn't pay attention to Shen Yi's expression, but continued. Originally, it was just a casual comment by the adults of the two families, and they were not taken seriously. But who knew that the Qi family has declined in recent years, and has slowly declined. His parents thought about this inexplicable marriage contract again. So his parents found my parents again, hoping to use this to help the Qi family solve the difficulties they are facing now. Then Li Yuner drank a glass of wine and continued. My parents just said it casually at the time. And now that the Qi family is declining, they definitely don't want to agree to this marriage. But they can't refuse it openly. So they just said two things. Let the two children deal with the children's matters by themselves. When Shen Yi heard this, he nodded and said, That's good. In that case, wouldn't you have to marry him? When Li Yuner heard this, she smiled bitterly and said, It's not that simple. Although their family is in decline, his mother is a branch of our family. All of this branch supports me marrying Qi Yan. And I will marry Qi Yan immediately. Just 25. Our family's rule. If a woman cannot find her partner before she turns 25, she will be disqualified from inheriting the family's property. Because of this, they signed a contract that if I am not married by 25, I must marry Qi Yan. When Shen Yi heard this, he was also very surprised and asked, Didn't you say that the Qi family was in decline? Then why did your parents still sign this contract? Because the Qi family once helped our Lu family, and remembering our old friendship, we have to agree. Li Yuner said. Hearing this, Shen Yi also felt Li Yuner's helplessness. It seemed that being born into a wealthy family was not a good thing. At least, he couldn't make the decision on his own marriage. Seeing Li Yuner's sad expression, Shen Yi felt a little distressed in his heart, and said to her, You are only 23 now, and there are still 2 years left. Maybe you will be able to find someone you like by then. By then, this contract, why don't we just give up? At the same time, Shen Yi finally figured out why Qi Yan kept staring at him. But it was estimated that anyone who came close to Li Yuner would be stared at by him. Forget it. Let's not talk anymore. Come, let's drink. Then Li Yuner filled the wine and started drinking with Shen Yi. Shen Yi quickly told her not to drink. If she was drunk, it would be troublesome. But Li Yuner still didn't listen to Shen Yi. Shen Yi took her cup away, and she took it away again, which made Shen Yi feel dizzy. Shen Yi planned to take Li Yuner home directly. At this time, Shen Yi wanted to go to the toilet first. Shen Yi put Li Yuner next to the bar, and then said to her, You stay here. Don't move around. I will take you home later. I'm going now go to the bathroom. Okay? Li Yuner drowsily smiled at Shen Yi twice, and said vaguely, Okay. Seeing this situation, Shen Yi immediately ran to the bathroom. He originally thought that a big boss like Li Yuner must often go out to socialize and so on. So he must have a good drinking capacity. So he agreed to Li Yuner drinking that wine. But Li Yuner's reaction just now told him that Li Yuner was obviously drunk. And he was quite drunk. So Shen Yi didn't dare to delay. A beautiful girl like Li Yuner was alone outside. And she was still drunk. Who knew who she might run into? After Shen Yi quickly solved the problem in the bathroom, he rushed out. But when he came out, he found that Li Yuner was no longer at the bar, which made Shen Yi panic. At this time, he suddenly thought that there were often many men staying here in the bar, responsible for picking up corpses. When you see those pretty and drunk girls, you take them away directly, and then take them to a nearby internet cafe to get a room. In this way, even if the other party wakes up the next day, you will not remember anything. And you will not remember anything. What responsibility. Shen Yi felt chills all over when he thought of this. He brought Li Yuner out. If something happened to Li Yuner, he would be the one to blame. Even if Li Yuner wouldn't blame him for this matter, he himself couldn't get over his conscience. Thinking of this, Shen Yi went crazy and started looking for Li Yuner. There was still a trace of luck in his heart. After all, Li Yuner was still conscious when he left. Maybe Li Yuner just felt too bored and left the bar, and then take a walk around. Thinking of this, Shen Yi started to look for Li Yuner in the bar. In the end, he did find Li Yuner. But after seeing Li Yuner, he couldn't laugh or cry. It turned out that Li Yuner was not taken away by anyone else. And the fact was just as Shen Yi thought. She left the bar and went somewhere else. But it wasn't because she was bored. She just smelled the fragrance and followed it directly. When Shen Yi found her, she was in a private room, looking at the pig trotters bought in other people's bags and others grabbing them. And she was still muttering, I want to eat. I want to eat. The waiters and guests on the side stopped her, but they did not dare to act rashly. It seemed that they knew Li Yuner. But they couldn't let Li Yuner continue to make trouble like this. Otherwise, how could I work normally? The manager was at a loss at this time. If she was an ordinary person, she could just kick her out. But Li Yuner had a high status, and he didn't dare to kick her out. Just at this time, he saw Shen Yi, who was looking for Li Yuner. He remembered that Li Yuner came in with Shen Yi, so he quickly asked others to call Shen Yi over. After Shen Yi came in, he saw Li Yuner sitting on the ground, holding a pig's trotter in his hand and gnawing on it. He couldn't hold back and started laughing. But seeing that Li Yuner was fine, he felt relieved. After the manager confirmed Shen Yi's identity, he handed Li Yuner over to Shen Yi. Shen Yi snatched the half-eaten pig's trotters from Li Yuner's hand. But who knew? As soon as he took it over, Li Yuner started crying, saying that Shen Yi bullied him. Everyone around looked at Shen Yi and Li Yuner with smiles, which made Shen Yi very embarrassed. He quickly stuffed the pig's trotters back into Li Yuner's mouth. In his hand, he carried Li Yuner out. Chapter 258, Destroying Evidence. Strangely enough, after Li Yuner got the pig's trotters, she started to chew them. But she stopped crying. Shen Yi looked at her and couldn't laugh or cry, because Shen Yi and Li Yuner had already drank. The car naturally couldn't be driven. Shen Yi called over for a substitute driver. After seeing Shen Yi and Li Yuner, the driver smiled and said to Shen Yi, "Brother, you are so lucky. My sister-in-law is so beautiful." When Shen Yi heard this, he was about to speak when he saw Li Yuner making a sound of vomiting and started to vomit, almost vomiting all over Shen Yi. After seeing this, the driver smiled sarcastically and said, "It's just that the amount of alcohol is really not high." What? When Shen Yi saw this, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying nothing. After giving the car keys to the driver, he asked the driver to take them to Li Yuner's home. On the way, Shen Yi saw that Li Yuner's pig trotters had been eaten and only the bones were left. So he planned to take the bones and throw them away. But who knew that Li Yuner protected the bones and said to Shen Yi, "Mine. This is mine. No one can take it away. You can't take it away. And you can't rob it from me." Shen Yi could only smile bitterly and said, "Don't worry. I won't take it away. You can keep it." At this time, Shen Yi couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Why not take a photo of Li Yuner now? But Shen Yi soon gave up this idea, because he still knew that if he didn't seek death, he wouldn't die. If Li Yuner knew about it, Shen Yi suspected that Li Yuner might even directly pay to kill someone in order to eliminate evidence. I still don't want to do such a suicidal thing anymore. After arriving at Li Yuner's house, Shen Yi opened the door and put Li Yuner in the room. But at this time Li Yuner still held the pig's trotter bone and refused to let go. Shen Yi had no choice but to let her hold it. Then Shen Yi originally planned to go home. But when he looked at the time, he saw that it was almost 12 o'clock. And his home was far away from Li Yuner, so he might not be able to get a taxi. He had already told Shen Yi that he would get a taxi today. She might not go home late, so she doesn't have to wait for him. So Shen Yi thought for a while and went to the guest room to sleep. Early the next morning, Li Yuner woke up and screamed. When Shen Yi saw this, he laughed very unkindly. When Li Yuner saw Shen Yi smiling, she suddenly became even more angry. In fact, she had forgotten everything about what happened when she was drunk yesterday. But she was certain that her performance after being drunk yesterday must have been very poor. That's why she had such a big reaction. But Li Yuner was getting angry, while Shen Yi continued to laugh regardless, which made her feel really angry. Shen Yi looked at her and said maliciously, "Don't you want to know what you did after you were drunk yesterday? Don't you want to know why you saw a pig bone in your hand when you got up in the morning? Don't you want to know how you got back from the bar yesterday?" Facing Shen Yi's series of questions, Li Yuner almost went crazy and said viciously, "No, I don't want to know it all." Seeing her say this, Shen Yi smiled and said nothing more. But he knew that based on his understanding of Li Yuner would definitely not be able to help asking him questions later. Shen Yi stopped mentioning this matter and went to the kitchen to make breakfast for the two of them. Li Yuner was sitting on the sofa in the living room, carefully recalling what happened yesterday. But no matter how she recalled it, she just couldn't remember it. "I just vaguely remembered that I ran to a place yesterday and ate some delicious food. It seemed that this thing was pig's trotters. But where did this pig's trotters come from?" Thinking of this, Li Yuner became more and more curious. She was eager to know what happened to her yesterday, and to see if she had done anything particularly embarrassing. But she just said that to Shen Yi again. And now she is too embarrassed to ask Shen Yi. Now she can only wait for Shen Yi to take the initiative to tell her. After Shen Yi finished cooking in the kitchen, he brought out breakfast. Since Li Yuner drank a lot yesterday, Shen Yi specially cooked some porridge, which was not called a digestive aid. and also made some lighter dishes, so that it wouldn't be so uncomfortable to eat. After seeing Shinee bring out the rice, Lee Yuner also sat at the table and started eating. I have to say that because Shinee has taken care of Shinshi since he was a child, his cooking is still very delicious. But she soon put her mind on other things, because now her mind was full of what she had done last night. What to eat when you are in the mood? Shinee looked at Lee Yuner. Of course he knew why Lee Yuner was like this, but there was a hint of mischief. So he didn't take the initiative to tell Lee Yuner and waited for Lee Yuner to ask him in person. Lee Yuner broke the spoon over and pushed it over. But finally she couldn't bear it anymore. Then he looked at Shinee's half-smiling expression and asked, "Tell me, what happened yesterday?" Shinee smiled and said to her, "Don't you want to know? I'm not going to tell you yet. Stop teasing me and tell me quickly." Lee Yuner became anxious when Shinee teased her like this and said quickly. Seeing Lee Yuner like this, Shinee also felt very interesting. But he didn't plan to tease Lee Yuner anymore, because he thought it might be more interesting to tell her everything Lee Yuner did yesterday and then see Lee Yuner's reaction. Shinee said slowly, "Speaking of you yesterday, it was really thrilling, strange, refreshing, and touching." Listening to Shinyee's many incomprehensible adjectives, Lee Yuner's face suddenly became filled with black lines. She snorted at Shinee and said, "Speak carefully and don't beat around the bush. What happened last night?" Shinee smiled and began to tell Lee Yuner what happened last night, especially the part about snatching pig trotters with others. Shinee told it vividly. After Lee Yuner listened to Shinyee's explanation of the matter, she felt like she was hitting the wall. She knew that she was not very good at drinking, but she felt that after she got drunk, she should go to bed directly. Shinee was also there anyway, so there was nothing wrong with her. But what she didn't expect was that so many things happened. If you let others know, how will you see others in the future? Shinee deliberately did not look at Lee Yuner, but went on to tell everything that happened last night. After listening to Shinyee's words, Lee Yuner collapsed completely. She really couldn't imagine that she had done so many ridiculous things yesterday. After Shinee finished speaking, he continued to eat. Suddenly, Lee Yuner suddenly thought of something and turned back to look at him and said fiercely, "You can't let a third person know what happened last night. If I know what you told others, you just wait for me and I will definitely make you look good." Chapter 259, Turning the Tide. Shinee felt funny when he saw Lee Yuner's serious threat, but he still said seriously that he would never tell anyone else. After the two of them finished eating, Shinee left here and went to the club, because Lee Yuner still had a little pain in her head. She just stayed at home and planned not to go to the company for the time being today. After returning to the club, Shinee first called his sister Shinshi and told him that there was nothing wrong with him and asked her not to worry. Shinshi asked Shinee what happened yesterday. Shinee thought for a while, but still didn't tell Shinshi the truth. He was afraid that if he told Shinshi that he was drinking with Lee Yuner and getting the girl drunk, Shinshi would go crazy. So Shinee just told Shinshi that he had a party last night and it lasted until very late. Shinshi also knew that Shinee now had a temporary job at Guangli Entertainment, so she didn't ask any more questions. She just told Shinee to pay more attention to his health and hung up the phone. Everyone in the club is training now. The people from Team LJ haven't come yet, but recently they have been coming to train together. So Shinee guessed that they would come over after a while. Shinee planned to go over to see how the team members were training and see if anyone needed help. But everyone stopped after seeing Shinee. Then Lin Xiaoxiao rushed over immediately. In his mind, it would take at least 10 more days before he could even achieve a tie with the LJ team. Seeing Shinyee's confused eyes, Lingfeng scratched his head and then said sheepishly, "Boss, don't listen to Shishia's nonsense. It's not what you think. There is actually a certain gap between us and the LJ team. In yesterday's game, we were able to beat them mainly because we were lucky. We happened to be in the Destiny Circle as soon as we landed, and because the chatty boy turned the tide in the end. We won." Hearing what Lung Feng said, Shinee probably understood, but he then said, "You can't say that. Luck is sometimes a part of the game. If you have bad luck, it will be useless no matter how well you play the game. So you don't have to be modest. I believe that if you train hard, you will be better in the future. Defeating them will not be difficult." Hearing him say this, everyone also laughed. Shinee also discovered now that no one was very strong before, so the talkative boy would always be subject to many restrictions. It's like a tiger. If you let him go hunting with a bunch of rabbits, the tiger will still be there, protect the rabbit, and also be busy hunting. Naturally, it is difficult to show off one's own strength. But now that everyone is getting stronger and stronger, naturally the chatty boy will be able to let go more and more freely. The role played in the game is getting bigger and bigger. Shen-Yi originally wanted to talk to the chatty boy and encourage him, but he found that the chatty boy was not here. Shen-Yi had clearly seen the chatty boy when he came in just now, but now in the blink of an eye he found that the chatty boy was gone. Moreover, the chatty boy didn't even say a word to him. Shen-Yi found it very strange. This was not like the chatty boy's character. Then Shen-Yi asked everyone to rest for a while and started looking for the chatty boy. Finally, Shen-Yi found the chatty boy in a room. At this time, the chatty boy was clearing minds in front of a computer. Shen-Yi knew that this was a sign that he was upset. The chatty boy has had this problem since a long time ago. That is, whenever he is unhappy or troubled, he will find a house to clear minds by himself. Shen-Yi quickly walked up to the chatty boy, looked at the chatty boy and said, "What's wrong? What's bothering you? Can you tell me?" As soon as the chatty boy saw Shen-Yi walking in, he stopped using his cell phone, and then began to cry. While crying, he said to Shen-Yi, "Boss, what should I do? You are my brother, and I don't want to lose you. But I like her. I really like her." Shen-Yi heard Monk Zhong-air scratching his head and asked quickly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why do you want to lose me? We are brothers." When the chatty boy heard what Shen-Yi said, he started crying again. Shen-Yi quickly locked the door and asked the chatty boy what happened. The chatty boy hesitated to tell the story. Yesterday, he went to find Lin Xiaoxiao and successfully asked her out. Shen-Yi was also very happy when he heard this. This is good, which means that the chatty boy has already started to act. But what the chatty boy said next made him dumbfounded. The chatty boy said, "Didn't we win against Team LJ yesterday? I took advantage of Shishu's happiness and asked her to go out and play together." Xiaoxiao immediately agreed. Then we went to the cinema to watch a movie, and we had dinner together. I thought everything was going perfectly, so I decided to confess to her. Very good. Take advantage of this time to confess. The other party is very likely to agree, Shen-Yi said quickly. But before I could say anything, Xiaoxiao spoke up. She said that my gaming skills were pretty good and that I was a nice person. So she wanted to accept me as her little brother. From now on, she would be the one to look after me. When Shen-Yi heard this, he felt confused. Why is it so difficult for these two people to fall in love? Neither of them plays their cards according to common sense. The chatty boy continued. I thought, it's okay. I'll start with my younger brother, and slowly she will accept me. But then she said to me, now I am her younger brother, so I will help her catch you. When Shen-Yi heard the chatty boy say this, he immediately felt that something was wrong, and then asked the chatty boy as if he hated iron and steel. You don't agree, do you? The chatty boy nodded and said to Shen-Yi, Boss, if you really like Xiaoxiao, I will bless you. As long as you are good to Xiaoxiao, I will definitely quit. When Shen-Yi heard this, he slapped the chatty boy on the head, and then said, You play the game very well. How come you are such a coward when dealing with emotional matters? How can you tell that I like Lin Xiaoxiao? If she likes her, I can help you chase her. If you do too, you should tell her that you like her. You also promised her to help her chase others. I really don't know what you think. When the chatty boy heard that Shen-Yi didn't like Lin Xiaoxiao, he felt very happy. Then he asked Shen-Yi, Boss, what should I do now? Shen-Yi thought for a while, and then said, Don't be anxious. Let me think about it. Lin Xiaoxiao actually likes herself. This made Shen-Yi very embarrassed, and didn't know what to do. Chapter 260 capsized in the gutter. He seriously suspected that a large part of the reason why Lin Xiaoxiao liked him was because he stole her first kiss in an alley. But thinking of this, Shen-Yi started to smile bitterly again. She didn't take away her first kiss on purpose. She had to rely on herself. At first, Shen-Yi actually doubted whether he liked Lin Xiaoxiao. But he quickly rejected his idea. He was sure that Lin Xiaoxiao was definitely not the type he liked. Moreover, his brother, the talkative boy, likes Lin Xiaoxiao so much. And Shen-Yi will definitely not take away someone's love. But now this problem will be very troublesome. Shen-Yi and the chatty boy couldn't figure out what to do for a long time. At this time, Han Xiaomu and others started urging outside the house. They could only temporarily set the plan to gradually alienate Shen-Yi from Lin Xiaoxiao, so that Lin Xiaoxiao should understand Shen-Yi's intentions. Start training now. Han Xiaomu quickly interrupted Lin Xiaoxiao, because from the day Lin Xiaoxiao came to the club, she had already discovered that there was something wrong with the talkative boy. So she guessed that the talkative boy might have fallen in love with Lin Xiaoxiao. The chatty boy and Shen-Yi must have been talking about this inside just now. Han Xiaomu interrupted Lin Xiaoxiao just so that the chatty boy would not look so embarrassed. When Shen-Yi saw this, He caught the question and said quickly, "Yes. Start training quickly. There are still many areas for you to get used to." Lin Xiaxia's gossipy heart was suppressed like this. Then everyone started training. At this time, the coach of the LJ team called and told them that their team was going to participate in a small event today, so they would not come over to make an appointment today. After hanging up the phone, Shen looked at Han Xiaomu and said, "Look at me. It's good to be famous. You can also participate in activities, unlike us who can only stay in the club to train." When Han Xiaomu heard what Shen said, she knew he was joking. So she smiled and said, "Wait until our team wins first place in the Huya Destiny Cup this time. Then there will be so many activities that you will have a headache every day." Hearing what Han Xiaomu said, Shen also smiled. "The first place in the Huya Destiny Cup is not far away, and I will definitely get it." Next, Shen began to organize everyone to train. Because the LJ team could not come today, Shen asked everyone to train together as a team today, just in time to apply what they learned in the previous 2 days to actual combat. After listening, everyone started to move. Not long after, Han Xiaomu also left. Now Shen is the only one with nothing to do in the club. Shen himself felt bored. After thinking about it, he logged in his account and planned to play a few games. He chose the single-player mode this game, so he didn't have any teammates. So he put his voice directly on the entire platform. Sometimes, Shen feels that it is interesting to hear other people say a word or two occasionally. He chose the airport for his landing, because since you want to play, let's do something exciting. And the most exciting place on the entire map is the airport. The airport is also called a military base, and it can be said to be a place that many people love to hate. I love it here because the resources here are really rich. M416 and 98K can be said to be easy to pick up. As for quadruple lenses and the like. But why hate? The reason is also very simple. That is because there are too many people here to grab supplies. And they are basically all experts. If you are not careful, your boat will capsize in the ditch. Not only will your equipment not be picked up, but you will be beaten to death by others. This is also the reason why many people like military bases in single combat before. After all, the real strength is displayed here. After Shen jumped from the plane, he did not go directly to the elevated structure like other people at the military base. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction and landed on the roof of the research building. Then Shen slowly searched from the top of the building to the bottom. During this period, he met a man who had just been searched from the bottom of the building, and Shen shot him in the head. Just like that. By the time they reached the bottom of the building, Shen equipment was already very good. He now has not only an M416 assault rifle, but also an M16A4. In fact, he picked up a 98K when he was searching for equipment. But he thought about it, and did not use that gun, because although the damage of the 98K was high, it was not full. The firing time is too long, and you have to re-aim before firing a round. The error tolerance is too low. Although Shen is confident that he can headshot the opponent with one shot, the opponent is also very powerful in professional competitions, so it is better to use less of this gun. Although the recoil of the M16A4 is very large, its damage is indeed very considerable. As long as the gun is pressed properly, it can deal decent damage. Then Shen climbed to the roof of the research building and began to quietly observe the battlefield. He had already seen the existence of several people through the quadruple lens. But Shen did not want to reveal his position prematurely, so he did not rush to shoot, but continued to observe there. I want to see how many people there are. At this time, Shen suddenly heard a hard-itching sound coming from the earphones, and saw a girl's voice saying delicately in the whole channel, "Brother, can you protect me while eating chicken?" When Shen heard this voice, he felt very comfortable. He wanted to run over immediately to protect this girl and help her eat chicken, but he immediately shook his head to wake himself up. Then he secretly admired. This girl's voice is really amazing. How can it sound so good? After waking up, Shen continued to observe the military base with a quadruple lens. But what happened next made him stunned. I saw that after someone on the World Channel asked the girl where she was, a large group of people rushed in that direction. Nearly half of the people at Shenyi's airport rushed there. Seeing this, Shen also smiled bitterly. It seems that beautiful girls in this world always have privileges. For example, now, many people ran over to give her equipment. But Shen was also puzzled. This girl had special powers. How could she make others feel fascinated just by her voice? This made Shen very curious about this girl. He looked at the people still at the airport and estimated that he should be able to kill them all. So he took out his M416 mercilessly. After a sweep, he killed everyone he could see on the airport. Died. Then Shinny set off and walked towards the place where the girl reported. Chapter 261 Not to be outdone. Brothers, can any of you give me an 8-power scope and a medical kit? I don't have any equipment on me right now. I'm so angry. When Shinny heard this, he was speechless for a while. This girl really knows how to ask for it. It is not difficult to encounter an 8-fold mirror or a medical kit. It is possible to encounter neither in a game. She is doing well now. She can think of everything. If she doesn't do it, someone will send her the equipment. Isn't she a bit naive? Who could be so stupid? But then someone actually responded on the World Channel. I saw a boy saying, I have an 8-power scope. Do you want it? If you want it, come and get it. I saw you. Don't worry. I won't kill you. This must be to trick the girl into going there, and then kill her to get the equipment. Shinny secretly thought that if the girl went there, she would definitely be killed by the other party. Just when Shinny was hesitating whether to remind the girl so that she wouldn't be killed, Shinny discovered something that made him feel speechless. The man over there actually put an 8-fold mirror on the ground. And then after picking it up, the girl said thank you and walked away. Shinny suddenly began to doubt his life. Is this still the game he often plays? These two are not teammates. So why would they do this? You must know that if it had been him just now, Shinny would never let this opportunity go. But what happened next left Shinny speechless again. He only heard that person say again on the World Channel. It's not safe for a girl like you. I'm afraid you won't get the first place. So, I'll be with you. I'll protect you next to you. The girl's voice sounded again, and she said very happily, okay, thank you, big brother. I'm so happy. Her voice was very sweet, which made Shinny's heart ripple again. Shinny even had the idea of finding a way to let him hear this voice again. But before he took action, someone had already taken action on his behalf. Someone else said on the World Channel, I think so too. And I'm not worried about the person who just said he would protect you. If he has any conspiracy, then you will suffer a loss. And I will be there to protect you. Fart. How could I hurt my goddess? The man immediately said emotionally, no matter what, I must ensure that the goddess can eat the chicken smoothly. The people on the other side were not to be outdone. Hearing them quarreling, the delicate voice sounded again at this time. Brothers, please stop arguing. I am really happy that you can help me. The two brothers can protect me together. In this way, victory is possible. The sex will be a little bigger too. Okay. After saying that, the two people followed the female character. Afterwards, many people gradually joined the ranks of protecting this female character. They even temporarily organized a small organization in the World Channel called the Goddess Guard. Then this group of people walked toward the center of the safety zone in a mighty manner. Shinny did a rough calculation and found that there were 15 of these people in total. It was really terrifying. Shinny thought for a while, then secretly followed them. I saw that if those people encountered someone on the road who did not join the Goddess Guards, they would directly eliminate them. The equipment inside the person killed will also be chosen by the female character first, which makes Shinny speechless for a while. If this is really the case, then people like him are still playing tricks. There is no chance of winning at all. However, Shinny also discovered that everyone was surrounding that female character. So as long as he killed that female character later, those people would definitely have no spiritual support. And then they would start to become selfish. They started killing each other. Thinking of this, Shinny was no longer anxious. I saw that this group of people was unstoppable along the way, and 2 of them died during the process. When we arrived at the safe zone, there were only 15 people left on the entire map, which meant that apart from these people, only Shinny was left. Shinny lurked quietly on the hillside without being discovered by them. Then Shinny aimed at the female character and shot her head off with one shot. The interface displayed Hua Mian Wuchang killed Douyu anchor Xiao Mo. At the same time, in a room, a very beautiful girl threw away her headphones angrily, looked at the screen and said angrily, I'm so angry. Hua Mian Wuchang. I will remember you. Shinny was also surprised when he saw the name. He didn't expect that the other party was actually a Douyu anchor. After the female character died, the crowd began to panic. They didn't know who fired the gun. Then there was a burst of gunfire, and soon only 2 people were left. Shinny looked at them, then smiled and killed them all with 2 shots. In the end, Shinny successfully ate the chicken without any doubt. He was just about to quit the game and go over to watch the team members train. But at this time, he suddenly saw that he had received a friend request. and it clearly said, "Do you anchor Xiaomou requests to add you as a friend." As soon as he saw this name, Shen thought of the voice he just heard in the game that made his heart tremble. He agreed to the other party's friend application without hesitation. After agreeing, Shen was surprised to find that she was among the top 10 in the Asian server. Isn't that a very good level? But Shen felt relieved immediately. So what if she wasn't very good at it? With her intoxicating voice. As long as she turned on voice in the game, countless people would send her equipment and protect her. So even if you want to be ranked low, it is impossible. Thinking of this, Shen felt that he was a little jealous of her. Thinking about himself, he had to work so hard to fight in the game just to be able to eat a chicken. But she was different. Even the eightfold mirror was rushed to her. Deliver. At this time, the girl suddenly invited Shen to play a game. Shen thought about it and clicked in. As soon as he entered, he heard the voice coming from the earphones again. But this time, although it was also delicate, it obviously had a hint of anger. Shen couldn't help but think that if there wasn't a beautiful woman on the other side of the computer, he would live broadcast eating the mouse. Only a beautiful woman could have such a voice. And it must be the kind of peerless beauty. Even if the opponent does not come to protect her, few people will shoot her to death. It is precisely because of this that she can directly reach the top 10 ranks in the Asian server. But what made her very angry today was that this man not only did not come to protect her, but also shot her to death. This made her very depressed. She was already destined to eat chicken. Chapter 262 Unreasonable Trouble. Just when Feng Momo was depressed, Shen said leisurely, "Everyone was rushing to eat chicken. I saw you were the most threatening. If I don't kill you first, do you think I'm stupid? If I don't kill you, then a dozen of you will kill one of me. The safe zone is so small. How can I possibly win?" After Shen finished speaking, Feng Momo was also stunned. She analyzed it herself and found that it was indeed like what Shen said. If he didn't beat himself to death, then he wouldn't be able to eat chicken at all. With so many people on his side, he no matter what, you can't take advantage of it. And once he killed himself, he immediately gained the upper hand. Because those dozen people were not in the same team after all. So as soon as he died, they would definitely start a war with each other. As soon as a war started, it's basically a losing situation. But Feng Momo was still very angry. She didn't care so much. Anyway, she should eat the chicken by herself just now. It was this capricious man who took the first place from her. So Feng Momo immediately said, "I don't care. I only know one thing now. That is, you took my chicken away. So you have to give it back to me." When Shen heard this, he also knew that she was making trouble unreasonably. But facing such a nice voice, Shen really couldn't get angry. Instead, he wanted to talk to her more and more. So Shen said, "Then tell me how to compensate." After hearing what Shen said, the other person thought about it and said to Shen, "I want to PK with you." When Shen heard what she said, he didn't care. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to play another game with her. And Shen still wanted to see the scene where everyone acted as bodyguards that she showed in the game before. Shen was curious whether she would eat chicken in this way in every game. If this is the case, then Shen will definitely admire him. "You decide the rules. And you have the final say on where to jump," Shen asked. After all, the other party was a woman. So he decided to let her choose the landing place. "Then go to Port G. I'm familiar with it." After Shen said low, the two people jumped off the plane near G-Port. Start landing and collect equipment. It has to be said that G-Port is indeed a place that everyone calls a resource library. The resources here are really rich. The two of them found a lot of very good equipment without basically searching. In just a few minutes, both of them were already equipped with level 2 armor and level 2 helmets. At the same time, two people also picked up very good grabs. Shen picked up an M16A4 rifle and an M416 rifle. There is also a quadruple lens. Feng Momo also picked up a lot of equipment. She was holding an AKM rifle and a Mini 14 sniper rifle. There is no magnifying glass. The two guns are now equipped only with red dot sights. Feng Momo started to frown when she saw this situation, because she knew that Shen had a quadruple lens. So she said to Shen coquettishly, "Brother, you are so handsome," Shen said without any fluctuation in his voice. "You have never seen me. How do you know that I am handsome?" Feng Momo smiled and said, "Because from your voice and your gaming skills, I know you are very handsome. Well, give me your quadruple lens." As soon as Shen heard what she said, he couldn't help but laugh. He was just thinking about why she suddenly praised him. It turned out that she was thinking about his quadruple lens. However, Shinny still said cruelly. I'm handsome. I know. But the quadruple lens is useless. I won't give it to you. Hearing what Shinny said, Feng Momo snorted coldly. She didn't expect that she would be rejected again. So she angrily said to Shinny, if you don't give it, I won't give it. Why are you so stingy? Please. We are in a PK. You and I need equipment, and I have to give it to you? Do you think I'm stupid? Shinny was speechless for a while by her words. Hearing what Shinny said, Feng Momo was stunned. Only then did she realize that she was in a PK. She had to get used to having to equip herself before. So she said it smoothly. But she immediately shouted on the World Channel. Brothers, can anyone give me an 8-fold scope? I'm north of G-Port. It doesn't matter if she doesn't shout, as she will directly reveal her position to Shin-Yi. After hearing this, Shin-Yi rushed over quickly and said, do you think I should go over and kill you now? But Feng Momo didn't respond on the other side. And when Shin-Yi passed by, she was nowhere to be found. But I saw several people coming to look for Feng Momo. Shin-Yi didn't hesitate and beat those people to death. Just when he was about to retreat, a bullet suddenly hit him, and Shin-Yi hurriedly hid. At this moment, Shin-Yi realized that Feng Momo's shouting just now was not to get the 8-fold mirror, but to use those people to attract his attention and then kill himself. As soon as Shin-Yi filled up all his blood, he heard Feng Momo say again on the World Channel, help! Everyone! Come and save me! The people who just came to help me were killed by one person, and now he is chasing me. I'm so scared. Shin-Yi did not act rashly this time, but watched quietly from the side. He believed that Feng Momo would definitely show his flaws. Sure enough, after 5 or 6 people arrived, they started to look for Feng Momo. It was naturally much more efficient for several people to search than for one person. It didn't take long for them to find Feng Momo in a bush. Feng Momo had no choice but to walk out with a dark look on her face. Shin-Yi also laughed when she saw this. She was trying to lose everything. Now her identity is completely exposed. Shin-Yi aimed directly with the quadruple scope and shot Feng Momo's head off. Because it was PK. After killing Feng Momo, he directly placed a thunder under his feet and blew himself up. Shin-Yi didn't believe that any team member would directly come over and give the equipment to the girl during the game. That is unless that person wants to be scolded by his teammates. Otherwise, Shin-Yi really wants to invite the other party to be his team member, even if there is nothing else. Listening to her voice every day will probably improve the strength of his team a lot. Of course, this is just a thought. If you have such an easy job as a host, how can you return to being a member of an unknown small team? Then Shin-Yi came to the place where everyone was training to see how everyone was training. It just so happens that everyone has just finished playing a game and is now discussing the game just now. When Lin Xiaoxiao saw Shin-Yi come in, she said happily, Boss, let me tell you a very funny thing. When we were just playing games, we met a newbie. He said that he had never eaten a piece of chicken. We thought it was funny to surrender to us there. So we just poisoned all 4 of them to death, and then let him take first place. Chapter 263, Rich in Beauty. After the results came out, it was seen that he had played hundreds of games, but he only won the first place once. Probably just that time. I really don't know what supported him to continue playing this game. Hearing what she said, Shin-Yi also started to laugh. But then he seemed to think of something, and immediately turned his head, ignoring Lin Xiaoxiao, but looked at the others and said, you all are here, and I will also share with you a particularly interesting thing I encountered when I was playing a game just now. Matter. Then Shin-Yi told the girl he just met in the game, and what happened in the game. It's a pity that her skills are of no use to professional players. Otherwise, I really want to recruit her to our team. That would also be a big killer, Shin-Yi said regretfully. After hearing what Shin-Yi said, everyone present took a breath. Linfeng looked at Shin-Yi and asked suspiciously, Boss, do you know who she is? Shin-Yi thought for a while and said, she should be an anchor. I think her nickname is Douyu Anchor Xiaomo. I don't know if she is famous. Hearing what Shin-Yi said, everyone exploded. The chatty boy said to Shin-Yi, Boss, you have met the national goddess Feng Momo. The key is that you don't know her yet. Do you know how popular she is? Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about those who gave her gifts. It is said that they can give her hundreds of thousands in one night. Moreover, she is also very beautiful. And she is simply the dream lover of many otakus. Do you know? Many people spent a lot of money just to play games with her and listen to her voice in the game. But she didn't give them face. After hearing what the chatty boy said, Ma Feng continued, yes, but boss, you actually beat her to death in the game. And she even added you as a friend and played games with you. Boss, you are so awesome. We all dream of playing games with her. Even Lingfeng, who is usually as dull as Mangulu, said at this time. And boss, you still want to invite people to join our team. You probably won't be able to invite them even if our club is sold. Several other people agreed. Even Han Xiaomu nodded slightly in agreement. This made Shen-Yi really not expect that the other party was so famous and was actually Douyu's main anchor. And if the chatty boy said this, he might not be able to earn the other party's salary in a year. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi smiled bitterly. While Shen-Yi was thinking about it, the chatty boy pretended to kneel down to Shen-Yi, and then said with a wicked smile, Boss, you have done these things, which really shocked us. If there is nothing else to say, please accept our knees. Go. 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 Don't make trouble here. Shen-Yi smiled and kicked the talkative boy. Then at this time, Ma Feng flipped through his phone and said in disappointment, What a pity. The boss just played with Goddess phone was not a live broadcast. The goddess should be practicing her skills. Otherwise, I really want to know what happened after killing Goddess phone in front of everyone. What kind of sensation will there be on the internet? Will the boss be killed every time someone sees him in the future? After hearing what Ma Feng said, Shen-Yi suddenly had black lines on his face. He wanted to go over and kick Ma Feng. At this time, the chatty boy sighed loudly and said, It's really confusing. You saying that one is the goddess in my mind, and the other is my boss. How should I choose? Should I report it online now? Saying that I know who the person who killed the goddess last time was. When Shen-Yi heard what he said, he immediately thought of Lin Xiaoxiao. Then coughed twice at the chatty boy and pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao. The chatty boy immediately understood and quickly changed his tone and said, Of course. And in my eyes, the girls in our team are the most beautiful. For example, Sister Xiaomu, especially Xiao Xiao, is the most beautiful. But Lin Xiaoxiao on the side was still thinking about how Shen-Yi ignored her just now. So she just hummed and didn't hear clearly what the chatty boy said. The last time Shen-Yi deliberately alienated Lin Xiaoxiao, he had kept it like this. And he tried his best not to be alone with Lin Xiaoxiao. He also saw that Lin Xixia's eyes were full of doubts. It was a bit unbearable. But Shen-Yi thought about it and realized that for the sake of his brother's happiness, he must be ruthless. So Shen-Yi still went his own way. After Feng Momo played the OK game with Shen-Yi last time, Shen-Yi stopped playing with her. The game is over. The big reason for this is that Shen-Yi usually plays games during the day, while Feng Momo usually plays games at night. Because she has to live broadcast at night, the two people's time is staggered. He thought that Feng Momo would definitely forget about him. And the game between the two of them was just a good entertainment game. But that's what he thought. But Feng Momo didn't think that way. Feng Momo had gone from being angry when Shen-Yi killed her at the beginning to admiring Shen-Yi very much after playing 2 games. Because she also discovered that Shen-Yi's level is really very high. And he is definitely among the top 10 in the Asian server. So in addition to her admiration for Shen-Yi, she also had another idea in her mind. That is, to play more games with Shen-Yi. It is best if the two of them can live broadcast together. That way more people will watch. But every time she went online, she was separated from Shen-Yi. So she always felt a little regretful. Shen-Yi also went back to the club and told everyone that Jiangwu was coming back. Everyone was very happy. Because there is still more than half a month before the Huya Destiny Cup. It is completely late for Jiangwu to practice again and then participate in the competition. However, there is one person here who is a little bit disappointed. This person is Ma Feng. If Jiangwu comes back, then he will directly change from a sniper to a reserve player. And then, he will not even have a chance to play. Of course Ma Feng would not be very happy. Shen-Yi also saw Ma Feng being unhappy there. And he roughly guessed what was wrong with Ma Feng. So Shen-Yi patted Ma Feng on the shoulder and said, After Jiangwu comes, you train with me, and I will teach you personally. And then when there are more people waiting, we will form another team directly. Let you be the captain. As soon as he heard Shen-Yi say this, Ma Feng immediately became happy. Not because of what Shen-Yi said at the end about being a captain, but because Shen-Yi taught him personally. Because so far, he has never seen anyone playing the game better than Shen-Yi. Even better people. He probably didn't exist like that. If Shen-Yi is willing to personally lead him to train, then his strength will undoubtedly improve very quickly. Isn't this the reason why he came to this team in the first place? So when he thought of this, Ma Feng felt relieved. He smiled and looked at Shen-Yi and nodded. Chapter 264 Relief. The day after Shen-Yi said this, Li Yuner told Shen-Yi that Jiangwu had come back and was picked up directly from abroad by her secretary. Shin-Yi could directly ask her about Jiang Wu's situation. Secretary? Shin-Yi nodded and said he understood, then hung up the phone. But after he hung up the phone, he felt a little worried. Listening to Li Yun'er's words just now, Jiang Wu's injury obviously still had some problems. However, Shin-Yi didn't think about it carefully. He would know everything when Jiang Wu came back. After a while, around afternoon, a car parked outside the door, and it was Jiang Wu and Li Yun'er's secretary who got out. Everyone saw Jiang Wu and rushed out to greet him. And Shin-Yi even gave him a big hug. Okay, I haven't seen you for a while. Not only have you turned white, you have also gained a lot of weight. Shin-Yi patted Jiang Wu on the shoulder and said with a smile. Hearing what Shin-Yi said, Jiang Wu also smiled, looked at Shin-Yi and said, I can't help it. The food in foreign hospitals is so good that I don't want to come back. I don't want to get fat. Really? What you said makes me want to live in a foreign country and have a good experience. The chatty boy said with a smile. It's good to be back. Everyone misses you. Your brother's surgery has been successful. He is now recovering and will be discharged from the hospital soon. Han Xiaomu also looked at Jiang Wu and said, because she knew what Jiang Wu wanted to know most now was this. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, although Jiang Wu's expression did not change much, everyone could clearly feel that he felt relieved or very relaxed. At this moment, the secretary who followed Jiang Wu looked at Shin-Yi and said, Mr. Shin, if you don't mind, can we have a chat alone? Shin-Yi quickly said yes. Then he turned to everyone and said, You guys go in quickly. Jiang Wu has just recovered from a serious illness. Don't let him blow the wind outside. Then everyone quickly surrounded Jiang Wu and entered the club. At this time, Jiang Wu also discovered Ma Feng, whom he had never seen before, and started chatting with him. On Shin-Yi's side, the secretary took Shin-Yi aside and said very seriously, Mr. Shin, I must tell you very seriously that in fact, Mr. Zhang's illness has not completely recovered. Originally, his illness was just a minor fracture. It can be cured quickly using foreign technology. However, he had already received treatment in China before. The method of laser therapy abroad is slightly different from that in China. So laser therapy cannot exert its maximum effect. This is why Mr. Zhang's current injury still has hidden dangers. Shin-Yi pondered for a moment, and then asked, Does Jiang Wu know about this? The man nodded and said, Mr. Jiang knew it, but he didn't listen to the doctor's advice. He secretly started playing games on the third day after the operation. Even if the doctor scolded him, he wouldn't listen. In fact, his injuries are still there. No, there is a big reason for this. The most outrageous thing is that before his injury healed, he was clamoring to be discharged from the hospital. The doctor refused, so he said he needed to practice cooperation and even refused to take medicine. In the end, the doctor had no choice but to let him return home directly. However, when I came back, the doctor gave me special advice. If I didn't want him to be injured again, it was best not to touch the computer until he recovered. When Shin-Yi heard this, his eyes became wet. He knew that the reason why Jiang Wu worked so hard was for himself. After Li Yun'er's secretary finished explaining the matter to Shin-Yi, she said goodbye and left. She has also been away from the company for a long time, and there are many things to deal with there. After she left, Shin-Yi turned back to the club. At this time, Jiang Wu was talking to Ma Feng. After seeing Shin-Yi come in, both of them stopped talking. Jiang Wu also walked up to Shin-Yi and said happily, Boss, I'm back. We will definitely win the first place in the Huya Destiny Cup. Shin-Yi's heart trembled when he heard what he said, but he still didn't say anything. Instead, he pointed at Ma Feng and said to Jiang Wu, This is our new team member. You know? Seeing Shin-Yi say this, Jiang Wu thought he was going to introduce Ma Feng to him, and said with a smile, We know each other. We were chatting together just now. He is a new substitute player in our team. His name is Ma Feng. When Ma Feng heard what Jiang Wu said, he smiled and nodded. His first impression of Jiang Wu was also very good, and he felt that Jiang Wu was a very easygoing person. Naturally, I became closer to him. When Shin-Yi heard what Jiang Wu said, he nodded and continued, Yes, you are right. But he also has another identity. That is, before you came, he was always a sniper. When Jiang Wu heard what Shin-Yi said, he knew what Shin-Yi meant. Shin-Yi did not intend to let him participate in the Huya Destiny Cup competition. What's wrong? Boss? Jiang Wu said deliberately. You can't do it this time. But you can do it next time. Are you saying your hands can play games now? Hearing what Shin-Yi said, Jiangwu's body froze obviously. He knew that the secretary just now had told Shen Yi everything about him. Although he had been telling the secretary not to tell Shen Yi before coming. It seemed that sure enough. The secretary still didn't agree to him. But asking him to give up like this, he really couldn't do it. He knows how important this competition is to Shen Yi and the club. If he can get a ranking in this competition, then the club's reputation will be established. And then the club will be able to become regular. Not to mention the bet between Shen Yi and Jiang Zhe. In his opinion, Shen Yi had done so much for him. If he couldn't even help Shen Yi with this little thing, then how could he still have the honor to stay in the club? Shen Yi also felt Jiangwu's mood. But he suppressed his emotions because he knew that all this was for Jiangwu's good. Then Shen Yi said, "Okay. It's settled. Now Ma Feng is a sniper. Jiangwu is temporarily designated as the substitute and temporary coach. Let's start training now." Everyone understood what happened from the words of the two people. But they couldn't say much because neither Shen Yi nor Jiangwu was wrong. Of course, they also supported Shen Yi more because he had to recover from his injuries first. Is the most important thing. At this time, the chatty boy also smiled and said to Jiangwu, "Jiangwu, don't worry. I'm here. I can fight a group of people by myself. You don't need to take action at all. You can rest in peace and recover. And then wait for the news of our triumphant victory." Jiangwu could only smile bitterly and nod when he heard this. Then everyone started training. At this time, because Jiangwu was also the temporary coach, he and Shen Yi began to watch everyone train. Chapter 265 is crucial. Shen Yi deliberately did not speak to Jiangwu because he was afraid that if Jiangwu opened his mouth, he would be soft-hearted and agreed to let him compete. Shen Yi was determined not to do this now, because if he did so, Jiangwu would be injured. If you are hurt even more, you will never forgive yourself no matter what. Compared with this, if you lose the game, you lose. Just try harder next time. Jiangwu was also watching the game carefully. But soon, his brows furrowed, and he discovered a very serious problem. That's the level of Ma Feng. Although Ma Feng has been training with everyone recently and has made great progress, his foundation is not particularly good. And he also has big problems in some aspects of micromanagement. Although everyone often corrects him, since Ma Feng's skills were not particularly good to begin with. And to be honest, his previous skills were all based on the anchors. So his skills were not solid. Now everyone's skills are gradually improving. And the training intensity is gradually increasing. So Ma Feng's problem has become more and more prominent. Because his skills are not particularly high. And his progress is relatively slow compared to others. So in the game, he often doesn't keep up with everyone's rhythm. You must know that the position of a sniper is of vital importance in the team. He not only acts as a deterrent to the enemy, but also must anticipate the enemy's opportunities and be able to quickly find favorable sniper locations based on the terrain. But Ma Feng often makes mistakes. In many cases, he needs a chatty boy to remind him when looking for a location. In fact, Shen Yi also discovered this problem, which is why he was so happy when Jiangwu was coming back. Now that Jiangwu can't play games, the sniper position must be a shortcoming on his side. After playing a game, although everyone got the chicken successfully, Jiangwu obviously saw the problem. So he looked at Shen Yi pleadingly and said, "Boss, just let me go. You have seen it now. Sniper. This is the biggest shortcoming of our team. Even though Ma Feng is playing well, but many times, he cannot use his sniper role at all. If this is the case, then we will very likely lose during the game." Shen Yi looked at Jiangwu, shook his head, and said resolutely, "I told you, I won't allow you to touch the computer until your injury is healed. Just give up on this and rest in peace. Competition if you lose, you lose. Is there a next time?" Hearing what Shen Yi said, Jiangwu's expression dimmed again, and he said unwillingly, "So boss, what about the bet between you and Jiang Zhe? Isn't this something you have dreamed of for such a long time? This is a good opportunity for you to prove yourself." Hearing Jiangwu say this, Shen Yi suddenly lost his mood and could only say lightly, "We will talk about this later. In short, I will not let my team members make unnecessary sacrifices. Okay. You go and see your brother. Well, it is said that he will be discharged from the hospital soon." When Jiangwu heard what Shen Yi said, he knew that he was determined not to let him compete. After sighing, he walked to the hospital. Jiangwu had not seen his parents and younger brother for such a long time. And Jiangwu really missed his family very much. Moreover, Jiang Bei had just completed surgery. Although everyone said that Jiang Bei's surgery went very smoothly, he still had to go and see it for himself. Jiangwu can rest assured. As for the competition, Jiangwu could only make further plans. After Jiangwu arrived at the hospital, he asked the hospital nurse about his brother's ward. Sure enough, his brother had already been transferred to a better ward, and it was said that a director in the hospital had done it himself. Needless to say, everyone knew that this was Li Yun'er's doing. In fact, even if Li Yun'er hadn't said anything, just because she was a relative of the dean, the hospital would have taken Jiang Bei's condition very seriously. Of course, Jiangwu also knew that if it weren't for Shen Yi, how could Li Yun'er care about their family's life and death? So in the end, she still looked at Shen Yi's face. So Jiangwu still wants to thank Shen Yi. Dad, Mom, Brother, I'm back, Jiangwu said excitedly after seeing them. But who would have thought that Father Jiang's first words after seeing Jiangwu made Jiangwu bewildered? When Father Jiang saw Jiangwu coming over, he immediately said, "You bastard! What are you doing here? Aren't you in some clothes training? Go back! Go back! If I miss your captain's important event, I won't fight you. Break your legs." Jiangwu thought for a long time before he realized that last time he was afraid that his family would be worried. So he asked Shen Yi to help him hide it from his family. Shen Yi agreed at the time. But what Jiangwu didn't expect was that Shen Yi actually found such a person. Reason? Doesn't this hurt your heart? Now I am not allowed to train even if I want to. So there is no closed training camp. And if you think about it this way, you have already made a mistake about Shen Yi's important matter. When Jiangwu thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But he quickly covered it up. Then he smiled and said to his family, "Isn't the training over now? Our captain asked me to come over and talk to you. I haven't seen you for a long time and I miss you. And I am also very worried about Jiang Bei's illness. I don't know about his. Is your illness getting better now?" Hearing Jiangwu say this, Zhang's mother immediately said, "That's right. Just come here for a while. It won't be in the way. When did my daughter-in-law have such a serious attitude? But don't worry, Yazi, the second child's disease has been completely cured now. Not long after you left, the hospital found a matching match and arranged an operation. The operation was also successful. You can be discharged from the hospital in a few days. And the hospital didn't ask for a penny from us. We really met a great benefactor this time," Jiang Bei also said on the side. Yes, not only is brother Shen Yi very good, but after brother Shen Yi left, a sister named Han Xiaomu also came often. At that time, she had been taking care of me with my parents and helped my parents. A lot of busyness. Hearing what Jiang Bei said, the two old men nodded. Zhang's mother thought for a while and said to Jiangwu, "Yes, Yazi, you have met a good person. Even our relatives have not helped us like this." Hearing several people say this, Jiangwu's eyes were already moist. Especially when he thought that he couldn't do anything now. He felt even more uncomfortable. At this time, Zhang's father suddenly spoke. He looked at Jiangwu and said slowly, "Yuzi, come here. I have something to tell you." Then Zhang's father slowly walked outside the hospital. Chapter 266 benefited a lot. After Jiangwu followed, Zhang's father first said, "Yuzi, tell me, have you done anything to disgrace your captain?" Hearing what Zhang's father said, Jiangwu quickly shook his head and said, "How could it be? It's too late for me to be grateful to the boss. How could I do something that would be sorry for the boss? Then you must be hiding something from me. You have never lied since you were a child, and it is always written on your face. The way you look now is the same as when you secretly took money when you were a child." Father Jiang took out a cigarette, said slowly after clicking, "Dad, smoking is prohibited here. Please stop smoking," Jiangwu whispered. In fact, he had always been afraid of Zhang's father. Father Jiang put out the cigarette in his hand, put it back into his pocket, and said, "I know. Sometimes I just can't help it. So I just take a puff. I've been smoking this cigarette for almost a month. What's the matter? Are you really not going to tell me?" Hearing Zhang's father say this, Jiangwu couldn't control himself, knelt down in front of Zhang's father, then started crying, and said to Zhang's father, "Dad, I'm sorry for you." Next, Jiangwu told Father Jiang everything exactly. Listening to what Jiangwu said, Father Jiang's hand slowly started to tremble. He took out his cigarette again with trembling. But after thinking about it, or put it back again, he said to Jiangwu, "Yazi, you are confused." Seeing Zhang's father's look, Jiangwu suddenly regretted telling Zhang's father about this. Jiangwu quickly helped Zhang's father sit down on a chair in the corridor. He said to Father Jiang, "Dad, the matter has been resolved. Don't worry. It's solved. But was it you who solved it? You owe your captain more than just a favor this time. Without him, you would have been stuck. He gave you a chance to change your ways. Otherwise, you will carry this stain for the rest of your life. Jiang's father paused for a moment, and then said to Jiangwu. Jiangwu also nodded when he heard this. He himself also knew that Xinyi's kindness was too great. There is no way I can repay you in return. Father Jiang thought for a moment and said to Jiangwu, You mean if you don't make it, you will most likely lose this game? Hearing this, Jiangwu nodded and said to Jiang's father, Yes, the sniper training time is too short, and the foundation is not very good. Now the competition is about to start, so I am very worried. After Jiang's father listened to what he said to Jiangwu, I don't understand the games you mentioned, and I don't want to care about them. But I know that since this game is so important to your captain, then you must find a way to let him win. But I have this hand, and they won't let me train. Hearing this, Jiangwu said in frustration, Why don't you train if they don't let you? I know there are computers in internet cafes. Right. Can't you just have computers for training? As for the hands, I don't want to say more. I just want to tell you. Don't let I regret it. Father Jiang said slowly. Hearing Jiang's father's words, Jiangwu also had an idea in his mind. And then he said to Jiang's father, Dad, I understand. Don't worry. After finishing speaking, Jiangwu left the hospital and walked towards the club. Jiang's father smiled happily as he watched Jiangwu go away, and then walked to the ward and said, I'm older. My baby is already older. Jiangwu has been focusing on his role as temporary coach and reserve player since he came back from the hospital. He will point out everyone's mistakes very patiently, especially Ma Feng. Jiangwu often provides one-on-one guidance to Ma Feng. Tell him what to do as a sniper and what to pay attention to in the game. And Ma Feng also felt that he had benefited a lot. But sometimes when Ma Feng didn't understand and wanted him to use the computer to demonstrate for himself, Jiangwu would refuse. But he would ask others to help him operate until Ma Feng understood everything. Whenever Xinyi asked about it at this time, Jiangwu would say righteously, The boss won't let me use the computer, so I will definitely not move. All this made Xinyi feel very strange, because Jiangwu's performance was so good that he could not find any faults. But Jiangwu was not such a person. He wanted to give Jiangwu a good word and tell him not to do anything extreme because of this matter. But after thinking about it, Xinyi still didn't say it. What he said meant that he no longer believed in Jiangwu. Not only was it a situation that Jiangwu didn't want to see, it was also not a situation that Xinyi wanted to see. Xinyi didn't speak and just paid more attention to Jiangwu. On the other side, Han Xiaomu finally brought the team's uniforms. In fact, the team uniforms had been designed a long time ago. But because Han Xiaomu's father was hospitalized, Han Xiaomu had been taking care of him in the hospital, so he did not have time to go out and pick up the team's uniforms. Come over, and come to the club again. There is another horse style. Naturally, he had to make another set. Han Xiaomu himself also thought that he would wait for Jiangwu to come back before giving out the team uniforms to everyone. After all, we are the same group. I waited until today to get the team uniforms, but no one had any opinions on this matter. On the contrary, they were all very excited, walking back and forth wearing the team uniforms. The happiest person was Lin Xiaoxiao, who put it on. I simply don't want to take it off. He was clamoring to wear his team uniform to sleep. After everyone saw Lin Xiaoxiao like this, they all laughed and said to give Lin Xiaoxiao more uniforms. However, the design of the team uniform is also very good, and everyone is very satisfied. Han Xiaomu looked at everyone and said with a smile, That's right. It doesn't matter who designed it. Then he told everyone the reason for the design of the team uniform. Come. I saw that the overall uniform is yellow and white. Mostly white, with yellow stripes mixed in. It looks very beautiful. On the back of the team uniform is the team name SLK. And on the front of the team uniform, you can vaguely see a black tiger-shaped logo, which means Sniper Club. At the same time, on the team uniform on the left chest of the player's body, everyone's name and their game name are printed. And their game names have been thought of before. Xinyi still uses his ID, Wamian Wuchang. And the chatty boy also uses his previous ID, Battlefield Shura. Both of them have used their IDs for a long time, so they are used to this name. Lin Shishu's ID is called Red Flame, and everyone said that this ID matches her very well. Lung Feng's ID is called Dark Night Night. Jiangwu's ID is called Lung Feng Night, and Ma Feng's ID is called Night Traveling God. Shinny looks at their IDs and wants to remind them that this is usually done after they are decided. It won't change again. Chapter 267 Beating Around the Bush. I hope they will be careful when choosing the name of the game. But after thinking about it, Shinny still didn't say it and let everyone choose according to their own preferences. This kind of ID is a bit vulgar, but it is also very interesting. Then everyone put on their team uniforms directly. Shinny said to them, "Now that we have team uniforms, let's see who dares to say that our team is not serious." When Shinny said this, everyone remembered what happened when they met the Lai Sun team before, and they couldn't help but laugh. But everyone also knows that Shinny is trying to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone has been training very hard recently and is under great mental pressure. Especially people like Lin Xiao, who have not participated in professional competitions, are extremely nervous. As for the person who is under the greatest pressure, it is Ma Feng. Everyone knows that Ma Feng is the shortcoming of the entire team. In other words, Ma Feng is holding back the entire team. This is something Ma Feng cannot accept. Yes, recently he is basically training while others are training. While others are resting, he is still training. I just hope to catch up with everyone as soon as possible. But although there is progress, the gap between him and everyone is still very big. Everyone was afraid of putting pressure on him and deliberately didn't tell him about it. But the more this happened, the more Ma Feng felt that he was under greater pressure. Jiang Wu, on the other hand, acted like a normal person all day long. Apart from guiding Ma Feng in training, Jiang Wu basically never appeared in the club. Shinyi asked him where he had been, and Jiang Wu said that his younger brother had just recovered from the illness. "So I want to spend more time with my brother." When Shinny heard what he said, he felt very understanding. But when he thought about what happened last time, he felt very uneasy. Shinny called Jiang Wu's father and asked Jiang Wu in a roundabout way. "There!" Jiang Wu's father categorically said that Jiang Wu was here. He also asked Shinyi if there was anything he needed to tell Jiang Wu and whether he should call Jiang Wu over. Shinny quickly said no and hung up the phone. He didn't want Jiang Wu to feel like he was being watched by others. More importantly, he hoped that Jiang Wu would feel that everyone trusted him. So Shinyi would definitely not dare to let Jiang Wu answer the phone. However, Shinyi then thought about it. It's okay for Jiang Wu to do this, because his injury has not healed yet. So he doesn't need to train much now. He just takes advantage of this opportunity to spend time with his family. Otherwise, when the training tasks are heavier in the future, I don't have much time to spend with my family. He is a very typical example. It has been a long time since he was with Shinji. Thinking of this, Shinyi stopped caring about Jiang Wu's affairs. Now comes the most critical time of preparation before the game. The cooperation between the players and the tacit understanding between tactics must be cultivated at this time. But now everyone still has a more important issue that has not been determined. That's the question of where to jump during the competition. Previously, in order for everyone to be familiar with the map and able to deal with it calmly in any situation, Shinyi did not have too many requirements for this matter. Instead, he allowed everyone to jump to various places. In this way, there is no need to worry about being in the same place with others. When localities compete for resources, it is an embarrassing problem because they are not familiar with the maps of other places. But now that the game is about to begin, the landing location must be determined, because there will rarely be scuffles in the first 10 minutes of the game, and they will basically search for resources. At this time, the problem arises. There is a saying that you can bite off more than you can chew. Not to mention that your team has not been established for a long time. It is almost impossible to consider the landing methods of all maps. You must know that this is not just a matter of choosing a landing site. It also requires everyone in the team to be very familiar with the terrain and buildings near the landing site. You must be very familiar with the precise position and distance where a stone is located, where there are more resources, and where you can shoot better if you observe from upstairs. At the same time, for the commander, only by being familiar with the terrain can he understand and apply it well. Only in this way can he ensure that he can formulate feasible and effective measures to ensure that the team does not make mistakes and stands up quickly. These listening, it's very simple, but it's actually very difficult. I think too much. A truly powerful team will not let go of a strategic location like a military base. So just don't jump in that place. If it does, it's no surprise that it will be those very powerful teams. We are now asking stable. We can't conflict with them so early. Lung Feng shook his head and said, "How about going to the prison? The resources there are also very rich. And it is a valley. We can hide well." Ma Feng thought for a while, and then said, "Well, prison is a good choice. I used to jump there often. Shani thought for a while and said, I don't agree with it. Although there are rich resources there, there is no doubt that the resources in the prison are enough for 4 people. But what if a few more teams go there? If you don't get the first opportunity by then, you will be very passive. You know, there are not many cars around the prison, and it is also far away from other places. By then, you will not have developed enough to give it to people who have just rushed out of the military base. The food is not good, said the chatty boy. Everyone thought about it, and felt that what the chatty boy said made sense. Then according to what you said, you can't jump anywhere. How can you play this game? Lin Xiaoxiao complained as she heard these suggestions being rejected time and time again. Feeling anxious. I have a place that I think is not bad. Although there are relatively many people there, it is certainly not as many as a military base. Moreover, it is rich in resources and has a wide view. If we cannot defeat it, we will not be able to retreat directly. Any questions? Lengfeng said, looking at everyone. Where? Everyone asked quickly. School. The houses there are not as complicated as those in Peace City, so it is easier to observe the enemies. Moreover, the terrain there is relatively simple, which is more convenient for us to guard there. It is also near the center of the game map, so we don't have to rush. Run, poison. Hearing what Lung Feng said, everyone's eyes lit up, because after listening to what he said, it seemed that school was indeed more suitable. School was indeed a place that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. And it was very suitable for a few people to guard there. It's just that in this case, a few people will be more passive. Because when the time comes, others will come to provoke them. And the fight will still be very frustrating. But since you want stability, that place is undoubtedly the best. Chapter 268, Complaining to Heaven. Well, that's it. Our landing point is the school. Today you all have to jump to the school. In the evening, I will check your understanding of the school. If the answer is wrong, then no dinner. As soon as Shani said this, everyone complained, but they quickly went to training. In the next few days, everyone only skipped schools for training. I have to say that the effect was still very good. Because we only skipped schools, everyone made arrangements for a series of issues such as the division of labor when searching houses in the school. This way, in a long time, the time is shortened to a great extent. At the same time, when it comes to memorizing maps, at the beginning, Lin Xiaoxiao could not remember the specific facilities in these places very clearly, which was often said by everyone. However, after everyone reminded her, and she played more times, this became easier. It's not a problem either. Shen Yi and Leng Feng also designed many corresponding tactics and strategies based on the school's terrain. These were proposed by the two of them after many experiments. There is absolutely no problem with the results. As for other things, it depends on Leng Feng's performance in the game. But Shen Yi also believed in him. Team LJ also called and wanted to invite Shen Yi to come over and help them teach. But Shen Yi would definitely not agree. Now that his team is training so intensively, Shen Yi still has time to take care of other things. And the LJ team also participated in this Huya Destiny Cup competition. So if Shen Yi goes there, he will accidentally spy on their tactics. Wait. Although they definitely won't care about watching it. And they won't tell others. But what if their team collides with the LJ team? So when the time comes when I, as the captain of a team, coach other teams and know the tactics of my enemies, if I win again at that time, I will be very embarrassed. And many people may think that I am cheating. Team LJ will definitely also have random thoughts. And he will not do such a loss-making thing. Hearing Shen Yi's rejection, Team LJ couldn't say anything more. After hanging up the phone with the LJ team, Shen Yi also thought of a way. Yes, since he could fight with the people in the LJ team alone before, he can do the same with the people in his own team now. Although the chatty boy may have known many of his tricks because he has been there for such a long time, others do not. Training like this will definitely improve everyone's abilities. Thinking of this, Shen Yi planned to give it a try first. He directly called everyone together and told them his idea. And everyone was very interested. So Shen Yi directly boarded the computer and started competing with everyone. Everyone still jumped to the school this time. But Shen Yi thought about it and did not jump to the school, because he saw that in addition to Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, there were 2 more teams entering the school. At this time, he was just alone, and it was definitely not a wise choice to go in. But Shen Yi didn't choose to jump very far away. He just jumped near the school, near a scattered house. Although there are only 3 houses, after Shen Yi went in, he still found a lot of better equipment. A second-level leader and a first-level leader. At the same time, Shen-Yi also held an S-686 and a Victor submachine gun in his hand, which made Shen-Yi very satisfied, because in this way, he would not be afraid of the opponent regardless of close combat or long-distance combat. But he didn't know much about the situation in the school, so Shen-Yi ran directly towards the school. He felt that there was no problem in killing a few people in the school with his equipment. But before they reached the school, gunfire broke out there. Everyone knew that it was when the three teams met each other. I don't know if the chatty boy and the others have one. Shen-Yi thought this in his heart. However, he did not dare to hesitate and did not enter the school directly. Instead, he observed on a hillside near the school. But it doesn't matter if you don't observe it. As soon as Shen-Yi observes it, he suddenly becomes unhappy, because it is obvious that two people have been killed in the gunfight just now. But it is definitely not from his side, because Ma Feng is currently lying on the roof of the school building looking for enemies. If Ma Feng was so calm as a sniper, then the others must not have died. Maybe he's next to Ma Feng now. But now that Ma Feng was discovered, Shen-Yi was not polite. He aimed directly with the red dot and fired 2 shots at Ma Feng. Before Ma Feng could realize who was hitting him, he was already injured. He quickly crawled into the house. At this time, a figure came out of the house. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. They were really inside. Shen-Yi's shot also attracted the remaining people, and the rest of the team began to pay attention to the teaching building and the slope where Shen-Yi was. Shen-Yi quickly hid his figure and began to observe secretly. It didn't take long for him to find another opportunity. This time, there was a scuffle at the school. The two teams discovered each other and started fighting. Shen-Yi took advantage of the chaos and sneaked in quietly. Everyone was paying attention to the battle at this time and didn't notice it. After Shen-Yi came in, he approached Lin Xiaoxiao and the others directly, waiting for the battle to end. Sure enough, a few minutes passed after the battle ended. He saw Lin Xiaoxiao and the others running down and starting to lick their bags. Shen-Yi left the grenade until the last 2 seconds and then threw it out, killing the 3 of them. In the end, Ma Feng, who was left in the sniper position, was directly found and killed by Shen-Yi. There was no chance for him to struggle. After killing them, Shen-Yi took out a grenade and ended his life. Several people withdrew from the game. I saw everyone saying very angrily, "Come again!" Just like that, several people started competing with Shen-Yi again. Although Shen-Yi didn't understand, he didn't object. So he always asked Lung Feng to engrave it on a CD and send it to Jianwu. At first Jianwu said he did not agree to do this because he was afraid that it would delay Lung Feng's training. But then Shen-Yi insisted again and again. He didn't refuse. In this way, a week passed quickly, and everyone truly ushered in the first game in their lives. On the day of the game, several people specially changed their team uniforms and came to Huya Company together. But Shen-Yi found that Jianwu's hand was not only wearing a wrist guard, but also looked very painful. Shen-Yi asked with concern, "What's wrong? Isn't it said that it's almost healed?" Jianwu shook his head and said, "I recently helped my family move things in the hospital. Maybe the old injury has recurred." Chapter 269 Ridiculing. Lung Feng sighed and patted Jianwu on the back without saying anything. Shen-Yi wanted to comfort Jianwu, but he didn't know how to speak. He could only wait for him to slowly recover from his injuries. A few people looked up and saw that they were all densely packed with people. Most of them were relatives who came with the team members, people from the club, and some spectators. However, there were also many teams participating in the competition. It seemed that at least one of them was there. There are more than 100 teams. Several people quickly discovered their old acquaintances in the LJ team among these teams. The members of the LJ team came over to greet them when they saw them, especially the team leader Su Ran, who felt very friendly after seeing Shen-Yi. He and Shen-Yi can be regarded as unknown without fighting, especially after he learned about Shen-Yi's previous affairs from others. He admired Shen-Yi even more. Since then, he has always admired Shen-Yi very much. Su Ran said half-jokingly, "Oh, the team's uniforms are finally ready. Now you are finally out of the camp of the unorthodox team." Hearing this, everyone laughed. Everyone knew he was joking, and of course they weren't angry. Shen-Yi and others also have a good impression of this team. After all, they helped their team train. Otherwise, it would be a problem to make appointments with your own team during that period of time. A few people were chatting aside. Han Xiaomu and the coach of the LJ team went to the registration office to handle some matters for the competition. Shen-Yi felt dizzy when he thought about these things, so he definitely wouldn't go through with it. So he left it directly to Han Xiaomu. "I am here to chat with them." After a while, Shen-Yi saw another old acquaintance of his. It was the Lai Sun team that had been brutally tortured by him and others before. Chatterbox Boy and others also saw it. After seeing it, the chatty boy smiled and waved to them, and then said, "Long time no see. Brothers of the Lai Sun team. I hope we can meet again this time, and we will definitely not be like the last time." After hearing the chatty boy's words, the members of Team Lai Sun turned around and saw Shen-Yi and the others. When they saw the talkative boy's face that deserved a beating, they chose to ignore it. Then the captain turned his head and said coldly, "Let's go!" Then Team Lai Sun left here, because they really couldn't beat Shen-Yi and the others. There was no need to humiliate themselves here. Seeing Team Lai Sun leaving without saying a word, the chatty boy said disappointedly, "I thought they would talk about life and ideals with us. I didn't expect them to leave directly. It's really boring." Several people laughed when they heard him say this. If Team Lai Sun comes to talk about their ideals with the chatty boy, the chat boy will probably trample all of their ideals to pieces. So forget it. Otherwise Team Lai Sun will be so angry that they will vomit blood. After a while, Han Xiaomu and the coach of the LJ team came over. After they saw everyone, they said to them, "The rules of the preliminary round have been released, and it is still the same as before. It is a points-based competition. Divide all the teams into 15 groups, and then there are 15 teams in each group. These teams will compete for a total of 3 games, and the 5 teams with the highest points will enter the semifinals. Here are some specifics about the points race." Then Han Xiaomu handed a piece of paper to Shen-Yi. After Shen-Yi took it out and looked at it, he saw it said, 1. The first place in the group competition gets 80 points. The second place gets 50 points. The third place gets 30 points. The fourth place gets 20 points. And the fifth place gets 10 points. No other team scored. 2. Killing one person is worth 5 points. And killing the last person of each team is worth 10 points. Can be superimposed. 3. In the end, if everyone in the group survives, an additional 50 points will be added. 3 survive for 30 points. 2 for 20 points. And 1 for no points. 4. If a team engages in malicious insults or other violations of the rules of the game during the game, the team's points for the game will be reset to 0. And those who violate the rules will receive a warning. After 2 warnings, they will not be allowed to participate in this game. 5. If there is the use of plugins or some serious situations, the esports committee will take measures to deal with it and hold the parties accountable. After reading the outline, Shen-Yi passed the piece of paper to the next person. In fact, he had heard of this rule before, because the game, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, is different from games like LOL and Dota. Those in each round of the game, 2 teams compete. Victory or failure is also very easy to judge. But this game is different because it is a game in which multiple teams participate at the same time. Of course, the first place is easy to distinguish, as long as you eat the chicken. But the other rankings are very difficult to distinguish. If we just rely on the order of ranking, there will be many people who choose to hide all the time and wait until they finally appear. In this way, even if they are killed, they can still get a good ranking. But this will undoubtedly have no effect. The game is very challenging, so we can't turn it into a hide-and-seek game. So after setting it up like this, except for the first place's chicken score, which will be a little higher, the scores of the others are not much different. If you want to get points, you have to keep killing people. Only in this way can you get more points. Of course, Shen-Yi only saw the specific rules today. So after seeing the rules, several people began to formulate corresponding strategies. And Team LJ also left to formulate their own tactics. After a while, several people had almost formulated their tactics. Then I heard the announcement saying that the captains of each team should go over and start drawing lots to determine their own group. After Shen-Yi heard this, he walked over, but just halfway through, he saw someone he was very familiar with, and someone he hated very much. It was Jiang Zhe. Shen-Yi stopped. At this time, Jiang Zhe also saw Shen-Yi. He smiled at Shen-Yi and walked over. He said to Shen-Yi, "Coach Shen." Long time no see. Shen-Yi had a livid face and did not answer his words. But Jiang Zhe ignored Shen-Yi and continued to talk to himself. Logically speaking, I have no interest in a salted fish like you that I have already beaten to death. But you just don't believe in fate. And you still have to flutter a few times to show your sense of existence. Since you have done this, then I will reluctantly teach you a lesson. Anyway, it is just a very simple thing for me. Are you right, Coach Shen? Chapter 278 Battle to the Death. Hearing what Jiang Zhe said, Shen-Yi clenched his fists and said to Jiang Zhe, "The game hasn't started yet. Don't you think you are too arrogant for saying this now? Be careful. We will knock your team down. When Jiangze heard this, he smiled and said, Just you? To tell you the truth, I don't take this kind of small competition seriously at all. The team I sent out for this competition is also the most inferior team among my several teams. It's not that several other teams are preparing for the next Asian competition and don't have time to participate in such a small competition. Do you think you will have a chance to stand here and talk to me? Whether it's the Destiny Cup or the Asian Championship. As long as it's your team, I will knock them down. And then tell you that there are some things that you can't stop. No matter how hard you try. It will be useless. Shen said to Jiangze said, Okay, I'll wait. Jiangze chuckled a few times and left directly. Shen clenched his fists tightly because of anger. Immediately he relaxed again and said with a wry smile, Shen, you still haven't practiced enough. Look at you. People become so excited after just a few words of provocation. Isn't this just a joke for the other party? Shen smiled bitterly, saying it easily. But how could he hold back after seeing Jiangze? However, Shen soon stopped thinking about it and started walking towards the place where the lot was drawn. After arriving at the lottery location, there were already many team captains waiting there. Of course, not all of them were team captains, because some captains were discussing tactics with their team members and did not come over. Instead, they asked the coach to come over. Draw lots. I saw the staff brought a big box, and then walked to everyone in turn, and everyone drew one. Shen didn't care much about this, so he took one at random. After he opened it, he saw that it said 5 OK. This means that you are in the 5th group. After everyone drew their lots, they went to the registration office one by one to register which group they were in. While registering like this, you can basically see who are the other teams in the same group as you. Shen stepped forward, held his signature in front of the staff, and then said, Team SLK. I saw that after the staff heard the name reported by Shen, they did not look at the numbers on the lottery, but directly placed the SLK team on the top of the group without thinking. Shen was very puzzled when he saw him doing this. He didn't understand why he went to a group. The number he drew was obviously 5. But then, when Shen saw a very eye-catching name on a group, he understood everything. It was the RSJ team. Shen was very familiar with this team because he had watched many game videos of this team during this period. Then many corresponding strategies were formulated based on their game style. It can be said that many of Shen's tactics were used to restrain this team. This team is none other than the team led by Jiangze this time. Seeing Jiangze's team in the first group, Shen understood everything. That mysterious middle-aged man once told him that he and Jiangze would be placed in the same team. It seemed that he did so. But what made Shen very confused was that he still didn't know that who is the middle-aged man. It can be seen from Jiangze's behavior towards him that Jiangze is also very afraid of that middle-aged man. But the last time I asked him who he was, the middle-aged man didn't answer me. Ask Han Xiaomu, but she doesn't know either. So Shen stopped paying attention to this matter. His intuition told him that this middle-aged man had no ill intentions towards him, which also made Shen less wary of him. Jiangze was obviously not surprised by the result of the lottery. In fact, he drew number 7. But when the staff transferred his team to the first group, he knew that it was that person who caused the trouble. But he didn't care about it, because he felt that it didn't matter what the situation was. If Shen doesn't play, his team will definitely have no hope of winning. Even if the team playing this time is just the weakest team among his several teams. In fact, there was no need for him to come here today. But he just wanted to see Shen's desperate look. Suppressing Shen like this gave him a perverted pleasure. He himself admitted that Shen's talent in esports is indeed very strong. So Shen must not be allowed to grow up. Otherwise, if the things he did before are exposed, he will have no place in the esports circle. At that point, there is nothing you can do. We must nip this possibility in the bud now. He originally wanted to use words to deliberately stimulate Shen and make him retreat. But little did he know that Shen's hatred for him had already penetrated deep into his bones, and that he could change it with just a few words. Jiangze smiled at Shen, then wiped his neck and left. Shen looked at him like a clown, without any expression, and turned around and walked towards his team. Han Xiaomu was also very embarrassed about this, and quickly said that he did not collect enough information when he collected it. Shen smiled and said, It's okay. Even if you collect it, we don't have that much time to look at it. And I think you collected it. Those 50-odd teams should be relatively powerful, and having those teams is enough for us. Everyone nodded when they heard this. At the same time, everyone also felt very stressed about another thing, which was what Shen Yi said about being in a group with the RSJ team led by Jiang Tao. Shen Yi had told them about this before, and had also formulated a series of tactics specifically for this team. But there was no doubt that this team was definitely the biggest threat to him and others in the entire group. If possible, the RSJ team will definitely find and destroy the SLK team first. Of course, SLK will also have this idea. Once the two teams meet, it will be a deadly battle. Several people thought they were ready, but now that they knew about it, they were still very nervous and didn't have much confidence. Shen Yi also saw the change in everyone's mood and said with a smile, "Don't you want to be so stressed? I feel very stressed when you do this. Don't think so much. Just try your best. No matter what our team achieves this time results, I believe our team must be the best." When the chatty boy heard what Shen Yi said, he stared into Shen Yi's eyes and said firmly, "Don't worry, boss. We will definitely take first place. We will not embarrass you. Just wait for the news of our triumph." Chapter 271 Destined by God. When everyone heard this, they all agreed. Shen Yi knew everyone's determination and said with a smile, "Okay, if you win, I will let Sister Xiaomu treat you to a big dinner this time." As soon as they heard Shen Yi say this, several people immediately thought of the last time Shen Yi tricked Han Xiaomu into a hotel and then made her pay in the end. And they all laughed. Han Xiaomu also thought about that incident, especially when he thought that he had ordered some particularly expensive dishes in order to retaliate against Shen Yi. When he thought of this, Han Xiaomu felt a headache. But now is the critical moment of the game, and she definitely can't say anything more. Plus, if everyone finishes the game, she should treat everyone to dinner. So Han Xiaomu said with a smile, "Don't worry. I will treat everyone to dinner after the game. As for some people who are more shameless, I have to consider whether I want them to go." When Shen Yi heard her say this, he knew that Han Xiaomu was talking about himself. So he smiled and didn't care. "I just thought in my heart, you said I am thick-skinned. But I don't believe you can leave me alone if I go. If I don't make you poor, my name won't be Shen Yi." After everyone chatted for a while, they heard that the team members had been asked to gather at the designated venue. Several people rushed over immediately. After several people came to their computers, they first took out their keyboards and mice, and then connected them to the computers. In fact, this is not to say how good their keyboards and mice were. In fact, except for the chatty boy, the keyboards and mice of several other people may not be as good as those configured by Huya. But a few people must change. This is because they are already used to using this keyboard and mouse. Now let them adapt to the new keyboard and mouse. It will definitely take a long time for them to adapt. Then some micro-manipulation will be done. It's difficult to implement, so it's better to use your own keyboard and mouse. Basically everyone in the other teams brings their own keyboard and mouse. The only difference is that I am a little inferior to waiting for others. But there is no way. The club has no money now, so I can only watch after this game. Then a few people started the final preparations before the game, which was to take a look at the computer configuration and smooth operation to avoid accidents during the game, and adjust the contrast of the computer to a state that is more comfortable for you. Professional players are like this. They have to pay great attention to every detail. In fact, except for the chatty boy, the other people don't feel that much about this. However, Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu asked them to make adjustments. They may not feel it themselves, but these things are actually very important. Sometimes, success or failure depends on these details. After a few people finished debugging, the chatty boy let out a soft sigh, then pointed not far away and said to Shen Yi, "Boss, why didn't you tell us that they are in the same group as us?" Shen Yi looked in the direction pointed by the chatty boy and saw that they were the people from the Lai Sun team. Everyone laughed immediately. The chatty boy smiled and said, "Boss, do you think this is destined by God? I just said that I would meet them, and then I met them in the next game. Do I want to go to the temple to pay them back? I wish." After Shen Yi heard this, he couldn't laugh or cry, and then said, "I didn't know they would be in the same group as us. I really didn't pay attention just now. But you just said you would be merciful to them. And you should do this too. Can you do it?" When the chatty boy heard this, he laughed evilly, and then said, "Of course. I will give them a good time when I see them. And I will never torture them." Team Lai Sun also heard what was happening here. When they raised their heads, they saw the chatty boy waving at them in a friendly way, and were stunned for a moment. Their captain thought for a moment and said, "What a shame. Why did we encounter such a group of evil stars here? No, we have to change our strategy this game. We can't jump to military bases. We have to develop in a wretched way. After hearing what the captain said, the surrounding team members all agreed. The captain thought for a moment and said, "Well, let's skip schools in this game. I think they will definitely go to the military base to fight hard. We will go to the schools, and then go to the wild. This way we can avoid them cleverly." After others heard it, they all thought it was a very good idea and agreed. If the chatty boy hears his decision, he will definitely applaud, because this choice made by the leader of the Scorching Sun team is really very clever. When Shani saw that no one jumped after them, he was a little disappointed, because although the battle situation in the RSJ team was tragic, it was also very easy to get killed. You know, killing a person will get 10 points. This score is the more the better. Otherwise, even if you win the chicken, you may not have as many points as the other party. But then he looked at the screen with a strange expression, because Shani saw a team jumping down. It was obvious that they also chose the school, but he didn't know how to evaluate this team, because it was obviously Team Scorching Sun. This was really a slap in the face. The chatty boy had just told himself that if he saw the people from the Lai Sun team, he would definitely give them a good time. In the blink of an eye, he actually met them. Moreover, Team Lai Sun's landing time is slightly slower than that of Chatterbox Boy, so they will definitely land later. Shani can already imagine how miserable they will be. Now Shani suddenly no longer worries that the RSJ team's points will be higher than his team's. The teams that can jump to the military base must be very powerful teams, so it will definitely be difficult for them to fight. And he may be injured. Not to mention, even if you want to kill someone, it is extremely difficult. There is no need to worry on the team side, because there are already moving 40 points rushing towards the chatty boy and the others. When the Lai Sun team landed, they didn't know that it was Chatterbox Boy and the others who jumped here. But they did see a team jump here. They didn't intend to fight hard. They just wanted to get some equipment and start playing in the jungle. But Chatty Boy and the others didn't think so. They landed first and had already picked up the gun. And the Lai Sun team has just landed. Even if the Chatty Boy doesn't know that those people are from the Lai Sun team, he will not let go of this good opportunity to get points. So the Chatty Boy rushed to the side of the Lai Sun team. When the Lai Sun team wasn't paying attention, he directly used the S-1897 shotgun he picked up and killed one of the opponents with 2 shots. Then, he saw the display on the screen. The Chatty Boy and the people on Team Lai Sun were stunned. Chapter 272 undoubtedly. Only now did he realize that the group of people who had just landed were actually the Lai Sun team. This is really fate. When Team Lai Sun saw the Chatty Boy, they were as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. They didn't know why the opponent was so strong and didn't go to the military base. Wouldn't it be interesting to come to the school to compete with them and others for resources? At this time, Lengfling also rushed over. He wanted to shoot, but the Chatty Boy stopped him, and then said, "Don't be like this. Old friends meet. Let them jump around for a while and help us pick up the equipment first. Then we take action." Lengfling also knew that the opponent was the Lai Sun team, so he was not in a hurry. He just told Ma Feng to keep an eye on the hillside. He did not need to kill the people from the Lai Sun team, but he could not let them leave the school. He and others started while observing the Lai Sun team. They continued to collect equipment. The Lai Sun team is now very frustrated. They want to leave the school, but as soon as they leave the teaching building, someone will shoot at them. They can only hide in immediately and collect equipment. Not only Ma Feng was watching, but Lin Xiaoxiao was also nearby, observing and picking up equipment. With the 2 of them monitoring the 3 people on the other side, there was no way they could escape from their grasp. Shani also saw clearly on the side. To ordinary people, it might seem that the Chatty Boy is just too playful, so he wants to play with the Lai Sun team again. In fact, this is not the case. The real purpose of the Chatty Boy is to let the Lai Sun collect equipment for them. The principle of equipment is like raising chickens. You fatten the chickens first and then kill them, because this is a professional game. Its pace must be very fast. Others may come over immediately after searching their place. I and others will definitely not be able to keep up with the speed of collecting equipment with only one team. So I let the Lai Sun team act as do some hard work and help yourself search for equipment. As for the Lai Sun team's possible counterattack before dying, there is no need to worry. Before they even played the game, the Chatty Boy was destroying the Lai Sun team's self-confidence. In addition, they did defeat Lai Sun last time. Team. So if this is the case, it will create an illusion in the hearts of the members of the Lai Sun team. That is, they cannot beat the SLK team at all. So when the fight starts later, Team Lai Sun may not even have the courage to resist. In fact, their thinking is wrong. Because the last time, The chatty boy and the others did not win easily. After several games, they were all narrowly defeated. Of course, the strength of the chatty boy is undoubted. But due to the limitations of Lin Shishi's abilities, the chatty boy's strength is not as good. Play it out. What really made the Lai Sun team feel desperate was that they later killed 3 of the 4 in a one-on-one fight. Only then did the members of the Lai Sun team have the impression that the SLK team could not be defeated. One of them can torture everyone in his team. In fact, what they didn't understand was that Shen Yi was the only one who abused them at that time. And Shen Yi was sitting in the audience now, which meant that the threat they imagined did not exist. But they were afraid. So they didn't even realize it. In a short while, the 2 teams searched the school. And then the chatty boy began to prepare for the harvest. As for the Lai Sun team, they also picked up some better equipment and were thinking about how to escape. It was obvious that the chatty boy and the others were very familiar with the school. In this case, it would be very disadvantageous for him and others to stay here. However, they tried many ways, but failed to escape from here. They could only huddle in a room in the teaching building and be on guard. They thought that the chatty boy would leave after picking up the equipment. But little did they know that they were already someone else's meal. Ma Feng Sentry, Lung Feng, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the chatty boy directly outflanked them from 3 directions. And then used grenades, smoke bombs, and the blast bombs were thrown in. And sure enough, the remaining members of the Lai Sun team hurriedly tried to get out. However, they were temporarily stunned by the blast bomb and had no idea where they were heading. He was killed easily. At this time, the chatty boy suddenly said inexplicably, "Do I really want to go to the temple to fulfill my vow? Why did I get whatever I wanted today?" Hearing him say this, everyone laughed. They called Ma Feng over. And after several people licked the bag, they immediately left the school and started playing in the wild. They have only one tactic now. And that is, don't waste your time growing up. After all, the possibility of encountering enemies in the jungle is not very high. The map is so big, but there are only 15 teams, which means there are only 60 people. Everyone is very powerful. So even if you encounter someone, you want to defeat them. They are also very difficult. This is also the reason Lung Feng didn't plan to use this strategy at the beginning. He originally planned to attack 1 or 2 teams first, so that he could get some points, and the difference in points in the end would not be too big. Of course, if someone can land in the school, then you and others can just kill all the people in the school. The Lai Sun team may have heard his expectation and jumped down directly. A few people took these heads without any effort. After collecting the heads, the points had reached 50 points, of which 5 points were awarded to the chatty boy for killing the first person, and 5 points were added for killing the last person in the team. This rule was actually mentioned in the previous tournament instructions, but Shen Yi glanced at it and passed it to the next person, so he ignored it. Of course, it's too late to be happy about getting a few more points. However, Shen Yi immediately took the tournament instructions and began to read them carefully to see if he had missed anything. While Shen Yi was reading the tournament instructions, several members of the SLK team ran into trouble. Originally, they planned to move to the center of the safe zone secretly, and the center of the safe zone was near P City, so they and others were not too far away. Several people drove there while searching for equipment. The journey had been going smoothly, except that when Ma Feng was searching for equipment in a house, his hand shook unintentionally, and he fired a shot. Everyone knew that he had alerted people who might be around, so they planned to leave quickly. But before I even got in the car, I was surrounded by people rushing over. 2 bulletproof vehicles. 2 people jumped out of each one. It seems that this is a team. And it is a team that has not encountered a battle so far, because they had never killed anyone before. They rushed over immediately when they heard the gunfire. Now the total number of people on the map is only 47. That is to say, 13 people have died in just this short time. And there is not even a shadow of anyone in my team. So how can that team not be in a hurry? Chapter 273. Ignore it. Lung Feng looked at it and found that the equipment of himself and others were very good now. In fact, although they killed 4 people, they did not consume much when they just killed the Lai Sun team. Except for a few grenades. The other consumption was fine. Can be ignored. Looking at the current situation, this encounter may not be impossible. The chatty boy also wanted to stay and fight with him. After all, everyone wanted the points delivered to their door. After receiving Lung Feng's accurate order, several people took action immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao first drove to a more open area. Her duty was to be a free person, so she could not fall into the battlefield prematurely. In this case, she would have to fall into passivity. The best way is to stay outside the battlefield. On the one hand, it will make the opponent become defensive and distract the opponent. On the other hand, she can also observe the battlefield at any time, and then give the opponent a fatal blow at the most critical moment. Lingfeng and Ma Feng found a place to hide. Needless to say, Lingfeng was the commander of the team and must find a safe place. If the commander could be killed by the opponent at any time, then there would be no need to play this game. Just surrender. As for Ma Feng, it was because he wanted to find a very favorable shooting location. He had never been able to find this location well before. The chatty boy had always found it for him. However, after such a long period of training, Ma Feng's progress was obvious. It is also very obvious, at least after seeing a terrain. His first reaction is to find the most suitable place for shooting based on the terrain. So Lingfeng hid in a house, while Ma Feng ran to a nearby lookout, which had a wide view and was a very suitable place. The chatterbox boy was different. The assaulter had a big task to attract enemy firepower, so he directly found a stone and hid it. He was not afraid that the other party would come over and hit him with a car. Ma Feng was in the car on the other side, and Lin Xiaoxiao was also watching eagerly from the other side. If the other party came over, they would have lost. The four people stopped not far away from a few people, although they were not sure where these people had gone. They had seen the people here just now, and their current goal was to find these people. However, this is not an easy task. If you are not careful, you will be attacked by the opponent. They were also very cautious, and they did not rush to find the enemy. Instead, each of them was only a dozen meters apart, and then slowly moved forward. In this way, if one of them discovers the situation or is killed, other teammates can quickly rush to provide support. Their positioning is also very good. Choose a place with lots of grass, and a place relatively close to trees, so that it is not easy to be observed by the opponent's sniper. Originally Lingfeng's plan was to wait for a few people to get close to him, and others, and go out directly, catching them off guard. But Ma Feng was so nervous that those people hadn't even arrived at the place they had agreed upon. Then he fired. Although one person was killed, the others immediately discovered Ma Feng, raised their heads and shot him, knocking out half of the original health bar of Wasp. Ma Feng knew that there was only one gun with such high lethality before airdrops appeared, and that was the 98K. But before he could react, another shot came out, and he fell directly to the ground and was injured. Ma Feng quickly shouted, "Be careful! They have 98K! As soon as the chatty boy heard that the other party was holding 98K, he immediately started discussing with Lingfeng. Lingfeng, their sniper is holding 98K. I will go up and dodge the bullet, and then take advantage of the moment when their sniper is changing bullets. You just rush forward and catch them off guard." Lingfeng thought for a while, and then said to the tuberculosis boy, "Okay, look at my password. If there is one, it must be the 98K. After all, the 98K is a very powerful gun. But if other guns don't have such magnifications, the situation for you and others will be much safer. If the other party has two 8-fold scopes, and the other magnification is placed on an assault rifle like the M416, then you will be too cool. It's hard to survive." After the discussion, the chatty boy rushed out while the other party was not paying attention, and then shot one of the other party's people. That person was also miserable. He had no idea where the chatty boy came from, and he died like this. Then, before the news of the knockout came, the chatty boy jumped sideways, and as soon as he jumped over, several gunshots were heard immediately from where he was standing. But the chatty boy can be sure that 98K did not fire just now. Maybe the opponent's sniper was stunned just now, and wasn't sure he could kill the chatty boy. So he simply didn't fire. The chatty boy didn't care so much. He dodged and hid next to another stone, then threw a smoke bomb and immediately started to approach the other party. When the other party saw this, they were frightened. They didn't expect this person to be so fierce. They wanted to rush over and challenge everyone alone. I really thought he was a flat-headed brother. The opponent's sniper obviously couldn't stand it anymore and fired a bullet directly. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he fired, the chatty boy turned to the other side and just missed the shot. Bullets. The chatty boy immediately knew that the opponent's sniper had taken action, so he immediately sent a signal. Then Lingfeng and others used this second to do a lot of things. First, Lingfeng used a shock bomb to disrupt the opponent's formation. Although it didn't hit anyone, it didn't matter, because his role was just to make the opponent panic a little. Lin Xiaoxiao took advantage of these few seconds to drive the car over, first hitting and killing the one who had been injured before. Then, there was a beautiful turn. Turning around in an instant, and the remaining 2 people also came to their senses. The sniper also changed his gun. His other gun is an AKM assault rifle. And there is another person who should be an assaulter. He is holding an S686 and a Victor. When Lin Xiaoxiao saw this situation, he didn't care about killing 1 or 2 more people, but just left. The power of these 3 guns is really terrifying. Especially the S686. Lin Xiaoxiao might be killed without even having a chance to take the second shot. She could only retreat quickly. But she did it very well. Just when she turned all her attention to her side, the chatty boy had already rushed to the vicinity of those people. And the chatty boy actually had an S686 in his hand. And it was a fully equipped S686. Which made him stand out. The assaulter on the opposite side was beaten to death by the chatty boy the moment he saw him. Chapter 274, Weak Combat Effectiveness. Seeing this situation, the sniper knew that his combat power was weak and he could not compete with others. So he planned to drive away. But how could he let him run away? The chatty boy ended the man's life with 2 shots. If that person had just had a hard fight, the chatty boy might have told him to stay here. But he chose to run away. This was a sign of cowardice. But no matter how fast he was, how could he be as fast as a bullet? It was natural for him to be killed. The points of several people also soared directly from 50 points to 95 points. This is a terrible score. But Shinny looked at this score and couldn't be happy at all. There is another team in front of the SLK team. And that is the RSJ team. The RSJ team's score actually reached 110 points. The gap between the 2 teams is still very large. What worries Shinny the most is that although he has not looked at the situation on the RSJ team, the RSJ team has now begun to evacuate from the military base. The poisonous circle is also slowly approaching. The previous fierce battle at the military base proved that Shinny still underestimated the RSJ team. Their strength was really terrifying. One team directly faced the remaining 3 teams and forcibly disabled all 3 teams. 2 of the teams were even more powerful. It was directly destroyed by the group. The remaining 2 people drove away at the last moment, but were directly eliminated by a team guarding the bridge. It was also the battle that allowed the RSJ team to reach an astonishing 110 points, directly jumping to the first position, which has not changed until now. At this time, the RSJ team began to evacuate. They obviously knew that there were hijackers on the bridge, but they rushed over without even thinking about it. This was their confidence and absolute strength. After arriving at the other end of the bridge, they stopped the car and started fighting with the team using the abandoned cars as cover. I have to say that the RSJ team is really impeccable in operations. Their awareness is very good, and their skills such as gun pressure are also stable and ruthless. The only shortcoming that makes Shin-Yi feel that they are arrogant. But in this kind of complete crushing in this case, it makes no difference whether this shortcoming is present or not. Sure enough, the people in that team were shot in the head without paying attention, followed by a crushing attack. In the end, they couldn't bear it anymore. The team that robbed the bridge could only choose to retreat. They had already lost 2 members. If we stay any longer, we may be wiped out. At this time, the RSJ team's points also directly increased to 130 points in the previous game. Steady in first place. After watching the 2 people leave, the RSJ team did not chase them, but just drove towards the safe zone in their car. But Shinny looked at where they were moving and thought to himself that it was bad, because the direction they were moving in at the moment was exactly opposite the chatty boy and the others. It only takes a while for the 2 teams to meet. The chatty boy originally thought that his team would be first in points after killing the team. But when he saw the name of the RSJ team, he felt very angry. I didn't expect that I still couldn't surpass them. But it didn't matter. Now is when the game starts to get exciting, and when the 2 teams start to compete. Just thinking about it, the chatty boy heard the sound of a car approaching, and he immediately hit himself. The RSJ team also heard the sound at the same time, and immediately stopped the car and started observing. The 2 teams finally met here. When moving forward, they will also deliberately stagger places where they can easily find themselves, and instead choose places with bunkers or places with higher grass, which can minimize the possibility of being discovered. Lungfeng and Lin Xiaoxiao hid under a stone. They kept staring in the direction of their footsteps, but they could only see about 1 or 2 figures, and they all disappeared as soon as they were seen. There was no way to shoot. As for Ma Feng, he was completely confused. He really wanted to find where the other party was, but he couldn't see anything except the footsteps around him, which made him very frustrated and nervous. In a game, this kind of invisible enemy is the most terrifying thing, because you don't know when or under what circumstances a bullet will suddenly shoot over and kill you. Therefore, We must maintain a high level of vigilance and tighten the string in our hearts at all times. While everyone was scratching around here, the chatty boy suddenly started to move. I saw him immediately move from one tree to the back of another tree. Just when he moved, he heard a burst of gunfire, and at least 3 guns fired at the chatty boy at the same time. If it were Lingfeng and the others, they would have been beaten into pieces long ago. But the chatty boy didn't. He had already expected this to happen. So when he rushed out, he didn't run out directly, but jumped out. We all know that when hitting someone, we usually aim at the person's head. This way the damage is the highest, and it is easiest to kill the opponent. But what if someone is discovered suddenly? Most people may have noticed that the person ran away and disappeared before taking aim. It's very embarrassing at this time, even if professional players are trained. Of course, not counting perverts like Shen Yi. Ordinary professional players cannot aim at someone's head in an instant. At this time, the best way is not to attack the head, but to attack the abdomen. When attacking the abdomen, the gun will have a lot of recoil. Especially the better the gun, the greater the recoil, and the easier it will be to hit the target. In order to avoid this situation, you need to press the gun, and the farther the distance, the more deadly it will be. Only in this way can you hit someone. The moment the chatty boy came out, all the bullets were fired at him. When he jumped, the bullets that could have hit him did not hit the chatty boy because of the pressure of the gun. But even so, the chatty boy still got a shot. But he was behind the tree now, relatively safe. So he put on a bandage under the tree and said to the others, "Did you remember the position just now?" "Remember." Several people replied immediately. A large part of the reason why the chatty boy did what he did just now was to let the people from the RSJ team take the initiative to reveal his position. Because although he could find 1 or 2, it was obvious that the positions of the other people were not very certain. As long as someone appears, the other party will definitely shoot immediately. After shooting, the trajectory of the gun is easy to identify. As long as you look at the trajectory of the gun and search carefully, you can see where the person is. That is to say, if the chatty boy has this strength. If it were other members of the SLK team, not only would they not know the location of the enemy, but they would also tell them where they are. This is very costly. Chapter 275, Watching with Eager Eyes. After determining the location, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately threw a detonating bomb before the opponent changed positions. After seeing that the detonating bomb was effective, he swept it based on his impression just now. Sure enough, news came immediately that a person had been knocked down and killed by Lin Xiaoxiao. But the RSJ team is not a fuel-saving lamp. Why did only 3 people shoot just now? I never noticed it. In fact, another person is outflanking from another direction at this time to ensure that everyone is paying attention. On that side, he immediately accelerated his speed and came to the side, shooting at the unprepared Ma Feng. Ma Feng had already turned into a box before he knew what happened. But that person did not covet Ma Feng's equipment. Instead, he simply withdrew and continued to hide. As soon as he was exposed, everyone could clearly see the clothes worn by this team. It is the clothing of the RSJ team. Basically, every team unifies all the clothes of their own team in the game. This is probably the same nature as the team uniforms we see in real life now. It's just that this team uniform is virtual. That person had already seen clearly what Ma Feng's team uniform looked like, and he naturally knew that this team was his rival in this competition. The SLK team. Before leaving, Jiang Zhe also told his team that when he saw the SLK team, he would beat them all. Now the 2 teams did not expect to meet so soon. But now that they have met, it will definitely be a fight to the death. The 2 sides were evenly matched at this time, and 1 person died each. 3 people remained. The chatty boy said to everyone, "Did you see it? There is RSJ on the opposite side. Even if we are angry at the boss, we will kill them all. We cannot let them take any advantage." Lin Xiaoxiao and Ling Feng both nodded firmly. They knew what kind of existence Jiang Zhe was to Shen Yi. So this game, as the first contest with Jiang Zhe, must be a very good one. He wanted to prove to Jiang Zhe that Shen Yi could not be defeated by him. But now the situation is very embarrassing. The 2 sides are far away, but the sniper on our side is dead. The one who died on the other side is definitely not a sniper, but an assaulter or something. But in this case, without the deterrence of the sniper, it will be very difficult to fight. The opponent will not be afraid of short-handed assaulters and liberos and commanders at all. The chatty boy also looked very ugly at this time. It has become clear that Ma Feng, the sniper, is the shortcoming of the entire team. In a situation like that just now, as long as you pay a little attention, you will find it and escape in time. Even after being killed, as long as you turn to one side, The opponent will give up if he misses 1 or 2 shots. After all, there are still 3 people watching here. Once he came to his senses, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. But Ma Feng did all these actions that were very simple for the talkative boy. And he was beaten to death directly. But he couldn't do it. And neither Lin Xiaoxiao nor Ling Feng could do it. The chatty boy had to devote some of his energy to protecting Lin Xiaoxiao, which also made him feel that he was unable to do anything else. No matter how reluctant Lin Xiaoxiao is, the chatty boy has never lost this habit when playing games. That is, the range of activities must be within the range where he can support Lin Xiaoxiao. And Lin Xiaoxiao will definitely not be harmed at all. This was the oath he made to himself after Lin Xiaoxiao rescued him last time. He also believes he can do it. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have any objections to this before. But not today. Today's opponents are too powerful for them now, and they can't beat them at all. The most correct choice at this time is to protect Lingfeng. And then Lin Xiaoxiao immediately starts to roam as a free agent to distract the opponent's attention. And at the same time let the assaulters prepare to attack and close the distance with the opponent. In this case, there is no disadvantage of the sniper on his side. It can be easily compensated. As soon as the chatty boy follows her, she will be restrained in everything she does. The most important thing is that when 2 people are together, it is very easy to be exposed. In this way, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't do anything at all. And Ling Feng can easily be killed by the opponent without the protection of outsiders. But just when the chatty boy was thinking about what to do, something happened to Lin Xiaoxiao. I saw a burst of gunfire suddenly coming from behind Lin Xiaoxiao. The chatty boy immediately turned around and shot at that person. But it was too late. Lin Xiaoxiao had been turned into a box by the bullet. By now, there were only 2 survivors on both sides. The chatty boy was stunned for a moment. They did not expect that the other party would choose the very dangerous method of going around. It was obvious that he was the one who killed Ma Feng just now. He did not leave, but quietly lurked behind Lin Xiaoxiao from the other side. And then suddenly attacked before killing Lin Xiaoxiao. And after he beat Lin Xiaoxiao to death, he immediately hid behind a nearby tree. The chatty boy only shot him a few times and did not kill him. By this time, the chatty boy also understood that the opponent should be the strongest person in the entire RSJ team. And he was probably the captain of the RSJ team. He wanted to rush over and beat the man to death. But before he could take a few steps, several people from the opposite side rushed over in their cars. The chatty boy had no choice but to immediately take shelter with Lingfeng. I have to say that the skills of the talkative boy are indeed very powerful. The other person was driving an off-road vehicle as fast as he could. But the talkative boy directly killed the other person in the car with a submachine gun. 2 tires were also punctured. The people from the RSJ team immediately stopped the car and got out of the car. If the fight continued like this, the car might be blown up by the chatty boy. Once the car was blown up, it would be too painful to die. The remaining person used the car as cover and directly met up with the other person. The chatty boy didn't give them a chance to rescue the person in the car, and just used a few shots to blow up the car. The injured man in the car also turned directly into a box. Now both sides are even again, leaving only 2 people. But that person over there made the chatty boy very afraid. One of the other people directly killed 2 people on his side one after another. But he couldn't do anything to him. The chatty boy hasn't faced such an opponent for a long time. He feels that this time the Huya Destiny Cup may eventually become a game between the 2 of them. That person is the captain of the RSJ team. In fact, the talkative boy is afraid of him. So he is not afraid of the chatty boy. In the few battles just now, he has discovered that the chatty boy is the most powerful person in the entire team. And he is also afraid of the chatty boy. I suffered several losses at his hands. So all he could think about now was how to deal with the chatty boy. Chapter 276 The Prophet of the Fisherman. However, after thinking about it again and again, he gave up the idea of continuing to fight. There has been a firefight here for such a long time. There must be many people rushing here now, waiting to reap the benefits. Maybe there is already a team ambushing nearby. There is no point in fighting. But if he thinks this way, the chatty boy doesn't think so. The moment Lin Xiaoxiao died, he decided to fight this person until death. If he couldn't protect the one he loved most in the game, how could he protect her in real life? Let's go! Retreat quickly! I feel like someone will come here soon. It's not good for us to stay here now. Lung Feng said to the tuberculosis boy. I won't leave. But you can leave if you want. He actually chased Xiao Xiao to death. I must not let him go. The chatty boy said fiercely. Then the chatty boy immediately threw a smoke bomb not far away. The smoke bomb he threw was in just the right position to connect with the off-road vehicle, forming a barrier, while the other party couldn't see him. The chatty boy immediately moved closer to the other party, because the chatty boy now has a fully equipped S686 in his hand, which will only work when he is very close to the opponent. Otherwise, the damage of this gun will not be dealt at all. The captain of the RSJ team did not give up when he saw the opponent. Instead, he rushed over again and had no choice but to bite the bullet and start fighting back. The Chatterbox boy's positioning was also very cunning. When the Chatterbox boy kept approaching them, they actually didn't beat the Chatterbox boy to death. And he also knows what kind of gun the chatty boy is, so he must not let the chatty boy get close. The two could only try their best to stop it. Just when they were still thinking about countermeasures, suddenly there was a burst of gunfire in the distance, and they knew without thinking that a team was coming. Team RSJ wanted to take the risk and drive away, but before he started taking action, the chatty boy suddenly got angry. Just hold the gun and shoot. They thought the chatty boy was like this because he heard someone was coming and wanted to fight quickly. But this was undoubtedly an opportunity for two people. They were blocked by a bunker. Although they were hit by a few shots, they were not seriously injured. The chatty boy gave up and completely suffered damage from the two of them. After a few it turns into a box in seconds. The two of them saw that the chatty boy was so close, and their equipment was greatly damaged. He planned to lick the chatty boy's bag and quickly evacuate. But what they didn't expect was that as soon as they got near the Chatterbox boy's box, an explosion occurred. Two people were directly killed by the explosion. The chatty boy in front of the computer also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had just made the right bet. Literally killed him. But Lin Xiaoxiao on the side was not happy and said quickly, "Why don't you just leave? You have to stay. Now Brother Lingfeng is the only one left. What if we can't win?" The chatty boy shook his head firmly and said, "I don't care so much. If they want to hurt you, they have to pay the price. I won't let anyone bully you." Hearing what he said, the expression on Lin Xiaoxiao's face froze. If she couldn't tell that the talkative boy liked her even after the talkative boy said this, then she was really careless. But she already had her heart set on something, so she had to change the topic deliberately, patted the chatty boy on the shoulder and said, "You are indeed my little brother. Very awesome." Participating in the battle at this time would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. So he immediately evacuated the place without any hesitation, and then found a place to start recovering blood. Shen Yi looked at the ranking of the scores of each team on the scoreboard at this time. The SLK team went from 95 points to 140 points. Although the RSJ team had been completely wiped out, their score also increased to 160 points. So the RSJ team is still in first place so far. SLK is in second place, and the third place is a team called Lengya, with 100 points. SLK now only has one player left, and there are still 18 people alive in the entire map. The situation was very unfavorable for them. Lingfeng looked at the map. He was not very far from the safe zone now, so he was not in a hurry to escape from the poison. In this case, entering the center of the safe zone prematurely would make him very passive. As he moved forward, he searched nearby houses. His armor and helmet were almost used up in the battle just now, and he also used up several first aid kits. Now, he was replenishing them on the way. Now that the RSJ team has been wiped out, the bet between Shen Yi and Jiang Zhe has been realized. The goal at this time is to ensure that they can enter the top 5 and get points, because only the top 5 are eligible for the rematch. Lingfeng thought for a while, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. He thought of a trick that everyone would never tire of using in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He didn't pick up the polar suit. If he acted like Voldemort, he would definitely be discovered by the other party. But the other method didn't have so many restrictions. That's the Phantom Tank. This routine is very simple, and is a trick used by many people. Just find a larger bush near the safe area and hide in it, due to the cover of the bushes and its own color. After a person hides inside, if he doesn't get closer and observe carefully, he won't find that there is another person hiding inside. This cat's sinister way of being in one place is simply standard for today's cold wind. After making up his mind, Lingfeng immediately started to take action. He first sneaked to the edge of the safe zone. After checking that there was no one around, he immediately found a bush nearby and hid in it. As soon as he squatted down, his figure completely disappeared into the bushes, and then he began to observe the direction outside the safe zone. Not long after, a person ran in from outside the safe zone. Lingfeng did not act rashly, but first observed carefully. When he saw that there was no one around him, and no one came closer, he concluded that this was also a fall. As a single person, thinking of this, Lingfeng no longer hesitated, and directly shot the opponent without paying attention, turning the opponent into a box. Then the cold wind went over and licked the bag. Then immediately moved to a bush and continued to hide there. After that, Lung Feng used the same method to kill another person. Also a lone person. During this period, whenever there were more than 2 people passing by, he would hide them. He would only take action when he saw someone alone. After killing these 2 people, the SLK team's points directly reached 170 points. It seems that those 2 people, they are all the last person in their respective teams. So there are extra points. As a result, SLK temporarily ranked first in points. RSJ was also surpassed by Langia, and now ranks third, with Langia team temporarily second at 165. Chapter 277 Restoring Stability. But Lung Feng couldn't be happy at the moment, because he was in a very dangerous situation. The safe zone will shrink in 50 seconds. And this time I am very unlucky. I am on the far right. But the next safe zone happens to be on the far left. This made Lung Feng difficult. If he wanted to avoid taking the poison, he had to start running away from it immediately. However, as soon as he left the bush, it meant that he would reveal his position. There are still 5 people in the entire map. So there must be a safe zone. Someone is guarding him, and will beat him to death as soon as he passes by. There was no way to use the phantom tank tactic anymore. Lung Feng had to give up this strategy, and prepared to cut into the safe zone along the poisonous circle. At this time, there were only 40 seconds left, and there was no room for him to hesitate anymore. So he turned over, and came out of the bushes. Then squat, and slowly moved towards the safe area. But before he had gone far, 2 bullets were fired from the northeast. Fortunately, Lung Feng had always been very cautious. So he had already discovered it when the first bullet was fired. So he was only hit by 1 bullet. In this way, 1/3 of his blood was gone, and he quickly hid under a stone. Later, he started to regain his blood, and drank 2 cans of drinks to replenish his energy. The other party also knew that he was here. And he also saw the other party hiding behind a tree not far away. So he threw a grenade behind the tree, trying to force the other party to come out. But unexpectedly the other party ducked and jumped to the other side. At this time, Lung Feng lost the opponent's vision again. The other party doesn't know where he is now. But now there are only 20 seconds left. If we don't start running away from the poison immediately, there will be no way to reach the safe zone before the poison circle arrives. You must know that the poison damage in the later stage is very high. Even if you are full of blood, you will die immediately if you stay in it for less than 5 seconds. Obviously neither party wants to die from the poison. But they are also afraid that they will be destroyed by the opponent's group after coming out. With 15 seconds left, the 2 ran out of the bunker almost at the same time, and then ran towards the safety zone. This was also the limit of time Lung Feng calculated that he could run to the safe zone. If he wasted another second, he would die from the poison. The other party obviously understands this truth. Neither of them made things difficult for the other, but ran towards the safe zone in the nearest direction. Due to precise calculations, both of them jumped into the safe zone at the last moment when the poisonous circle surrounded them. Lung Feng and the man over there immediately laid down and began to recover their blood. Both of them were now in a half-health state. But before the first aid kit was finished, gunshots were suddenly heard not far away. The man was beaten to death before he could react. Lung Feng wanted to leave quickly before the other party hit him. But before he could take a few steps, his head was shot, and he was turned into a box. With the death of the cold wind, the entire game is over. The last 3 people are from the same team. They are all from the Langia team. At this time, the referee also started to count the points. The Langia team directly took the first place in the preliminary round with 305 points. And the SLK team came in second with 220 points. Although the RSJ team was wiped out midway, they got a lot of kills. He also finished 5th with 160 points, just able to participate in the semifinals. Lung Feng got down from his seat and returned to Shen Yi, saying very annoyed, "Boss, I'm sorry. I only got 2nd place." Shen Yi smiled, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. This is just the preliminary round. Just win it back later. And you have already defeated the RSJ team." When the chatty boy saw Jiang Zhe, he immediately rushed to beat Jiang Zhe. Everyone quickly stopped him. But the chatty boy said, "You actually have the nerve to come here. Let me tell you, let alone the preliminary round. In the rematch and finals, as long as I see your team, I will definitely beat them all to death. Just wait until then and go back in despair." The chatty boy wanted to speak, but Shen Yi held him back. There was no point in saying this at this time. Shen Yi looked at Jiang Zhe and said, "According to the agreement, you lost, So you should also fulfill your promise. When Jiangze heard this, he deliberately pretended to know nothing and said, I lost? How did you see that I lost? Although your team defeated my team. Our bet is Huya Destiny Cup champion. Now it's just a small preliminary round. Why are you anxious? There will be rematches and finals later. If my team accidentally knocks you down, aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? Moreover, neither team had a chance to win in this competition. If you say you won, don't you think it's too far-fetched? When Shinyi heard this, he also knew that the other party was taking advantage of the loopholes in the bet. But he didn't care. His goal this time was to win the first place in the Huya Destiny Cup. He believed that his team had such strength. Jiangze will have nothing to say by then. Let's see how he continues to deny it. After saying that, Jiangze also planned to leave. The chatty boy yelled at him. Don't mention it this time. Next time, your grandpa Jian will teach them how to behave. After hearing this, Ma Feng and Lang Feng quickly covered the chatty boy's mouth. This guy really dared to say anything. After all, Jiangze is also one of the sponsors of the competition. If the competition organizing committee knows that he and others insulted the sponsor, he will probably be disqualified from continuing the competition. Then, there will be no talk of first place in the competition. Jiangze didn't pay much attention to this, but smiled at everyone and left the venue. Shinyi had also regained his emotional stability at this time. He looked at everyone and said, Everyone worked very hard today and performed very well. Although they did not get the chicken, both of them performed very well. Thank you for your hard work. I give everyone a day off today. You can relax or take a good rest today. The semifinals will only start in 2 days, so everyone is not worried and plans to go home. At this moment, a person suddenly ran over, calling the chatty boy's name as he ran. Chatterbox Boy and others were very surprised when they saw him, because he had never seen this person before. But he knew by looking at the team uniform that the other person was actually a member of the RSJ team. What does it mean for the people from this team to come here at this time? The chatty boy doesn't remember having any contact with these people. And that person quickly rushed over. He looked at the chatty boy and smiled, then stretched out his hand and said, Captain of the RSJ team, Long Quan. The chatty boy did not shake his hand, but said very warily, What are you doing here? I don't remember seeing you before. Also, you are from the RSJ team. Are you here to steal our plan? Chapter 278 Embarrassment. Long Quan was also very embarrassed when he heard the chatty boy say this. But his purpose this time was not to steal any plan. So Long Quan just smiled and never mentioned the matter again. Instead, he looked at the chatty boy and said very sincerely, My boss, Jiangze, told us before that he had bribed the organizer of this competition. By then, as long as we don't play very badly, we will all be able to win. Number 1. This competition may have been decided. I hope you can find a way to stop this. After saying that, Long Quan planned to leave. The chatty boy was also a little surprised. Long Quan was from Jiangze's side. Why did he tell him the news about Jiangze now and ask himself to be careful? So the chatty boy asked very puzzledly, Why do you want to help us? I didn't know you before. After Long Quan heard what the chatty boy said, he turned around and smiled and said, Does it matter whether you know me or not? You are a very powerful opponent, and you are also very perseverant and courageous. I really admire you. So I want to compete with you in an upright manner on the court, instead of relying on the so-called shady stories and unofficial decisions. It's a fair fight, and I'll be very happy whether I win or lose. After saying that, Long Quan left without looking back. Only a few people from the SLK team were left who were worried. Although everyone had thought before that there might be something shady, but when it actually happened, they realized that they were so powerless to resist. Even Shinyi was at a loss. But he knows that now he is the backbone of the entire team. If he shows the same emotions as everyone, then everyone will definitely know that there is nothing he can do. It will be bad if everyone loses confidence in this game. Then Shinyi thought about it and said firmly to everyone, Don't worry. I have a way to do this. And I will definitely not let Jiangze succeed. You are just responsible for playing your game. And I will take care of the other things when the time comes. As long as you have this strength, then this first place will definitely belong to us. And no one can take it away. After hearing what Shinyi said, everyone was no longer so worried. Because in their eyes, Shinyi is almost invincible. And they feel that nothing can defeat Shinyi. Then they chatted for a while and then went home. Before leaving, Han Xiaomu looked at Shinyi and said, Don't worry. I'll go to my boss right away and tell him about this. I believe he will definitely have a solution. Shinny nodded, and Han Xiaomu drove away immediately. When they were almost gone, Shinny discovered that Jiang Wu hadn't left yet, but was sitting alone on the steps of Huya Company. Shinny walked over and patted him on the shoulder and said, "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Wu. "Boss, do you think we can win the championship this time?" Shinny smiled and said, "Of course you can." "What? Don't you believe in your teammates?" "Okay. Don't think so much. Go and spend more time with your family. You won't have so much when you resume training. It's time." Jiang Wu took a deep look at Shinny, nodded and walked towards the hospital. After everyone left, Shinny wanted to find the mysterious middle-aged man in Huya Company to see if he could help him. However, he waited outside the door for a long time and did not see the middle-aged man. He had no choice but to go back, where you did not do well. I hope you can have a very objective evaluation of yourself. Let's start with the cold wind. Lingfeng heard Shinny calling him, thought for a while, and said to everyone, "I am the commander of the team. I am largely responsible for not getting the chicken in yesterday's game. I admit this. First of all, I am nervous. Faced with this in professional competitions, I still cannot adjust my mentality very well, which leads to many orders being delayed in time." Shinny nodded and motioned for him to continue. Lingfeng continued, "Also, I think the opponent is too strong, so I always feel like I can't defeat the opponent in the game. It is precisely because of this that the measures I take are very conservative. Take for example the time when I was the last one left. Although the phantom tank is very safe, I ignored that it is very difficult to escape the poison when I am alone, and it is easy to be ambushed by the opponent. I should enter the safe zone as soon as possible. In this way, the other party can't do anything to me." After listening to what Lingfeng said, Shinny said to him, "Well, the analysis is very good, and you have also seen your main problems. In fact, your strength is not worse than theirs, but you are not confident in yourself and are afraid of your hands." "I am afraid of my feet, which is why I have been passive many times. It was the same with the RSJ team. You didn't take the first step, and as a result, you were constantly beaten by the opponent." Hearing Shinny's words, Su Lingfeng also nodded thoughtfully. Then Shinny looked at Lin Xiaoxiao again. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Shinny looking at him and immediately said, "Boss, I know that my performance yesterday was very bad. I was originally a free agent in the team, and the most flexible being in the battle. But I played yesterday after that. I completely forgot about the techniques I used to train with." He just followed the team stupidly, and did not play any role in decompressing the team, helping the team explore, or striking the enemy unexpectedly. "You are right. A free man needs to do this. In fact, the biggest problem you had yesterday was that you forgot that you are a free man. The meaning of this position is that the command's order is only a reference for you. You have to have your own ideas and strategies. If you just think about completing the tasks given to you, then you will not be able to be a free person." After commenting on Lin Xiaoxiao's performance, Shinny looked at Ma Feng again. Ma Feng saw Shinny looking at him, and lowered his head in shame. "Boss, have I disappointed you? I am always the first to die." Ma Feng said softly. "No, Ma Feng. In fact, your strength is not bad now. It's just that you always feel that your strength is lower than others, so you can't even use 1/3 of what you have learned. Haven't you found that you don't care? Is it already very strong when pressing the gun or aiming? Although sometimes you shoot rashly because of nervousness. Haven't you discovered that as long as you shoot, you will definitely kill the opponent? What you lack now is just confidence." Shinny comforted him. After finishing speaking, Shinny looked at the chatty boy and said to him, "Tell me about your problem." "Boss, what questions can I have?" the chatty boy said with a smile. Chapter 279, Making Advice. Hearing what the chatty boy said, Shinyi's face darkened. And then he said seriously, "Speak carefully. Do you want me to help you say it?" After the chatty boy heard what Shinyi said, he knew that Shinyi was really angry. Then he lowered his head and said, "He is good at making decisions and does not obey orders. Anything else? Arrogant and arrogant, without regard for the overall situation. Anything else?" "No, boss. That's all I think," the chatty boy said doubtfully. "The most important thing you haven't said yet is that I don't believe you don't know. Why do you think you, an assaulter, always hang around free men? If you do this, you will expose the position of the free man. But it will also be very inconvenient for the free man to move. In this case, the backs of the sniper and the commander are completely exposed to each other. I don't believe you don't know this. Reason," Shinyi said to him. "I can protect all three of them." When Shinyi said this, The talkative boy knew that he was in the wrong and could only defend himself in a low voice. Okay. What you said? I don't care about that. Let's see how you protect all three people. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he stopped mentioning the matter. Lin Xiaoxiao also knew why the talkative boy was like this. But now she was in a mess and didn't dare to think about these things. She avoided everyone's eyes, left everyone directly, and walked to the computer. Others also knew what the situation was and didn't mention it again. They just let them resolve the matter themselves. Next, Shen Yi gave everyone the game videos of various teams that he collected yesterday, and then asked everyone to watch them carefully, because these top 5 teams may become his opponents in the next game. Now he understands their routine is very necessary. This way you will be prepared. After watching the video, everyone has a general understanding of the strength of each team, so that in the next game, they can know what to do if they meet these teams. Should you avoid its sharp edge or just rush forward? Lingfeng can also develop measures specifically for a certain team based on these videos. One of the teams is of great interest to everyone, and that is Team Langya, which won first place yesterday. Chatterbox Boy and others originally thought that team was a very powerful team, but after watching the video, they discovered that this team was just lucky. Okay, let's jump directly to the Circle of Destiny. After they landed, they were waiting there to kill people, so that the entire team would not be wasted. This made everyone feel that the loss was undeserved. Then several people went to train separately. Ma Feng and Shen Yi completely handed him over to Jiang Wu and asked Jiang Wu to provide one-on-one guidance to Ma Feng. At this time, Han Xiaomu also returned to the club. After she came back, she immediately called Shen Yi out, and then said to Shen Yi, "Don't worry about the competition. I have already told the boss. The boss said that he will take action and restrain Jiang Zhe so that Jiang Zhe cannot act recklessly. And the boss is here. We have already started taking action after getting the news, so you don't have to worry." Hearing Han Xiaomu say this, Shen Yi's hanging heart finally let go, knowing that there are a lot of spectators in the rematch. Even more people come to watch the game. That's why today's scene occurred. According to the organizer, the finals will be broadcast live on the TV channel, and more people will watch it. This makes Shen Yi feel like he did when he participated in the CF Asia Championship. Unfortunately, the difference is that a year later, he still cannot play. Last time, a total of 30 teams entered the semifinals, according to the rules of the event. This time, the 30 teams will be divided into 2 groups again, with 15 teams in each group. The game will still only play 1 round and adopt a points system. The 5 teams with the most points advance to the finals. In other words, the number of people and rules for this competition are exactly the same as in the preliminary round. The only difference is that the strength of the teams participating in the competition this time will rise to a higher level. At least it is unlikely to encounter a team that delivers express like the Lysun team. When the SLK team was waiting for the draw in the lobby, they also saw their old acquaintance Team LJ. Team LJ was very strong, which they all knew. So no one was surprised at all that Team LJ could enter the semifinals. Regardless, I still hope that the 2 teams will not meet each other in the rematch. Otherwise, after playing together for such a long time, each other will be very familiar with each other's routines. If they meet again on the battlefield, whether it is the SLK team or the LJ team, they will feel the difficulty. The LJ team also saw them and came over. After the 2 sides congratulated each other, they began to communicate with each other about the teams they encountered in yesterday's game and some problems discovered by their own teams. After speaking out, everyone from the 2 teams was "I feel I have benefited a lot." Then the announcement started on the radio for the team to prepare to go to the registration office to draw lots. Shen Yi walked over. This time he drew the number 2, and the staff also directly wrote a 2 on the SLK team's group. But he saw that the RSJ team was in the first group. It seems that the mysterious middle-aged man only allowed the 2 teams to meet in the first game, and he did not interfere in the subsequent games. The LJ team was also drawn into the first group, and this time, the 2 teams were not in the same group. When the chatty boy saw that Team LJ was going to meet Team RSJ in the semifinals, he immediately called everyone from Team LJ over, and then told them some of his opinions about Team RSJ, and told them that the captain of Team RSJ was very powerful. So let them, you must pay attention. Otherwise you will capsize in the gutter if you are not careful. Shen Yi looked at the name of the RSJ team and found that Jiang Zhe was not there. It seemed that Jiang Zhe didn't come over because he had something to do. He didn't know if this had anything to do with his boss. Speaking of which, Shen Yi still doesn't know who his boss is. I don't know when I can meet him. Shen Yi searched around the venue again, hoping to find the mysterious middle-aged man. Judging from the middle-aged man's attitude towards him last time, Shin-Yi felt that the possibility of this middle-aged man helping him was very high. And this middle-aged people can also scare Jiangze. But to his disappointment, he still found no trace of that middle-aged man. Just when Shin-Yi was disappointed, he found another acquaintance near the door. And he was very familiar with this person. It was Li Yuner. What made him most incredible was that Li Yuner was accompanied by his sister Shin-Shi. Shin-Yi rushed forward, looked at Li Yuner and said, "Why are you here? And you brought my sister here too." Chapter 280 Exploiting Class. Li Yuner looked at Shin-Yi, smiled and said, "My personal consultant is here to compete. And I, as the boss, have to support him. Otherwise if people from other companies find out, they will think that I am inhumane. The exploiting class." Shin-Shi, who was on the side, also took Shin-Yi's hand, and then said with a smile, "Sister Yuner came to our school to find me, and then asked me if I wanted to come over to watch your team compete. Brother, I agreed, and then Sister Yuner just asked for leave for me, and I'll come out." Shin-Yi was speechless for a while when he heard what these two people said. Although Shin-Shi came to watch his team compete, he was very happy. But if it would affect her study, he would not agree to anything. Isn't the purpose of working so hard for Shin-Shi to study well? But now that Shin-Shi has come, Shin-Yi will definitely not rush her to school again. After all, Li Yuner has already taken the leave. So Shin-Yi looked at Shin-Shi and said very seriously, "Just this once. It won't happen next time. If I know you sneak out during class next time, see how I deal with you." Shin-Shi blinked at Shin-Yi, and then nodded obediently. As soon as Shin-Yi saw her like this, he immediately lost all temper and could only smile at Shin-Shi. "Look at you two brothers and sisters. You are just talking here, and no one pays attention to me," Li Yuner said while looking at the two people. Only then did Shin-Yi realize that there was Li Yuner next to him. And then he said with a smile, "How can I ignore you? You are my boss. I can't ignore you if I ignore anyone." When Shin-Shi heard what Shin-Yi said, she suddenly became a little unhappy. But what happened next made her wipe out all the goodwill she had accumulated for Li Yuner. That is, Li Yuner avoided her and asked Shin-Yi to talk to her alone. Originally, when Li Yuner came to find her today, Shin-Shi was very happy, because in this way, she could see her brother. But now she realized that Li Yuner was just looking for her by the way. Her real purpose was to come here to find Shin-Yi. This made Shin-Shi jealous all of a sudden. But she couldn't say anything, so she had to sulk alone. After Li Yuner called Shin-Yi aside, she said to Shin-Yi, "You know someone is going to tamper with this competition, right?" Shin-Yi nodded, and then said to her, "I know about this. Someone has already told me about it. I am also thinking of a solution now." Li Yuner looked at Shin-Yi, and then said calmly, "I know who wants to do tricks, and I have already warned him. He has cooperated with our Guangli Entertainment Company a lot. I believe he will not do it, for we are at odds with Guangli Entertainment because of the competition. So you can rest assured that I can guarantee that this competition will be fair." Shin-Yi was also very surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Li Yuner would take the initiative to help him. He just wanted to say thank you. Li Yuner stopped him. "Don't say thank you or anything like that. It's a fair game, and it's up to your team whether you can get ranked or not. I can only help you get here. Okay, that's enough. Our team will definitely take first place." Shin-Yi looked at Li Yuner and said firmly, "What makes everyone very happy is that not only the good Team RSJ and Team LJ are not in the same group as themselves, but also the strength of the teams in their group is generally relatively low. This is a good news. Moreover, Langya team, which ranked first in their group in the last round, was actually in the same group as SLK team. Everyone thought that Langya team had caused them to miss the mark in the last round. They had to let them win in this round. Spit out the chicken you ate in the last round. After all teams are ready, the game begins. Lingfeng's plan for this game is still to skip schools. This has been discussed by the team before, so it will not be changed easily. After jumping down, the chatty boy looked around in the air. But soon they discovered a very embarrassing thing. That is, no team other than themselves chose to jump to the school in this game. After several people jumped, they quickly checked again and found that there was really no one. And not only the school, but no one jumped anywhere near the school. However, a few people immediately took action to collect equipment. The school's resources were very rich, enough to fully equip all four of them. After a while, several people's equipment had been searched. The chatty boy got his favorite S686 shotgun. Unfortunately, it didn't have a shotgun choke. Otherwise he would have been happier. At the same time, He was also equipped with a shotgun, Thompson submachine gun, and a P1911 pistol. He is also equipped with a second-level head and a second-level armor. And everyone has given him a lot of medicine. So his current equipment is very impressive. Lingfeng's equipment was also very good. He picked up an M16A4 assault rifle and a Victor submachine gun. And he also chose an R1895 pistol for himself. But he only had a second-level helmet and only a first-level armor. In fact, he picked up a second-level armor. But he first gave it to the sniper Ma Feng. Ma Feng can be said to be the person with the best equipment, because he is the sniper of the team and everyone takes special care of Ma Feng. The better equipment is basically given to him. He is now equipped with a Mini 14 sniper rifle and a fully equipped M416 assault rifle. He also had a Run R1895 pistol and a frying pan on his body. The helmet also has a level 3 helmet, which can be said to be very difficult for the opponent to kill him. Lin Xiaoxiao held a Scar-L assault rifle and an AKM assault rifle, but she did not hold a pistol. Instead, she left the space in her bag to hold several more smoke grenades and fragmentation grenades. After the search was completed, everyone immediately rushed towards the road outside the school. There happened to be an off-road vehicle parked there, and 4 people could get on. At this time, Lingfeng was not in a hurry to drive, but asked everyone, "We have 2 choices in this game. One is to develop like the previous game, and then fight in the wild until the last moment. I believe that with our ability strength, eating chicken is not particularly difficult. Another strategy is the RSJ team's tactics in the previous game. We started to act directly, not for the purpose of running away drugs, but specifically to kill people, and strive to pull away from other teams by relying on the points gained by killing people. Which one do you think should be used?" After hearing what Lingfeng said, several people fell into deep thought. At this time, the chatty boy wanted to say something, but he thought of what Shen Yi told him in the summary. Chapter 281, Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So he reorganized his words and said to Lingfeng, "You are the commander, so you can decide, but the teams in this round are all very good. I think the second option is not impossible to consider." Lingfeng also heard that what the chatty boy meant was entirely up to his own ideas. But at the same time, it was just the chatty boy who also put forward his own opinions. It was Lingfeng's decision whether he would adopt it or not. In fact, this is the best state of a team. This will undoubtedly establish Lingfeng's authority and prevent everyone from being so blind when encountering emergencies. It will also save a lot of trouble. He thought for a while, and then said to everyone, "Then let's choose the second option." As the chatty boy said, "The skills of the members of these teams this time are average, and we are all confident that we can eliminate them. So we might as well rush. It would also be good to go directly to them before the encounter and let them add points to us. Now this is our home court." After everyone heard that this tactic was used, they were a little excited. After all, killing is the most exciting thing. Then several people began to discuss how to find people. Because the map is so big, how is it possible to know where the other party is? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you rush over and the other party has already left? Running around without any purpose is just a waste of time. Lingfeng thought for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said to everyone, "I wonder if you know that there is an achievement in this game called Airdrop King." After hearing what Lingfeng said, everyone understood that the achievement of King of Airdrops requires their team to collect all the airdrops in this game. This is very challenging. Airdrops are something that all teams must strive for in every game. Let's not talk about the 8-fold scope and the like, but the incredible equipment inside, such as AWM, bastard guns, etc., are just like cheating. Same. In the last game, everyone originally planned to pick up the airdrops, but they met the RSJ team before they could take action. And then, they lost 3 people on their side. Lingfeng simply thought that his life was too long to pick up the airdrops alone. That's why I selectively ignore airdrops and just hope that I can survive. But this game is different. Everyone will definitely go there to pick up the airdrops. As long as you and others wait a little early and wait there, you can get good equipment and kill a lot of people. This method of killing 2 birds with 1 stone is very suitable for the current situation of myself and others. After several people discussed it, a plane flew over and dropped the airdrop. After several people saw it, they immediately accelerated their cars and drove towards the place where the airdrop might fall. During this period, Lin Xiaoxiao got out of the car on the side of the road, then found a Bing Bing and drove not far away from everyone. Shen Yi on the side nodded after seeing it. Now Lin Xiaoxiao can truly be regarded as a free man. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly squatted next to the airdrop box, using the airdrop box as a cover to prepare for a counterattack. The chatty boy reacted immediately after hearing the gunshot, and began to follow the direction of the bullet to determine where the enemy was. He immediately found the enemy. It turned out that the place where this team was searching for equipment was very close to the airdrop location. So when they saw the airdrop, they ran over immediately instead of driving over. Lingfeng and the other three were all paying attention to the teams that might drive over. But they ignored this possibility. This gave the team an opportunity to take advantage, and almost beat Lin Xiaoxiao to death. But now that they have been discovered, in the eyes of everyone, these 4 people are here to give them points. It is too late for Lingfeng and the others to be happy. I saw Ma Feng aiming at the opponent with a quadruple scope, and then shot the 2 people directly to death with a few bursts of fire. Only then did the other party see Ma Feng hiding behind the tree. When they first arrived, they only found the chatty boy, Lin Feng and Lin Xiaoxiao. They didn't know there was another person behind the tree. So Ma Feng directly gave them a warning from the side. It was such a heavy blow that they couldn't resist even if they wanted to. The 2 people on his side have lost their combat effectiveness. But the 4 people on the other side are still intact. The remaining 2 people want to retreat, but they don't have a car. And if they want to escape, their speed is too slow. He didn't take many steps before he was hit by the other party's car and killed. But if you don't leave, 2 people will definitely not be able to defeat 4 people. With the sniper's burst shooting ability just now, he might get a headshot from him if he wasn't careful. While the 2 people were still hesitating, the chatty boy had already started to take action. He first set off a smoke bomb to seal the smoke, and then rushed over. The 2 people quickly shot. But the words the kid with tuberculosis moved very well. The 2 of them fought for a long time. But they only managed to hit the kid with talkative tuberculosis once. This made the 2 people panic all of a sudden. And they planned to split up and start running away. In this case, even if one person is killed, the other person may still survive. But the chatty boy never gave them a chance to retreat. He rushed up and shot one person twice, ending his game with S686. The other person, the talkative boy, didn't need to worry about it at all. As soon as that person started to run away, Lingfeng started to move. Before the person ran 100 meters away, Lingfeng caught up with him and killed him. After everyone licked the bags of the 4 people, they found that the team did not have any good equipment. And in the end, they just replenished some bullets. The gun was not as good as that of myself and others. The only better thing was that I found 2 level 2A guns inside. So I gave them to Lin Xiaoxiao and Lin Feng, so that all 4 of them were level 2A guns. Now the SLK team's points have suddenly reached 45 points. But no one is worried, because now is the time when they officially start to get points. Then Lin Xiaoxiao immediately got up and started picking up the airdrop box. But this time the airdrop didn't seem to be as powerful as everyone thought. After Lin Xiaoxiao opened the airdrop, he discovered that there was no gun inside. Only 2 pieces of equipment, an 8-fold scope and a medical kit. In fact, these 2 pieces of equipment are already very good pieces of equipment. Many people may not see these 2 items from the beginning to the end of the game, but now they can pick them up at the beginning. So they should be happy. In fact, it's not that these 2 pieces of equipment are bad. It's just that they don't need them that much now. Now everyone is just starting to pick up the equipment. If you can pick up a very good gun at this time, then it is equivalent to having a great advantage. And then you can use the equipment in your hand to gradually expand the advantage. Chapter 282 Caught Off Guard. Even if you want to resist on the other side, there is no possibility. For example, after everyone picked up the AWM gun and saw others shooting him to death, how could he resist? I can only wait to die. But something is better than nothing. After some discussion, a few people gave the 8-fold scope directly to Ma Feng and asked him to equip the 8-fold scope on the sniper rifle. Then he gave the medical kit directly to Lin Xiaoxiao, because Lin Xiaoxiao usually acts alone. And sometimes everyone may not be able to rescue her in time. With such a big medicine that can restore her blood to full in one go, she is equivalent to having 2 life. It will be easier to move around. After the equipment was distributed, several people did not leave in a hurry. Instead, they hid the car and then continued to ambush around the airdrop box, because the red smoke on the airdrop box has not dissipated yet. If any team wants to come over to get the airdrop, they will definitely come during this period. Lingfeng and the others planned to catch each other off guard like this. But they waited for a long time. And until the red smoke on the airdrop dissipated, there was still no other team coming. It seemed that everyone was either thinking that this was the first airdrop and would not have any good equipment, or that it was relatively far away. Far away. I don't think it's a good deal. The airdrop must have been snatched away by others. So I simply didn't come over. Seeing that no one was coming, Lingfeng and the others were also anxious. Staying here now would be a waste of time. It was better to go to the next place quickly. At this time, the next airdrop had also appeared, and several people immediately drove into the car, chased the plane carrying the airdrop. On the way, Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to the plane in the sky and said, "Hurry up and get the airdrops down. All the airdrops in this game belong to us. We want to dominate the entire map." Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, several other people also laughed. Ma Feng said with a smile, "You are not afraid of being hurt by other teams and coming to besiege us. It's okay. It's best to come here quickly. As soon as they come over, we can get more points. It's not too late for me to be happy." Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile after listening to Ma Feng's words. Although Shen Yi, who was on the side, did not hear their conversation, but from the relaxed atmosphere around them at the moment, Shen Yi became a little worried. Having confidence is a very good thing. But now Lung Feng and the others gave him the same feeling as RSJ gave him before. I feel the same. How can I put it? He's just a little overconfident, which is not a good sign. It would be bad if the boat capsizes in the gutter. When Ma Feng heard what the chatty boy said, he also smiled and said, "Then why don't we wait until they have fully recovered their status before going over to have a fair fight with him?" Lingfeng knew he was joking, so he just smiled. But before they could react, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately said, "Beat the drowned dog to understand. If you don't go up at this time, you are a real fool. I feel that what is in front of me is not an opponent at all, but points that can run away one by one. I would be very sad if they ran away." After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately rushed forward, as did Lingfeng, Chatty Boy and others. Of course, what they just said about waiting for each other was a joke. It's just entertainment before the war begins. Now that Lin Xiaoxiao has started to take action, she and others naturally have to follow up quickly. People there also saw Lin Xiaoxiao rushing over. The two teams almost didn't think about it and started shooting at Lin Xiaoxiao together. But how could Lin Xiaoxiao give them this opportunity? She had already thrown a smoke bomb not far in front of her. As she ran over, the effect of the smoke bomb was just right, and thick smoke rose. Lin Xiaoxiao's shadow has long been invisible on the opposite side. I can only shoot randomly into the smoke. But how could Lin Xiaoxiao be so stupid to stay in the smoke and let them shoot? She had already taken advantage of the smoke to move aside and hid behind the tree next to her, and then waited there quietly without caring about the other party, because her purpose is just to attract the other party's attention. And then when the other party puts all their attention on her, that is when they are about to be beaten to death. Chatterbox Boy and Lingfeng have quietly lurked to the side of these people. If they shoot in this direction, everyone can shoot, and they have no room for resistance. The people on the other side also thought that Lingfeng and the others would come directly, so they were so careless. In less than 10 seconds, all those people had been beaten to death and turned into boxes. When they discovered Lung Feng and Chatterbox Boy, it was already too late. The two had already opened fire. But if they escaped forward, Lin Xiaoxiao would not say anything. There was also a sniper Ma Feng ambushing there. As long as they rushed forward, that would be a dead end. In this way, the SLK team successfully received the second airdrop. Originally, the audience didn't pay much attention to this team, because many people had never heard of this team, and they subconsciously thought that this team must be very good. But now it seems that the strength of this team is not only bad, but also very high. Judging from the current situation, the SLK team may be a very powerful dark horse in this rematch. Now their points have soared to 115 points. You must know that the current highest score of the second group is this point, which means that their current points are the same as the first place team. The first place team is Langya team. When the director in the audience saw this situation, he whispered to the people playing the video, asking them to pay more attention to this team. If there was any trouble with this team, they would immediately switch the big screen to this team. Because he has keenly discovered that everyone is now full of curiosity about the SLK team. And many people have even begun to expect the SLK team to win the first place in this competition. This is also what the director hopes to see. The Langya team on the side also saw this situation, which also surprised them. They did not expect that their defeated general had such strength. Originally, they didn't pay much attention to the SLK team in this round. But now the facts tell them that they can't ignore this team, because this team has threatened them. The Langya team originally planned this game to be the same as the previous game, rushing directly to the center of the safe zone, and then shooting when people came over to eliminate them all. But this is obviously not possible now. If the SLK team starts killing everyone, and then they are all killed by the SLK team while they are waiting in the center of the safe zone, then even if they are killed in the end, It's also possible that they killed more people, and therefore had more points than themselves. Chapter 283 Nothing to care about. This is not allowed by the Lengya team. Their captain thought for a moment and formulated a plan. Since the SLK team is killing people everywhere, then I should also kill people everywhere, and see who kills more people in the end. After thinking about this, he felt that it was not safe. Because if he killed people everywhere, it would mean that he would be discovered by the other party first. And then, the fight would be very uncomfortable. For this reason, the Lengya team thought for a while, and decided not to hunt the team immediately. Instead, they decided to grab 1 or 2 airdrops first, and get some good equipment before talking. They also believe that they are worthy of anyone now. As for the SLK team, they are defeated and worthless. When you meet, just be direct and forceful. Thinking of this, they did not hesitate, directly found the 2 cars, and drove towards the airdrop location. As for Lung Feng, they were very happy this time. Needless to say, they had gained so many points. What made them even more excited was that there was a dog gun in the airdrop box. Guza was the nickname given by netizens. In fact, the name of this gun is the Groza assault rifle. You must know that this is one of the most useful guns recognized in the chicken-eating industry. Needless to say, the high amount of damage is done. At the same time, although this gun is a rifle, it gives people the feeling of assault when used. The recoil is very small. It can be said that this is a very perfect gun. Of course, the only drawback is that it's hard to get. Such weapons can only be found in airdrops. After some discussion, several people decided to let the chatty boy take this weapon. Because among the few people, only the chatty boy can equip it with this gun and be able to use it to its fullest strength. At the same time, Chatterbox Boy, as an assaulter, also needs such a gun very much. The chatty boy didn't hesitate and directly equipped the gun. Then, after Lin Xiaoxiao divided some of his 7.62 bullets, several people drove towards another airdrop point. They really want to know what kind of excitement the 2 teams will create after they get together. You know, the game, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, is actually very unfriendly to the audience watching the game in the audience. Because in many cases, the first 10 minutes of this game are basically about collecting equipment, which is very boring to the audience, who would stay there and watch others search for equipment. For the audience, it is most worth it. What we pay attention to is the gun battle that takes place when the team meets the team at the end. But there are very few times when it is truly exciting. In this game, the SLK team undoubtedly did not make everyone so bored. Instead, they found it very interesting. Because from the beginning, they were not keen on picking up equipment, but were there to compete with others for airdrops. This was very popular in everyone's eyes. An exciting thing. Li Yuner, who was sitting next to Shen Yi, was a little nervous when she saw the SLK team and the Lengya team meeting. She was nervous when she saw Shen Yi and said, "They meet the number 1 so soon. Will they lose?" When Shen Yi heard this, he smiled and was about to speak when he heard Shen Yi saying coldly from the side, "It's impossible. It can be seen from the strength shown just now that the strength of the Lengya team is too bad. Not to mention that everyone in the SLK team is alive now. Even if there is only one person, the chatty boy brother, he can wipe out the Lengya team. Don't mention that he still has a big killer weapon in his hand. That is the dog gun." Shen Yi suddenly became a little confused when he heard Shen Yi's analysis. He didn't remember that he had asked Shen Yi to play games before. But why could Shen Yi know everything? Even some professional terms in the game, such as Guza? She could actually understand what everyone said verbally. But now that he is watching the game, Shen Yi has no time to talk to Shen Yi about this matter, so he can only put it aside. However, Shen Yi plans to ask Shen Yi about it when he has time. If Shen Yi only knew how to play games and neglected to study, so she would not break her legs. On the other side, Lin Feng and the others also began to confront the Lengya team. Because although there is no team in my group that I am particularly afraid of, what if the opponent just played a random game yesterday and just made it into the top 5? On the other side of the Lengya team, there is a vague feeling that this may be the SLK team, because the people who can rush over to eat airdrops so quickly must be a particularly well-developed team. Now, except for themselves, they are such a well-developed team. Team SLK. So they didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the enemy in front, and then looked at the terrain. This airdrop happened to be dropped into a forest, and the surrounding bunkers were trees. There were very few rocks, and there were no houses at all. Only a few houses could be seen very far away. I felt that in this terrain, I and others could take the lead. After Lin Feng heard Lin Xiaoxiao's words, he also began to think about it. In fact, he had already observed the terrain here. But what worried him now was that if the other party came to grab the airdrop now, it must be very well developed. If it was poorly developed, when they see themselves and others, they won't confront them, but run away directly. Looking at the terrain again, there is a grassland next to the forest. Lunfeng thought for a moment and then said to Lin Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, go and seal off all their escape routes by yourself. Are you sure? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her backpack and then said very confidently, no problem. It's on me. But I also need help. I need someone who can help me attract their attention and allow me to successfully lurk behind them. As soon as the chatty boy heard what Lin Xiaoxiao said, he patted his chest and said, no problem. I'll take care of it. Just go with peace of mind. Then everyone started taking action. The chatty boy was the first to move. He first placed a smoke bomb to block the view in front of the opponent, and then began to move quickly, creating the illusion that the opponent thought he was going to rush towards you and hit them. At this time, the Lengya team also saw the SLK team's uniforms clearly, and knew that they were facing the SLK team. They quickly started to fire back. As soon as he saw them fighting back, the chatty boy immediately hid behind a tree. Then at this time, the cold wind came up, and he sometimes hid in this tree, sometimes in that tree, but the four opponents did not hit him. At this time, a member of the Lengya team couldn't help it. Chapter 284, a cry of exclamation. He turned sideways from a tree and planned to hit him in the cold wind. His captain quickly tried to remind him, but before he could say anything, several bullets flew over and directly injured him. These bullets were fired by Ma Feng. In fact, he had just been aiming at this place from his sniping location. As long as someone on the other side came into his sniping field of vision, he would definitely be able to injure the opponent. You know, he still has an 8-fold mirror on his body. The captain of the Lengya team immediately planned to save the injured member. But just as he was about to move, he realized that something was wrong, because he actually heard footsteps nearby. By the time he reacted, he had already spotted a female character passing through the grass behind him. He immediately realized that the situation was not good and planned to evacuate with his teammates. But Lin Xiaoxiao had already taken action one step ahead of him. When he saw Lin Xiaoxiao walking behind them, he immediately threw 2 smoke bombs behind them. In this way, the other party cannot see you, and they will not dare to mess around. Then Lin Xiaoxiao fired several shots at the tires of the 2 cars, blowing out all 8 tires. Then at this time, it was already too late for Lengya team to withdraw, because they no longer have a car. If they want to escape at this time, it is better to just rush out and fight them. So they planned to fight directly against the opponent. Anyway, the equipment of themselves and others was not particularly bad, so it should be easy to kill them. But they were too naive. The chatty boy rushed over with a dog bastard and killed 2 people in an instant. The last person was also targeted and killed by the cold wind. By now, Team Lengya's road to the rematch has come to an end. What they all didn't know was that at that time, the SLK team only had Lung Feng alone, and he still had low health. Otherwise it would not be certain who would win and who would lose. After these few confrontations, many people have become fans of the SLK team, especially the free girl among them. She has simply become a goddess in the eyes of the boys present. She looks so beautiful. But I didn't expect that she could play games so well. In just a few games, as a free agent, she can be said to have played the game to a certain height. Various deceptions are used to confuse the opponent, and various detours are used to block people. Every operation can cause exclamations from the audience. Many people also silently recorded the idea of red flame in their minds. In fact, neither Lung Feng nor Shen Yi were too surprised that they were able to eliminate the Lengya team so quickly, because from yesterday's analysis of the battle situation, they already knew the general strength of the Lengya team. Several people have already analyzed that Lengya team is not their opponent at all. You can absolutely confront them head-on. In addition, the chatty boy now has a bastard in his hands, making it difficult for him to lose. The Lengya team on the other side was looking at the computer at the moment, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. They didn't expect that they would lose to the same opponent in the previous game, and they lost so completely that they didn't even have the strength to resist. There was no possibility of even escaping. You can only watch helplessly as the other party eliminates you. Being eliminated now means that they have missed the finals, because their current points are only 115 points. But there are still 28 people on the field alive. It is very difficult for them to squeeze into the top 5 with this score. Lingfeng and the others saw that there were no enemies around so far, so they put the 3 of them under cover nearby and asked the chatty boy to pick up the airdrop. I saw an AWM lying quietly inside the airdrop, as well as the bullets and accessories that matched the gun. Seeing this, both the audience and Lung Feng were excited. Without thinking, he handed the gun to Ma Feng. AWM also has another nickname in the chicken-eating world, and that is the God of Killing. The damage of this gun is so high that it has the highest defense in the game, with level 3 armor and level 3 helmets all worn on oneself. It only takes 2 shots to be encountered by this gun. This is something no other sniper rifle can do. As for lower level armor and helmets, it only takes 1 shot to knock the opponent to the ground. It can be said that as long as a skilled sniper gets this gun in the game, he will be basically invincible in the game. Not to mention that Ma Feng still has an 8-fold mirror in his hand. As long as the opponent dares to show his face, he will die. It's just that since this gun is so powerful, of course, it has its own limitations. Otherwise it wouldn't be the same as hanging. The disadvantage of this gun is that it can only be used with special bullets dropped from airdrops. So the bullets only have 20 rounds of magnum bullets, which is very few. If you don't save some, you will be able to use them later in the airdrop. There are no bullets found inside. So the gun is a useless gun. Several people have picked up such good equipment. It can be said that they are worthy of anyone in the competition now. Assaulters have Guza and S686. And snipers have 8 times scope and AWM. Now they don't even have 1 against 2. Any problem. So a few people discussed it and decided to change the strategy slightly. Because the next wave of airdrops has not yet dropped, we can just take advantage of the current time to play a wave of jungle and find a team to eliminate them directly. After the discussion, they drove directly to P City next to the safety zone. P City is a very large city with very rich resources. There must be people there at this time. Sure enough, as soon as they got there, they heard a burst of gunfire. But when they got closer, the gunshots had stopped. It seems that a battle just broke out here. Several boxes on the ground not far away were still glowing with green light. Apparently they heard the sound of the car driving and hid before they even had time to lick the bags. A few people were guarding a hillside not far away. The terrain here was very good. They could see most of the scenes in P City, but it was difficult for people in P City to spot them. Then a few people were observing the entire P City. After a while, the team now in P City began to get confused. They had just eliminated a team. And then, they heard the sound of gunshots. They were so scared that they hid quickly. They originally thought that the other team was here to collect equipment. Yes, but the other party made no movement again. Could it be that they were just passing by and had no intention of entering P City? The opponent's assaulter and free agent couldn't bear it anymore and decided to go out to find out. However, they were spotted by Ma Feng as soon as they came out. Ma Feng smiled and waited until the two of them completely relaxed their vigilance and started licking their bags. At that time, just 2 rounds of AWM bullets knocked them all down. Chapter 285. Seizing food from the tiger's mouth. After the other 2 people saw this situation, they immediately raised their vigilance and stared closely at the hillside opposite. However, Ma Feng hid himself very well. It took them a long time to find Ma Feng's approximate location. But there is no use in confirming it. They only have a 4-fold scope in their hands. And there is no way to aim. If they only shoot based on feeling, their position will be easily exposed. You must know that the opponent's equipment is so good. As long as it is exposed. A dead end. They were guarding Ma Feng on this side. But on the other side the chatty boy, Lung Feng and Lin Xiaoxiao had secretly moved to P City. Then the chatty boy fired 2 shots at the house over there based on the direction the 2 people had just come out from. Sure enough, he heard a gunshot just as he fired. The other party has also discovered him. But the chatty boy immediately hid in the house. His purpose was not to beat people, but to attract those 2 people out and know where they were hiding. As long as they know this, they will be like fish on a sticky plate to themselves and others. When Lin Xiaoxiao saw that the house where the 2 people were hiding had been identified, she planned to throw 2 thunderbolts into it. But the chatty boy stopped her and said to her, "Don't use the thunder. Save it for the last concentrated bombing. These 2 people don't need the thunder yet." Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it and agreed. Then a few people decided to rush in directly. Lin Xiaoxiao put on his machete, and the chatty boy also put on his frying pan. Only Ling Feng still held his pistol. And then the 3 of them rushed forward. Although the 2 men were hiding on the 2nd floor, there was a pan to block the bullets. They did not do much damage and were killed soon after. Everyone feels that the SLK team has great potential. Many people even think that the SLK team is likely to be the champion of this competition, because they were still able to crush their opponents in the rematch. At this time, everyone on the field also recovered from their happy mood. And then Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted, "Oops." Everyone turned around and asked her what happened. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately pointed to a 260-degree direction for everyone to see. It was only when everyone looked in that direction that they discovered the problem. It turned out that the airdrop had already fallen at some unknown time. It seemed that it had already fallen halfway and would fall to the ground soon. Everyone immediately rushed to the car and drove in the direction of the airdrop.
"I'll go. I was just here to kill people. Why did I forget about the real thing?"
the chatty boy said angrily from the side.
"Yes, I set the flag. I said all the airdrops in this game are ours. And I don't want to be slapped in the face. No matter. Drive faster. I will definitely grab the airdrops."
Lin Xiaoxiao also fiercely said. Lingfeng saw them like this, smiled, and then said,
"Don't worry. Although the airdrop is a little far away from us, but our speed is fast. We should be able to catch up. Even if we can't catch up, who will snatch our airdrop by then?
We can just grab it back. But whoever grabs things from us now is tantamount to snatching food from the tiger's mouth."
Hearing Lung Feng say this, several people laughed. Ma Feng looked at the AWM in his hand and felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful. The airdrop was a little far away from them, so several people drove for more than 20 seconds before driving to the vicinity of the airdrop point. But when they arrived near the airdrop point, they discovered something that left them speechless. That is, someone actually dares to seize food from a tiger's mouth. When Lingfeng and the others arrived, the short position had already been snatched by others. The opponent was a two-person team. Their remaining two teammates must have been killed, so they felt that the possibility of winning by themselves and others was very small. I planned to take a risk, come directly to grab the airdrop, and then drive away immediately after grabbing the airdrop. In fact, there is nothing wrong with their plan, because everyone's equipment will have been developed in the later stage. If you can't afford it, risking airdrops is also a good choice. It turned out that they almost succeeded, but only almost, because the cold wind had already arrived. After seeing those people, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately said loudly,
"If you dare to snatch my airdrop, you are just impatient. My chatty boy. Go and beat them all to death."
When everyone heard Lin Xiaoxiao say this, they immediately couldn't stand up with joy. They didn't expect that Lin Xiaoxiao would call a chatty boy like this. However, the chatty boy didn't care much about the name. On the contrary, when Lin Xiaoxiao called him that, he felt a little bit happy in his heart. However, the chatty boy was also very dissatisfied with the other party's method of grabbing airdrops, because the other party dared to grab airdrops under the eyes of him and others. Was this because he and others did not notice him? Or because he did not notice the bastard in his hands? In the eyes. So he immediately planned to drive to chase the other party. But just as he was about to start taking action, there was a burst of gunfire all around. He directly injured Ma Feng, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the chatty boy. Only the cold wind was behind a stone, so the other party didn't notice it. Several people came to their senses immediately. Just now, they only paid attention to the two people who received the airdrops, and did not pay attention to anything else. In fact, this is also related to the fact that everyone is very relaxed now. At the beginning, everyone picked up an airdrop. The other three people have to guard from different directions, but as everyone's points gradually increase. In addition, everyone subconsciously believed that in this game, except for their own team, the other teams were very bad. So the situation just happened. Someone was already so close to them and had discovered them, but none of the four of them noticed it. Fortunately, the other party was not particularly strong. If the other party was the RSJ team, it is estimated that they and the others would have been eliminated by now. There is still one person who survives like this. However, several people immediately adjusted their mentality, and Lin Feng immediately began to fight. The chatty boy and others immediately began to crawl to a more secluded place. But Ma Feng was still beaten to death because he was too close. It turned out that two people were running behind them. The two people saw the people and the car on the hillside, so they threw the car down the mountain and caught up on foot. In this way, the SLK team did not discover them. After the audience saw this situation, they immediately tightened their nerves, because at this time, Lin Feng was the only one left in the SLK team. But the opponent did have two people. If Lin Feng was not careful, it would be very dangerous. Maybe the SLK team will be wiped out.
Chapter 286 at a loss. Although there is certainly no problem in entering the top 5 with their current results. The same thing is that if they are eliminated now, the audience's interest in this team will be greatly reduced. Because if you can't catch a chicken with such good equipment, then your skills are really too poor. Of course, Lingfeng would definitely not make the same mistake twice. Not only did he not take it lightly this time, but he was quite serious. However, the members of the two teams were indeed very good. Lingfeng threw a detonation bomb to make them unaware. At a loss. Then Lingfeng took advantage of them being panicked and took aim directly, killing both of them. Both men were killed immediately. Lingfeng didn't dare to delay. Who knew if anyone would come later? So he hurried over and rescued the chatty boy first. After the chatty boy came back to life, he immediately regained his health on the other side. Lingfeng went on to save Lin Xiaoxiao. After rescuing her, he went directly to Ma Feng and equipped himself with the AWM in Ma Feng's box. Then he left the medicine and first aid kit inside to Lin Xiaoxiao and the chatty boy. The chatty boy and Lin Xiaoxiao will naturally not be polite. They both have only a trace of blood now. When the blood is full, they will probably have almost used up the medicine on their bodies. And they will just rely on the boxes of Ma Feng and the other two people to replenish their consumption. Ma Feng was not alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat 3 people at once. However, after killing those 2 people this time, the points increased by 25 points again, reaching 230 points. Still far ahead of the others. On the other hand, the Lengya team has now slipped to 4th place, destined to be with the top 5. No chance. Then, after everyone's blood volume was almost restored, Lingfeng drove the car and led everyone to chase in the direction where the 2 people just left. Now the poisonous circle has shrunk a lot, and the safe zone is not that big anymore. So a few people just drove into one car. Lin Xixia's Bing Bing was just thrown there. After a while, the 3 people walked to the center of the safe zone. Without even thinking, there must be someone here. So everyone stopped the car, then crouched down and moved forward, because this action can minimize the sound of footsteps. The possibility of the other party hearing your footsteps will be much smaller. However, the 3 of them had not taken a few steps when they heard a burst of gunfire. The cold wind quickly told everyone to hide. He then began to act as a sniper and began to observe the situation around him. But after a while, they discovered that it was just a false alarm. The opponent's target was not them, but another team. As soon as that team broke out of the poisonous circle, they were immediately besieged. At least 3 teams were shooting at them at the same time. So without even thinking about it, those people must have been killed instantly and turned into boxes. But after killing those people, the teams did not shoot at each other, but hit in unison. No one picked up the equipment left by the people who had just been killed. Everyone just selectively ignored each other. After Lingfeng and Chatterbox Boy took a look, they understood what happened. These teams must have already had a very fierce confrontation before they and others arrived. But they found that they couldn't do anything to each other. So they gave up. If we continue to fight, it will only consume the resources of both parties and have no effect at all. In this way, if someone comes later, it will be a wedding dress for others. I believe that no one would do such a thing. So these teams here plan to eliminate all other teams that enter the safe zone first. When the final round comes, several teams are competing. However, Lingfeng and the others entered the safe zone from the other side. So they didn't notice it at all. Even if they did, they were far away. So there was no way to kill Lingfeng and the others. In this case, they simply stopped fighting. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiaoxiao asked Lingfeng,
"Then what should we do now?"
Lingfeng smiled, and then said to Lin Xiaoxiao,
"Just wait. Since they are waiting for the finals, we will give them the finals. Xiaoxiao, how many thunders do you have?"
Lin Xiaoxiao counted them and said,
"For more frag grenades, there are 3 more smoke bombs."
"But the blast bombs are gone. What about you, Chatty Boy?" "I have 3 more grenades. For smoke bombs and 2 shock bombs here."
The Chatty Boy looked at his backpack and said to Lingfeng,
"I still have 2 grenades and 2 smoke bombs here. That's enough. When the time comes for the finals, we'll invite them to watch the fireworks,"
Lingfeng said with a smile. Upon hearing what Lingfeng said, everyone understood what he meant. I don't know why, but I feel a little bit of expectation. In fact, Lingfeng's decision was very correct. Because if they fight one of the teams, the remaining 2 teams will definitely fight their own team in turn. When the 3 of us face nearly 10 people from the other side, it will be very uncomfortable. If we are not careful, we will die directly. And if you throw a mine, the space is too big now, so the opponent will easily avoid it. Not only will a mine be wasted, but your position will also be exposed, which is very uneconomical. But if you wait until the end to release these grenades, you will definitely get unexpected results. The few people waited for about 3 minutes. The poisonous circle had occupied a large space at this time. The safe zone looked like a very small place on the map and was almost invisible. During this period, Lunfeng and the others were trying to get in. We went inside safely and moved the place specially. Then, they adopted the tactic Lung Feng used in the previous game, which was the Phantom Tank. Each of the three found a bush and squatted down, because they were very covert, and each time the safe zone was reduced. They were not particularly far away from themselves and others, so no one discovered them. At this time, the cold wind felt almost gone, because now the three teams occupy 3 directions on the map, and they are all lying on the hillside facing each other. Lung Feng quickly gave the order, and then everyone threw out a few of the smoke cigarettes on their bodies. Then a temporary passage made of smoke bombs was created. The 3 teams were shocked when they saw it. They thought someone had come in from outside, so they threw a few smoke bombs like this to distract them, and then quietly ambush in. But after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find anyone on the other side of the smoke bomb. Chapter 287 Feeling Flattered. They all felt that something was not right at this time, so they immediately looked outside the safe area. Sure enough, there were 3 people standing just outside the safe area. But unfortunately, when they saw those 3 people, it was already over. Lung Feng, Lin Xiaoxiao and Chatterbox Boy were each in charge of a team, and then directly threw out all their mines. They first threw a shot bomb so that the other party could not find its direction and could not see anything. Then smoke bombs were thrown and the passage was sealed with smoke. Then came the highlight. Almost 3 grenades from each team were dropped directly. By the time they finished all this, their blood volume had been poisoned to the point of bottoming out. So Lung Feng and others immediately returned to the safe zone and began to recover their blood. I only heard a series of explosions, and after thinking about it, all the people in the 3 teams were killed. The SLK team also successfully won the first place in the second group of the semifinals and successfully got the chicken. Of those 3 mines, only the last mine has a killing effect. The first 2 mines push the opponent aside, and then the last mine is harvested. Moreover, in order to confuse the other party, they stood directly outside the safe zone, which required a lot of courage. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to do it, especially the girl named Red Flame, who is very beautiful and has very good skills. When Lung Feng and the others came down, they could only hear more than half of the surrounding audience shouting, SLK, which made several people feel a little flattered. The chatty boy also seemed to have returned to the time a year ago. At that time, every time he and others finished the game, the audience would cheer like this. He and others had never let the audience down. The other group's competition has also been completed long ago. Now the top 5 teams are resting backstage. After Lung Feng and others came down from the playing field, Shen Yi came directly to greet them. They originally thought that Shen Yi would praise them, but it turned out that they did think too much. And Shen Yi's expression did not show that he was particularly happy. Soon they also knew the reason. Shen Yi pointed to a CD in his hand and said to them, "This is the video of the competition just now. I have already asked the organizing committee for it. One group was won by RSJ, and it was completely crushed. You were almost wiped out once, but RSJ didn't. It can even be said that no team can take a shot at them today. This is very scary. I won't go into details here. We will find out after we go back and watch the video." When several people heard this, their hearts went cold. They knew how strong the RSJ team was. It is actually not very strange to get this result today, but after hearing it, people still feel that it is so invincible. Thinking of this, the chatty boy asked Shen Yi, "Boss, has the LJ team entered the finals? They were not directly eliminated by the RSJ team." "No. The LJ team is very smart. I probably made a very correct decision after hearing your suggestions. That is, I left immediately when I saw the RSJ team. I never confronted them head-on. In this way, they have been wretched. So I got a 3rd place result and entered the finals." Shen Yi shook his head and said. Then Shen Yi wanted to strike while the iron was hot and talk about the problems they had today. But before he could say a few words, the host called Lung Feng and the others away. Then the 10 teams that entered the finals through the semifinals were led to the stage by the host to meet the audience. It was obvious that although there were some people in the audience calling Team SLK, there were not many people calling Team RSJ. It seemed that the performance of Team RSJ was really good, gave them a deep impression. After announcing the end of the semifinals, the host told everyone that although the finals would also be held here, they would be even grander. And there's a lot to look forward to. At the same time,
The rules of the finals were further explained to everyone. The rules of the finals are different from those of the semifinals and preliminary rounds. In both the semifinals and the preliminary round, you only need to play one game. And then the top 5 will be selected and directly advance to the next competition. But this was not the case in the finals. In order to ensure fairness, the 10 teams in the finals fought on the same map. At the same time, the game also changed from 1 game to 3 games. It is still a point system, and the scoring rules are basically the same. However, after a game, the points will not be cleared, but will continue to accumulate until all 3 games are completed. Then the total number of points will be looked at, and the team's performance will be determined based on the points ranking. And this way, there won't be a team that is more lucky. It will be in the destiny circle as soon as it lands. And the equipment is very good. After winning the chicken, they will directly become the number 1. In this way, after playing a few more games, all these random events will be eliminated. Excluded, the top-ranked team must be a very good team. Generally speaking, this rule will not have a big impact on the SLK team. On the contrary, it is a better thing for them. It can give them 2 more rounds of time to adapt. As long as the previous points will not, there is so much difference that it can be recovered in the end. After these announcements, the rematch is over. Next came some performances and the like. But several people from the SLK team were not interested at all. So everyone planned to go back directly. Shin-Yi asked them to have a good rest today and still go to the club tomorrow to analyze and explain the previous game. Everyone also agreed very much. Although there was only 1 game today, there was no doubt that several people were very tired. Although the whole game ended in less than an hour, they were still in a very nervous state, which made everyone feel very nervous. They were very tired and uncomfortable. After seeing that they all went to rest, Shin-Yi also planned to take Shin-Shi and Li Yuner back. Li Yuner and Shin-Shi both knew that Shin-Yi was involved in something, so they had no objection to Shin-Yi's neglect of them just now. Then Li Yuner saw Shin-Yi coming, and directly asked Shin-Yi to invite them to dinner. Shin-Yi looked at Shin-Shi, then at Li Yuner, and then said awkwardly,
"Can you please treat me next time? I don't have any money with me this time." "It's okay. If you don't bring money, you don't bring money. Don't you have a salary? I will pay it out first this time, and then it will be deducted from your salary,"
Li Yuner said with an indifferent expression. Shin-Yi smiled bitterly. Everything was deducted from his own salary. How could he have so much salary to deduct for her? However, he was not allowed to refute. Before he could speak, Shin-Shi and Li Yuner stuffed him into the car and took him away. Chapter 288. The whole army is destroyed. Seeing this, Shin-Yi could only smile helplessly. Now that he was already in the car, he couldn't say not to go. In fact, the main reason why he couldn't say it was not because he was afraid of spending his salary, which he didn't know exactly how much, because he knew that Li Yuner said this just to give him face in front of Shin-Shi. To put it bluntly, this meal was actually Li Yuner's meal. Yuner invited me. But since Li Yuner didn't tell the truth, Shin-Yi naturally didn't say much. But he felt as if he owed Li Yuner another favor. The 3 of them were in the car. Shin-Yi asked Shin-Shi,
"Can you understand this game? You just ran over to watch it?" "Can understand."
Hearing what Shin-Shi said, Shin-Yi suddenly became confused. How could he understand the game? I never taught her. And in order to prevent Shin-Shi from being affected by his playing games, Shin-Yi never even plays games at home, because he is afraid that his sister will be addicted to games and her academic performance will decline. Shin-Yi himself has never seen Shin-Shi play games. So, Shin-Yi asked Shin-Shi tentatively,
"Since you can understand, tell me what mistakes the SLK team made today and how to correct them. I'll see if you are bragging."
When Shin-Shi saw Shin-Yi asking her this question, she didn't think much about it and immediately started talking.
"There are many. First of all, they chose to jump behind the school. If they want to kill people, they can just go to the nearby P City. There are not only supplies but also rich, and certainly packed with people. But they didn't want to, so they had to pick up the airdrops. To be honest, picking up the first 2 airdrops was very laborious. It was okay if they were close, but if they were far away, it would waste a lot of time after they passed. It was not cost-effective at all."
Then Shin-Shi looked at Shin-Yi proudly, and then said,
"Then, there is a big problem with their tactics. There is no problem in playing around airdrops, but they take airdrops too seriously. At the same time, it was too easy to be blinded by their own small achievements, which also led to their almost total annihilation in that confrontation. Next is the distribution of guns. If I remember correctly, the good equipment I picked up at that time was basically given to the sniper. But everyone can see that it is the sniper who has a little bit of a taste for it. He would not be able to exert his maximum strength with those equipment, but would be greatly restricted. Weapons like AWM should be given to the commander and allowed to use this equipment at the most critical moment. The result will definitely be better than the current result.
Shinji looked at Shinchi's expression at this time and suddenly became confused. If he didn't play the game, he would definitely not know such details. But why does Shinji know so much? Even when introducing AWM, Shinji was very professional. If you tell Shinji at this time that Shinji doesn't know how to play games, he won't believe it even if you kill Shinji. Shinji stopped talking at this time, then looked up at Shinji, and happened to see Shinji's very confused eyes. Shinji immediately understood why Shinji looked at her like this. And she also thought of what Shinji had told her before, that she was not allowed to play games. It's over. Thinking of this, Shinji suddenly felt guilty. She quickly lowered her head, and then kept rubbing her clothes with both hands.
Speak for yourself. Or do you want me to ask you?
Shinji looked at Shinji and said,
I'll tell you for myself. Brother, I know what you're going to ask. Yes, I played games secretly. That I didn't tell you.
But I swear, I definitely didn't affect my studies. And now I'm in college. Free. I also have more time. So I also have time to play games.
Shinji said softly.
You have grown up too. And you don't even listen to my brother's words. Right? Why do you think you, a girl, like to play games? You haven't studied hard yet.
Shinji said at once. Hearing what Shinji said, Shinji's eyes became moist. In fact, her original intention of playing games was to help her brother. But what she didn't expect was that her brother would be so opposed to her playing games. This made Shinji feel that she was not understood by others. And she suddenly felt very wronged. Then before Shinji spoke, Lee Yitter couldn't help it anymore. She parked the car aside, turned around and looked at Shinji and said,
What's wrong with girls playing games? I also play games. But I miss my work.
Already? No. And I still completed my work very well. And what about you? Isn't this what you do professionally? Why bother interfering with your sister's hobbies? What would you do if someone asked you to stop playing games?
Hearing what Lee Yitter said, Shinji didn't know what to say for a moment. Lee Yitter was right. He plays games as a career. And he also likes this career. If others ask him not to play games, then I guess I will punch him. When he thought of this, Shinji felt relieved. Since my sister likes to play, then let her play. Then I can be her coach and make her the invincible player in the school. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Shinji's mouth. And then he said to Shinji, Brother was wrong just now. If you want to play games, go ahead and do what you like. Brother will always support you. Shinji looked at Shinji and was immediately moved. Then she told Shinji what she had been thinking about for a long time in the past few days.
Brother, I want to join the school's esports club. Why didn't you work as a foreign aide for our esports club last time? Then after that, they thought that if you are so good, then as a sister, my level will definitely not be too bad. So they kept inviting me. I didn't agree at first. But recently I wanted to play games. So I want to add it.
Shinji looked at Shinji and said expectantly,
There are many activities involved in joining the esports club. And sometimes there are competitions, trainings, etc., which may affect your academic performance.
When Shinji heard that Shinji wanted to join the esports club, he hesitated all of a sudden.
Why are you asking your brother? I agreed. I am his boss, and I agreed on his behalf. A large part of the reason why college life is wonderful is to join various clubs and participate in many activities. Only that kind of university is fun. You know how to study in one day. So you might as well go to high school to study.
Lee Yitter directly interrupted what Shinji was going to say next, and then said to Shinji. When Shinji heard what Lee Yitter said, he felt it made sense, nodded and agreed. However, he repeatedly emphasized that it is okay to play games and join clubs if you want. But one thing is that you cannot delay your studies. Shinji nodded. Then, the matter was settled. That a few people went to eat. Chapter 289 Specific Plan. Early the next morning, they arrived at the sniper club on time. They made a summary of the last time, and were all very satisfied with their performance. Shinji asked,
How are you satisfied?
As soon as they heard Shinji say this, several people fell silent. The hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone can see that Shinji is a little angry now. This is dissatisfaction with what they just concluded. At this moment, everyone calmed down from the excitement that they had just won first place, and began to correctly look at their performance in the previous competition. Lingfeng broke the silence first and said to Shinji,
We actually made a lot of mistakes in the last round. Mainly because we looked at all the teams in the same group before the game and found that there was no one with very high skills. So we thought the game was just an entertainment game.
The chatty boy continued.
It is also for this reason that when we competed, we were fine at the beginning. Very rigorous and serious. But later on, as the equipment got better and better, and we became more and more confident, we just did everything. Do not care.
This also resulted in many mistakes. The most serious one was when we were airdropped. We were almost wiped out. This was very inappropriate. Almost stopped there.
Hearing what Chatterbox Boy and Ling Feng said, Lin Xiaoxiao and Ma Feng also lowered their heads, because they themselves understood that that time was entirely their own fault. Moreover, Lin Xiaoxiao was a free man, and the chatty boy was a sniper. These two positions that were most sensitive to him were the ones who were killed first, which neither of them could accept. Seeing their performance like this, Shen knew that he had also dampened their confidence a little. He felt that half of his goal had been achieved. In fact, although they really made a lot of mistakes in the last game, Shen was generally very satisfied. But he couldn't say it like this, because the biggest problem shown by the SLK team in the last game was none other than their overconfident attitude. Because this is very dangerous. And it is a good thing for a team to be confident. This can increase the strength of your team. But if you are overconfident, you will only fail. Not to mention anything else. Just in the preliminary round and the semifinals, I and others have already encountered two teams that lost the game due to overconfidence. One is the RSJ team, and the other is the Langya team that they met last time. The Langya team is not very strong to begin with, but they still feel that they are very good. It would be great to win the first place in the preliminary round, but they were completely beaten in the end. As for the RSJ team, if they could be more cautious at that time, then the SLK team would definitely not be their opponent. Why do you say this way? Because of the performance of the RSJ team in the rematch. Even Shen was very surprised. He did not expect that they would change so quickly. Of course, you can't keep destroying confidence, otherwise it will be over. It just needs to serve as a slight reminder to them. So Shen just said this and said nothing more. Instead, he praised everyone a lot. Although Shen didn't explain it clearly, he knew that everyone must understand. Next, Shen told them one by one about some of the operational mistakes that everyone made during the rematch, and also specifically mentioned everyone's problems that Shen analyzed with him yesterday. After finishing speaking, Shen asked everyone to practice by themselves, find out the mistakes, and try to correct them in the next competition. As for Ma Feng, Shen also handed it over directly to Jiang Wu, because Jiang Wu is still very good as a sniper. Shen believes that he can teach Ma Feng well. In the afternoon, Shen did not let everyone continue practicing, but asked everyone to start watching the video. This video was none other than a video of a group's game in the previous rematch. As everyone watched the video, their expressions became more and more solemn, because the strength of the RSJ team overwhelmed them. They knew that the RSJ team was very strong from the beginning, but what they didn't expect was that they were so strong. Although the RSJ team was much more cautious this time than last time, they still maintained their usual strong style. They jumped directly to Peace City, and then started killing in Peace City. After wiping out all the people in Peace City, they left Peace City and headed towards the next big assembly area. Their tactic is actually very good, because there are usually people in large gathering areas. So if they want to kill people and gain points, this is the right thing to do. But in this case, they are likely to be killed by others, because some large gathering areas may have several teams. And if they rush in, they will be in trouble if they are besieged. However, they entered very cautiously. By the time others discovered them, they had already gained the opponent's field of vision and could kill them at any time. After watching the video, everyone began to think about how to deal with the RSJ team.
Is the plan we have formulated specifically for the RSJ team?
Lin Xiaoxiao asked.
Of course. If we don't target them in the later stage, when their equipment is up and their points are higher, it will be difficult for us to win.
The chatty boy looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and replied. Lin Xiaoxiao saw the chatty boy looking at her, and quickly turned her head away to look elsewhere. Can we join forces with other teams to fight against this guy?
Ma Feng thought for a while and said,
It's okay. But what we can be sure of now is that Team LJ will be with us. The other teams don't know.
Lung Feng shook his head and said,
Then can we find them as soon as we go up and do it directly?
Lin Xiaoxiao said.
Then it would be easier for you to jump off the 5th floor.
Jiang Wu heard Lin Xiaoxiao say this and said with a smile. Then several people discussed it for a long time. But still no specific plan was reached. I just set a general direction and let Lingfeng decide based on the specific situation. Probably just two tactics. The first one is that they unite with other teams, especially teams that were beaten to death by the RSJ team in the last round and deeply feel that they are weak, or teams that have a certain hatred for the RSJ team. The second policy is to be obscene all the way to the end. Run away when you see the RSJ team, and then earn points for subsequent rankings. At the same time, you must constantly look for opportunities to eliminate the enemy, or after planning well, find a way to take advantage of the RSJ team's inattention to fight again. That way it is possible to win. As soon as Shani arrived home, his phone rang. The caller ID above was also a phone number that Shani had never seen before. Chapter 290 What a Fuss. After he connected the phone, a male voice came out immediately. And this voice was very familiar to Shani. It was Jiang Zhe.
Shani! Shani! I have to say that you are quite capable. You were able to find so many people to contain me.
Jiang Zhe said on the phone.
Jiang Zhe, how come you have my phone number?
Shani was very surprised after hearing his voice, because it was impossible for him to give his phone number to Jiang Zhe. So how did Jiang Zhe know his phone number?
Ha. Phone? Can I still not find what I want to know? Rubbish is rubbish. And such a trivial matter will make a fuss.
Jiang Zhe mocked on the other end of the phone. Shin-Yi ignored his sarcasm and said coldly,
Do you have anything? If you don't have anything, don't make noise here. I don't have time to spend here with you.
After saying that, Shin-Yi was about to hang up. But Jiang Zhe's next words gave him a bad feeling.
Why are you anxious? I still want to chat with you for a while. If you want to hang up, hang up. But I'm calling you because I want to remind you kindly. You don't want what will happen to those people in your team during the finals. Like?
Jiang Zhe said calmly. When Jiang Zhe said this, Shin-Yi's first reaction was what happened to him more than a year ago. If Jiang Zhe repeats his old tricks, the people in the team will definitely suffer, and their entire careers will basically be ruined. Thinking of this, Shin-Yi became anxious and shouted into the phone.
Jiang Zhe, let me tell you, don't play any tricks. If you dare to cause any harm to the members of my team, I will definitely let you pay back double the amount.
Huh? Why are you anxious? I haven't finished speaking yet. I'm being stared at by several people now. What can I do? I can only stay at home. But just because I can't do it doesn't mean that others won't do it. When the time comes, just wait and see the show. I have prepared a small gift for your team in the game.
After Jiang Zhe finished what he said with a smile, he didn't bother Shin-Yi and hung up the phone directly. Shin-Yi listened to the
beep beep
sound on the other end of the phone and quickly dialed the phone back again. He must ask clearly what Jiang Zhe is doing. But I called the phone several times in a row, but was directly pressed down by the other party. Later it even turned into a shutdown. Shin-Yi suddenly became desperate. He knew that Jiang Zhe was very unhappy because he was looking for someone to check and balance Jiang Zhe. So he called Shin-Yi to do this. But Shin-Yi also believed that Jiang Zhe was definitely not just talking. He must have already done this before he called Shin-Yi to tell him. Shin-Yi was suddenly confused. Li Yitter and the Sniper Club were obviously trying to balance Jiang Zhe. But why did Jiang Zhe still have the ability to directly change the outcome of the final? But my current strength is too weak, and I can't do anything to help. The more Shin-Yi thought about it,
the more something was wrong. So he called Han Xiaomu directly. Han Xiaomu was very shocked when he heard it. Because if Jiang Zhe dared to say this, then he must have a trump card. And he should be confident that this trump card will not be discovered by others until the end. That's why he was so calm and called Shin-Yi directly to warn him. But although Han Xiaomu was shocked, he immediately comforted Shin-Yi and said,
Don't worry. I'll call the boss right away and ask about his situation. But you can rest assured, since the boss said he would contain Jiang Zhe, tell him not to mess around. Then he will definitely be able to do it. Just play with peace of mind and leave the rest to us. Okay. Ask your boss first to see how the situation is. And tell me as soon as you have any news.
After Shin-Yi finished speaking, he hung up the phone. But he still couldn't let go of this matter in his heart. He didn't sleep, but waited for Han Xiaomu's call. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night that Han Xiaomu's call came. She said to Shin-Yi,
I have already asked the boss. And the boss also confirmed it with,
okay.
Again, after he started to pay attention to Jiang Zhe did not make any moves. And except for the boss, Li Yitter, he was also paying attention to this matter. And Jiang Zhe didn't dare to mess around. But Jiang Zhe may have done something about this matter before. And no one knows about this. He is also one of the shareholders of this competition. So it is difficult to guard against many things.
After hearing what Han Xiaomu said, Shen Yi also felt cold. It seemed that Jiangze must know how to do something. But he didn't know where he would do it. Lung Feng should remind them tomorrow. However, Shen Yi also heard from Han Xiaomu's words that even if Jiangze was manipulating, he was only operating some things through the convenience of his own shareholders. If this was the case, then he would have many fewer means at his disposal.
Don't worry too much about this matter. Trust your team members. Then, go to bed early,
Han Xiaomu said softly. Shen Yi also heard her concern, smiled and said,
Don't worry. I'll go to bed soon. You've been busy all night on this matter. So go to bed early.
Then the two men hung up the phone. From Han Xiaomu's words, Shen Yi could tell that the current situation was already very good. If the boss of the sniper club and Li Yuner hadn't restrained Jiangze, Jiangze would have gone too far. And the consequences would have been terrible. Serious. However, he still didn't sleep much all night, thinking about this matter. Early the next morning, Shen Yi got up and met everyone, and then walked towards Huya Company. Today was the day of the finals, and success or failure could only depend on today. As soon as Shen Yi got in the car, he told them what happened yesterday so that they could be mentally prepared. But no one showed any surprise after hearing it. Lunfeng looked at Shen Yi and said,
Boss, we have guessed that there will be an inside story from the beginning of this game. Jiangze will definitely not let us win smoothly. If we don't do something, will he still be Jiangze? So don't worry. The soldiers will cover up the water and earth, and we won't be afraid of him.
The others also nodded, and Shen Yi felt very relieved after seeing their determined looks. It was the first time Lunfeng and others were treated like this, and they all felt at a loss. It was Shen Yi and the chatty boy who pushed them, and they walked over. Then Lin Xiaoxiao and Ma Feng walked while waving to the crowd. When he arrived in the lounge, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and said to the people around him,
Why do I feel like a big star? It feels so good.
Chapter 291 Undoubtedly. Hearing her say this, everyone laughed, and the chatty boy smiled and said to her,
It's still early. This is just the beginning for us. Our goal is the World Championship.
Everyone was happy, except one who looked very nervous. That is Shen Yi. He has been on alert ever since he entered Huya Company, because he didn't know what methods Jiangze would use. So in order to protect everyone, he had to be very careful. But from the moment he came in until now, he hasn't found anything. I just felt that the two commentators hired by Huya this time had strange eyes when they looked at the SLK team. It seems that the possibility of Jiangze taking action outside the game is very small. The only possibility now is the game's hands and feet. But at that time, there was nothing I could do. We could only place our hope on their own strength. So before the game started, Shen Yi was still emphasizing this matter to them, asking them to be extremely careful. Then a few people started the game, because they didn't know what situation they would encounter in the game. A few people decided to adopt a steady strategy and first look at the situation in the game. So they followed the tactics they had discussed before and jumped directly to school. However, when he was in the air, the chatty boy noticed something was wrong. For some reason, there seemed to be many people around him. Are a lot of people jumping to school? It shouldn't be. Although the school has resources, it is definitely not the kind of place that every team will go to. After Shen Yi saw this situation, he thought with great confusion. The school is definitely not rich in resources on the map to the point where it is worthy of several teams competing for it. And in fact, there are fixed rules and professional competitions. That is, if a team jumps to one place in the preliminary round and the semifinals, then this place is equivalent to the team's territory. In order to avoid conflicts in the early stage, most teams jump to the same place in the early stage. I won't jump here, except for places like military bases or G-ports that everyone wants to compete for. It is possible that 2 or 3 teams will appear at the same time, but there will definitely not be more than 3 teams. Anything more will be of no benefit to anyone. This is also the reason why the SLK team didn't meet a single team in the school during the rematch. And then there were at most 2 teams elsewhere. Now this situation is obviously not right. So there is only one possibility. That is, someone is deliberately targeting the SLK team. As for who is targeting the SLK team, it goes without saying that everyone knows that it is only Jiangze. Lunfeng and the others also discovered this problem. What made them even more depressed was that they counted and found that besides them, there were 5 teams entering the school at the same time. There were only 10 teams participating in the competition, and the school alone accounted for more than half of the people. No one believed that there were no ghosts. But what puzzles them is that there is no RSJ team here. After several people from the SLK team discussed for a while, they planned to secretly get some equipment, at least a few guns, and leave immediately after being able to protect themselves. But what surprised them was that those teams were deliberately avoiding each other. Even if they saw other teams, they left quickly without any gunfight. This phenomenon is really weird. It seems that these 6 teams merged directly and became one big team. Several people did not dare to go inside the school, and even deliberately jumped outside the school when they skydived. Then they planned to pick up some equipment on the uphill slope outside the school. But as soon as they got there, they heard a burst of gunfire and someone discovered them. Then all 5 teams moved, and they all rushed over in a swarm. And basically everyone has a gun in their hand. The people from the SLK team were immediately stunned after seeing this scene. What the hell is this?
Let me go!
What the hell are these people below charging up like zombies?
Do they think they are filming a TV series? Even if they punch each other, the 4 of us are not enough for them to kill.
The chatty boy cursed. And then several people immediately started running away. Before that, Lung Feng ran into the room and picked up a P1911 pistol. Then several people immediately started running away. Shinny also noticed something was wrong in the audience. He didn't know what problems the SLK team encountered, because from the beginning, the footage of the SLK team flashed by during the parachute jump. And then, there was no footage of the SLK team again. Instead, the camera has been focused on the RSJ team. The RSJ team jumped directly to the military base, and there was no one there. So RSJ has now collected more than half of the resources in the military base. But the audience was a little impatient, because it was really boring to keep watching the RSJ team pick up equipment. Other teams also appeared, but Shinny counted and found that only 3 teams had footage. This naturally includes the LJ team. And these 4 teams are all picking up equipment. But the remaining 6 teams, including the SLK team, seem to have disappeared. This is a very unreasonable phenomenon. Logically speaking, the SLK team is the first in the rematch, and there are many teams paying attention to them, so they should give the SLK team a lot of shots, instead of directly giving the SLK team the like now. Blocked. Shinny glanced at the 2 commentators who were telling jokes to ease the audience's emotions, and knew there must be something wrong here, because these 2 commentators have deliberately not mentioned these teams. You know, they just saw several teams entering the school, but now they don't care about the situation there at all. However, Shinny can only wait until they finish the game to know what happened. Now that he is under the stage, he can't help in any way. This is obviously because he and others are regarded as targets. It is not clear what benefits Jiangze has given them, which makes these people work so hard. But then I thought about it and realized that there was no need to give them any benefits, as long as they were promised to let them come to their club after this competition. It is estimated that many teams would agree. There is no doubt about Jiangze's strength. If he hadn't sent his most powerful team over, everyone would have said he bullied the newcomers. It is estimated that things will not be so troublesome, because I and others have no room to resist. The current RSJ team is just the weakest among Jiangze's 3 teams. The strongest team was the one that defeated Shinyi's team, and its name was Team NG. But now this situation makes it impossible for the SLK team to parry. Fortunately, after Ling Feng saw so many people, he immediately made a decision and asked only 3 people to come over to look for equipment. Chapter 292 Caught Off Guard. Let Lin Xiaoxiao go to the roadside to find a car to deal with things that may happen at any time. Now several people have been shot several times, and their blood volume has dropped to less than half. The situation is very dangerous. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Xiaoxiao arrived in time. She drove the car to the bottom of the hillside, so that several people could get into the car quickly, and the car would not be blown up by others. Just when they were about to arrive, several bullets suddenly flew over. Ma Feng was injured and fell to the ground because he couldn't dodge. Looking at Ma Feng lying on the ground, everyone didn't hesitate too much and gave up saving him. It takes 10 seconds to save a person, and within 10 seconds, the other party has long since caught up with him. After fighting for so long, he and the others have not been killed. In addition to positioning, there is another reason. That is, the opponent does not have a multiplier. If they have a multiplier, he will definitely not be able to escape. It's also their fault for being too anxious. Then Ling Feng and Chatterbox Boy quickly jumped into the car and asked Lin Xiaoxiao to drive them away from this place of right and wrong. Ma Feng was also shot to death by the people who came later. Ma Feng himself also knew that it was not the time to pay attention to Brotherhood just now. What everyone did was absolutely right.
If it were him, he would definitely choose to do this. But if I die, I will die. And I have no equipment or anything. So I won't feel particularly distressed. But those who are alive now are feeling more uncomfortable. Except for Lin Xiaoxiao, who is at full health. The others are below half health. And there are no armors or firearms yet. Any team that sees them now may annihilate them. There is really no way to survive in school. And only fools would go to school again. They didn't dare to stay here after being targeted like this. But what should we do now? Then several people immediately started discussing in the car while driving. We definitely can't go to bigger cities now. If we go, we will definitely get points for free. And buy 30 and get 5 free. The chatty boy said helplessly. After hearing what the chatty boy said, everyone began to fall silent. What he said was correct. The current condition and equipment of several people were extremely poor. I absolutely don't dare to meet any team again. If I do, I will definitely die if there is no accident. But what to do? Lingfeng thought for a while and said, let's do this. Now we have to be as obscene as possible and try our best to prevent others from seeing us. If we want to get points, we will do something dirty. This map is so big. I don't believe we can still encounter such a big situation. There are many people. The 5 teams were at the school just now. The RSJ team's urine will definitely be in the military base. We just run to the opposite place from them. After everyone listened to Lingfeng's words, they all felt that what he said made sense. Then it started to be implemented. They drove together to the ruins on the top of the mountain. Sure enough, there was no one there. This allowed several people to wait for a certain buffer time. They can recuperate their health and pick up some equipment. In this way, when he meets those teams, he can also have the possibility to fight back, instead of just being beaten. It has to be said that the equipment here in the ruins on the top of the mountain is still good. After searching for a while, they have picked up a lot of equipment. The chatty boy took an S-1879 shotgun and an AKM assault rifle in his hand. Lin Xiaoxiao found a Take Victor and an M16A4 automatic rifle. Lingfeng also got a Victor submachine gun and an S-12K shotgun. But except for Lin Xiaoxiao, who has a second-level helmet, everyone else only has a first-level helmet and first-level armor. But everyone's blood has almost recovered. Then, they left the ruins on the top of the mountain and started driving drugs. During the poisoning process, if they see a few small houses or watchtowers around, even if it is a toilet, they will go in and take a look. After all, mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. Now the equipment is relatively backward, so we can only make up for it in this way. However, the effect was good, and after a while, they found a lot of medicine and first aid kits. And at the same time, they also encountered 2 teams searching nearby. Lingfeng directly ordered everyone to take advantage of the other party's inattention. And the 3 people suddenly surrounded him, catching the other party by surprise. Because of these 2 groups of battles, their points barely reached 80 points. But then, it will be more and more difficult to get points. We may meet the RSJ team and that small alliance at any time next. No one among them is very willing to meet. One is ridiculously strong for them, and the other is powerful in numbers. There are too many teams targeting them now, so everyone can only be careful and careful. But when they just walked to the door of a house, they suddenly heard another burst of gunfire from around them. Another team discovered them. Although several people now have guns and armor, the armor is all first level. So if someone hits them, they will definitely not be able to survive. And there was more than one team rushing over there. Lingfeng and the others didn't count them carefully, but the number of people must be more than 10. They don't have the skills like Shen Yi. There is no way we can win against so many people. So a few people could only continue to escape. But this time, I was not so lucky, and was eliminated directly. Because the opponent's equipment is already very good. They didn't just chase people or shoot people with guns. Instead, everyone kept throwing thunder towards the SLK team, disrupting their escape rhythm. After a while, Lin Xiaoxiao was directly injured due to a mistake in movement. And then Ling Feng and Chatty Boy were also injured. This game is immediately over for them. The SLK team only scored 80 points. Shen Yi looked at the frustrated people sitting on the seats, and probably understood in his heart. It must be Jiang Zhe's fault. He knows the strength of the SLK team, even if they can't win. Except for the RSJ team. Other teams should not end up with such a team wiped out. And during the live broadcast, whenever the SLK team met other teams, they would cut the video directly. If there was nothing fishy in it, Shen Yi would not believe anything he said. Now the SLK team has fallen far behind in this first game, let alone the top 5. It is possible to be in the bottom.
Then Lingfeng and the others also stood up from the computer and came directly to Shen Yi. He told Shen Yi what happened in the game just now. Shen Yi was also very shocked after hearing this. He did not expect that what they encountered in the game turned out to be a human C tactic. It seems that he still underestimated Jiang Zhe. He didn't need to use any special means at all. He only needed to express that he didn't want the SLK team to win the first place in the competition. And many people would help him. Chapter 293 Routines and Tactics. Among these 5 teams, Shen Yi does not believe that all of them were bribed by Jiang Zhe. It is very likely that some clubs or teams did this to please Jiang Zhe. Then Shen Yi thought about it and said to them,
"Don't worry. Let me think about it first. You guys will watch the game now. The game is not over yet. No matter how many people there are. They are just small fish and shrimps. Your real opponent is still the RSJ team.
It's time to take a look at their routines and tactics. Maybe you can use them then."
Hearing what Shen Yi said, several people nodded. Start watching the battle on the big screen. It should be because they deliberately favor the RSJ team. Basically, the shots in the video are from the RSJ team. But this also makes it easier for everyone to study the RSJ team's tactics. I saw that the RSJ team was still as strong as ever. After they came out of the military base directly, they were competing for airdrops with other teams. After grabbing 2 airdrops, they gave up this tactic and stayed directly in the center of the safe zone. One of those teams would die, and 2 of them would die. The game ended not long after, and the RSJ team was still in a crushing state. Be invincible all the way and win the chicken smoothly. However, Long Quan, the captain of the RSJ team, was not happy at all at this time. He did not believe that the RSJ team would be eliminated so easily, especially the assaulter who impressed him very much. With him here, how could these people in front of him be his opponents? So he immediately realized that his boss must be behind this. This made him not only unhappy, but also very uncomfortable. He wants to have a fair fight and get first place. And it would be a shame for him to get this kind of first place. He stared closely at the direction of the SLK team, and then thought about how to break this situation. After watching the game, the SLK team all had gloomy faces. The RSJ team is so strong that they may not win even in fair competition. But now they have encountered such a thing. I and others are basically public enemies on the map. I was still thinking of uniting with other teams, but now they have been united by other teams. Shen Yi also thought of a way at this time. He said to everyone,
"When you parachute later, don't jump at the school. Jump directly at the ruins on the top of the mountain. You have often jumped on the ruins on the top of the mountain before, and you are more familiar with the terrain there. Familiar with it. The most important thing is that that place is in a relatively remote area of the map. This will make it easier for you to take the next step after picking up the equipment. But boss, what's the use of jumping there? In the entire map, including the RSJ team, there are 7 teams chasing us. Even if we pick up the equipment, it will be very difficult for us to fight against them."
Lin Xiaoxiao was frustrated. Said,
"It's okay. This is a small problem. When you often play games, you should have heard that someone often says something in the game."
Shen Yi said to everyone,
"What words? The poor eat chicken. The rich deliver express. Don't tell me you haven't heard this sentence. I believe you should understand what to do next,"
Shen Yi said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao and Ma Feng were still a little confused, but the chatty boy and Ling Feng on the side already understood. Even Jiang Wu nodded in agreement after hearing Shen Yi's idea. Then the chatty boy looked at the 2 people who were still confused, smiled and touched Lin Shishu's head, and then said,
"Don't worry. You will know in the game by then."
Lin Xiaoxiao threw his hand aside, and then went over to ask Lingfeng, but Lingfeng didn't say much. Seeing this, Shen Yi smiled and said,
"Look how anxious you are to Xiaoxiao. In fact, the meaning of this sentence is easy to understand. In summary, there is only one sentence. That is, you are a sinister person. When the time comes, you can go and you know. Even Lingfeng is a professional. I have been tricked by him before."
Lung Feng curled his lips when he heard what Shen Yi said. When did he outsmart him? He snatched several heads, but in the end, he didn't get over him. Is this considered an insidious person? However, he also very much agreed with Shen Yi's tactic. Now that several people are being targeted by the opponent,
this method is the best. It is safer and can give more points. Because in the end, it just depends on which team has more points. Several people are talking here and discussing tactics. At this time Long Quan came over. Everyone was more or less hostile when they saw him. Although the RSJ team did not participate when these teams besieged them, it cannot be ruled out that they did not know about it. Obviously you can get first place by relying on your own strength. But to use this method is a bit unacceptable. And even a bit contemptuous of them. Long Quan also felt their hostility. But he didn't care. Instead, he walked straight to the chatty boy and said to him,
"What just happened? I know that with your strength. You shouldn't fight like this. Did something happen?"
"Don't you know what happened? It's not your boss's fault. Now that you haven't won, do you want to watch a joke?"
Lin Xiaoxiao said angrily. Shen Yi smiled, and then said,
"I think those teams may no longer be a problem for us."
The chatty boy and others also nodded, and their intuition told them that Long Quan would definitely help them. With this powerful foreign aid, all those teams would naturally have no problem. Then everyone rested for a while, and half an hour later, the next game started. At the beginning of the game, Lengfeng and the others followed Shen Yi's instructions and directly changed their targets and jumped to the ruins on the top of the mountain. Maybe because this place is very remote. Many teams did not choose this place. When Lengfeng and the others jumped down, there was no other team here except them. This was exactly what they wanted. A few people immediately started picking up equipment, and then began to develop slowly. On the other side, this time the school also directly jumped into 4 teams. And the commentator was so excited after seeing it. He pointed at the big screen and said excitedly,
"Look, audience, this competition has entered a fierce stage from the beginning. Now there are 4 teams all jumping directly to the same place. This is very rare. For the sake of resources, there will definitely be a fight between dragons and tigers here. And I believe a first blood will be born soon."
When the audience heard what he said, they were also looking forward to it, wanting to see how these teams would compete for the resources here. But what everyone didn't expect was that these teams directly avoided each other after seeing each other. Chapter 294 Very sane.
They must want to pick up the gun first, so that they will be stronger and be able to kill more people.
The commentator was a little confused when he saw this situation, but he still explained. The audience seemed to understand, but what happened next surprised everyone. After the 4 teams walked around the school and found that there was no one from the SLK team inside, the 4 teams also dispersed in a hurry, and 3 of them left directly. Only one team hesitated for a moment and then stayed there to pick up equipment. After seeing this wave of operations, everyone was very confused. They didn't know what the 4 teams were doing. Even the commentator probably scolded these teams many times in his heart. But they still had to continue explaining. And they could only think about how to put this matter into perspective. They couldn't say that they were just talking nonsense. So the commentator thought about it, then smiled awkwardly and said,
"These 4 teams are really farsighted. They know that there is not a lot of equipment in the school. And if they stay here to attack, then it's not that they gave the other teams an advantage. They made a very wise choice to retreat at this time. And those 3 teams were very sensible."
Hearing their forced explanation, Shen Yi couldn't help but laugh. The audience looked at them with contempt. Even fools knew that this was definitely not the case. They saw people avoiding each other, and then avoiding them altogether. I had never seen such a team. Unless the people in these 4 teams were all crazy. Otherwise, why would it be like this? The 4 teams didn't find the SLK team here, so they had to leave. But the SLK team had already picked up a lot of equipment from the ruins on the top of the mountain. Everyone is a level 2 helmet, level 2 armor. A lot of guns were also picked up.
Lengfeng had a P1911 pistol and an M16A4 assault rifle. Chatterbox Boy had an S1897 shotgun and an AKM assault rifle. Ma Feng also had an AKM assault rifle and an M416 assault rifle. And Lin Xiaoxiao had a Victor submachine gun and an S12K shotgun. As for bandages and first aid kits, everyone also picked up a lot. The equipment is also pretty good. Then they began to discuss their next steps. Because Shen Yi said before that he should adopt the strategy of
Porridge chicken.
Rich Express. That is, he must be shady. But how to shackle people still depends on how Lengfeng will arrange and make plans. Lengfeng thought for a while and said to everyone,
"I think the boss's idea is very good. We will adopt the tactic of Yin Ren. And I have almost figured out the specific method of Yin Ren. I already have a rough idea. What can you do? Tell us quickly."
Lin Xiaoxiao asked quickly.
"You all know that at the beginning of each game, although each team jumps to a different place, it is very difficult for us to find them. But we can let them come to us. Everyone also knows, no matter where the team jumps, they have only one final goal. There are some places they must go,"
Lengfeng said with a smile. When everyone heard what he said, they immediately understood that he wanted to squat on the edge of the safe zone and wait for his opponent to come over and take the bait. I have to say, this is a very good method. Many people will choose to do this. So everyone will be very cautious when entering the safe zone. But no matter how cautious it is useless. Even if everyone knows that someone is guarding the safe zone, they will be arrested if they do not enter the safe zone. They are poisoned to death. So they will be encountered no matter what. And after encountering them, people in the safe zone will have a great advantage. In this way, those teams cannot find their traces in the early stage. Even if they find themselves, they have already run away. When running poison in the safe zone, there will rarely be such a situation of forming a team. In this situation of fighting alone, I and others will definitely be worthy of him. In this way, I am very happy to get both points and equipment, because in the first few minutes, the safe zone was very large, and there was no point in staying there. So they did not go to the border of the safe zone first, but chose to play jungle in the surrounding areas, especially in relatively desolate places, to see if there was any lone team, or even one or two people who were lone. After a while, they saw a team staying there on the hillside in the distance. They must have just finished searching for equipment from Y City and planned to move to another place. The chatty boy blew out the tires on their car with 2 shots. When the 4 people saw this situation, they immediately stopped the car and started to be on guard. In order to find more equipment, they just saw a car in the city and drove out. Now that the car's tires were blown out, they didn't dare to sit on it. The opponent's skills were obviously very good. He could blow out a car's tires with 1 shot. So it would be easy to blow up the car with a few more shots. At that time, his death would be too unjust. It would be better to stop the car quickly and fight with him. The other party engages in combat. But little did they know that as soon as they got out of the car, they would play into the hands of the SLK team members. Lungfeng and the others directly outflanked them from 2 directions, with the ones from the front responsible for covering and those from the sides responsible for attacking. All those people were eliminated directly. They also successfully scored 45 points. Hearing her say this, everyone laughed. What Lin Xiaoxiao said is indeed true. One of the biggest reasons why Lingfeng chose air raid shelters in so many places is because Lingfeng wanted to take advantage of the buildings inside the air raid shelters. As we all know, there are many passages under the air raid shelter, which means that when the people below change directions, the people above cannot see it. But the people below can know where the other party is through the sound of footsteps. And then at this time, as long as you lurk over, you will most likely go around the opponent's back and kill him. However, the opponent will not realize where the enemy is until he dies. It didn't take long for them to arrive near the air raid shelter, but everyone did not get into the hole together. Instead, Lin Xiaoxiao and Lingfeng were picking up equipment in the hole and preparing to attack at any time. Chatterbox Boy and Ma Feng stayed outside the air raid shelter. In this way, if a special situation arises, everyone can respond at any time without being tricked by the other party. The chatty boy chose a toilet outside and stayed there. Ma Feng was lying behind a stone. Then, they stared quietly outside the safe zone. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the safety zone to begin to shrink. Although the boundary of the safety zone was not at the air raid shelter, it was only slightly outside, which had no impact on Lungfeng's plan at all. Chapter 295, Easy to defend, hard to attack. At this time, the commentator also saw Lungfeng and the others squatting there, preparing to ambush Yinren. He said with a slight disdain in his tone, "Almost all teams will be extra careful when entering the safe zone, just to prevent any team from teams like SLK squad here to ambush. And those teams have also formulated certain measures to deal with this situation. I think it's possible that the SLK team not only didn't kill anyone, but instead involved itself." When the audience heard this, they nodded thoughtfully. It was not because they did not believe in the SLK team or were biased against the SLK team. The main reason was that in the previous game, the SLK team performed really well. It's too bad. The audience had almost never seen the SLK team except for the skydiving at the beginning, when they were waiting with high expectations to see the SLK team come out to kill everyone. The SLK team had already been killed by other teams. But they continued. I don't know how the SLK team died, although some viewers may think there is something wrong with it. But most viewers will still attribute this incident to the poor strength of the SLK team. As for Shen Yi, he didn't mind any of this at all. He didn't care at all what the audience thought. But the SLK team chose this location very well. It can be said that even if 3 teams come at the same time, they don't have to be afraid at all. Otherwise, our ancestors would not have praised the method of tunnel warfare so much, because it is easy to defend but difficult to attack here. Not long after, 2 off-road vehicles drove over from a short distance away. There was a car at the front. But there was only one person sitting inside. It should be the free agent of the other party, responsible for exploring the road ahead, while the other car is following not far from the car in front. Neither car knew there was anyone here. So for safety reasons, they chose to speed past here. Above the air raid shelter, the terrain is very flat, so cars can run very fast. At this time, it is impossible to catch them without driving. And they also saw that there were no cars in the air raid shelter, so there was no need to be afraid even if there were people. But what they didn't expect was that the SLK team had discovered them. And the chatty boy was the first to take action. He quietly climbed out of the toilet and started to move, because the driving route of the car happened to be near the chatty boy. The chatty boy calculated his timing, took out a fragmentation grenade, and threw it at a car when it was about to come over. I have to say that the chatty boy grasped his timing very well. He purposely held the grenade in his hand for a few seconds, then calculate the time before throwing it out. In this way, when the people in the car saw the grenade had already exploded. There is simply no room to make amends. There was just a loud bang, and the car exploded, and the people in the car were eliminated. When the people in the car behind saw this, they immediately stopped the car and started to be alert. They didn't know the specific location of the enemy, so just to be on the safe side, they ran towards the nearest air raid shelter and got in. When the chatty boy saw this, he laughed out loud. If those people chose a place to break through, or simply left here and entered the safe zone from another place, then no one could do anything to them. But they just made the most dangerous decision. But it is understandable, because at this time, they have only 3 people left. It is obvious that they have experienced a battle not long ago, and one of their own teams was directly eliminated. Now there is an ambush here, which means that there is only one team here. They still trying to score some points here. Otherwise, there will be fewer and fewer teams, and those who remain in the safe zone will naturally be very powerful. At that time, it will be very difficult to gain points. But now that they entered, there were 2 people waiting for them inside. Ma Feng had already told Lung Feng and Lin Xiaoxiao where they were. The 2 of them had been waiting there early. They originally wanted to wait for the other party to stop and then flank them from behind. But now the other party came directly to the door, in such a hurry to give away points. They and others really had no reason to refuse. The result can be imagined. As soon as the 2 people entered the air raid shelter, Lung Feng and Lin Xiaoxiao took their guns and shot them all, killing them all. Then this team was directly eliminated. The SLK team also scored 35 points. The audience was very excited when they saw this scene. But the commentator seemed to have just eaten Xiang. He had no choice but to say awkwardly after being slapped in the face like this.
This shows that the SLK team is still very powerful. However, such tactics cannot be used for a long time. Otherwise they will be in trouble when they are attacked from both sides.
The audience chose to simply ignore the explanation. They could say whatever they wanted and pretended that they and others did not hear it. After beating those 2 people, the SLK team left the place directly in order not to be discovered by others. Then he ran to the next place. While on the road, Lung Feng did a rough calculation and found that there were only 27 people left. The alliance composed of 5 teams should have been eliminated a lot, because now 4 of his own people are still alive. And there is no RSJ team. There were casualties. Only 2 people from the LJ team were killed by other teams. Apart from these, there are still 17 people left. Even if you meet them, you can still give them a try. After a while, they arrived near the next safe zone, which was just on the hillside north of P City. The terrain here is very high and suitable for ambushes. Several people immediately set up here. As soon as they set up an ambush, the sound of a car came from the distance. There are 3 cars in total. Those cars did not come directly, but stopped not far from the safety zone. The 4 people who came down from the SLK team are also very familiar with them. It is the RSJ team that they have always been very afraid of. After the RSJ team came down, they immediately hid themselves. The SLK team didn't know if they had discovered themselves and the others, so they didn't dare to act rashly. The 2 teams faced off like this. No one made the first move. The chatty boy sighed and said,
"They are indeed powerful. They have discovered us. I guess they know the location of the 4 of us now."
After hearing what the chatty boy said, the other 3 people were shocked and speechless.
"Discover us? No way. We did so well. And they didn't shoot at us. They probably just guessed that there was someone inside,"
Lin Xiaoxiao said suspiciously. Chapter 296 Compulsory Measures. But at this time, Lung Feng also understood the meaning of the chatty boy's words. He smiled bitterly and said,
The chatty boy is right. If you look at the RSJ team now, haven't you noticed that they have not removed any body parts exposed in front of you? If they hadn't already known that we were here, then the four of us would have been able to see one or two people from all four directions. After hearing this, several people observed and found that they really couldn't see anyone from the RSJ team. In other words, if there was a fight now, none of them would be able to kill any one of them. This is just one aspect. I also saw one thing just now. That is, the opponent's gun has always been pointed at us. It just didn't fire. If the war had started just now, it is estimated that at least two of us would have been there by now. Got eliminated,
the chatty boy said solemnly. If it had just been a surprise. Now it was a shock. However, Ma Feng was still very confused. He looked at the chatty boy and asked,
in that case, why don't they just go to war with us? I believe that. Then we must not be their opponents.
The chatty boy smiled, and then said,
I have to say that Long Quan is indeed a man. He does what he says. He is not going to fight now just because he, like us, is also waiting for others.
After the chatty boy said this, several people immediately remembered what Long Quan said when he left. I will help you. They also understand what the chatty boy means. The RSJ team is probably waiting for those teams. In their view, playing with those teams is an insult to esports and an insult to themselves. So they do this. After thinking of this, the two teams had a tacit understanding and just faced each other, without any fighting breaking out. The arena also became very quiet. Neither the audience nor the commentator knew what was going on. The audience was waiting for the commentator to explain to everyone. But the commentator kept silent and just told everyone jokes. Because he already knew that when the SLK team was fighting, as long as just choose not to explain. If you choose to explain, you may be slapped in the face again at any time. After a while, there was a burst of gunfire. But it didn't come from outside the safe zone, but from the direction of P City. It turns out that although the SLK team hid their bodies, so that when people outside the safe zone came in, it would not be easy for them to find themselves and others. But in this way, there was no concealment behind them. As long as the people in P City watched carefully, they would be able to see them. You can see them lying on the hillside. At the same time as the sound of gunfire came, the SLK team quickly turned around and started to fight. The teams in P City are the same teams that jumped to the school before. They got together again at some point and are now collecting equipment in P City. After seeing the SLK team, there was a burst of gunfire. The RSJ team who was ambushing there also heard the sound. Long Quan planned to go over and help. One of the captains advised him.
Captain, the SLK team is now under attack from both sides. If we go up and shoot, they will never survive. In this way, our first place in this competition will be guaranteed. Yes, Captain. And if you go up to help the SLK team, the boss will definitely be furious, and we will all bear serious consequences.
Another team member also said quickly. Long Quan listened to the voices of the two team members. He knew that what they said was correct, and that it was the truth. However, this was different from what he thought. He smiled bitterly, and then said to his teammates,
when you are full of expectations to participate, when you were competing, and then became a professional player, did you ever think that the place you had always dreamed of coming to would be so smoky? I want to win, and I also want to defeat them. But what I want is to defeat them in an upright manner, rather than relying on these means that make me looked down upon. If this is the case, then what's the point of winning? What's the point of staying in the esports circle?
Hearing his words, all the members of the RSJ team were silent. Long Quan was right. If it were before, they would definitely stand on Longquan's side without hesitation. Because this is the esports spirit they want. But if you let them choose now, they will be very hesitant. For no other reason. Even a small trick by Jiangze could cost them their careers. No one can afford this price. Long Quan saw the reaction of the team members, and knew what they were thinking at this time. He smiled bitterly and said,
I don't need you to help me. You just need to do your own thing. I will bear the responsibility for what I do myself. But if you take advantage of others' danger, I may beat you to death first.
After finishing speaking, Long Quan ran towards the side of the hillside where the SLK team was. Just let him join such a small team. And without good teammates, he will never be able to get ahead. But it can serve itself. So even if Long Quan makes a mistake this time, Jiangze may not take too coercive measures against him. Even if he takes measures, with Long Quan's strength, he can definitely find a team after going out. Or even become a host. Prospect. However, he and others did not have such good talents. and Jiang Zhe would not consider letting him go if he made a mistake. They really don't know what they can do after leaving here, so they don't dare to take the risk. Long Quan did not come directly to the SLK team, but came to a hillside near them. When he arrived, the firepower of the three teams had already come up. After seeing Long Quan coming up, they also recognized after taking out Long Quan's team uniform. They thought this was the RSJ team coming to help them, so their attack became even more fierce. Ma Feng was knocked down directly because he didn't pay attention. Before he could climb to a safe place, he was directly hit into a box by countless bullets. Ma Feng looked at himself turned into a box in front of the screen and felt very helpless. From the beginning of the Huya Destiny Cup to now, as long as someone is killed or injured by the other party, he must be among them, and he must be the first one to be killed. This made him feel very powerless. He knew that this had something to do with his skills, but now he really didn't know what to do. He doesn't know what the meaning of his existence is in this game. After Long Quan saw this situation, he also started to fight back. As a shot was fired, one of the three teams on the opposite side fell to the ground. The chatty boy looked at the hillside where Long Quan was located and waved symbolically. Chapter 297 Unbelievable. Then he said to everyone, "With Long Quan helping us, there will definitely be no problem in this battle. Everyone, hold on." The other two people nodded, and then started a fierce confrontation. Now it was the turn of the three teams to be confused. They did not turn around for a while. Their purpose of attacking the SLK team was to let the RSJ team win the first place in the game. But now the RSJ team and the SLK team came to deal with them. This made them feel very strange. Two of these three teams were benefited by Jiang Ze's promises, and the other team was chosen by the owner of their club to please Jiang Ze. But now this situation makes them feel like they are being tricked. They were all thinking at this moment, is it really okay for the RSJ team to be so shameless? Is your brain showing off? Not only were these three teams confused, but also the audience and commentators who were watching the game at this time. They couldn't understand what this was doing. Logically speaking, everyone can understand the confrontation between the SLK team and the RSJ team. After all, they haven't figured out the other party's intentions yet, so they don't dare to take action rashly. Next, several teams in the safe zone will attack the teams outside the safe zone together. It makes sense to reluctantly, after joining together to eliminate all the teams outside, the next several teams of their own will fight again. This is understandable in professional competitions. This has happened many times in. But what happened next is really incomprehensible to everyone. Although the commentator also looked puzzled. He couldn't show it. If he said, he couldn't understand it. Wouldn't he be running his own job? After thinking for a while, he forcefully explained, "I have to say that the RSJ team's strategy is very good. Their captain first rushed to a hillside, and with the help of the SLK team, he eliminated all the people from the three opposing teams. In this way, they can deal with the SLK team with peace of mind. Please see." After the captain of the RSJ team left, the other three members of their team did not take action, but continued to stay there, guarding the back of the SLK team. Then the commentator paused and continued, "I can guarantee that after the battle with those three teams, the RSJ team will suddenly attack and outflank the SLK team. This tactic of flanking and backpacking is very effective. Perfect. The SLK team will definitely not be able to hold on, and will be directly eliminated by the RSJ team soon." Listening to his explanation, the audience felt that it was very reasonable. At least it seemed that way. They would not tell him that the RSJ team would be directly eliminated by the RSJ team later. But the audience all maintained a wait-and-see attitude. They all have a feeling that this time the commentator will be slapped in the face again. Because of the addition of Long Quan, the three teams were beaten and retreated. There were originally 10 people in total, but in the end only 3 people escaped successfully. The 3 people were relatively close to the house, and escaped into the house in time, so they were not beaten to death. After watching the 3 teams escape, neither the SLK team nor Long Quan chose to catch up, because the remaining few people were not afraid. Now is the time for the 2 teams to start the real battle. Long Quan immediately retreated and found a stone to hide himself. The SLK team also quickly took cover. They not only wanted to prevent Long Quan's attack, but also prevented the remaining 3 members of the RSJ team from attacking. Positionally speaking, they are at a very disadvantageous position. However, the RSJ team did not receive orders from Long Quan, so they were not in a hurry to come up. And the SLK team also got some breathing time. While Lung Feng was staying there, thinking about how to break out, the chatty boy suddenly discovered that Long Quan had exposed a big flaw. Long Quan slowly moved his body a little,
and then revealed that his body was very small. Corner of. This situation may be completely unreachable for others, but it is easy for the chatty boy. He didn't believe that Long Quan would make such a low-level mistake. Because Long Quan definitely knew that he could hit him. Because Long Quan could also hit him in this situation. Thinking of this, the chatty boy instantly understood that Long Quan was really letting things slip on purpose. He just wanted the chatty boy to beat him to death. Thinking of this, the chatty boy raised his gun and put it down again. He knew what Long Quan meant. Long Quan, like him, is a very proud person. He felt that the first place in the last game should not be taken like that. So he planned to leave the first place to the SLK team this time. So that the two teams, the total points will be almost the same. And he can have a real competition with the SLK team in the third game. But he also knew that with this shot, Long Quan would bear Jiang Zhe's wrath. So he was very confused. But for the SLK team and for Shen Yi, he had to take this shot. Only by winning this round would they have a chance to compete for the first place in the next round. So the chatty boy finally took the shot. When Long Quan saw that he had been beaten to death, he was quite calm. He breathed a sigh of relief and stopped caring about things in the game. Seeing this situation, his team members knew that they would definitely not be able to defeat the remaining 3 members of the SLK team. So they retreated decisively. After Ling Feng watched them escape from the other side, he didn't let everyone chase them. Because when they were fighting just now, these 3 people didn't take advantage of others' danger. And naturally they couldn't do the same now. Then several people went over and quickly licked the bags of those teams and Long Quan. Although this attack was very thrilling and nearly killed them all, the harvest at the same time was also very great. They found 2 of them with the 8-power scope alone. And there were even 2 level 3 armors and 1 level 3 head. These are the best equipment in the game. The chatty boy also found a bastard assault rifle on Long Quan's body. And he replaced it with this gun without hesitation. Of course, the remaining first aid kits and drinks are too much to fit in. A few people suddenly became full. Now it is estimated that there is no team in the entire map that is better developed than them. After everything was ready, the time for reducing the poison came again. And several people immediately ran towards the next safe zone. On the way, they saw a system prompt showing that the other 3 members of the RSJ team had all been eliminated. And the one who eliminated them was none other than the LJ team. But the LJ team lost 2 people because of this. Talkative Boy and Ling Feng were not surprised by this result. The most powerful player in the RSJ team is Long Quan. It can even be said that this team is supported by Long Quan. Chapter 298. Never suffer from future troubles. The other 3 members of their team are not that strong. It can only be said that it is barely ranked above the average level. Now that they have met the LJ team, which is also very strong, they naturally have no advantage. Moreover, the LJ team still has 4 people. But the RSJ team only has 3 people left. So losing is inevitable. However, they were able to replace 2 people before they died, which is already very impressive. The next safe zone is not in P City, but in an area east of P City. To get here, you must pass through the ditch in front of P City. After the chatty boy and the others quickly passed through, they pointed their guns at P City. It was obvious that the 3 people who escaped had not left P City at this time. And they must still be in P City. If all 3 people are not eliminated, several people in the SLK team will still be worried. Not to mention that these 3 people have been chasing them before. Even if you are fighting an enemy in front. But a few people suddenly rush out from behind and attack you. It will be unbearable. Therefore, in order to avoid future troubles, eliminating them first is the best choice. At this time, the poisonous circle has slowly shrunk. And it won't be long before it spreads across P City. Because the SLK team is in. We are in the safe zone. So we are not in a hurry at all. But the 3 people in P City cannot be like this. The poison in the later stages is very terrifying. You will die in just a few seconds. And it will be too late to get a first aid kit by then. In other words, there is only a dead end if you don't escape the poison. After the poisonous circle slowly spread, at the last moment, 3 people ran out of P City. They knew that the SLK team was just ahead. And they had already seen the SLK team when they passed by just now. But they have no choice. Because if they don't escape the poison, they will definitely die. They might as well try their best to see if there is a chance of surviving 1 or 2. After they ran out of P City, they immediately started running away from 3 directions, hoping to distract the SLK team. But the SLK team also has 3 people. Ling Feng and the 3 of them each focused on 1 person. And then after those people reached their shooting range, they fired directly to end their game. After defeating those 3 people,
The system showed that there were only 6 people left at this time. That is, apart from the 2 people from the SLK team and the LJ team who had survived, only 1 person was left. It didn't take long for the SLK team to see a car rushing out of the poison circle, with 2 people sitting on it. Needless to say, it was the LJ team. Then I saw that the system showed that a person was killed by the poison circle. Lung Feng was also very strange. How could someone in the team be poisoned by the poison circle? Under normal circumstances, professional players are very sensitive to the time of the poison circle. It is so simple. It's right that you won't make the same mistake. It seems that this person is very far away from the safe zone, which is why this situation occurs. But the audience at the scene knew how this person died. After this man's teammates were all dead, he hid inside a house, and then drove a car and hid it between the 2 houses. This would be very convenient when running drugs later. But after the 3 members of the RSJ team and the LJ team met here, they started fighting. Naturally, he didn't dare to go up, so he could only hide in the house. After a while, the winner of the battle was decided. To his surprise, Team LJ did not pick up the equipment of those people on the ground, but confronted him on the other side. Because Team LJ did not know how many people were in the house, and which room they were in, they could only confront each other. What happened next was the most frustrating thing for him. Team LJ drove his car away at the last moment when the drug circle was about to come. He could only watch his car being driven away by others without tears. No wonder the LJ team was so confident in confronting themselves. It turned out that they had long known that they had hidden a car here. The poison circle was moving very fast, and there were no cars around. So he died before he could get very far. Team LJ successfully arrived at the safe zone by car. But that's it. Each of them only has a little blood left. Although the SLK team and the LJ team have been playing games before, no one will show mercy in this situation. After all, this is a competition, and there is no room for mercy. As long as you don't destroy the balance of the game like Jiang Zhe did, you don't need to be merciful at other times. Team LJ naturally knows this situation. They wanted to escape from here quickly, but before they could take a few steps, they were directly wiped out by the SLK team. With the death of the last member of the LJ team, the game ended. The SLK team also won this game, successfully regained 10% in the second game, and won the chicken. As for other teams, their points are far behind these teams. They didn't pay much attention to the cold wind, because if nothing else happens, the number 1 team will appear from these teams. Then, there is a half-hour break before the final game begins. That is the deciding game. Shen-Yi asked everyone to sit together, and then told them about the problems that just existed in the game. Many problems can be seen from the game just now, and some measures must be formulated to target the RSJ team. But before he said a few words, Ma Feng suddenly started crying. As soon as Ma Feng cried, everyone started to look at him in surprise. No one understood what happened. Why did you start crying properly? Obviously no one said anything to make him unhappy. Shen-Yi was confused when he saw this situation. But he stopped talking immediately, and immediately came to Ma Feng and said to him, "What's wrong? Ma Feng, what happened to you?" Others were also very concerned, and wondered what was going on. After such a long period of training, although there is still a certain gap between Ma Feng's skills and others, everyone has already regarded Ma Feng as their own family. Especially since Ma Feng actually has some skills in this game. It's a good performance. But he hasn't discovered it yet. Ma Feng cried and said to everyone, "I can't do it. I really can't do it. I didn't expect that I was so bad. I always wanted to get better. But no matter how hard I tried, I found that I just can't keep up with you. As long as my opponent is a little stronger, I will make mistakes. I die first every time in this game. No, I really can't." Hearing Ma Feng say this, everyone felt very uncomfortable. In fact, Ma Feng's talent is not bad. It was just that he blindly studied with those anchors in the past. So he had many small problems. Chapter 299, A Burst of Anger. It would appear that his skills are slightly worse than everyone else's. But after this period of adjustment, he has obviously made a lot of corrections. And his performance in the game is actually very good. But he is too unsure now. But everyone doesn't know how to comfort him now. They are afraid that if they say anything, Ma Feng will feel that everyone is pitying him. By then, things will be even more troublesome. At this time, Han Xiaomu stood up, then looked at Shen-Yi and said, "Let me handle this matter. I have never done anything to help you." Then Han Xiaomu walked to Ma Feng, took Ma Feng away from here, walked to a deserted corner and sat down. And the two began to whisper. I don't know whether it was because there was no one else around, or because Han Xiaomu was very good at comforting people. But Ma Feng slowly stopped crying and talked to Han Xiaomu there. When Shen Yi and the others saw this situation, their anxious hearts finally let go. No matter what, as long as Ma Fengren is fine. After only meeting for a few minutes, Han Xiaomu pointed to Shen Yi, and then said something to Ma Feng. Ma Feng looked at them and nodded. And then Han Xiaomu walked over. After Han Xiaomu came over, he looked at Shen Yi and said,
"How did you become the captain? His situation must not have been there for a day or two. It's just that the pressure today was too great, so it suddenly broke out, causing his whole people can't stand it anymore. Didn't you pay more attention to him before this?"
Shen Yi felt very ashamed when he heard what Han Xiaomu said. He had only thought about the training and life of the team members, but he did not notice the psychological problems of the team members. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the problem in Ma Feng's mind may have arisen in the previous encounter with the Lai Sun team, because he feels that his teammates are too strong. He has always had a very low self-esteem. It is precisely because of this that he has been working so hard, hoping to be on the same stage with everyone. But he works very hard. But I still found that I didn't reach the level I wanted, and I still didn't catch up with everyone. Coupled with the impact of the recent competition, my spirit suddenly collapsed.
"Is he feeling better now?"
Shen Yi asked. He wanted to say a lot, but found that the words came to his lips but could not come out. There was indeed a problem of his own.
"The mood has stabilized, but the game is definitely no longer possible. He will not be able to participate in the next game. The current state cannot support him to complete the game."
Han Xiaomu shook his head and said,
"It's okay, as long as everything is okay,"
Shen Yi said with a wry smile. "Now I just hope that Ma Fengren will be fine. As for the competition, although it is indeed a pity, there is really nothing that can be done." Then Han Xiaomu told everyone and took Ma Feng directly to leave Huya Company. Ma Feng refused to leave, broke away from Han Xiaomu's hand, and then ran to Shen Yi and said,
"Boss, I'm sorry for you. I can still fight. If I don't fight, how can our game continue this time? I don't want to see we all lose."
Shen Yi choked up when he saw him like this, unable to speak out the words. At this time, Jiangwu stood up, patted Ma Feng on the shoulder and said,
"You are really tired. It's okay. I'm here. Don't worry. You have a good rest for a while, and then we can attend the celebration banquet together after you have rested."
After Ma Feng saw Jiangwu at this time, his mood finally calmed down. He knew that this person had been training with other members of the SLK team before, so his skills must be similar to the others in the team. If he got in, he would definitely be better than him. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt relieved. Then he looked at Shen Yi. In order to reassure Ma Feng, Shen Yi said to him,
"Yes, there is also Jiangwu. He is originally a substitute. Just let him come on. Don't worry."
Then Han Xiaomu wanted to drive Ma Feng back, but Ma Feng was determined not to go back. There was no other way. So Han Xiaomu could only take him to the lounge prepared by Huya Company and let him rest for a while. After watching Ma Feng leave, Shen Yi said to everyone,
"Everyone performed very well. But now this situation has occurred. No one expected it. You wait. I will tell the organizing committee. Just say our team members because of the injury. We forfeit this game."
Hearing what Shen Yi said, Jiangwu was also stunned. But then he said with a slight cry,
My hand? My hand? I know you are doing it for my own good and don't want my hand to be injured again. But have you ever asked me how I feel? Have you ever thought about how I feel when I watch them on the field every day? But I can't help it all. Do you know how much I want to help you win?"
When Shen Yi heard what Jiangwu said, he was choked and speechless. He always felt that he was doing Jiangwu's good, but now it seemed that he didn't know what he really wanted in his heart. Shen Yi also began to reflect on whether what he did was right. Just when Shen Yi was meditating, Lang Feng also spoke. He looked at Shen Yi and said to him,
"Boss, in fact, the reason why Jiangwu's hands are getting worse now is not because he helped his family move things, but because he helped his family move things. In the recent period, he has been practicing secretly by himself in the internet cafe. He can practice every tactic and every operation of ours many times. Even the videos of other teams. He will watch them over and over again, and then put his own plans into practice over and over again." Compared.
Hearing Lang Feng say this, Shen Yi was even more surprised. Only then did he finally understand that no wonder Jiangwu had to ask him to engrave the day's training video on a disc and bring it to him every time. He always said that it was his younger brother who wanted to watch it, but it seemed that he had nothing to do with his younger brother at all. Even Jiangwu used this cooperation and tacit understanding with everyone in order to watch the video. Thinking of this, Shen Yi felt a burst of anger in his heart. Does this guy not take his body seriously at all? Even now, I am still training so hard. Shen Yi wanted to punch Jiangwu, but he couldn't. He just turned around and stared at Lingfeng fiercely, and then said,
"When did you know about this? Why didn't you tell me? I already found out when you asked me to deliver CDs to Jiangwu. But Jiangwu asked me to keep it a secret. And I did understand him. So I promised him to keep this secret."
Lingfeng looked at it. Shen Yi said, Chapter 300 Emergencies. When Lingfeng said this, Shen Yi suddenly became very speechless. He actually understands Jiangwu's mood. But Jiangwu's injury hasn't healed yet. Isn't this nonsense? If the injury is more serious, how will he face Jiangwu's parents in the future? Moreover, the most important thing for a professional player is a pair of hands. Jiangwu is actually a very potential person. If this matter affects him, his future development is his own responsibility. Thinking of this, Shen Yi also made up his mind and said to Jiangwu,
"Even so, you are just practicing by yourself. Do you know that the most important thing in the game is the cooperation of the team? If you don't have the cooperation of the team, the game will definitely fail.
We will lose. And now that so much time has passed, the previous tacit understanding has long been gone."
After Shen Yi finished speaking, Jiangwu quickly said,
"No, boss. There is teamwork. I have been training. Later, Lingfeng often trained with me. The cooperation between the two of us is very tacit. If you think about it this way, my cooperation has not been lost. Are you still training with him?"
Shen Yi asked Lingfeng with a gloomy face.
"Boss, emergencies will inevitably happen on the field. And even if Jiangwu is a reserve player, he is qualified to participate in training. We can't stop this. Of course, these are all excuses. In short, I understand him. After seeing his father's family, I understand him even more. If I had to choose again, I would still help him."
Lingfeng looked at Shen Yi and said firmly. Seeing these two people speaking righteously, Shen Yi was speechless for a while, wondering how many things they had done behind his back. Of course he could understand Jiangwu's mood, but no matter what, he couldn't joke about his body. Lin Xiaoxiao and the chatty boy did not speak at this time. They did not want Jiangwu to play, but if they were asked to give up now, they would definitely not agree. The team members have worked hard until now, and the purpose is not just to get first place. So many things have passed. Why can't you get over this matter? In the end, Shen Yi made up his mind and still did not plan to let Jiangwu compete. After he made his decision known, he had no intention of discussing it with the team members anymore. He had to go to the event organizing committee to withdraw from the competition. The remaining 4 people followed him, all blushing, but looking at him without saying a word. After Shen Yi walked to the event organizing committee, he said directly, "Hello. Something happened to one of our team members. We want to." When he was about to say his retirement, Jiangwu suddenly interrupted and said, "Boss, even if you don't think about the club, even if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about Ma Feng? How much did he pay for this game? How sad would he be if he knew that we didn't even participate in the last game because of him? I think he will never forgive himself in his life." Hearing what Jiangwu said, Shen Yi also paused. Jiangwu was right. Ma Feng's strength was still far away from participating in such a professional competition. But for the sake of the club, he has raised his skills to the current level. If he retires now, I really don't know what Ma Feng will think. I still remember the expectant look Ma Feng looked at Jiangwu when he just left. If he didn't agree to continue competing, he might have ruined not just one person's dream, but the dreams of everyone present. Then Shen Yi took a deep breath and said to the people from the tournament organizing committee, "One of our team members is injured. Now we have to replace our substitute player Jiangwu. Please register." After hearing Shen Yi's words, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. This at least meant that there was still hope for myself and others. When Shen Yi saw that Jiangwu agreed to him, he stopped thinking about it. Since he had agreed to let Jiangwu compete, he naturally wouldn't think too much about these issues. Then Shen Yi thought for a while and said to everyone, "The next is the last game. Because although Jiangwu has trained with Lingfeng many times in the internet cafe before, it is not a formal game after all. So he is sure of the rhythm at the beginning. There will be some rustiness." Jiangwu also nodded, knowing that this was inevitable. However, Shen Yi did not look at him, but continued, "In this case, then we cannot be too aggressive in this game. At least before Jinwu adapts to the rhythm of the game. We cannot be too aggressive and see other teams. There is no need to think about how to eliminate all the opponents. It is of course the best to be able to kill them and get points. If it doesn't work, there's no need to force it. Just remember to preserve your own strength. This task will be left to you. Lun Feng.
Lun Feng also nodded when he heard Shen Yi say this. Although this method sounds a bit stupid, it is indeed the safest. After a few people talked for a while, the host asked all the contestants to come on stage to prepare for the final game. Everyone entered the field and started the game. This time on the plane. The SLK team still set the skydiving location at the school. This was also Shen Yi's suggestion, because Shen Yi believed that there would not be many teams in the school this time. Facts prove that Shen Yi's idea is also very correct. This time, apart from the SLK team, only one team jumped in, and that team was not in the same place where SLK landed. One of their two teams is on the east side of the school, and the other is on the west side of the school. After Ling Feng and the others saw someone in the school, they immediately started searching for equipment, because this team was not the RSJ team. In this case, it would definitely not be a problem for them and others to defeat this team, although it needs to be stable. Of course, the points delivered to your door should not be wasted. Both sides picked up equipment very quickly. By the time the two teams met unexpectedly, they had almost finished picking up the equipment in the entire school. The two teams each picked up almost half of the resources. Seeing this, Lun Feng was also very surprised. The opponent actually had the same idea as him. That is, to find resources as quickly as possible and then eliminate the opponent in one fell swoop. You must know that he and others were the first in the previous game. 1. This team must know. I really don't know where this team's confidence comes from. Jiangwu on the side had just accidentally seen the clothes of this team when he saw the team. He felt that they looked very familiar. At this time, listening to Lun Feng talking to himself, he realized which team this team was. He quickly told his companions,